SportsRadio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H time. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Let's do it.
First day of pass in training camp is always an exciting day. It's always an eventful day. You never know what's going to happen. One side getting the best of the other side. But overall, I thought it was a really good day. Got a little tired there at the end, and a little scuffle broke out. Don't want to see that. As I mentioned to our guys, we want to be smart in how we prepare, how we train. So we got to be smarter there. But overall, I like the way the guys pushed through today. First day of pass was a successful day in my mind.
That was head coach D'Amico Ryans out here at Texans training camp yesterday. 5th practice yesterday, 6th practice today. Pads went on yesterday. And we're out here for you. We got Nick Caserio joining us in about an hour and 15 minutes. Welcome in, everybody, on a Tuesday. We are with you till 8 a.m. today. Sean Pendergast, Seth Payne will hand things at 8 a.m., of course, over to Texans Training Camp Live. Good morning, my friend.
Good morning.
How are you?
I feel good, man. I feel good. I'm not, I don't, I'm, you know what, if anything, I'm appreciating the weirdness of trades between teams that are facing each other that evening.
It's just
I always look. I guess there's a 1 in 30 chance of it, or 1 in 29 chance of it happening. I always feel like, especially when it happens at the deadline, it's like the two GMs get together and they're like, "Oh, you got to do something for these people."
Yeah, let's
like that's just like, why is it? Wait a second, you got 28 other GMs that you could have on the horn doing some deals with.
No, it does.
And
it
ultimately,
like
it turns into like, I don't know, we have a bar show and Eric.
We're both at the bar at 2 a.m. Let's go home with each other.
Yeah, and that way I like that it's old school. You know, like maybe they did it over whiskey, but
well, you know who that happened with a few years ago was Christian Vasquez.
Yeah,
remember that?
Yeah.
Trade deadline in 2022, and playing the Red Sox, and then Vasquez. I would say of the two, Dalton Varsho, people missed it, didn't see it yesterday. Dalton Varsho, outfielder, goes to the Astros. Spencer Arrighetti goes to the Blue Jays. Who would have predicted that back when he was winning Pitcher of the Month 2 months ago?
Yeah.
In the month of May. I would say of the two, Varsho looked to be a little more excited about his new environment. Did you see him, Jim Crane in the dugout with him, shaking his hand, and then you looked at Spencer Arrighetti, who looked like he was being held hostage during the game.
Well, just they come and grab you, and you're like, "Hey, grab your things." It feels like something that would happen at training camp, you know?
Yeah.
Hey, bring your playbook. Varsho got a little bit of a pep talk from Springer, who said, "You're going to love the hey, buddy." You're going to love that. Like, Springer basically gave Varsho a pep talk like he was going off to summer camp, and he was nervous for the first time. Like, hey, buddy, you're going to meet a bunch of new friends. You're going to learn some arts and crafts, and it's going to be all right? And he tussles his hair and sends him off onto the bus to go to summer camp.
If I was Varsho, I would have been like, aren't there only like 2 guys left that you played with?
Yeah, I know. I love the clubhouse.
Yeah, you were there 6 years ago.
You're going to hate the front office, but you're going to love the clubhouse. That's probably what Springer said.
Yeah.
Listen, I don't appreciate the way they do business.
Right.
I never liked the fact that they mess with my service time, but you're going to love the guys.
You're fine. Your service time has been messed with already. You're good.
Isn't Sanchez over there? Oh, no. He's with us.
He's with us.
That's right.
He's with us. So we'll get to the trade deadline here in just a minute. But we had the first day of pads. You heard D'Amico say it was an eventful day. He talked. Got a little chippy at the end.
Yeah, there was the chippiness of the fight came with. I think there's a little bit of a theme of more chippiness on offense. Now, Noah Whittington was not the guy who started the fight.
Was he the one that got thrown to the ground?
He got thrown. Noah Whittington was trying to kind of bulldoze his way through the Wade Woodaz, and down at like the 3-yard line. And Woodaz, there's no tackling, but Woodaz was getting pushed backwards a little bit and finally decided to just kind of power slam him to the ground.
Yeah.
And it was funny because I still, eyewitness accounts are sketchy, so you got to try to get everybody in. From my vantage point, Wade Woodaz just kind of walks away and is completely uninvolved, and I was kind of watching him. But meanwhile, the bench is emptied, and there's a mass of people out on the field. And with Woodaz not involved at all in it, and Whittington, but Whittington's kind of chippiness and scrappiness and driving Woodaz, I would say, is what sparked it. Rutledge is out there, mixing it up at times and causing scrums and piles. He shoved Daniil Hunter a little bit.
It was like training camp 2 years ago, the year that Diggs was here. And remember, somebody on defense hit Diggs in practice as he was going to the ground, and it ended up being a fight between Derek Stingley Jr. and Dalton Schultz.
That's right.
It was like
Stingley came out of nowhere. This was 2 years ago, everybody.
And like kind of shoved him from behind. It was very un-Stingley-like.
Yeah.
So that was fun, getting a little chippiness at the end of the day yesterday.
It was. D'Amico didn't like it. D'Amico also said that he didn't like that, you had other people entering the fight area. And
Aziz was running out there, I think, to break things up.
I don't know. Back in 2006, as we olds call it, when Anthony Weaver came onto the team, the first fight we had in training camp, Weaver got pissed that everybody from the defense didn't run out there, and I was like, I don't know. Look, I've been on a couple different teams, different coaches. That's never been the rule. He said in Baltimore, that's the rule. Want to be,
one die, all die.
Yeah. So, and then he would tell stories about Baltimore. Like, do you remember Kelly Gregg, the nose tackle?
I do.
The little white dude that pulled his pants way up high, and you might be inclined to make fun of him. No, bad idea. Because he was a national champion wrestler. And he was a national champion wrestler, and then he got into, like, MMA training in the offseason. So Weaver said that he would just go out there and just go to town people.
Really?
They get in fights, and Kelly Gregg would be out there and just all of a sudden have somebody down on the ground throwing elbows and everything. So it's different cultures, different time, different era. I kind of like seeing the benches clear. I know D'Amico can't like it.
It was at the very, very end too. It was the third stringers. That was my reaction. I forget who I was standing next to, but I'm like, nothing like a bunch of guys on the third string going out and risking everybody's health by getting into a bench clearing brawl.
I thought for yesterday. So look, I go into these training camp practices with the attitude that the defense is going to get theirs no matter what. It could be a combined practice with the LA Rams, and the defense is going to get theirs. They're going to make some big plays. Mm-hmm. So I just look for competence and ability to make plays at all by the offense, and try not to think too hard about the negative plays, because I think there has been a lot of positive with the offense. But I think most people came out of yesterday feeling like, wow, the defense really got the better of the offense, and I didn't feel quite that way. And if you look at, like, the second series, David Montgomery had a nice run of about 5 yards. C.J. Stroud hit Nico Collins for 6 yards. Stroud to Schultz for 7 yards. And then Kalen Bullock gets an interception. Okay, cool, happens. I'm not gonna freak out over quarterback interceptions in training camp. It's really that's what you should be doing when you're not game planning and you're just letting it fly.
I was more excited about the Bullock interception than I was disappointed that CJ threw it.
Well, the other thing too is I didn't get to see what coverage they were in, but for the area on the field, I'm guessing John Harris will give a specific answer for this, that it was that Bullock was disguised and then ended up lurking, and that CJ thought Bullock was going to be high, but he actually came down, kind of like the Tua Tagovailoa one from. Now the difference with Tua was that the Texans set him up for that, and Tua just cannot read coverages at all, whereas C.J. Stroud's very good at reading coverages.
Yep.
So I think I look at it as a positive from the defense, because they've been doing some kind of fun and funky stuff out here, and I think you're going to see more wrinkles and you're going to see more disguises out of the defense.
How do you think C.J. did yesterday?
I thought like the completions were good. I thought that there was at least one coverage sack, which is nice. Because a lot of times in training camp last year, there would never have been time for a coverage sack.
Right. And there were a couple of those, too.
Yeah. So, there were some conventional sacks. Neil Hunter and Will Anderson both got theirs.
That'll happen.
But there were a couple times where CJ had to pull it down, and it wasn't because one of those camp scenarios where, probably would have been a sack, but he ran. I think when he pulled it down and ran for a touchdown, from my vantage point, it looked like there was good protection. There was just nobody open, and he ran it, and there you go.
There you go. So you're right. The defense is absolutely going to get theirs. I thought the offense ran the ball well at times yesterday.
Right, and that's the other thing too is when they have good runs. I've really been encouraged this year in that it looks like it's a good run as designed. It's not Joe Mixon dodging somebody in the backfield and then turning nothing into something.
Or running to the sideline and just trying to beat somebody to the corner.
There's really, you really don't even have to know anything about offensive line play other than that if you watch and you just kind of look at the uniformity in the way the offensive line moves, it's just it's a much better picture, and I'll include the tight ends in that. It's a much better picture than it's been the last couple of years. They flat out look like they know what they're doing. And I think Cole Popovich, who made a lot of improvements throughout the season and during the season last year. I think with a full year of him as the guy, I think they've started to figure it out, and it's just become more routine and more automatic.
I'm anxious to ask Nick when he joins us. He's going to join us in about an hour, Nick Caserio, about this evaluation of the offensive line, because we have fairly strict orders. They're kind of funny strict orders because especially the fans out here now.
Yeah.
There's 2,000 other people that can just go on Twitter and tweet things that they see that don't get handed a set of rules when they walk in.
Yeah.
But we're under fairly strict orders about depth chart and these guys running with the ones, especially on the offensive line. That's a big topic. I don't even know, other than Ariate Ursary at left tackle, I don't even know that there's anything to report on because they're just shuffling everybody right now, it feels like.
Yeah,
Rutledge is running with the ones and twos.
Right.
He's been playing guard and center. They're all doing everything.
They've been open about that, and I think Nick's talked about that with the O-line, is that they just they're going to try the young guys out and see how they do. I've come around on that. I used to very much be of the mindset that, man, come on, you got to let an offensive lineman as a rookie get really comfortable in his one and get good at that, and then maybe work on the versatility. Something in the NFL that's just shifted and changed is O-linemen get held out with it. I don't know if they get injured any more than they used to, but they get diagnosed with the concussions. You used to just play through it, and then make a bunch of mental errors and get cut because of it.
Right.
But O-linemen get concussions. It's a 17-game season. You're going to play with 8, 9, 10 guys, 10 different offensive linemen over the course of a season, and that versatility probably matters more than being a specialist at just one spot.
Yep. All right, you brought up the MLB trade deadline. We'll get to, in the next segment, D'Amico Ryans talked about Jadeveon Clowney. Clowney was not out here for practice yesterday. He was in the building. I do know that because I saw video of him signing his contract. I think he was getting his medicals done and things
We're going to call it a hold-in? Is he signed a contract, but now he's holding in?
Nope. He's just an old guy that needs a physical. I know how that feels.
Well, yeah, Mario Edwards wasn't out here either. Yeah, they're just they're gonna bring them along as they need to.
Yeah. Hopefully today we'll see. I did hear. I think Clowney's meeting with the media today.
Oh.
I think. So we'll see. But we'll get to Clowney in the next segment. I do want to get to the trade deadline because we've got a lot of Astro fans, I'm sure, listening. Curious our thoughts on that. The only trade the Astros made yesterday, after sitting by the phone, waiting. I would say as far as like the magnitude of trades, this one was fairly far down the list of Jim Crane era deadline. No disrespect to Varsho, the outfielder they got from Toronto, who they immediately stuck right in there at cleanup in the lineup last night.
Got on base a couple times.
He did. Yeah, it was good. And they traded him for Spencer Arrighetti. Again, something I would not have foreseen a couple months ago when Arrighetti was kind of holding the pitching staff together. But this was Joe Espada on the trade yesterday.
It's been busy the last couple of days. The last hour has been super busy. Excited to have Varsho to our lineup. Not only he fits a hole that we've had here for a while, but I'm excited to add him. He brings a different dynamic to our offense. Can really play center field, lefty bat. This guy was in the World Series not that long ago, so he knows what it takes. He knows what he feels like. I just had a conversation with him. Really liked the energy he brought in. Teammates were really excited to have him. We lose a really good arm, Spencer Arrighetti. Obviously, very talented. Done a lot of great things here for us. But I'm also excited for him to go and get his career started over there in Toronto.
All right, so that was Joe Espada. The reaction to this was interesting yesterday because Varsho is in the last year of his deal, so this is a rental.
Yeah.
He's going to be on this team, unless he plays well and they bring him back, whatever. But for now, this is a 2-month rental at a high position in need, and he's a lefty bat. We've been saying all season long they need a competent lefty bat in the outfield. He's a Gold Glove caliber outfielder. Defense is not a problem with him. In fact, it's a plus with Varsho. He won a Gold Glove 2 years ago. I saw a lot of reaction to this, Seth, of you're giving up a pitcher who you've got control of for 3 more years.
Control.
And again, the control is arbitration, so it's a little more expensive control than the minimum salary Arrigetti's been getting the last
Although
few years.
Arrigetti's not doing a whole lot to jack up those arbitration
No,
numbers.
the arbitration should be very reasonable. Yeah, good point.
We could have kept him cheap because he sucks. How are you letting a guy you got control and he sucks?
It really is interesting, man, like how some people just fall in love with guys based on very small pockets of good performance.
Well, I think with Arrighetti, I mean, there's that part of me, whether it's rational or irrational, it feels like, back when the Astros were the supreme leaders in pitcher development, Arrighetti is exactly the type of guy that I think this organization would figure out how to harness and rein everything in. And there you go, Cy Young contender. And I just don't know if they're that team anymore.
No.
So I don't evaluate guys that way. And the part for me that's I think where people are really going to fall on either side of it is I respect that they didn't want to touch their farm system. It's, it might be it could be Dana Brown falling on his sword. He might lose his job for not being aggressive enough, but while still preserving the future of the organization.
Yep.
This is an extreme seller's market. There are probably 10 sellers and 20 buyers. And it was just, it's tough to get anything of note done. And I get that. It's just we don't really have an appetite for that in the litany of issues this team has had, including all of the moves that Dana Brown made to try to bolster the pitching staff in the offseason, which have all cataclysmically failed.
Yeah, they have. And now you're at the same spot you were last year. The only big move they made last year at the deadline was bringing back Carlos Correa. And the thought was, well, we got all these guys coming back from injury, and this is almost like getting trade deadline guys. I got to point this out again, none of these guys that have come back from Tommy John over the last few years have really helped this baseball team. I know Javier's been a little up and down, but I'll go back to Urquidy and Luis Garcia. I know Wisniewski did some promising things his first start back, but it wasn't great. Ronel Blanco's not been great, and this is what they're counting on now. Probably the best thing to happen to them in the last 24 hours pitching-wise is Imai came out and dominated in 3 innings of relief last night.
Throwing just his 2 favorite pitches instead of adding in that changeup.
9 up, 9 down with 5 strikeouts if you missed it last night.
That's been one of the 8 different storylines surrounding why Imai's uncomfortable, and that's been that the organization wants him to mix in his changeup more. He doesn't want to do that. He wants to rely on his 2 favorites. And maybe as a reliever, that's perfect for him for right now. You don't have to have as big of a repertoire. Cool. I don't know. Cool. Great. Imai might be a reliever. He's either going to be. This is what Imai is. He's either going to continue to be volatile and relatively worthless, but you still have to pay him next year because he won't exercise his option, or he's going to be a complete and total revelation and he's going to exercise his option and he won't be here next year.
He's going to start again for this team in the next 2 months.
Yeah.
That's just I just say, and that's not even like inside information or anything. It's just math. They're going to run into a spot where one of these guys is going to have to miss a turn through the rotation, or somebody's going to get hurt, or Wisniewski and Blanco are going to turn out to be just like all the other Tommy John guys that have come back.
Yeah.
And Imai's going to have pitched well in the bullpen, and they're going to say, we're paying him $18 million. Get back out. You're 4th in the rotation.
I feel like you know what the trade deadline felt like? It felt like I was on trial for something, and I've watched a lot of Netflix, so I'm kind of waiting for that moment when, wait a second, isn't there going to be some surprise evidence? There's going to be some surprise evidence. I'm totally guilty, by the way. And I'm kind of like looking towards the back. Then I look over towards my court-appointed attorney, who's the lowest dude on the totem pole.
Horrible, yeah.
He bought his suit at Kmart, and it doesn't even fit right. And I'm like, oh, wait, there is no surprise evidence that's going to show up at the last one.
This is it.
And Dana Brown is guilty.
Yeah.
It's like, no, we haven't really done a whole lot. Hey, what do you have to say for yourself, though, over the last couple of years? Cam Smith. I don't.
Yeah.
There's some good times.
The evidence is not walking through that door, man. This is it. This is who they're rolling with. Baseball talk on Sports Radio 610, presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi. One price, 5 years, guaranteed. Xfinity. Imagine that. All right, Jadeveon Clowney's a Houston Texan. D'Amico Ryan's thoughts on that. And I went back and looked. The Pender poll on who you guys wanted to bring in as a reserve edge guy. Did the Texan fans get what they wanted with this signing? We'll get to all that. We got a lot more to get to. Nick Caserio joins us in a little under an hour, 7:15 here live out at Texans training camp. Stay there.
Reset your presets.
Initialize sequence.
Texans training camp is here. Live from the Houston Methodist Training Center, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, just to put a bow on the Astros trade deadline, I want to read the dumbest tweet that I saw yesterday regarding the trade of Spencer Arrighetti.
This is a pretty dumb tweet.
It's pretty dumb.
For multiple levels, too.
Yeah,
you didn't even see the other level that was dumb about this.
No, okay. So this is Ben Verlander, brother of Justin Verlander, who...
He's not even a baseball player.
No, but he's found his way into the media.
I mean, eventually, yeah.
Yeah, he's right. I'm sure he played at some point.
No, I mean Justin Verlander.
Oh, yeah, barely.
Yeah.
So Ben Verlander tweeted this yesterday about the Dalton Varsho Spencer Arrighetti trade. What an interesting move here for both sides. Astros get Varsho, which I like a lot for them. Arrighetti's a big price to pay. Been a huge reason the Astros have been in contention the last couple of years.
Yeah.
He's been the duct tape that held the rotation together.
All right. Okay, the first part was like you raise your eyebrows. Now wait a second. Arrighetti's the duct tape that holds the rotation together?
It got progressively worse.
And then at the very end, he's the reason they've been in contention for what? Well, what are you talking about?
It's
contention.
It's like it got progressively dumber because he's got 3 sentences in the last paragraph. The first one is, Arrighetti's a big price to pay. And my first thought is, 15 and 23 over 3 years, an ERA of nearly 5. Okay,
yeah.
He's done some good things, and he's from here.
No, and I've been very I like Arrighetti.
I do too.
I feel like there's upside there.
I do too. But big price to pay. I'm like, all right, that might be a little hyperbole. Next sentence: been a huge reason the Astros have been in contention the last couple of years.
He's 35 innings last year. What the?
Well, to your point, contention for what? Making the playoffs?
Maybe he's using couple casually.
Yeah.
Maybe he's last couple of years. He means the 2 years prior to this one.
Well, I mean, both they did win the division 2 years ago, and they came down to the last day last year. But
he was still in Arrighetti. Well, Arrighetti got better in that year as it went along, and but he's.
We're debating the word contention.
Right. Yeah, they have not been in contention the last couple of years
for anything. But maybe making the playoffs
last year.
Yeah. And then, as if it could get any dumber, he's been the duct tape that held the rotation together.
No, that's
what the hell? 15 and 23 with a 4.66 ERA over 3 years.
This tweet is so dumb that it made me feel better about the trade.
Yeah.
I just felt like, okay, well, if this is your standard and how you're judging it, I don't know what the hell
it actually made me feel
about.
a little worse because the sentence right before all that was Astros getting Varsho, which I like a lot for them. I'm like, I saw that at first. I'm like, okay, good. He agrees that this is good for the Astros. And then I read this paragraph like it's making Arrighetti out. You know what? What's even worse, and we'll get to Clowney here, I promise. His brother is Justin Verlander. Yeah. He knows what the glue or the duct tape of a rotation looks like. Mm-hmm. It's your brother, Spencer Arrighetti. If I'm Justin, I'm texting him. I'm like, what the hell, man?
I think that for me, this is, if anything, this is just kind of the cherry on top of the Sunday of realizing, okay, this development staff that they used to have in terms of the entire organization. I'm not just singling out Josh Miller or anything.
Yeah.
They're just not what they used to be. The days of just, hey, bring in any random dude and he's going to be the best version of himself. Bring in Charlie Morton. Yeah, cool. He'll end up being awesome.
What did what did Andy Bernard say? I wish I knew I was living in the good old days. Or I wish, he said something about the good old days on The Office.
That was beautiful, Sean.
People know what I'm talking about.
You wish there was a way to know that you're in the good old days.
When you're living in them.
Yeah.
Back when we developed pictures.
No, I feel like we all knew that. If you're a sports fan long enough, look, we're not Boston. We're not like a 25-year-old Boston sports fan who thinks that you just come out of the womb and all your teams are vying for championships. I
was starting to get kind of greedy.
We've seen the highs and the lows, and you knew at some point the golden era wasn't going to be quite so golden no more.
Yep.
And we're smack dab in the middle of that.
Yep. All right. Well,
I appreciated it at the time, Sean.
Maybe
I wasn't out there burning $100 bills the way you were.
I know. I just don't. I'm a little crazy that way. All right. So Jadeveon Clowney is a Houston Texan. This was D'Amico Ryans yesterday. Asked about the newest acquisition on the defensive line.
There's a report. Yeah. I didn't hear about that. We'll see. See what he brings. Everybody knows Clowney was first pick overall here in Houston, and he's been a successful player, a successful career, and he brings a physical aspect to the football game, right, to our defense, a guy who can get after the passer as well. So we'll try to get him in, get him acclimated to what we're doing, and he'll be up to speed, off and running.
And he was in the building yesterday. For those that don't go way back with the Texans, the two of them, D'Amico and Clowney, missed each other by a few years. And D'Amico's gone by 2012. Clowney came in 2014.
They didn't get the audio of it, but before he left, D'Amico said, "I wish there was a way to know you're in the good old days before you've actually left."
Oh, so I knew D'Amico would get it right.
Yeah, he was talking about how Clowney was underappreciated when he was here.
Right.
No, it's so strange with Clowney because I feel like there's a certain group of fans who still can't get over the fact that he wasn't worth a number 1 overall pick. Like, okay, great. He didn't give you a Will Anderson or Myles Garrett type of return on your investment. But like if he had been drafted 27th overall, you'd say, wow, that's a really good footbal player.
Whitney Merciless was drafted 26th overall.
And nobody thought that was a bad pick.
Right.
Clowney's been a better player than Whitney Merciless.
Correct,
he's still churning out really impressive season after season after season. He's just oddly doing it with a different team every single year. This will be the 5th team in his 5th year.
Yep.
The one you put up your poll that you talked about.
Yep.
Explain the poll, and I'll tell you the one reply to your poll that kind of annoyed me.
Okay. So this is all the way back on June 2nd.
Yeah.
So this is when, according to Texans cap, the Texans have $30 million in cap space. They could use it to sign one of the following defensive ends. And I had estimated average contracts by Spot Rack next to each of their names. They did a pretty good job with Clowney.
Yeah.
They estimated $5.7 million. Clowney's getting a base of $5.5, so they were pretty spot on with that. The 4 names that I asked Texan fans, who do you want at these prices? Joey Bosa, Cam Jordan, Von Miller, Jadeveon Clowney. It was a very, very close poll all 4 ways. Cam Jordan won the poll by less than 1 percentage point over Jadeveon Clowney. Clowney was number 2.
Yeah, and those
28.6%.
Cam Jordan ends up re-signing. Can't begrudge him for that on a team that actually might has a pulse again.
And he's been there his whole
after being
career.
right. Yeah. Von Miller just didn't make a whole lot of sense just because he's not a great scheme fit, and except if you're going to bring him in on 3rd downs. And they have the guys they want in there on 3rd downs all the time. So Clowney makes a whole lot of sense. The reply that annoyed me was somebody who's a listener to our show, so I won't say his name.
Okay.
But he said Clowney is the opposite of Swarm. People have short memory. No, I have a long memory. It's not always all that precise, but it's long.
It's long.
Honestly, that has been a bogus narrative on Clowney in terms of the way he plays the game. I don't know if Bill O'Brien might have had some issues with a young Clowney and how mature he was in terms of meetings and practice and all that stuff. But when it comes to the way he plays the game of football, he's incredibly swarmy. He had a ridiculously good motor. He makes plays sideline to sideline. He chases wide receivers 20 and 30 yards downfield.
Still to this day.
Intensity on the field is not the issue at all with Clowney. It's a part of it. I blame Steve Spurrier for just always having to make it about a nice little quip when they asked him about Clowney's work ethic, and he said he's not as he's no who's the South Carolina player that he compared him to?
Oh, I forget. I know what you're talking about.
So anyway,
Spurrier was his coach in college.
Right? Yeah. No. Yeah. And Clowney, I think has matured over the years and was a guy who was young, and he didn't have the drive or the focus or the passion of Will Anderson when it came to just doing everything you can to make yourself better. Will Anderson's the prototype for that. But he's an older guy now who's matured, and he's also you're giving him a base of $5.5 million. I mean, this is a little bit better than E.J. Speed's contract from last year when they brought him in. And
here's the thing, Seth. Here's the thing, because I think this is a good contract.
It's like a little bit more lucrative. And Clowney makes a much larger impact.
Yeah, and I think and they signed Logan Hall to a nice to a team friendly deal. When you pay Will Anderson $50 million and you pay Danielle Hunter $40 million, you've got to find some guys along the margins like that can play at a fairly high level at a fairly low wage. This is a great signing for the Houston Texans.
It really is. And I think honestly, this is where, if Derek Barnett maybe was in the mix and they were talking to him, I can't remember what Barnett made last year, but it's
like around what Clowney's making.
Right,
he made like $5 million.
Really good football player. He's still really good, and the sack totals do not tell the whole story whatsoever about his impact on a game. He's really good against the run. He makes plays in the backfield. He's never had double-digit sacks, but that's kind of, I think, where he doesn't have the bling, and that's real. Like over the course of a career, when like sacks in any given season don't necessarily matter, but over the course of a career, he's not a high sack total guy, but he makes such an impact both in pressuring the quarterback and in making tackles for a loss that it's a really good deal.
And I think it's very telling. If you went and read the article in the Chronicle of the signing of Clowney, I'm guessing it was Jonathan Alexander, that had a lot of quotes in it that had to do with, I'm more mature now, I'm looking to help lead some of the young guys on the team. He talked about how he's focused on winning and wanting to get to a Super Bowl. I think that's probably and this is after he had signed, I think that's probably very telling about the type of conversation he had with DeMeco Ryans.
Yeah.
About what the Texans are looking for in a guy like that. A 33-year-old guy that's a backup on the defensive line.
And then he also said that thing which you always, you're always skeptical of. He said it wasn't about the money.
Yes.
Sometimes I would say about 5% of cases, I actually take that with some element of believability.
The other 95,
Clowney,
you think they're full of crap?
Oh, yeah. So I think with Clowney, I mean, it's for one, you get up there, you got kids. He lives in Houston. There is an element of just it's nice to not to move and either figure out whether you're bringing your kids with you or you're going to live remotely for a year.
And by the way, they're good at football.
Right. That part. Well, that's the other part is that it's a really good situation.
Yeah.
And they have another guy, Daniil, who lives in Houston and is on kind of a pay-as-you-go plan.
Mm-hmm.
And that's appealing as you get older when you're never quite sure. You don't know how you're going to feel at the end of next season. You get to be Clowney, he's 33 years old. And you don't know if you have a major injury or something, this might be the year that you want to pack it in. And it's nice to just kind of be unencumbered. Mm-hmm. But that if you play really well, that the Texans have a precedent of, we'll go ahead and we'll do like we did with Daniil and add another year to your contract.
Yeah, we'll bring you back. Yeah, absolutely. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a what's today? Tuesday. On a Tuesday. 6 practice of training camp out here today, presumably in pads. We'll talk to Nick Caserio about that and a whole lot more at 7:15 on the show today. Up next, headlines. A Texan got himself an endorsement, an unlikely endorsement. We'll have that. We've got Astros news. We'll get to all that coming up next in headlines. Stay there.
How is C.J. Stroud handling the pressure of contract discussions?
11 on Sports Radio 610 and anytime at homeshowradio.com.
Injured? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers, 281-222-2222.
Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines.
All right, let's get to headlines. We'll start with the Astros. They lose last night to the Toronto Blue Jays after consummating a trade with them earlier in the day. Dalton Varsho, outfielder, is now a Houston Astro. It sounds like he's going to be their starting center fielder moving forward. They gave up Spencer Arrighetti to get him, a straight-up trade, just those two guys. So they each just swapped, maybe even just swapped lockers yesterday, Seth. And Varsho inserted immediately as the cleanup hitter in the lineup for the Astros.
Felt bad for Arrighetti. Arrighetti didn't. He looked shocked and not like pleasantly shocked and surprised, not like a surprise party.
Well, think about it too. Think about Arrighetti's side of this thing when he was pitching the way he was in May. Like we got to, if they go on to win the division, we do need to give Spencer Arrighetti credit for being the pitcher that kept this thing from completely plundering in May, for sure. He was 7-1 at one point.
He'll have earned his
season.
World Series ring, Sean.
Yes. And his playoff share. But he was he was a pitcher of the month for the month of May. The last thing Spencer Arrighetti thought on June 1st was that he was going to be tossed into a trade for a veteran outfielder on the trade deadline.
You might have, at that point, you think, he might be a part of a blockbuster trade or something. Not just something that two GMs do to make their fan bases look like they're working.
Because they happen to be in the same building.
Hey, look, did you do anything yet? No, you didn't? Okay, cool. How about Arrighetti for Varsho? Sounds good.
Yeah,
Let's do it.
sure.
That'll keep the idiots happy.
That'll throw them off the scent.
That's why they called you idiots.
Yep.
In my hypothetical scenario.
Right. So that trade got made yesterday. Astros lose 3-1 last night. So that was disappointing.
But Imai was electric.
Yeah. If we're
I know that's what everybody's looking for.
Well, if you're trying to draw positives from a loss, they're still in first place. That's the
you've
big
won 8
positive.
of your last 10 games.
No, I'm not saying the sky is falling, but that was nice to see last night. Tatsuya Imai, if you missed it, came in first appearance coming out of the bullpen. If you had asked me based on how he's adapted to change thus far in his major league career, I would have said I expected him to come in and give up 5 runs in an inning. He came in instead and made a case for him being a long reliever, if anything. He retired all 9 guys, 5 of them via shutout. He was dominant last night.
His XAC, expected adaptability to change, is really low. It matches his actual performance.
Right, right.
I think,
last night's so encouraging.
I think with all of your best laid plans with your pitching staff have been completely shot to hell, including the things that have gone well. Lambert, whatever, DFA, he comes back and he ends up being your best guy. Imai, okay, disaster, but maybe we got a reliever out of this. Maybe. That we're going to be paying way too much when he exercises, or when he doesn't exercise his
When they
option.
get to Game 3 of a wild card round series, it's good to know that Imai can come in and give you 3 innings of a bullpen
It's
game.
good. You know what? I'm glad you pointed out that they have won a bunch of baseball games lately, because there's a tendency to just there's a letdown. Feels a little bit like. It feels like it's not that the day after Christmas is always kind of a depressing when you're a kid. You get a little bit of dopamine withdrawal or crash.
It
but
sucks.
Imagine the day after Christmas when you also got just no presents or a crappy present. That's what it would feel like.
Yeah.
Credit to the lady that had a Varsho sign out in the baseball park last night.
She did?
Yeah. And I was like, oh, that's how you – Dalton Varsho. And I was like, oh, I didn't know that's how you spell Dalton. I don't know. Did she? I wonder if she heard the news on her way in and she stopped at the drugstore to grab a placard and a marker or something. Yeah,
poster board.
It wasn't a huge poster, but it was definitely something she didn't have in her purse.
The Astros are still 2.5 games up in the division over the Rangers right now, so they don't lose any on last night.
No, that part of it, and there's that part of me too. The rational side of me. It's kind of like, okay, if you're a teenager and your dad says, we can't go to Disney World, but it's because we got to pay for college. You're like, all right.
Got to do what you got to do.
You're one of those teenagers that's super into Disney. I don't judge you.
I'm an adult who's into Disney. I like going to Disney World.
You would be one of those good guys you'd be one of those the people that's a tour operator. You retire and then go work at Disney in retirement.
Oh, Amy would do that in a second.
You'd be really good at that.
Thanks, man.
Yeah. You'd be a superstar.
You think?
Yes.
Okay.
You should do that.
Oh, yeah. Not anytime soon.
Let me get my list of replacements for Sean.
I was going to say.
You should really do that,
feels
Sean.
Like you're
I think that would be awesome.
This really feels like you're pushing hard on
It would
this.
be a transformative experience for you.
Speaking of transformative, Yordan Alvarez, Player of the Month again. Player of the Month for July. He is so far out in front for the MVP right now.
Yeah, I know, man.
And he's way out in front for the batting title of all things.
Yeah.
He's like 30 points out in front of the next closest guy.
Yeah.
Yandy Diaz was leading like 2 weeks ago.
If Ichiro had taken a boatload of creatine and steroids.
Yes, and was it from Cuba?
That's a comp I often make for him. He's like Ichiro, except with way more power.
He's a PED Ichiro, yes. So that was good news. Texans, Jadeveon Clowney in the building yesterday. First padded practice out here yesterday. We'll talk more about that with Nick Caserio at 7:15 show today. So in about 25 minutes or so, Nick will join us out here live at training camp. Did you see Jalen Petrie got himself an endorsement yesterday?
I saw this because you and Landry sent it to me.
Yeah. So Jalen Petrie, headline, Jalen Petrie named first NFL Guardian athlete, supports community with cap donation. Okay, so this is a press release that I got.
Donating to the salary cap?
He kind of is with his contract.
Yeah.
It's a pretty reasonable deal. But no, Guardian Sports, the Atlanta-based sports safety equipment company behind the NFL mandated Guardian cap.
The bonnet.
Today announced a partnership with Jalen Petrie, who will support efforts as the first NFL Guardian athlete. The collaboration aims to further promote athlete safety awareness across all levels of play. Good for you, Jalen Petrie.
Good for you. Take that check.
Yes.
It's for something you're doing already.
He's making
You don't have to wonder whether he's just only talking about this because they're paying him money. He's one of the brave few that are willing to don the cap.
My theory on this, I think the Rashee Rice hit single-handedly made the Guardian cap cool.
Oh, yeah.
Like, before that, they're like, look at this guy running around with this big, gigantic bonnet on, and then he murders Rashee Rice in cold blood on the field. They're like, oh, that cap is cool.
He's done the same thing for the Guardian cap that movie stars have done for stupid haircuts.
Yes.
You know, like, well, that looks like a ridiculously stupid haircut.
Right.
But, yeah.
Yeah. 100,000 kids
John Travolta,
running around
is, yeah.
Yep.
I think that John Travolta, when he used to have hair, back in the day. Back in the day. Saturday Fever title.
Yep.
I think that Nico was asked this the other day again. He was asked during OTAs whether he would wear the Guardian cap. He said no. He was asked in the tent the other day on Saturday whether he would wear it, and it was funny because he looked towards his helmet. Whoever had asked the question must have pointed his helmet because they all wear them in practice, and he looked towards it with such disgust and disdain, and he said, no, I ain't wearing that. I was like, yeah.
Because he's wearing a Guardian cap in practice.
They all wear Guardian caps in practice. So yeah, like he pointed at his helmet.
Yeah.
And he's looking. It looked like he was looking at his helmet. And he said, "No, I ain't wearing that." Because it sounds like it's harder to track the ball, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah, it sounded more like it was a functional thing than an aesthetic thing.
And then he said, I'm doing all the other things. I'm strengthening my neck and doing all these things to try to avoid concussion.
Is that real?
I think that, it's always...
Does that help?
Sean, this is a tough thing about concussion prevention stories. As of right now, these wimpy doctors say it's, air quotes, unethical to take a bunch of people and put them into two separate groups and bash some of them in the head with a bat. And hard to do a double-blind placebo-controlled study.
Right.
But, yeah, in theory, wearing a mouth guard, strengthening your neck, all these things, in theory, help avoid concussion. And then there's, they find correlational evidence.
He gets too bulked up in the neck, that's going to hurt tracking the ball also.
I want him to look like that meme from a couple years ago. Remember that guy that, like, if you were to survive a car accident?
Yeah.
The ideal body type, and it was just this big fucking wide neck guy with a...
Or Ted Johnson.
Yeah. Problem with strengthening your neck, though, is that it can also increase your... It doesn't have to be just you got a big fat neck. If you got a big muscular neck, you can get sleep apnea.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's why I choose...
That would explain why I had sleep apnea.
That's why you and I don't hit the neck flexion machine all that often.
That's exactly why. All right, coming up next, C.J. Stroud. We talked about the disrespect possibly coming from 3 different corners of the universe the last few days. There's a fourth one. Sandoz QB tiers for The Athletic are out.
Hell yeah. Anonymous quotes on the up. Right before we talk, Casario loves the anonymous quotes.
Oh, yeah.
There ain't a GM in the NFL who ain't a fan of anonymous quotes.
Yep, we'll get to that. We'll do that coming up next.
Hey, Trajan Wealth.
to Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Texans training camp is here. Live from the Houston Methodist Training Center. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Nick Caserio joins us in about a little over 10 minutes, and we'll talk to the Texans GM for the remainder of the program today, all the way up till 7:55. Or 7:54.
That's entered the lexicon, hasn't it?
Program. Yeah. McAfee.
McAfee's big enough to have entered the way people pronounce it.
Yeah, it might wind up in Webster's. Who knows, man? You never know. Quick breaking news. Bijani Robinson. We know we got a lot of Longhorns listening out there. 3 years, $75 million extension he just signed this morning with the Atlanta Falcons.
That's kind of where the league is settled in on, is like, listen, running backs, we'll pay you good, respectable money, but it's going to be on short-term deals.
Yeah.
And the running backs have kind of grudgingly said, all right, I get it.
AAV, pretty good, though, 25.
Yeah.
That's really good, yeah. And so $51 million guaranteed. So congrats to Bijani Robinson. And now at that position, all eyes shift to Jahmyr Gibbs, who's in a hold-in right now up in Detroit.
The hold-in, you and I were talking about this during a break, the hold-in doesn't seem to be quite the scourge that it looked like it was becoming. So for those of you who don't know, a hold-in is when a player shows up and he's not practicing. He's got a nondescript injury. Think Jonathan Taylor a couple of years ago. Yeah. And he's also agitated about his contract.
Yeah.
And the team is saying, they're in a position where they say, well, we could fine you for contract detrimental, but that's probably not the best way to move forward with this. And it's uncomfortable as a fan to watch this. It feels like to me as a former player, it feels like dirty pool. Yeah. Like, I'm not a fan of the holding. I'm a former player. I stand for the rights of players and everything, but it's kind of, I feel like it's dirty pool.
We got to get to the CJ thing, but could you imagine if Tank Dell's whole thing is he's actually holding in right now?
He's holding in. He's actually been fully recovered for 6 months.
He wants
a bump on his contract. Everybody else getting these extensions. What the hell?
Your leg's been shot twice already and shot at.
You gave Will Anderson a contract, and I'm sitting out here?
That'd be hilarious.
I think so. The other one, real quick, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I do think, like, the Major League Baseball Players Association, one of the reasons that they are so powerful, for one, is that they uniformly, they don't pull this crap.
No.
They don't demand trades. It's very, very rare for a player to try to agitate his way out of a situation. They say, oh, cool, we get these huge lucrative contracts, but we're going to hold up and we're going to play out our contracts even if we're in a miserable situation. And it's like, I don't know how they do it with that many players, but they stick to it.
Well,
so there's a level of certain, so GMs can give out that money knowing, like, okay, I don't have to worry about this guy agitating for a new deal a year from now.
Because every time there's a work stoppage, the players in baseball win.
Yeah.
You know, they win.
Yeah.
Bijani Robinson, very rich man. All right, so the Mike Sando, I wish we had more than 5 minutes to get into this, but we'll happily take Nick Caserio as a guest here.
Mm-hmm.
But Mike Sando's quarterback tiers annual article is out. It's one of my favorite ones. He's got a bunch of 50 people from around the NFL voting on what tier each quarterback is in, and then he blends it all together into one ranking.
Yeah.
So just to give you the high points here, there's 4 quarterbacks in Tier 1. These are the franchise guys, and it's the names you would think. It's Patrick Mahomes, it's Josh Allen, it's Matthew Stafford, it's Joe Burrow. Those are the 4. Lamar Jackson is at the very top of Tier 2, and there's about 10 or 12 guys in Tier 2. Tier 2 is described as someone who carries his team sometimes, handles passing situations in doses, has other dimensions that elevate him above Tier 3, but has a hole or two in his game. Not going to go through all the names, but I will say as I page down Tier 2 and I get into the early teens of overall quarterbacks here.
Well, and I think when you get into the Goffs and the Loves, you know, where, okay, this is right around where CJ was, that was the conversation around that him and Jordan Love were almost in QB rankings, always right next to each other.
CJ was 9th in this exercise last year.
Yeah.
This very exercise, a year ago, he was 9th.
Jordan Love is 10th this year.
Jordan Love is 10th, and CJ's not shown up yet as we scroll down. Brock Purdy, Caleb Williams, Jaden Daniels is 13. Keep going. Baker Mayfield, Sam Darnold. Haven't got a CJ yet.
There's a Trevor Lawrence.
Trevor Lawrence at 16.
I like Jaden Daniels being where he is, given that so far his trajectory has been very similar to CJ's in terms of incredible rookie year, underwhelming second year, but I think people are making the excuses of the it's weird. just like with CJ, they're making excuses of an offensive coordinator that might not have been the right guy, even though it's the same offensive coordinator that delivered that rookie year.
Well, and his issues are injuries now, too.
And injuries, yeah. So CJ didn't have the injuries.
Yeah, which makes it curious. Jalen Hurts, 17. Now we get to Tier 3. CJ must be showing up at the top of Tier 3, where in that tier you're a legit starter, but you need a running game or defense to win.
Yeah.
Lower volume drop back passing offense suits him best. That feels like the direction things are going with CJ right now, that description. So he must be near the top of that. 18th, Bo Nix. 19th, Aaron Rodgers. 20th, CJ Stroud.
Rodgers was as bad in the playoffs as CJ Stroud was in the playoffs.
20th, yeah, on the very same field. 20th, CJ Stroud. The headline quote. They have a headline quote for each of these guys, Seth, from an anonymous person. The headline quote for CJ is from a defensive coordinator. This is a big year for him. He has it in him. End quote. Does CJ have it in him to get back into Tier 2 this season?
I think he 100% he has it in him.
Yeah. By the way, the voting for him, 13 votes in Tier 2, 37 votes in Tier 3.
My thoughts about what CJ Stroud's ceiling theoretically is and should be are still very high, and it's going to be a huge disappointment if he doesn't get somewhere close, or at least substantially better than he was last year. Because I do think he made some improvements last year in operating as an actual veteran NFL quarterback. You got to see him with a competent supporting cast and start to give a feel for just exactly, all right, now he doesn't have these excuses, or all right, he's got these things, and wow, look at how much better the performance is. Just a solid rushing attack. Not even an awesome rushing attack, a competent rushing attack for one. That's the biggest thing.
Do you want some anonymous quotes?
Yeah.
A defensive coordinator said, quote, prior to last year, I would have thought he's going to be on the fringe of being in the upper echelon. I want to say he's a 3 based on the last couple years, but he's a 2 if I'm being fair. Mm-hmm. Kind of what you're saying. Like, he's right now sits in 3, but he's got the potential. Obviously, he's got the potential. He's done it before.
Yeah, they said ambivalence was a theme with a lot of these voters on C.J. Stroud.
Yep, and here's a couple quotes to that end. Yeah. He's starting to fall into that category of a quarterback who's hard to protect. This is an executive saying this. He doesn't beat you at the line and get the ball out. He holds the football, and then when he holds the football, he makes mistakes. Mm-hmm. End quote.
Yeah, and I think that's honestly one of the things that he made improvement on last year. It's just with everything being shuffled around and with still not being able to truly trust the pass protection. But more than anything, I think the receivers play a part in that too. I think not getting the ball out fast, or especially when he's under duress, I think there were too many times where the quarterback and the O-line weren't necessarily always on the same page. There were times when young receivers who maybe should have been the hot receiver didn't have their eyes on CJ. There were a lot of things that were above and beyond just CJ himself when it comes to that. And it came in, I think one of the tough things about CJ last year was that some of the nationally televised games are the ones where these issues showed up, and people by and large didn't see a lot of the good things he was doing in this same category.
Yep. All right, Nick Caserio, Texans Executive Vice President and General Manager, is going to join us out here live at training camp coming up next. We will talk about C.J. Stroud with Nick Caserio. How's this offensive line evaluation going? And the reunion with Jadeveon Clowney. We'll get some of the details on that, hopefully, from Nick Caserio as well. Stay there. You're listening to Payne and Pendergast.
It seems like Seth is a big fan of the Texans reunion with Jadeveon Clowney.
For the amount of money you're paying and for the impact he could make on a defense,
Healthcare Service Corporation, a mutual legal reserve company.
Get a free estimate from Generator Supercenter, the nation's #1 Generac dealer. GeneratorSupercenter.com.
Are you ready?
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, there we go. We know when that music plays, and it's in the 7 o'clock hour. I'm Payne and Pendergast, and we're here at the 6th practice of Texans training camp. Sweating, steamy.
Do you call it? I call it day 7.
Yeah.
You like going by practice.
I like going by practice number. You know what?
How do you guys do it,
Let's let Nick Caserio, Texans Executive Vice President, General Manager, break the tie. Is today day 6 of camp because it's the 6th practice, or is it practice 6 and day 7?
It's practice 2 because it's the second one in pads.
Oh, no tie broken, but he's the authority. His vote counts the most.
Great to be here. Good morning.
Question like a pro. All right.
Yeah. Good morning. Good morning. It's great to see you, Nick, as always. Me personally, I wanted to make sure we got you after SummerSlam so I could get just one gut reaction to SummerSlam before we get into all the football stuff.
Probably Randy Orton coming out of nowhere with RKO. So
is he another close personal friend of yours?
Not sure he's quite in Triple H category, but we're bridging the gap. Hopefully,
you met
at the Combine.
Yes, you
the
met
McAfee show.
You met him at the Combine, and my first reaction was, is Nick really small, or is Randy Orton as big as him?
He's really big.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not very big, but he's a monster.
He's a big dude.
It's like that picture of Yao Ming and J.J. Watt. Jay looks like a 12-year-old.
That's what it was. Yeah, you're in good company, J.J. Watt. It's great to see you, as always, Nick. So let's get into it here. Before we get into all the stuff we've seen on the field, big news for Texan fans the last day or so has been Jadeveon Clowney coming back. Take us through that. What made this the right time for JD to return to the Houston Texans?
Yeah, we kind of worked through the spring in there a little bit. That kind of third end spot was an area that we probably felt we were going to add at some point. Derek did a good job for us in that role, had conversation with him. So just kind of keeping track of the market, who are the players that are in that category. Feel pretty fortunate, with Will and Daniil. And then I would say Dylan has had a good role for us. And then we signed Dominique Robinson, who's had a pretty good training camp here. So it kind of brings a little bit different element. But that was an area we're just kind of looking at some players that maybe potentially could fill that role. And, JD was a player who we had some conversations with initially. Maybe it was a little bit later in the spring/summer. And then we kind of kept in contact with his agent over the course of the summer. And then at some point, there was some level of mutual interest. He obviously had a lot of interest from some other teams. I think there's some other teams that were involved. But it kind of worked out. I mean, it says a lot about Jadeveon, the fact that he wanted to be here, wanted to be around some of the things that we're doing. We didn't overlap. When I wasn't here when Jadeveon was here previously. Haven't played against him multiple times, know how big of a pain in the ass that he was. And he's still shown the ability, whether it's in Dallas, Baltimore, Carolina, these different stops, he still brings some positive qualities to the table. So we'll get started with him today. He'll be out here practicing. We'll kind of see how it goes.
I think the thing with Jadeveon Clowney, go back to when he was here, is I get frustrated on his behalf, partly because at least part of the narrative about him is I still get people saying to me now, well, he doesn't play hard. I'm like, he plays hard, and he has since he's a rookie. And I don't know why people haven't picked up on that, other than they're just looking at stat lines or whatever. But he's got a swarmy element to his play.
He's always played hard, and he's disruptive with his snaps. I mean, even when we were playing against the Texans when I was in New England, their front, you had JJ, you had JD was a part of it, Merciless, and they'd move JD around some different spots and put him over to guard.
Yeah.
I mean, he was really difficult to block. So he's got a unique skill set, his length. He's got real good straight line speed. He does have toughness, and to your point, Seth, he plays with good effort. I'm not really sure. He runs well.
Yeah.
So the ability to close space and close from behind. So we feel, and the reality is, whoever walks in the building, whoever walks in that defensive meeting room, if you don't play hard and compete, you're probably not going to last very long.
Oh, and that's one thing about, I said this offseason, if I were a free agent defensive lineman who wasn't happy with the offers that I was getting, I would fly to Houston and park myself in front of D'Amico's office and just say I want to play here. And I think Rod Wright does an incredible job as a defensive line coach. I think Burke and D'Amico do an awesome job in just creating an environment where you come here and you guys have this tendency to get the best out of defensive linemen. Are you starting to get the feel for this being a destination? Or Dominique Robinson perhaps can look at multiple places and say, man, people go to Houston and they tend to do pretty well.
Well, I think we're fortunate that people want to come here and be a part of our program, and it really starts with the players because ultimately we can message it, and obviously there's a standard of performance that's expected day to day. It starts with D'Amico, and then defensively trickles down to Matt, Rod Wright, Billy Davis, Dino, Steven, even Frank Oakham too.
Yeah.
I mean, Frank works the defensive line. So, but ultimately the players are the ones that hold themselves accountable. So in the end, player accountability is the best accountability. Like, you can do only so much as a coach and try to message, but if the players don't go out there and perform that to that level and do the things that you want to do, ultimately it's not going to work. So it's a credit to the players. And they see, I mean, you watch practice. I mean, there was a play D'Amico showed yesterday. It was a small thing, but talk about finishing, closing to the ball. I mean, Aziz must have run like 40 yards to track the ball. He was in the line of scrimmage, and that was the end of the play, and he was sprinting to finish on the ball. So when you see a player like Aziz do that, and then Kamari shows up around the ball, so there's a trickle-down effect.
Mm-hmm.
So you really don't have a choice, and if you don't do it, you become an outlier.
Yeah, you're a black sheep.
Yep. Texans Executive Vice President and General Manager Nick Caserio joining us here live at Texans training camp. To that end, how much has Keelan Rutledge shown up finishing plays in the tape in the offensive line room? Because we've seen a lot of that out here.
He shows up every day, and you saw that at Georgia Tech. That was one of the things that was appealing about him. He has a certain mentality and a certain playing style, and it's reflective of how we want to play, and it showed up, well, I think, honestly, the first or second day of practice, even when we were in shorts. When you're in shorts, there's only so much you can do, but you're trying to get it's more assignment football, but, there's going to be some contact to some degree, and I can't remember what happened. It was the end of a play, him and Aziz, and then Kamari got in there. So, and Keelan wasn't backing down, and he's not going to back down, which is what you want to see. So you want to toe the line because we're going to play clean, hard football. You just don't want it to go over the line, but the notion of finishing plays is something that we want to be able to do as a football team. And that message, I would say, each day is emphasized. And then when you see it show up on tape and on the field, it kind of reinforces the decision that you made.
Does it even augment the message to the rest of the room a little bit that this is a guy who's in his sixth practice today, and he's the guy we're showing up here finishing these plays?
Well, this is the standard and this is behavior. Yeah. So this is what we're going to reinforce. Good or bad, hey, here are some things that are the positives. I mean, D'Amico does a great job of going through practice and highlighting, hey, here are some of the things that we did well. Here's some areas that we can improve. But we're not going to coach, we shouldn't have to coach effort and toughness and physicality. Our job is to find players that have those qualities. And then when you get on the football field, there's your opportunity to play physical.
When I'm watching the offense, I'm trying to, I always remind myself, okay, look, if this is a combined practice versus the LA Rams, the Texans defense is going to get theirs. They're going to make some plays. And that you can't judge, like yesterday, the offense had some bad plays, but they also had some good plays. And so I try to compare offense to where they were in training camp last year. It feels like with the offensive line and the tight ends, it just feels like it's a cleaner operation. And it's hard to judge sometimes, in camp, how far a run would have gone. But I know that it just looks better, and it looks more uniform, and it looks like guys are moving in lockstep better than they were last year. Has that been your impression?
Yeah, I think what you want to see in practice, there's going to be give and take. The defense is going to make some plays. The offense is going to make some plays. Hopefully you're learning from one another. I would say there's a lot of communication. You can see we want to encourage the communication because really what you're trying to do offensively on the front, you're just trying to get the blockers distributed appropriately. Mm-hmm. So make sure we talked about this all the time, getting a hat on a hat. Yeah. And it's just simple as just, okay, I have to block Sean, make sure everybody knows that we're working to Sean. All right,
who are you going to find to block Sean?
It's a difficult
a lot of people on social media have done it.
57 years.
But I think what we've been able to do, there's multiple examples of being able to get plays started, and ultimately the running back's going to have to deal with a free player, whether it's a perimeter player at the corner or even a second-level player. So there's going to be a free player at some point, knowing who the free player is, and so the back understands that. So overall, the group has worked really hard. There's a lot of communication, and we're just trying to string positive plays together and try to eliminate the negative plays and just kind of get plays started. And if we do that, then hopefully we can just move the ball down the field.
I know you've been asked about the offensive line, about, is there a certain point where you want to find the five best guys, all those things. This is about as fluid a group as I can remember in terms of how you guys are making Matty in training camp, to the point where, we joke about how, he's the media, we got to kind of stay buttoned up as to who's on the depth chart and things like that. It's almost impossible to report anything because you guys are doing so much shuffling around. Do you and D'Amico, after each practice, is there some element of like, okay, if we had to play a game on Sunday, this would be our five? I'm not asking you to say who they are, but how does that evaluation evolve over the course of training camp?
Sure, you talk about it every day. Look at what's going on in practice. Okay, are we getting the players the right reps in the appropriate spots? Or, you know what, maybe we need to see a little bit more of this player in this spot. I mean, I think if we had to play a game today, like we feel we could play with 9 or 10 offensive linemen and be able to go out there and play competitively. So sometimes you don't really notice the difference between the groups. We're shuffling a lot of people in there. So, okay, here's the first group that goes on the field. Okay, then here's the next group that comes on the field. Sometimes you don't see a market difference. And sometimes there's plays where maybe the second group looks a little bit better than the first group. So in the end, we're just trying to figure out, all right, who are the 5 best guys? We're certainly not there yet, but we feel pretty comfortable that there's 9 or 10 players that we have to put on the field and play a game tomorrow. We feel like we could at least be competitive as an overall group.
With Marlon Klein, I think, Sean, you're an old man. Tell me if I'm using this term correctly, because I feel like this is what I want to say.
Yeah.
I feel like with Marlon Klein, there's an element of seeing him on the hoof. Like that, when you see him in person, it's different than maybe what you saw on film. Is that
I don't even know what that means. That's like this vernacular that people use, where it sounds very sexy, but it doesn't really.
We just got
we talking about horses?
I looked it up to be sure.
Anonymous executive.
I knew Sean wouldn't know. To view something live in person or its natural, unedited, and living state.
Are we going to the Kentucky Derby or something?
Well, you saw him in his natural condition at Michigan. When I saw Marlon Klein and you watch film of all these guys that you draft and everything, and then when I saw him in person and watched him move around a little bit, I thought, oh, okay, there's something more to him than necessarily what you might see on film. He's a big he looks like a retired offensive lineman. Like, he's got a big frame, he's got a catch radius, and he moves. I hate to use the term deceptively fast, but I think there's a little bit of that element to it, that he's deceptively fast.
No, I think you articulated it well. Those are some of the things that we felt we saw on his tape. He's been in Michigan for 4 years. They've had a lot of good tight ends come through that program. I mean, he didn't play as much, but the size component, I mean, he's 6'6". I don't know what his measurables are, 6'5.5", 6'6", 255. I mean, he's a big human being. He's got good length. He's got good thickness. A year from now, he's probably going to look a little bit different. Hopefully he looks even better. But I think the thing that stands out, at least for the first couple of weeks, like his willingness, his toughness on the line of scrimmage. Like, you're going to have to block. I mean, we're working against some of the best players at their respective positions in the league, in Will, Daniil. And, so far he hadn't really backed down, which is what you want to see. So he's going to have some good plays. He's going to have some plays that I'm sure he's going to want back, but hopefully he's learning and can improve. But, the things that you're seeing, Seth, I mean, we felt those are some of the things that we saw in Michigan, and hopefully we continue to grow and develop him.
That's the room I'm most interested in, Nick, is the tight end room, because of the depth that you guys have created there with drafting Mullen, bringing in Foster Moreau. And you've got guys there already with Dalton Schultz and Cade Stover and Brevin Jordan who've done good things for this franchise. So that's a lot of names in that room. When you're looking, you're getting down to a 53-man roster there. With that room in particular, with a diverse set of skills, how much do other positions maybe factor into who you end up keeping in the tight end room?
No, I think these are some of the discussions we're probably going to have. There's some positions where numbers-wise, maybe it's a little bit more than we've had in years past, so then something else is going to have to give. So we're not there yet, but you kind of have to start to look ahead a little bit and plan. So if you're heavier at one spot, it means you're going to be a little bit lighter at another spot. You might have to carry depth at that position off the roster. So that's part of the puzzle. We're trying to piece the puzzle together here a little bit with the information that we have. To your point, Sean, that room, you have a varied skill sets amongst the different players and various levels of experience. So, it's a good group. They got a good attitude. They're all available right now, which that's always the one thing you can never really bank on. Mm-hmm. But right now, it's a good group to have on the field and gives yourself hopefully some flexibility offensively.
I think one thing that D'Amico said the other day that was interesting, he talked about the veteran offensive linemen having to learn different techniques or newer techniques, basically operating the way that Cole Popovich wants them to operate. Is that anything that's drastically different, or is it little nuances and learning the scheme and all that?
It's probably a little bit more nuanced. Yeah. When a player is further along in his career development, 6, 7, 8, 9 years, and if he's been with one coach or one particular system, there's going to be some things that carry over. Maybe there's some techniques that are going to be new to that player, but, that's a challenge. So I think each year you're going to see a little bit of that take place, but it's no different for us than it is probably for other teams.
Nick Caserio, Texans Executive Vice President and General Manager, joining us here on Payne and Pendergast on Sports Radio 610. Okay, so last time we spoke with you, it was in early June, and you were very complimentary of CJ's spring that he was having. You know, we asked generally about the offense, and you brought up how CJ was kind of the linchpin of how things were going offensively. A week or so into training camp, what are you seeing from CJ so far?
Yeah, a lot of the same things. I think the big thing is that position we've talked about on the show. It's just making good, sound decisions with the football and not trying to not make a play up, but try to force a play. Just take what the defense gives you. And I think you've seen multiple examples in practice, whether we've made an adjustment or we've gone to the first read. You know, it's just you don't want to be too cute sometimes. I mean, football, it's a simple game sometimes that we make hard, but he's really done a good job. I think he's embraced the ownership of the offense, the communication between the quarterback and the offensive line, going back to the earlier discussion. Like, that's the most critical component of offensive football. So if everybody's on the same page and everybody's kind of things the same way, and then to get that information out to the perimeter of the formations, to the receivers, you know, we've had some adjustments. We've had some examples where we were hotted and we were able to execute the hot. We've had some other situations where we had a sight adjust. Maybe the quarterback did the right thing, and then maybe the skill player didn't. So those are things that you kind of work through, and then hey, what did you see? Here's what I'm thinking on that play. So that kind of two-way discourse is important, and I think you've seen that not only on the practice field, but a lot of that takes place inside in the classroom.
I can't remember if we talked about this with you before or not, but back when Ryan Fitzpatrick was here, he got benched during a portion of the season for Ryan Mallett. Ryan Mallett came in, and, you know, Fitzpatrick went to Harvard, 50 on the Wonderlic, all of that, veteran NFL quarterback. Mallett sat on the sideline and Fitzpatrick sat and watched Mallett operate for a couple games. And when Fitzpatrick came back, he said that he learned a lot from watching Ryan Mallett, because Mallett had been in New England. He knew what Bill O'Brien wanted and how the system was supposed to operate. And I've always felt that was really interesting, because Fitzpatrick was a super smart dude, but there was something about this system and understanding the way it's supposed to look that he wasn't quite getting it until he saw Ryan Mallett do it. Is there some of that with CJ where, man, it takes time in this system to really figure out all of the moving parts and how it's supposed to look, and like what kind of urgency you have to have?
It takes time.
Yeah.
I mean, even going back to Brady, I mean, it probably took him like 3 or 4 years until he really had it, and then essentially over the course of the rest of his career, you're kind of making tweaks and adjustments. So it takes time, but it's nothing that you can't accomplish without, intentional work and just communication. And there has to be a constant dialogue and discourse between offensive coordinator, quarterback, coach, the players. Because in the end, when you're on the field, you want to be able to rely on each other to do the right thing. So it takes work, and it's not going to get mastered overnight. It's constant evolution. It takes time, and sometimes it takes, I'd say, multiple years. So we're in the second year of this offensive system, so there's definitely been growth and development from kind of where we started a year ago to where we are currently.
It had to be nice winning 3 Super Bowls while your quarterback's figuring it out.
Well, yeah, but Brady will tell you that, that he wasn't. Well, I saw somebody had this montage of he said, man, young quarterbacks don't operate like this anymore, and it was a bunch of clips of Brady from year 10 and beyond. I'm like, yeah, that's not a young quarterback. No. Brady didn't operate that way when he was a young quarterback.
No, he said this too. There was multiple iterations of his career.
Yeah.
So kind of that 01 to 04 period. All right, the offense was kind of evolving and taking shape, and he was working on some things as well. But then he got to the point, where, okay, once 04 to call it 05 to really 05 and 06, 07 was whoa, we just kind of changed some things.
Yep.
But look, this is, I would say, offensive football and quarterback play in general. Every year you have to go back, and even, I don't care how long you've been in the system, you go back to ground zero and you start with the basic foundation, play call, terminology, mic identification, everything that goes into it, and you got to go out there and practice it. And the defense is going to give you something maybe you haven't seen before. I would say our defense has done a pretty good job of, we've made some tweaks and adjustments relative to what we're seeing. So it forces you to go back, how are we going to handle this? This is a different look. Hey, okay. Those are the things that are continually evolving and are always going to take place.
I think Sean and I at the end of the season were kind of doing okay, how do you fix some of these issues that they've had on offense? or with CJ, and like how do you make it better for CJ? And what's the biggest thing that you could do to make the biggest impact? The old 80-20 principle. Am I using that right, Sean?
I think so. Yeah.
He's a business guy.
Yeah.
So
on the hoof, you're using it correctly.
And it felt like all right. If we look at the biggest thing that could help out a quarterback that hasn't been there the last couple of years, it would be a consistent rushing attack. And it felt like almost every move you guys made this offseason on the offensive side of the ball was through a lens of how do we fix this rushing attack? Is that fair to say that was the theme?
Well, I mean, look, offensive football, be able to run the ball is always going to be important. When you look at, I think Buffalo had the first or second ranked rushing offense in the league. And they also have, like, an MVP quarterback.
Yeah.
So, like, your ability to run the football and control the game and play the game on your terms is always going to be important. So what is that going to look like? Right? Who's on your team? What are some things that you can accentuate, or maybe this player does well, or, the offensive line, okay, you want to be able to play a certain way. So we try to look at, all right, we're looking at the 26th season. We're trying to build the best team possible. So we're always trying to improve in whatever area that we can. Now, we haven't played a game yet, so we're not really sure exactly what it's going to look like. But you look across the league, like even Seattle. I think was Walker the MVP of the Super Bowl?
Yep.
How many times has a running back been the MVP of a Super Bowl? So in the end, your ability to run the football is ultimately there's a correlation between winning and losing, because in the end, you're going to have to get tough yards. And when you get into a red area, the space is confined. So how are you going to score? Well, you got to be able to run it in, or you got to be able to throw it in from the fringe. So, I'd say this year isn't any different than previous years. So we're trying to build a good team, and we're trying to be as balanced in offense as possible, understanding some games you might have to run it more. Some games you might have to throw it more. Who's the opponent? What do they do well? That's all part of the calculus.
Yeah, that was part of it, was that it's not even just I don't care where you finish in the rushing rankings at the end of the year. It's that when you get down into the red zone, exactly what you were talking about. All right, let's look at what the offensive production was last year. And if you just are a better red zone offense, which has helped out a lot by being able to run the ball, then, man, it's a much different appearance.
This game is about points. So where are points? Points are in the red area. So, how do you get the ball into the end zone? So really, our situational execution, third down and red area, if we can improve those areas as a team, because even defensively, there were times where maybe we didn't as well we needed to in a red area and on third down. So if those are a couple areas that we can improve as a team, then maybe that's going to help our performance, on a week-to-week basis.
How much did David Montgomery's proficiency in short yardage factor into him being the right guy for you guys?
Well, I think it's just part of his profile. I wouldn't say, Sean, there's anything that one specific quality.
Mm-hmm.
But short yardage, those 3rd and 1, 3rd and 2, 4th and 1, you got to be able to get a tough yard.
Yeah.
So some backs are maybe a little bit better than others. The big thing is you're trying to go forward, you're trying to move the pile. It's going to be condensed space. It's going to be physical. You got to play strong. You're going to have to break tackles. There's going to be a free defender, kind of what we talked about a little bit earlier. But overall, David's been a pretty versatile player who's been able to get yards, and he's been a pretty, I would say, probably underrated player in the passing game as well. He's got really good hands.
They love him in Detroit, the fans. I've never had so many people show up from another fan base in my mentions and be so nice. They're they're not. Usually a guy comes in and a bunch of other fans will say he's a bum anyway. It's these Lions fans love David Montgomery. It's
rightfully
been really,
so. He's the epitome. He's the ultimate professional. He doesn't really say much. He lets his actions do the talking. He works very, very hard. He plays tough. He plays physical. He was a great representation of the Detroit Lions program, what Coach Campbell and Brad Holmes have built. In some respects, our two programs are pretty similar. So I think there was an appreciation. I don't want to speak for those fans, but there was an appreciation for what David brought to the table and what he did, and kind of his selflessness and being able to go out there and just play with toughness and physicality on a week-to-week basis.
I don't think I've ever heard a guy in his introductory press conference say one of the things that he liked about this team was, I saw the way that they practiced when we had the combined practice. That's, and especially for an old, I'd say, air quotes, aging running back, that was really cool, because that's what D'Amico wants, obviously, is guys who care about practicing.
Players talk.
Yeah.
And they kind of know, all right, what a program. They don't know what a program is about, but, when you see some things, you can make an extrapolation about what you think that program is about. So, again, we have a tremendous amount of respect for the Lions and the way they run their program. And, our practice with them last year were very, very productive. So, the players ultimately, they want to go somewhere where that kind of fits their profile of what they're looking for. And, we're fortunate that, going back to earlier, players want to be here and be a part of what we're doing. But in the end, we want to play tough, hard, physical football with consistent effort and physicality.
I want to circle back to CJ for a second, Nick. Something you said, something CJ said the same day out here at training camp. You talked about productive conversations that have taken place with CJ's camp. CJ himself was asked about it, and he seemed upbeat about it as well. I'm not asking for a status on where things are with that. I'm just curious from a GM's perspective, how important is that communication? How constant is that communication, even when a deal's not getting done, to kind of just keep – I think CJ has handled the whole thing really well and very maturely. How important is that communication with both sides in kind of keeping the house in order, if you will?
Yeah, I mean, look, we have an open-door policy around here. D'Amico's that way. It's the way I operate. So you're never going to be closed-minded and whichever way is the wind blowing. So, I mean, we're going to treat it like professionals, treat it like adults, understand there's a business component of what we do on both sides. So we're certainly sensitive to the players in that respect. And, they understand, like, we're trying to do the best we can as a team. We're trying to, in the end, we're trying to keep as many good players around here for as long as we can, as long as possible. Sometimes it works the way you want it. Sometimes maybe it takes a little bit more work or the timetable doesn't necessarily match up the way everybody else wants it to. But, again, the most important thing is just be honest, be real, keep the lines of communication open, and be respectful to the other party. And if you get a resolution, great. If you don't, it doesn't necessarily mean that it's not going to work itself out. It just means it's going to maybe take place at a later point.
I get the feeling like we're probably not going to see CJ up at the podium at any point this training camp whining about the offers that you've made him. I feel like I think he's handled it really well in keeping it quiet and just, saying I'm letting my agent handle that stuff. Is that just something do you even have that discussion with players about, like, let's keep this quiet, let's keep this in-house, or is it just something that's generally, if you've got a good relationship with the agent, it doesn't concern you?
Yeah, that's the most important thing. Look, we understand there's a lot of eyeballs on our sport, and there's a lot of contracts that big name players that, I think, again, I read this morning, like Gibbs, they reached an agreement on his contract.
Bijan.
Bijan, excuse me. But there's always eyeballs on, I would say, players, and you want to be respectful. But in the end, the more you just keep the communication amongst yourself, like, we're respectful of the fans, and we're fortunate that there's interest. But in the end, the best way to communicate is directly to one another. And if you have an issue or have a question about something, let's just come and sit and talk like an adult. So I think the more professional everybody handles it, the better off in the end, in the long run, everybody wins as a result.
You've been pretty forthcoming both on this show and I think in press conferences about Tank and his saga and where he's been at with that. And last week when you did your press availability, you kind of clarified things, not on the PUP list, but so he can do certain things out here. And we're going to see where things are week to week, I guess. So I guess now that we've got you sitting here, where are we at with Tank right now?
Yeah, he's getting a little bit closer, making progress. So we've done some things sort of like after practice individually, ramp up wise. At some point he'll graduate to going into more drills in practice. At some point, whenever that takes place, we're probably going to at least need to see him go out there in a game in some capacity, so that the first time he's playing isn't potentially in a regular season game. So we're just trying to be very measured, very smart. And we've talked about this. Each player is kind of their own entity, so we probably try to do what we think is best for each individual player. So Tank's worked really hard. He's certainly made progress, and I think he's getting a little bit closer to whatever that next step is going to be.
Do you feel like he's going to play in a preseason game at some point here?
We'll see.
Yeah.
It might be more of so you can go through the mechanics of going back on the field, warming up, getting in the huddle, not necessarily have to go out there and play 50 plays in a game.
Yep.
Sometimes, and I want to speak for a player, there's just a little bit of maybe a mental block that you want to, you're graduating to the next step.
Mm-hmm.
So you go from rehab, then you get from rehab to practice. Then you go from practice to call it a real game or, a real situation.
Yeah.
So there's steps that players have to go through, and there's a mental component as well that we're certainly sensitive to. So the physical is the physical, the mental is the mental. We can't extrapolate necessarily what a player, how he's feeling or thinking, but we try to just make sure that we support them and put them in a position where they can go out there and feel comfortable and confident as possible.
People are anxious, and I know Tank is the most anxious of all to get out there, Nick, but I don't know if you're out here. He got the Stone Cold Steve Austin pop the other day when he walked out here. crowd was cheering loud for Tank Dell.
Did they break the glass?
They should have. That's what we need. We need.
He looked at me like I know what the hell that means. I know. What's he do?
He was very
you ever
popular.
seen his introduction?
I've seen a little bit of it. I do the beer stuff.
Yeah. The glass breaks, and then he walks out, and the crowd goes crazy. That's all I was saying.
The glass breaks.
There's a glass. They had at WrestleMania, they had a glass door, and it just shatters, and he walks out.
You know, he's got the best badass high school intro I've ever seen. Did you ever see Will Anderson's high school?
I have not.
Where they introduced, or at least in this one game, they've got a gigantic cage, and the team is in a cage, and then they introduce the team, and Will Anderson and everybody bust out of this cage and run onto the field.
Really changed.
That feels edgy.
He walks around the building with a scowl sometimes.
Very scary. Nick Caserio joining us here, Texans Executive Vice President.
Sorry.
No, go ahead.
Finish it. People know he's the general manager. As you're talking about making that that step-by-step progression, I'm almost thinking about Tank if he was a rookie, because there's a big jump from the speed and intensity of a preseason game on into the regular season. So getting that one step in of you're out here at practice, but then you go into one level intensity up into preseason instead of going straight into a regular season game.
And the reality is, some players may need that, other players may not.
Yeah.
So it's case by case and just trying to figure out what makes the most sense.
Yeah. Sean, let me tell you about the first time I ever dropped into coverage in an NFL game.
How was your back?
I don't know what's going on here.
Yeah.
However fast they were moving in practice, tracer bullets.
Okay. Your Madden score is 87 at the end of your career.
You know what's the biggest?
Not bad.
The biggest insult. Yeah, I never knew that was. I didn't know that was good until he told me.
Yeah.
No, the funniest thing about the biggest insult when they have you drop back as a nose tackle is that they don't even coach you up on it. They're listen, you're genuinely just a mound of flesh out there, okay? I'm but I got to be looking for number 3, right? Don't bother yourself with the simple arithmetic, idiot. Just get back in there in the hook spot. Yeah.
Did you have any scouting report about Seth's back pedal back in the day?
No, we didn't have that.
No?
They gave me an 11 on the vertical.
His hip flex. The Madden people did an 11.
Oh, the Madden
out of 100. Then he got 41 the next year. They saw his hops.
Yeah.
Do you pay attention to any of the Madden score, NFL Top 100, anything? Well, you knew 87 was good, though.
Well, I'm using it off of a academic scale.
Oh,
so
okay.
If you're in the 88,
he's a B+.
88, 90.
B+ student.
Pretty good.
Yeah.
Who was my comp?
Your comp was the
player, the same score.
The player this year who has the same score you did is Zach Allen.
Yeah, racist that. Oh, yeah.
Ooh, wow.
He's not racist.
No, I'm talking about Madden.
Yeah, Madden. Yeah. Nick Caserio joining us here. I'm curious because I think you guys make a habit of bringing in football junkies. The guys that just love every aspect of football. Who is the biggest? And you can name multiple names if you want to. Who's the biggest football junkie on the team?
On the team?
On the team.
Oh, my gosh.
Yeah.
Yeah, so when it comes to just wanting to know every aspect of it.
Just whatever Nick's definition of a junkie is.
I would say Petrie, Kamari, Will, Aziz, Henry. Those guys are. Henry's
an interesting one because Henry To'oTo'o is a guy that I think where he is now compared to what I thought he could be as a rookie. You can see that a lot of it has been he did transform his body, but then also a big part of his game has to be just the recognizing routes, taking the right leverage, all of that, and you can work on it.
He's worked really hard. So this is year 4 for him. Yeah. So from where he was as a rookie to where he is now, he's made as much progress as anybody. He works really hard, very instinctive. We've challenged him in some areas. Hey, here are the things that we want you to improve, and he's responded accordingly. But he just has a certain mindset and demeanor and overall mentality. Again, going back to kind of your question, we're fortunate we have a lot of players with that type of mentality and mindset, that's what works, and that's who D'Amico is. That's how he was as a player, and, that hasn't necessarily changed between how many years ago that was to where we are now.
Well, on this defense, too, there's a lot of guys that get a lot of attention on this defense at the All-Pro and Pro Bowl level, things like that. But Henry's a guy, Reed Blankenship bringing him in. Tommy Togiai is a guy. Yeah, Tommy's a good example. I feel like you guys have a nice top layer of really elite talent there. But, boy, on this defense, it's that, to me, I guess, I think, and I'm just me saying this subjectively, that next tier of players, is like almost the glue that holds the whole thing together, right?
Well, I mean, not to use this phrase, but the notion of glue guys, it's actually it's a pretty good podcast actually as well. I mean, it's Alex Smith, Shane Battier. But anyways, you need guys who just embrace their role. I mean, Tommy, I don't think he's said two words since the offseason started to where he is now. He just lets his performance kind of do the talking for him.
Yep.
So who just embrace their role and who take the coaching and who improved and gotten better. Tommy's another example of a guy, brought him in October of 24, and from where he was to where he is now. I mean, you've seen. I mean, D'Amico's talked about him. I don't know, almost every day at the podium, but it's almost every day.
He did this week. Yeah. So it's 40 minutes flies by, man.
We're already 40 minutes in?
Yeah, we're 40. We got 30 seconds left. Yeah.
Oh, undrafted rookie free agent to adopt. Last year, Casey Osai and Jackson Woodard. One of those guys is back in the fold this year.
Osai, yeah.
Right now, my leader in the clubhouse is Noah Whittington.
Noah's done a pretty good job.
Yeah.
Noah, he was limited in there, limited spring. He kind of was coming off a little bit of a toe. We're just trying to get him ready for training camp. But, I mean, he's gone out there and, he's done a pretty good job. Good toughness, got good straight line speed. We'll see how it goes. Probably going to get a bunch of opportunities here in the preseason to carry the ball.
No doubt. Texans Executive Vice President and General Manager Nick Caserio. Nick, we always enjoy it, man.
Appreciate it. Always good to visit with you guys.
Yeah, you too. You too. Appreciate the time. Nick Caserio joining us here on Sports Radio 610. All right, we'll hand things over to Mark and John here in a minute. I got to tell you guys about Base Power. I saw J.J. Watt tweeting about Base
Bundle and save with a new lower auto rate. You're in good hands with Allstate. Not available in every state. Only applicable for new auto insurance business. Rates will vary by several factors, including how you purchase the policy. Potential savings may vary. Allstate North American Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Hey, this is Lauren. And a little thing I love about the hash brown scrambled burrito is that it's going to add the protein that you need. The eggs with those crispy nuggets. It's the ultimate combo.
Hi, this is Maya, and a little thing I love about the hash brown scrambled burrito is that it's packed with protein. Having Chick-fil-A chicken in a breakfast burrito is just phenomenal to me. You have the chicken, you have the eggs, and then you add these hash browns. It's just complete, honestly.
Order the Chick-fil-A hash brown scrambled burrito and Simply Orange Juice on the Chick-fil-A app today. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey station.
It's time.
Here we go!
To get back to the grind.
Let's go to work, baby!
And prepare for the season.
Go, 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 go!
It's Texans Training Camp Live. Here's Mark Vandermeer and John Harris.
And Sean and Seth are leaving the facility. No, they're not. They're just leaving the stage area. They're going to take in practice today. And thank you for doing our show tonight, because we'll probably rerun all of that Nick Caserio interview because it was so awesome. So that's good. So thank you very much, guys.
Tell the girlfriend goodbye. If the wife stays, the girlfriend goes.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
When we see them down here with Nick, we're thinking, well, what about us?
Yeah, what about us? It's like when the girlfriend and wife meet. I don't know if that happens.
They're the GF. We're the wife because
we're the wife.
Because we're every week with Nick.
Yeah,
right?
Absolutely.
And we're every week with Nick. And they every month, right? So that would indicate the frequency of such, although maybe not. I don't know. I shouldn't even talk about these things. Okay, I should talk about this because we are at training camp. Another padded practice in store for us today, and can't wait. Fans in the stands. This place is going to be buzzing once again, the Houston Methodist Training Center. And let's get right to hot reads. We have a Texans transaction to report.
Yes.
Okay.
Do it.
The following player has been placed on IR, and that would be DJ Turner, receiver. It's too bad. Number 16 he was wearing out here. And that was the corresponding move in order to announce that certain number 90 Jadeveon Clowney is now officially a part of the Texans. So you had the reports on Sunday that he agreed to terms. Yesterday, physical, whatever else. And Johnny and I caught up with him. You're going to see a ton of social media stuff in a few moments probably with Jadeveon Clowney as training camp practice gets underway. And Nick Caserio said on Payne and Pendergast he will practice today. But guess what, folks? We've got him. We've got Jadeveon Clowney in studio. We caught up with him yesterday upon his arrival back with the Houston Texans, and it was a delight. Let's hear the conversation. Look who's in studio with us in Battle Red, back where he belongs, Jadeveon Clowney. JD, great to see you. How's it going?
It's going good, man. Excited to be back. Looking for the opportunity. Can't wait to get going.
Okay, I said this. I said seeing you again. Now, you and I, we've seen each other at different stops, which has been great. This is like the best weird feeling that I've had in a while. How is it for you after 8 years coming back in the building?
Oh, same. It's very weird, but it's exciting. I told my my wife, that I was like, it's going to be a big difference for me after leaving for so long and coming back. But I'm looking forward to it. I think we got a great team here. I can help, contribute, and, chasing that Super Bowl.
You left, but in many ways you never did because you are still a Houstonian and have been, even though you've played for several other teams. What's that been like still being in Houston, JD?
That's been great, man. I've been raising my family here. I got 3 beautiful kids, a 10-year-old, a 6-year-old, and a 4-year-old, and they love Houston. Born and raised here, and we just been here the whole time. I've been playing football other places, but I've been watching from a distance, and it's been great. And I'm just happy to be back in the building.
So when you say that, and you mentioned your wife.
Yes, sir.
I think back to when you walked in this building in 2014. Mm-hmm. Wide-eyed, 21 years old?
21, just turned 21.
I mean, no kids at that point.
Right.
To where you are now, what's probably the biggest change in you, A, as a person, JD, and as a player?
I just growing up as far as becoming a man, learning more about myself, and being patient. My patience have grown, and just becoming a man. Like having kids that teach you patience and teach you everything about life, and just can't rush into stuff and how to do things slow and take your time and make the decisions. And I think that's been the biggest change for me, getting married and, having kids and building a family has been great for me.
7 teams, Jadeveon, and you look at each situation, it's all different, right? So every time you go somewhere, you've been able to contribute, but each situation is different. What was that process like, getting acclimated to each team and then being a success?
Oh, man, it was difficult sometimes because sometimes I was going out to training camp and, try to jump into this team and a scheme in the middle of the season. But I always just say at the end of the day, one thing you can do is play football, and you're a football player and you're very instinctive, and I knew that about myself. So every time I walked out there, I said, I might not know the playbook like that off the back, but I'm a very instinctive player playing football. So I just let my instincts take over, and I just kept succeeding throughout my career, playing no matter where I went. I just kept succeeding, playing at a high level.
JD, how much did you know DeMeco Ryans before this process? Had you guys met before? Because I know I don't think you guys crossed over in a building that I can remember here. Did you have, just knowledge of DeMeco? What was kind of your thought about, hey, I like what DeMeco's doing, I like what the defense is doing, and it's obviously your home here in Houston. How much did all that play a factor, DeMeco Ryans in particular?
Man, very much, a lot. Past 7-8 years, like I said, since he signed, I've been watching from a distance like, he got that team ready to play. Them guys follow him, they bond in, and you want to be a part of an organization like that, and a guy that everybody's believe in, like, can lead. And for me, watching that on TV, I'm at home watching it on TV, I'm like, I can be a part of it. I know I can help that team. And when there was time and then I had the opportunity to come back, it was a no-brainer for me.
Yep.
And it didn't matter about the money and other teams that was calling. I was like, oh, man, I got a chance to go back to where it all started and try to finish it how I want to finish my career and my legacy in the place where it started. So that's what I was thinking about when I made my decision this offseason.
How do you see yourself fitting in? Did they talk to you about that, your role? Because some pretty good pass rushers here, as you know.
No question. Like I said, I told them guys, I know they got great pass rushers. I'm just a great player myself. I just told them ain't going to be no fall off out of them 3. You won't be able to tell the difference. So we'll see. I don't want to just keep speaking on it. I'm a show me guy. So I'm just going to show up every day and guys what can do and contribute to help the team any way I can.
Johnny's already talking about moving you inside sometimes, inside, outside.
I'm going to move you everywhere.
Yeah.
For sure.
And you like that too, right?
Yeah, I played it a lot here when I was here. I played inside a lot, like rushing up the middle, over the guards, over the center. I feel like I can pretty much help any way they can see me fit, and I still dominate in the run game, still dominate, get to the quarterback, putting pressure. So, I just, like I said, having fun with it and continue to try to continue my career and know what other place to do it than back in Houston where I started.
One of my favorite moments, JD, we were in the locker room. I don't know if you remember this. We were in the locker room, and I was interviewing somebody after the game as player of the game. And I remember you looked at me, and you're like, hey, you'll be talking to me next week.
You feel me? Yeah, man.
And you called your shot, and then it was Indianapolis, 2016. And you had the sack on Andrew, forced a fumble, kept them out of the end zone. So we were talking about that this morning. Yeah. Do you have a player or moment that you remember most from your first stint with the Texans that you got? You have like, you know what, that one? Because I said to Mark, I have a couple of moments that didn't show up on the stat sheet.
Yes, sir.
We had your interception against the Raiders in playoff game, which is cool. You had the touchdown against New England. Those are great stats on the stat sheet. I have some. You chasing down Brandon LaFell against the Bengals. You almost caught it.
I almost caught it.
That was pretty damn impressive. And then in the playoff game against the Patriots up there, you hit Tom Brady. I thought you broke him.
Me too. I thought I got him, but
I thought you had him. I thought he was getting up for that. But do you have one, like a favorite memory?
Man, it was so many. When it comes down to it, I remember we was playing, I want to say the Minnesota Vikings one year.
Yeah.
I got some big hits on one of their running backs, and I was just like, it was some of the best hits. It wasn't no helmet knockoffs, but it was like slide inside, boom, drop the boom on guys on the goal line trying to squeeze in, and all of that just was played memories in, especially against the Colts.
Yeah.
All them years playing against Andrew Luck. And, making plays against division was crazy for me. And, that was how we always see it as being playing in Texas, got to beat up on that division. So all them division games to me was so big that I always wanted to make plays and try to contribute. So that's all I kept thinking about, like, what can I do to help the team and make plays? So there's so much that I can talk about on teams. Like you said, the playoff game, we tried to make the run against the Raiders, the pick six. tackle for loss and I pulled the guy's hair down.
Yeah, that's right. You did.
It was one of the great plays for me. And, I was like, I got him by one dread.
Yeah.
So,
It's legal.
Yeah, it was. So it was so much here, so much history for me and so much from part of my legacy that I had picked down in the first 5 years of my career. Making All-Pro was here and, like I said, raised my family here. So it's been great for me.
Yeah, 2016 is notable because you were the #1 defense in the league. And this past year, Texans' #1 defense in the league, we're talking yards per game, and that was you and Whitney just wreaking havoc up front along with everybody else.
DJ Reader.
Yeah, DJ Reader.
Are you in touch with a lot of the guys still?
Yeah, I do. I work out with DJ Reader all the time.
Okay.
Kareem Jackson, Jonathan Joseph, all them guys. I still stay in touch with them. Kids hang out together. It's just been great, just developing the relationships over the years and continue on throughout my life. It's been great, even though I haven't been playing with them. Every offseason I get up with them. I stay here. Jonathan Joseph, I see his kids, DJ Reader. We got 2 boys now. It's like, hey, we just blessed to continue to play the game we love, and and our kids get to watch us now, my kids, and it's just been fun for me.
From that standpoint, them getting a chance to watch you on television,
That's right.
How cool is that for you? Because we've talked to people, when they have kids, like we saw DJ last year up in Detroit. We had a long chat with him. It was good to see him. But when your kids get a chance to watch you, what's that like?
Man, you just don't want to let them down.
Yeah.
My son know the game, and he like, it's so funny. I signed to Dallas late last year, and my first game was rusty against Green Bay Packers. And after the game, he was like, Dad, I know that wasn't you out there. And I was like, son, I promise you, if I don't do nothing, I'm going to get better from here.
Yeah.
It ain't going to get backwards. I'm going to get number better. I just got to knock the rust off. He's like, my dad he fell down a few times. I was like, I promise you, son, I'm going to get better. But he noticed that type of stuff at 10 years old. He watched the game tight now, and I just be wanting to prove him that I can still go. So half of the stuff I do is because of my kids. I be more consistent now in my career and work it out because my son work out with me. I do a lot of stuff to try to lead him, to show him how you're supposed to go about it.
13th year in the league,
Yes, sir.
and that's incredibly difficult to accomplish no matter who you are. So how have you changed over the years in terms of the way you take care of yourself, if at all? Because you came in 2014. I mean, that's a while ago. So how's that evolved for you?
Man, it started crazy because, like you said, I got hurt my first game of my career. I probably played like 7-8 snaps and had that microfracture, and I came in at 270, and I had to slim up because I had no more cartilage on my knee for these years. But all these years, it's just been really developing a different way to attack my body as far as like getting inflammation out or trying to get my knee flexion back. And over the year, I've just been increasing myself and getting better and better and better. And I know I'm getting older in age, but my body started feeling better the later in my career, and it kind of helped me, just getting healthier, taking care of. I spent a lot of money on it. Spent a lot of money on my body. But it also worked out for me and paid off for me. And I still get to play 13 years in the league. Like I said, it's been a blessing. I'm just blessed to be here, continue to be playing, because it could have been over with a long time ago. I started, I had injury, back to back to back. Tore both of my groins, tore my knee up, all here. And then it started getting better. I just thank God for that because I didn't know at one point a time in my career, I didn't know what was going to happen. I was like, I don't know, Mom. I just couldn't get over the injury part my first 2 years, and then I started getting better, and it started coming together, and then I kept making plays.
Well, there are a lot of linemen that liked for you to have stepped away at that point, but you didn't. I remember, I think I can tell the story now. It was 2018. We went to Denver, and J.Joe was hurt, and J.Joe wasn't playing, and we went back on the field. That was the Demarius game.
Yeah.
That was when we had gotten Demarius, and Demarius was playing back in Denver with us, and we ended up winning the game, missed the field goal and all that. But I remember J.Joe walked by me by halftime, and he goes, Clowney ain't supposed to be playing. And I was like, what do you mean? He goes, you had like I don't know, what's the worst you got? Like is grade 1 the worst or grade 3?
2 and 3.
Grade 2 and 3. He's like,
2 or 3.
He's got a grade 3 groin issue. And I was like, he's playing? And you were playing that game. And I just remember he's like, Clowney shouldn't be out there. And I was like, and at the NFL level, you do make sacrifices. You do play when you're hurt.
Yeah.
There's a difference between being hurt and injured.
Yeah.
But at what point did you kind of have that epiphany of, what? How do I take care of my body a little bit better? When did that hit you?
Probably when I left here.
Okay.
I was young and naive And anybody could have got me to do anything at 20 and 21, especially when you drafted me here.
Yep.
You know, I didn't know no better. If I knew what I knew now, I probably would have told them, hey, just let me get healthy, fully healthy, and try to come back where I wouldn't have to keep getting hurt.
Sure.
I just kept going out there, listening to other people tell me, oh, you can do it. And I went listen to myself. I kept putting myself in them situations. So it was like young, just being young.
Yeah.
And as I got older, I started learning, just take care of your body. You know, listen to your body. Don't let nobody else tell you how it goes. You should be at in 6 weeks. You know, they put a timetable on me to get back healthy. And when it came to that point and I went there, I started saying in my head, I got to go because it's 6 weeks. You know, that's what they told me I should be feeling better. So I started trying to do stuff because other people and not myself at that point in time in my career when I was younger. As I got older, I started saying, just take care of me and everything will take care of itself. So that's what I changed that when I left.
It's wild to me that we have a player here who was teammates with Andre Johnson, and you're still with the Texans. Well, you're back. You were originally with the Texans. But what do you make of the building, the facilities, people around here? Because it's different than when you were here.
It's time seeing now. It's so much. It's so different. It's so much better to. Locker room's amazing. Yeah. The weight room's amazing. They put an upstairs in there. It's crazy. I said I couldn't even come up with that. How could they evolve that much and add that much in this building? But they figured it out. It's nice though, and the training room's huge now. I mean, they script it. It looks so much bigger than when I was here. The food great. Cafeteria food. I just ate in there twice. They had lamb chop, chicken. It was great. But it's just been great, man. Like I said, I'm just happy to be back here, back playing, and continue my career here.
So this morning we were doing our show kind of in the corner. As you walk on the practice field, we're at that first corner when everybody walks by, so we expect you to say hi to us tomorrow.
Yes, sir.
But I saw the fans going by, and they're all wearing jerseys, and, I saw Nico go by, I saw C.J. Stroud go by, and then I saw one woman that was walking by, and she had a 90 Clowney jersey on. Sir. People have not forgotten you around here, man. Like, they have not forgotten about you. There was an excitement yesterday when it was announced that you were coming back to the Texans, not just by Mark and I. It was everybody. Like, Clowney's coming back. There was like this big excitement. What do you have to say to the fans that still have that love for you? And now as Texans fans, they get a chance to see you again play.
Hey, man, I appreciate it. I'm so excited, so blessed to have you guys. It's wonderful, and I hope I can go out here and make you guys proud again this year and give y'all everything I got. I'm looking forward to that. Hopefully, lead this team to a Super Bowl. That's what my plan was this year. I'm sure that's everybody on this team plan, and I just want to be a part of that.
Well, we noticed that through number shuffling today that 90 might be available.
Might be.
Is that what it's going to be?
Yes, sir. I'll be wearing my number 90 back.
That is beautiful
All right,
stuff.
I like it. My number 90. I like it.
I have it back.
Yes.
JD, thanks a lot for joining us. Good luck.
Yes, sir. Thank y'all for having me.
Interesting that Mario Williams also wore 90, another number 1 overall pick in the NFL draft.
But according to JD, it's his.
It's his.
I got my 90 back.
They can fight it out. Mario lives in Houston, too, I believe. That'd be fun to get them together. Anyway, that was Bijani Creighton. We caught up with him late yesterday in the building at Reliance Stadium. Obviously, a yesterday conversation leading into today. He's going to practice. The show is not all about Clowney, of course, but we wanted to highlight that. That was an exclusive. And we'll have some exclusive thoughts. D'Amico Ryans, what do you have to say about the first padded day in practice and a new policy here at practice for the fans that you need to hear about? And Texans President Mike Tolman joining us in a few moments as well. About 20 minutes or so for Mike. A little bit on Hayden McDonald, rookie defensive tackle. Maybe Tommy Togiai stops by. We got a lot of things happening. It's Texans Training Camp Live.
More training camp coverage is coming up on Texans Radio.
To all the physicians, researchers, and nurses who've made all the difference, the families you've helped would like to say,
thank you, Texas Children's.
To hear their stories, visit texaschildrens.org/impact. Texas Children's.
Introducing the Gold Checking Account from Amity Bank, a bold new approach to taking exceptional care of our clients. As a Gold Checking Account holder, you'll enjoy access to premium features and benefits, including unlimited ATM withdrawals, rate discounts on new loans, and an interest rate bonus on select savings accounts. Ready to get started? Find a local branch at amitybank.com. Please refer to the deposit account agreement and the Gold Account product disclosure. Loan subject to credit approval.
It's bigger. It's better.
It's Coshada Casino Resort like you've never seen it before. Introducing the all-new Legacy Tower with 204 beautiful rooms, 100 suites, and a stunning new lobby entrance. Just steps from the largest gaming floor in the Lake Charles area. With new gaming, better slots, top-rated golf, and the Dream Pool and Lazy River. It's all at Coshada, Louisiana's best bet.
Let's play football. Kids ages 4 to 15 can get in the game with the Houston Texans Flag Football League at the YMCA, presented by Texas Children's. Parents, introduce your children to the exciting world of flag football youth leagues where programs focus on skill development, teamwork, and having fun in a safe, non-contact environment. Games begin on October 31st, but registration closes October 23rd. So don't wait. Spots are almost full. Register boys and girls now at HoustonTexans.com/youthfootball.
More Texans Radio is on the way.
When the Houston Texans take to the gridiron this season, Reliant will be there to bring the energy. That's because Reliant is the only energy provider the Texans trust to power every electric moment, every punt, pass, and kick, every touchdown or takeaway. Reliant will be there, powering every game day. And when you have Reliant and Vivint, they're smarter together, giving you the power to manage your electricity and your smart home all in one place. Reliant, proud to be the official energy provider of the Houston Texans.
PUCT number 10007.
It's the summer sales event with the Ford Crew.
Anna, what says summer to you?
Sunshine, road trips, camping.
And?
Ford being #1 in new vehicle quality among mainstream brands according to J.D. Power.
And?
And low APR offers with Ford credit financing on a select lineup of Ford trucks and SUVs.
My kind of summer.
For APR offer information, visit Ford.com or your local Ford dealer. For J.D. Power 2026 U.S. Initial Quality Study Award information, visit jdpower.com/awards. Awards based on 2026 model year.
Sound familiar? At Mattress Firm, we understand there are many problems that can keep you up at night, like snoring, aches and pains, or sleeping hot. Our sleep experts have the unrivaled know-how to match you with a mattress that can help. And at Mattress Firm, save up to $700, plus get a free adjustable base with select Sealy Posturepedic mattresses. For the great sleep you deserve, visit Mattress Firm. We make sleep easy. Restrictions apply. See store or website for details.
Reset your presets.
Initialize sequence.
And tell your friends. August 13th, we become 95.7 The Fan. A place for fans, built by fans. Texans, Rockets, Astros. Doesn't matter. Everyone's invited. Louder, clearer, better than ever. Houston sports leader 95.7 The Fan is coming soon.
To all the physicians, researchers, and nurses who've made all the difference, the families you've helped would like to say,
thank you, Texas Children's.
To hear their stories, visit texaschildrens.org/impact. Texas Children's.
We're back with a front row seat. It's Texans Training Camp Live.
Welcome back to Texans Training Camp Live here at the Houston Methodist Training Center.
Wait, was that a quick spot?
No.
It wasn't a full 30.
No, it was no.
No, it wasn't because I would have been ready.
Byron's giving us the time. He said 60 seconds, so mentally I was
yeah,
there.
you know what? It's true.
And when I hear nothing, I'm like, I look over and you don't have your headphones on.
Yeah.
I'm like,
just stomping my feet to the beat, baby.
Yeah, exactly.
Because that's what's happening out here. You got the music going. You got the fans fired up for another training camp practice.
Players walking across.
Yeah,
Solomon
we got
Bird.
full
Punters are
pads.
here.
Man, Bird, that's another guy. Look, with Clowney here, that sends the alarm to anybody on the edge past Daniil and Will. Even Daniil and Will. Listen, iron sharpens iron. Competition makes you better.
Yes.
You don't think they noticed? Wait a minute. We signed who?
Yeah.
Let's go.
I mean, if
Let's
I'm
get even
them,
better.
I mean, you think about it from their standpoint, too, like the attention that they get and how much attention they get. Now, you are a fool if you're an offensive coordinator and you're going, well, we're going to single block them and focus on the inside or whatever. You're going to have to put multiple resources to each one or multiple resources to one of them when they're on the field.
Yeah,
so what does that do for 90? You know what I mean? What does it do for the other guys that line up? You're going to get those one-on-one battles, and Miko says it all the time. You got to win your one-on-one ops. And they've now got a defensive line all across that can win those one-on-one ops.
Let's do some quick math here.
Okay.
How many sacks did they have on Josh Allen last year?
8.
Okay. Now you have Clowney, and it's week 1, and you have no film. on what they're going to do with Clowney. I mean, you can guess, they'll stick him on the edge when Will or Daniil are not out there. But to your point, yesterday, inside, outside, all around the town, who knows? I mean, put Will in the middle and you could do a lot of cool things with these guys. It's dealer's choice for Matt Burke and D'Amico Ryans.
Was it last year with the Colts? Y'all remember it was against the Colts where Will lined up over the center? I think it was the Colts because he took Bortolini. And he lined up over the center, and he took Bortolini and just ran right through him and got to Daniel Jones. I think Jones got the ball away, but Will was like right at feet. And I just, holy smokes. Can you imagine more of that? Because you now have JD on the edge. And we've seen JD do that in the past. So he's still got game left. But I'll tell you what, that interview, and we got to thank our stellar PR crew for setting that up and helping us with that.
Yep.
We love
got
JD.
some good videos, too. Wait till you see his reaction video to his all-time highlights. That'll come out maybe today. I don't know.
So we were sitting. So when you're watching it, you might have the same feeling. So as I'm seeing these plays pop up, so Chris put together, Chris Schnabel does a great job. He put together Clowney. He started with the announcement of him getting drafted.
Yep.
So we were kind of poking at JD about, oh, man, you cried, didn't you? And then he gave us an unbelievable answer to that. But then they were showing some play. Like, I remember this. I had forgotten one of my favorite plays ever that happened in 2017 at Seattle. And if you remember in that game, that was one of the best football games that's ever taken place. I mean, Deshaun hits Will on the first drive. But JD tackled Eddie Lacy with a Seahawk. They tried to put a fullback on JD, and he took the fullback and he launched him into Eddie Lacy. Lacy stumbles, and that allowed everybody else to get there. So he's supposed to be reacting to this video. And I'm sitting next to him, and I am almost falling out of my chair laughing because I had totally forgotten about that play. And so if you see him on the video, look to his left. He's laughing at me because I am dying laughing at JD throwing a man into another man to make a tackle. It's just it's incredible.
Yeah.
Some of the things that he ended up doing. It's good. It's a great reaction video too, and we thank PR for that. Our social team's going to get some great stuff. There's been some posts already, and that interview for us was awesome.
It'll be out later today probably, but we'll see.
Yeah.
Okay, so
really good.
Watch this space, as President Mike Toman would say, and he's going to be on with us in about 10 minutes. Anyway, D'Amico Ryans, you know what? I'll get to that in a moment. I want to get to the policy because I promised that.
Okay, yeah.
So a lot of teams do this, and you've been seeing video come from practice from fans who have an amazing view of practice.
Yes.
Sideline view. Now, some of the issues involved with this are they got an amazing view.
Yeah.
And it's a little too good. Mm-hmm. So sometimes they're showing stuff that maybe the team doesn't want seen by the whole world right now.
Yeah.
Right? Now, I know how training camp is. You could conceivably have a Spygate scout from the Colts in here wearing Texans gear, like a wolf in sheep's clothing.
Yeah.
But they're not really a wolf. They're more like, a little poodle in Texans clothing because they're a cult, and they might be spying on us. So I know that could actually happen. But fans posted videos. They want to make sure fans don't post videos of team periods, meaning 11 on 11. You can take videos of other stuff and CJ throwing a tank or whoever else and individual stuff, and that's cool because those are cool videos. Those are like NFL films, the ball spinning in the air. Oh, my gosh.
Put your own music on.
But they don't want the full team stuff shown because that gives other teams some glimpses of what the Texans might be doing. So there's a new policy, no photos or videos during team periods. And that's only really, I don't know, what percentage would you give it, 30% of practice?
Yeah,
you can do special teams, I guess, right? And they'll let you know. I recorded some announcements, and don't shoot the messenger.
I was worried about that when you told me about this.
They're going to play. I hate Vandermeer now. He told me I can't take videos.
It's Mark's fault.
Listen, this is an organizational thing.
Yeah.
So don't shoot the messenger, and they're going to roll those when it's appropriate or when they don't want you to shoot video.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna say something because I know there's going to be pushback from a lot of people.
The media?
Because they're going to be like, well, yeah, there's going to be, I've had that for me, for Harris Hits, for years. You know this. I've been called on the carpet by Coach, GM, over the years.
Not in this administration.
Not in this administration. Not in this, because part of it is because I've learned along the way.
Like what they don't want you saying.
That's right. And I've kind of learned about, all right, I kind of know. Like, I'm not going to sit there and tell you, okay, that was a duo run or that was a zone with this, or I'm not going to say, hey, they lined up in 13 personnel on this play. Like, I've learned the things to say, like, oh, this is an inside run. Look, I know what an inside run is. I know what duo is versus zone. I know those kind of things. But I can't put those in Harris hits. And
there's my announcement.
Your announcement.
You can't hear it.
There's your. Oh, you can hear it. I don't know if you can hear it through the microphone, but yeah, there's your. You're not getting booed yet.
I'm not getting booed yet.
Boo.
Yeah, I say go Texans at the end. They didn't even have that in the script, and I'm like, I got to say something positive here.
You got to throw something
I can't just leave it like, you are all doomed. You cannot take pictures. No, it's going to be fun. They can take a lot of pictures here today, just not of the secret sauce of the 11 on 11, okay?
That's right.
That's the thing.
Yeah.
All right, let's get to D'Amico Ryan's first day in pads yesterday. What did the head coach have to say about the session?
First day of pads in training camp is always an exciting day. It's always an eventful day. You never know what's going to happen. One side getting the best of the other side, but overall, I thought it was a really good day. Got a little tired there at the end, and a little scuffle broke out. Don't want to see that. As I mentioned to our guys, we want to be smart in how we prepare, how we train. So we got to be smarter there. But overall, I like the way the guys pushed through today. First day of pads was a successful day in my mind.
Okay, so it was reported, and that's why I can say this too, okay? Do they not want videos of fights out there? Can you imagine Hard Knocks? Listen, Washington 2015, Will Fork, the gang. I mean, that was a nasty fight.
That's the worst.
But that was pre-massive amounts of internet video, right?
Yeah, totally.
I don't know when the vids really got real cooking on Instagram and Twitter. I mean, Instagram always had photos in the beginning, right? But video.
I feel like it's been the last couple of years where it's really
No, but it's been longer than that. But I'm talking about
like the true practice video.
These absolutely.
I feel like that's been the last 2 or 3 years.
The cameras are better than ever. You can shoot a motion picture on an iPhone.
Well, yeah, exactly.
Or an Android, which is
what
what
I mean.
use.
It's always kind of been out there with the photos and some of those things, but I think it's really been the videos. And once you give somebody, or once somebody has a camera and they know a little bit about football and they're trying to grow a profile.
They can do a lot of damage.
They can do a lot of damage, and they can do a lot of things. They can put a lot out there.
They can be very good. They can be very good at what they do. In this case, they don't want to
be better than maybe some traditional media members.
But what D'Amico said about the skirmish situation, you got guys here fighting for jobs, man. That's right. Like you drafted Wade Woodaz, and Woodaz sees linebacker possible depth issue behind the two front guys because you have no EJ Speed. Then Jake Hansen gets hurt.
Right.
So I'm fighting for that time, those snaps. And then you go ahead and sign Sione Takitaki. By the way, Mrs. Takitaki on TikTok. How about that for a phrase?
Okay.
Mrs. Takitaki on TikTok posted a video, and it was, she's from Texas. I don't know who does the song, but she was dancing to it, and he's in the background. They're getting all fired up that they're Houston Texans now. And I thought that was very cute.
Sione Takitaki, I talked to Tommy Togiai about this. Pretty interesting answer about another Polynesian player coming here to Houston. So that was neat. And look, Takitaki's done some good things in his career. So we'll see. He gets in the competition linebacker.
But it affects things.
But Twain,
I got to make an impression, man, and I'm not going to take it if somebody, barrels into me, whatever he interpreted.
Right.
And there was a little skirmish, whatever. I think some of those, again, just like the day one hit of Rutledge on the linebacker was Aziz, but that moment, those moments, some of it is, we don't like this, but some of it they do like.
Right.
You know what I mean? They like the aggression. They like playing with an edge, but you got to keep it under control. And God forbid you get somebody hurt. But you want it to be intense. So you're pushing that envelope, Johnny. You know, every once in a while you're going to get that, because if you are pushing hard enough, that's going to happen. These guys are alphas. They're going to flare up.
Yeah, absolutely. And at the end of a practice yesterday when it was 95 degrees,
it
felt like, now they spent a lot of time in the bubble, which is good. I'm glad they did that. They did individual, they did their position check, they did activation. They did a lot of stuff in the bubble before they came out here, which I thought was great. Then when they got out here, they did special teams to start, and then they went right into the team period. So for the crowd, for the fans on hand, they're going to realize, because pretty much everything is team once they get out here. So from that standpoint, I think, pretty interesting to watch what they did. But here's the other thing. when do you have to be the most poised as a football team, player, staff?
During a game.
When?
Fourth quarter?
At the end of a half, at the end of a quarter, at the end of a practice.
In clock situations.
In those situations.
Yeah.
So you've now gone 2 hours of practice. You're near the end of practice. That you have to mentally check in. Hey, I can't do something like this. Yeah, I might want to go slug that guy in the head because he did whatever. But you got to sort of practice some of those things. You can't come flying off the sideline. You'll get tossed. All those kind of things. So that was the other, I thought, point of emphasis was, hey, it's late in practice. Your legs are gone. You're mentally kind of out of it because the heat is just borne down on you. How do you react in those situations? You got to act with some poise and some calm. And that got away from him a little bit. And you know what? I don't blame him. First day in pads, all that emotion, all that intensity. But I'll tell you this, it was a good day, and I thought it was on both sides. We've been saying this for a while now. I thought pass protection was pretty solid. It wasn't great all along, but I thought it was pretty good at times. The run blocking yesterday was very good. Noah Whittington had a couple runs. Woody Marks, actually one of the runs that we put out on social media, was a great Woody Marks run. Demo had a great run down here in the goal. I want to tell this story about, before we get Mike Tillman on here in a little bit. Marlon Klein, rookie. Yeah. Now, you're a rookie tight end, and you're thought to be a really good inline blocker, et cetera. Who does that mean you're going to face if you're facing the ones?
Well,
Will Anderson Jr.
Yeah, you're going to face the edge guys.
You're going to face Daniil Hunter and Will Anderson Jr. Well, they ran a run play at Marlon Klein's side, and Daniil Hunter did, predictably, what you would expect him to do to a rookie tight end. And I just see Marlon kind of go to a knee as, Daniil is taking care of business, and I just see Marlon kind of clap his hands. And I was like, okay, this is a good test. He's getting tested because you face those guys. Well, a little bit later, they put the ball at the 10-yard line, first down, and they ran a zone play, and Dave Montgomery kind of hesitated a little bit and then cut it back off a block. Boom, hit it, got down to the 1. Good 9-yard run. I mean, think about how many times – we're inside the 10. We don't get a yard or two on first down. Well, David picks up 9, and I was like, okay, how did that happen? So at practice, the video boards, they replay so the players can watch them out on the field. And you'll see a lot of times if you're at practice, you'll see the players, look back. They're looking at those video boards.
Yep.
And so I look back to see what happened. I'm like, oh. So Will Anderson Jr. had started to slant inside. So Marlon got on him, and it looked like Will was going to get off the block. And then all of a sudden, Marlon stayed on it, got sticky, and pinned Will inside, and David cut right off of Marlon's butt and got down to the 1-yard line. And I thought, when you see a rookie that's got to face those two guys every day, they're going to be learning moments. They're going to be things that you learn, but your manhood's going to be tested. And on the first play, okay, it's not as if he wasn't willing. It was just he's facing Daniil Hunter. Then he goes to the other side, faces Will Anderson Jr. You think, okay, well, he's going to have a similar fate. He didn't. He didn't.
Yep.
He ended up making that block, and Demo cut off him and ended up with a 9-yard gain. And it was one of those in which Marlon could very easily have just allowed Will Anderson to beat him inside. But Marlon stayed on that block, stayed sticky, and then David had a big run. I love seeing rookies that make the adaptations and make the changes and the adjustments as they're going through play.
They drafted him for a reason.
That's right.
And he's got to show it because that group, you got Cade Stover in year 3, wanted to make a big push because of what happened last year with the injury situation. Foster Moreau, I don't think he's going anywhere.
Nope.
Foster Moreau's going to be here.
He's not going anywhere.
They love Foster Moreau.
Yep.
And his intense attitude, honorary offensive lineman type attitude, and leadership, especially with this group, the way they want to set things up. All right, we expect to have Mike Tillman on, president of the Texans. A little bit later on, Caden McDonald as well, defensive tackle. We had Jadeveon Clowney on early, and all this will be available in podcast form. The Clowney interview might be there already. So we'll keep it going here. We're live. Players making their way into the facility. It's going to be another hot one today. What else is new? It's Houston. And we will update you on what is going on at practice as they begin activation shortly in the bubble at the Houston Methodist Training Center. It's Texans Radio.
More Texans Radio coming up in a moment.
Chevron and the Houston Texans are proud to call Houston home. That's why we've partnered together since 2017, working together to support the community in our hometown. Join us on Sunday, November 29th at the Salute to Service game, presented by Chevron, honoring the United States Armed Forces and their families. Show your support for military members, veterans, and the hometown team as the Houston Texans take on the Baltimore Ravens.
Hey Texans fans, it's CJ. I'm teaming up with TDECU, and you should too. Whether your favorite look is deep steel blue, battle red, or the fan favorite H-Town blue, it's all 50% off at the Texans online shop with your TDECU Texans debit card. Upgrade your Texans game day gear and show off your loyalty while you do it. Visit tdecu.org/Texans and get the MVP of your wallet today. Insured by NCUA.
Oh, hey, Sarah. Did you hear my daughter Katie got Camper of the Week?
That's a big deal.
We got a big deal, too. Right, Mom?
Honey, shh.
What's that?
Okay, that Hyundai Santa Fe, I only paid...
Nice.
Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong. The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days, or 1.9% APR for 72 months on the Hyundai Tucson, Tucson Plug-in Hybrid, Santa Fe, or Santa Fe Hybrid. During the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Offers end September 8th. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
Reset your presets.
Initialize sequence.
And tell your friends. August 13th, we become 95.7 The Fan. A place for fans, built by fans. Texans, Rockets, Astros. Doesn't matter. Everyone's invited. Louder, clearer, better than ever. Houston sports leader 95.7 The Fan is coming soon.
More Texans Radio is on the way.
Relax and let Kroger Pickup handle your grocery shopping this week. We start with only the freshest items, then choose your favorites, carefully pack everything up, and load it right into your trunk so you can feel confident it's what you ordered. Fresh groceries your way with Kroger Pickup and Delivery. And right now, you can save $20 on your first pickup or delivery order. Kroger, fresh for everyone.
Something amazing is happening. Technology is working harder, faster, and more reliably. It's delivering results that work. But who makes technology work? CDW. We're a full-service technology solutions provider, advising our clients and designing customized solutions so they can reach their goals and do amazing things. CDW. Make amazing happen. Find out more at cdw.com.
You can't fake greatness. That's why 1800 Tequila has built it through generations of obsession with the details. It's the mindset that wins championships, and the same mindset behind every bottle of 1800. That's how we became the world's most awarded tequila. So when the final whistle blows, raise a glass worthy of victory. Official tequila partner of the Houston Texans. 1800 Tequila. Proximo, Jersey City, New Jersey, 21 and older. Please drink responsibly.
Houston is the world's biggest stage for women's professional volleyball. Love Houston Volleyball returns for Season 3 with Olympians, Team USA stars, and elite international talent competing right here in H-Town. Last season proved there are no easy nights. Every rally matters. Every match delivers. Don't miss your chance to be part of it. Become a Love Houston Volleyball Season ticket member today and secure your seat for every match. Visit lovbhtx.com. Love Houston Volleyball. This is your team.
It's Texans Training Camp Live.
Here we go.
Now, back to the show.
At the Houston Methodist Training Center, Mark Vandermeer and John Harris with you as it is underway. Another day of training camp. This is day 6 officially, right?
I think so.
It's our 7th day in our 6th practice. Because
we haven't reached the dog days yet.
No, that's later this week, right?
This week.
Thursday's a day off.
Thursday.
I don't know. Are they in full pads tomorrow, you think? 3 days in a row in pads?
No,
maybe?
I don't think so.
No?
I don't think so.
All right, maybe. I don't know. Who knows? Okay. Joining us right now here at our radio broadcast position, southeast corner of the facility, is team president Mike Toman. Mike, great to see you.
Hey, good morning, Mark. Good morning, John.
Another training camp. Here we go. The 25th year, Mike. The 25th year. When you hear that, what does that mean to you?
Oh, I mean, it's so special. You think about how special the first phase of our growth has been and how we're positioned for this next phase. the ability to celebrate that for this upcoming season, you have to get excited about that.
So we can rent a car now.
So
That's good. The Texans can rent a car.
Is that how old you have to be to rent a car?
Yeah, you got to be 25 to rent a car. So
okay, I was wondering where you went. If there was something that
we can rent the car.
Saying on air that
no. I was trying to be funny. It's too early in the morning, Mike. From that standpoint, Mike, we're just a few feet away from the banner that was hung here for Mrs. McNair, and I know you've only been here a short amount of time, but I know you've got to know theirs really, really well. What did she mean to you, and what do you see as what she meant to this community?
I mean, she was such an incredibly special woman, and you could feel that in her presence. You know, we're at camp right now, and as everybody knows, she would come out and take notes with the players. She was always present. She was so thoughtful. She was so engaged. She was here at OTAs doing that.
Yeah.
And so, I mean, incredibly special. I feel really fortunate to have had the opportunity to know her. And I think just as you frame this up, we are not here today but for her and Mr. McNair. And so an incredibly special woman, excited to celebrate her. Her favorite game was the whiteout, week one of the whiteout. So Liberty whiteout, we're excited to celebrate her then and throughout the entire season.
With the Buffalo Bills coming to town. You brought up a great point because you've worked in sports in so many different capacities, and here you are president of this team. And the McNairs bringing pro football back to Houston, it does literally change lives. I wouldn't be here, you probably wouldn't be here, and so many others as well. It changes not just sports history, but history and personal history and community history, all of it, Mike.
Yeah, especially when you think about the approach of the McNairs. One of the key purposes, fundamental to their mission, ultimately is to inspire hope in Houston. And their engagement, certainly led by Mrs. McNair and Mr. McNair originally, and followed up with Cal and Hannah on the engagement in the community. That is so real and so genuine. So when you talk about impact, you talk about the foundation and really just kind of our way of being, I couldn't agree with you more.
Okay, we have so much to talk about. So much. But you're a ball knower. You know ball.
You played college football.
I'll get your thoughts on what you see thus far in camp.
You were out here from day one, Mike.
Yeah.
We see you.
Yeah.
We see you observing.
And we
I know you have
know
things
ball.
to do, but you want to see practice too.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's, one, so special to be able to support the guys and ladies out here that are making it happen. Nick and D'Amico are doing everything to take us to the next level. And you can feel that with our guys.
Yeah.
The energy that they have coming into camp, the excitement, that's palpable. So to whatever your football IQ is, that is something that lands, I think, with anyone who is watching our team swarm around the ball right now.
So, Mike, in sports terms, you've been here, you're in your second year, almost done with your second year. In sports terms, you're on what we call a heater, okay? You've gotten a lot done in a relatively short amount of time.
Is that a technical term?
I can't even keep track of it all, but let's start with Toro District because it feels like a while ago, but we were just there in February unveiling the plan for the Toro District, and I know a lot of work is going on behind the scenes, but that project, what can you tell us about where you're at with everything?
Oh, I mean, we're in such an exciting spot. There was so much work that was done leading up and coming into it to make sure that we found the right location. And there were a couple things that guided us. One, does it have great real estate? You look at the fastest part, growing part of the actual county itself. Two, does it allow us to fulfill our purpose? As we were just talking about Inspire Hope in Houston, can we get into a spot where we can make a significant impact on the neighborhood and community that we're a part of? And we really feel Toro does that in such a significant way. When you talk about the job creation, the economic impact, some really special high school programs that we're going to be excited to roll out. So we're really excited. I would tell you, we are continuing to progress forward. We're going through the negotiations. We're looking forward to the groundbreaking at the end of the year. And we're looking forward to moving the site for this camp there in 2029. So a lot of momentum, a lot of excitement.
Yeah, there's always momentum around that, no doubt, Mike. A lot of people have been talking about that. I remember I was up to Combine. Mark had to come back for that, and I felt it up at the Combine. They're like, hey, where'd Mark go? And I started trying to explain to everybody in the Toro District what was happening. Like, oh, cool, man.
History.
That's awesome. That's amazing. So it's really neat. But there are great things going on here at the stadium with, as we would say, the premium spaces, maybe even beyond, say we'll call them ultra premium spaces. What can you tell us about those premium spaces for fans? The three of us have to work every Sunday. We don't really get a chance to kind of get involved in that, but there are a lot of fans that have that opportunity to be a part of that. What can you tell us about that this year, Mike?
Well, I think one of the great things that we have is the actual business community here in Houston. And so when you think about how the business community is thriving, one of the key pieces when we, again, think about our purpose to cultivate and deliver a world-class fan experience is to make sure we have an experience that speaks to the business community. And so when we think of ultra premium, the ability to entertain, or by the way, if you just happen to be a super fan, or take your employees, etc., we are really excited to have the rollout of the BMW Lone Star Ballroom, as well as the M Club Blue. And what that is an all-inclusive atmosphere tucked in to the guts of the stadium, right by where the opposing team is coming out. So being able to be in close proximity to a very special moment in sports when a team's taking the field and leaving the field, and do so in such a high-level way. We're excited to announce a new culinary partner who is Michelin recognized, who is James Beard recognized. Watch this space. There's an announcement coming.
Oh, nice.
I can see Omar and Lindsay looking at me like, don't say it. So that's coming. And we're also excited to roll out our H-Town Loge boxes. And what that is a semi-private loge inside the bowl. And so if you have the ability or the want for some exclusivity to entertain, maybe a smaller number in a suite, it's like you're not entertaining 12 to 18, but 4 to 6 makes sense for you. I think we'll have such a unique space that Houston will enjoy.
Okay, so M Club Blue, are you a little worried you won't get CJ or Cade or Caden to go in that room? I mean, being Ohio State guys, M Club Blue, I mean, are they going to be like, I can't go in there?
It's a different shade of blue.
Well,
okay, it's a different shade of blue.
It is. Thank you for calling out a different shade of blue.
Okay, different shade of blue.
And we can make it red when they come in.
There you go.
Go Bucks.
That's the best answer right there.
Plus, we want them on the field, Johnny.
Yeah.
But by the way, hopefully they're busy during the time it's open.
We're doing a lot in that room, though, that a lot of times is not on Sunday, I would imagine. Use all of our spaces.
Very fair.
Mike, I'm personally blown away, having been here from the beginning, that you were able to create that Lone Star Club atmosphere, that tunnel, the Southeast Tunnel. You could see the players coming out. That imagination, plus the Loge area, which is just, I'd never even thought of something like that. What goes into being able to come up with that and execute it within Reliant Stadium?
Well, I think we have such a great team here. And one of the things that, as I say, we really pride ourselves on is making sure we're putting all the effort forward to make sure our fans have the best experience, truly a world-class experience here when they come to Reliant. And so a lot of work understanding trends, how things are happening, not only in the States, but in venues around the world. So that inspires it. But the execution thing is a big thing. And Juan Rodriguez and his team, working certainly with our partners throughout the venue, Airmark, Sports Corp, everyone kind of aligning together to get that together was no small feat. And so we just happen to have really great teammates. And so it's a fortunate spot to be in that you can have a vision and make it come to life.
Speaking of around the world, the Houston Texans will go to London for the second time in history. Going to London 2026, going to take on the Jags. Your thoughts about that entire experience, Mike? Like you said, around the world. I mean, NFL is happening around the world. Heck, the first game is taking place in Australia on a different day, seemingly. Your thoughts about going to London? I
mean, I think it's such a great note to how the Texans are viewed from a league standpoint and from a global standpoint. For us to be called out to go and represent our city, but the league and ultimately the game in a world capital in the form of London, that is, I think it's just, you talk about a heater, it is just a good indicator, I think, of the trajectory of the organization at this point.
So, any plans? You're going to take in a Premier League game? I mean, what are you thinking here in addition to the game? I know we have a Texans area. We have a local establishment. We're going to have more details on this later, but I'm really looking forward to that. We're going to do a show there Friday night. It's going to be awesome. What about you, Mike?
Well, I'm really excited for your show. So I'm kind of planning my weekend around the show.
Will you appear on our show?
Game will be secondary.
Will you appear on our show Friday
I would be honored to.
All right, that's awesome.
I mean, we don't even think you could say that, but we're glad you did.
Yeah, well, I feel that way. That's how I feel. we're really excited to start rolling out some of the details on how fans can join us and fan engage. I think it's a special time, and for those who can make the trip, we want to make sure it's special there. So I'm excited all over.
Here's my London hack, by the way. Because last time we took Ubers a lot of places, and it can be slow because there's so much traffic.
Yeah.
Now, the good news is you get to see London while you're in Uber traffic. But the Tube, they have this app, and it's awesome. You can take the Tube anywhere in London.
Yeah,
anywhere.
I don't know if I'm the right person to ask. Like the big public mass transit, it's great. It's great.
Yeah.
I would tell you the taxis there are spectacular.
Oh, really? The traditional British taxi.
Clean, knowledgeable. They have to take courses to become it is.
Wow.
So that would be my recommendation.
Oh, okay.
Tube is great and it gets you there fast. Check. Ubers can be slow. Got that too. Yeah. I just say stay above ground. Enjoy the city. See the sights.
See, that's what we did. We got in an Uber. And we were at the practice site, and we had to go to the pub to do our show.
It was 20 miles.
Definitely take a cab to the pub.
It was 2 hours.
Yeah.
But because we stayed above board, we basically got a scenic tour of London as we went through.
It's like a tour.
Two
birds with one
exactly
stone.
what it was.
Mike, one more thing here. How fired up are you for Love Volleyball? It's Season 3, Season 2 with the Texans. And as the years go by, more Texanized Love Volleyball Houston. I know we're down to 3 names, and we were going over them with the McNairs on yesterday's show. So they can vote. People can vote online for that. It's a lot of fun right now.
Yeah, a lot of fun. We're really excited. We have Coach Sonia back, one of the best coaches in the league. We have our superstar Joe Thompson back, who is just a phenom. And we have such great senior leadership with Micah Hancock. And so I feel we have the core coming back, one of the most exciting teams. And so I know they can't wait to get back in the gym. We certainly can't wait to see them.
Okay, I got one more for you. You played college football at Georgetown. Give us 1 or 2 things you might miss about training camp and about the experience in general of having played some college football.
The end of it. No, I'm just kidding. I think
that's the right answer. There's no football player that ever says, I love training camp. And if they tell you that, they're FOS. No player has ever said, I like training camp.
Yeah.
Ever. The best thing is it's over.
I think the great thing is you get to get back with the guys and you get to work and you get to play, the best game in the world.
Right. That's what they all say they miss. All the players say.
Yeah, I can say that,
25
years removed now. Yeah. But my answer would probably have been what I said originally when John asked.
You stay in touch with some of the guys that you played with?
Absolutely. Stay in touch with Coach Rob Scarlatta is doing a great job with the program. Stay in touch with a lot of the guys.
He's still there?
Yeah, he is.
Okay.
It's called continuity.
Yes.
Mark, it's called continuity.
It's rare in college football these days, Mike.
It is.
That's awesome.
It's a unique university.
Hey, thanks a lot for joining us. We appreciate it. Best of luck.
Thank you so much. Go Texans.
That's Team President Mike Tolman joining us here on Texans Radio Live from the Houston Methodist Training Center. And coming up, we're going to have Caden McDonald on, among others, here on Texans Radio.
This is Texans Radio on Sports Radio 610.
In Texas, we say yeehaw.
In Monaco, we say enchanté.
We got pickup trucks.
We have super yachts.
You can have both. Get the best of both worlds with Monaco scratch tickets from the Texas Lottery. Play for a shot at top prizes up to $1 million. Or enter for a chance to win a VIP trip to Monaco where you could become a millionaire.
That is a lot of money.
You've got that right. Au revoir.
Must be 18 or older. Play responsibly.
Balancing your work, family, and health is a lot to manage. Houston Methodist has a lot to offer. Convenient primary care checkups, personalized orthopedics to keep you moving, and experts in specialties like cardiology, neurology, and GI, all in one manageable system, so you can stay healthy and strong. That's the difference between practicing medicine and leading it for you. Houston Methodist, leading medicine.
Welcome to business banking that meets you where you are and supports where you're going. At Amity Bank, our business checking account options come with the tools, resources, and local knowledge to support you and your business on your financial journey, from beginning to breakthrough. Visit us in a local branch or at amitybank.com/grow to find the right fit for your business. Amity Bank is a division of Zions Bank Corporation, NA member FDIC.
Attention H-Town, 2026 season tickets are on sale now. Secure your seat in the stands for every Houston Texans home game this year by becoming
Legacy season member, you'll get access to 2026 playoff tickets, exclusive access to unforgettable game day experiences, exciting offers from select Texans partners throughout the year, and more. Don't wait. Call us now at 832-667-2390. That's 832-667-2390. Or visit HoustonTexans.com/tickets.
More Texans Radio is on the way.
Never settle, unless it's into the electrifying BMW i4. Blend the lines of cutting-edge and classic with groundbreaking technology at your fingertips. Experience M-engineered precision while you twist around every turn. After all, electric doesn't have to be static. If you thought EVs couldn't live up to your expectations, then you've never experienced the ultimate electric driving machine. The 100% electric 2025 BMW i4. Take advantage of exceptional offers today.
H-Town, the Houston Texans, ConocoPhillips, and Coca-Cola Southwest Beverages awarded grants of up to $50,000 to local nonprofits through the 2025 Inspire Change Grant. These incredible nonprofits are breaking barriers, driving social justice, and creating new opportunities in our community. Meet the winners and learn more about their inspiring work at HoustonTexans.com/Inspire Change Grant. That's HoustonTexans.com/Inspire Change Grant. Let's celebrate their success and keep inspiring change together.
It's game day in Houston, and on the field or off the field, injuries can change the whole season. When life hits you like a blindside sack, call the team that Houston trusts. Sheriff Injury Lawyers, the official personal injury law firm of the Houston Texans. They fight for you like it's 4th and goal in overtime. No fee unless they win. Don't just take the hit, get back in the game. Call Sheriff Injury Lawyers at callthesheriff.com. Texas fans, real ones know the move. Hit the Houston Texans Team Shop presented by Visa at Reliant Stadium, where you'll find the most exclusive Texans merchandise anywhere. From limited releases to Team Shop exclusives you won't find online or anywhere else. It's the ultimate destination for fans who want to stand out. Whether you're getting ready for game day or just looking for your next favorite Texans find, this is where H-Town pulls up. Visit the Houston Texans Team Shop at Reliant Stadium and learn more at HoustonTexans.com/shop.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
We're a few feet away from your Texans.
Nice way to run!
On Texans Training Camp Live.
All right, we're at training camp, day 6 of training camp. Mark Vandermeer, John Harris with you. We just had Mike Toman, team president, on. And for those watching on YouTube, the camera just took a spill during the break, but it's okay.
Yeah, we're good.
So this is only for those watching on YouTube and Twitch on the Sports Radio 610 feed. Should I, soon to be the 95.7 The Fan feed.
That's right.
Should I, and it's probably branded that way too. I haven't looked at the feed
I think it's
lately.
already there.
Well, I went to tags on Twitter yesterday.
And it popped up 95.7 The Fan.
And I'm like, yeah, I know, but if they go to 95.7 now, they're still hearing like Madonna or something, right? What are they playing on that station now? It doesn't matter because it's all going to go away on
What's wrong with Madonna? You hating on Madonna now?
No, I actually like Madonna, old Madonna. But
Madonna.
I will say
old
this.
Madonna, yeah.
You know my take on Madonna.
What?
DP and I used to fight about this.
What?
I would say she's not she's not a great singer. She's not a great dancer.
She's a hell of an entertainer.
She's not. What's that?
She's a hell of an
entertainer.
entertainer.
Well, that's what she is. She's a great entertainer.
Right.
That's what she is. She's not a great dancer.
No.
She can't sing well. She can sing well enough to sing some pop,
She's
right?
provocative.
The songs are catchy, but they're not unbelievable compositions. But you put it all together, and the whole is greater than the sum of the parts, and that is a true pop superstar right there. Okay?
That's what you want your Texans offensive line to be. You want your Texans offensive line to be Madonna. Is that what you're saying?
I want them to be like Madonna 1985.
Yeah.
Not Madonna now.
Yeah.
All right.
Borderline.
Madonna now is like Wade Smith and the Legends.
Yeah.
Okay.
I know.
They're Madonna now.
Still great.
Well,
still have
probably a diss to them,
right?
Because Madonna now, I don't know. Like, did you see Madonna during the FIFA halftime show?
You know what? I missed the halftime show.
10 seconds on the field, and then bye.
I was going to be a soccer snob and not watch
and
because
then
they never did.
Bieber plays an acoustic number. Like, why are you bringing us down as freaking FIFA half show? Something a little more upbeat.
Bieber got killed for that.
He's pretty good. Now, all right, I brought up the camera here because for those watching, should I do my Silo impression?
Yeah.
Okay, all right, I'm going to do my Silo impression. Now, here, I'm going to describe it to you. Will, you got to move this junk here. I got to move out. Move out. See, poor Will. He's got the camera lens off.
He's got to catch falling
and
cameras.
I'm doing this for video people.
Yeah.
Throw me that towel, Aaron. Throw me that towel. This is my silo impression.
Okay, so
for those
this
on
is
YouTube.
for cleaning. Mark's cleaning the camera.
They'll get it. They'll get it.
If they watch Silo.
If they watch Silo, they'll get it because they're all stuck in a silo post-apocalyptic. If you go out to clean the camera, they can only see what's outside on the camera, and very rarely do people go outside. But when they go outside, they're encouraged to clean. They're begged to clean the camera so you can see better because it gets all dirty, right?
Very nice.
You have to be there. Watch Silo on Apple TV.
I don't watch Silo yet, so once you do, it'll be like, oh. It's like my son, once he started watching The Office, I remember he told me, he goes, I get all the memes now. I get them all.
Oh, see, yeah, that's right.
And
I don't even know if you have to watch The Office to get the memes.
No,
you just have to know the flavor of it.
He kind of knew them,
Right.
but then to see where they kind of fall in the show, like why it came up during a show, that was pretty cool.
All right, quickly, D'Amico Ryans is coming in now, and you're thinking, well, shouldn't the head coach be out there already? This is not how it works, okay? The guys are activating.
Yeah.
This is more like the physical conditioning or physical activation, warming up part of it. And the head coach and delivers the message, and he oversees all of it, man. The way he talks to his team. We played his opening camp speech last week. It was unbelievable. I can only imagine being in the room every day, how inspirational that is. We talked about D'Amico could be a preacher, he could be a politician, he could be a lot of things, but he's our football coach, and that's what matters to us as he leads the Texans' 25th season. It is so special to have him here. I never want to take it for granted. I don't think I ever will. It's year 4. I want it to go on forever. This is a wonderful time to be a Texans fan. I know last season didn't end the way we wanted it to. You know what? Even if it did end the way we wanted it to, you'd want this season to be really special, the 25th year. So let's go.
If we pulled the 90-man roster, how many of them would say at some point, hey, the ones that were able to, like, there are a lot of guys that were drafted here. They were coming here regardless. But guys that have signed second contracts, guys that are brought up as free agents, and I think about the biggest news over the last 24 to 36 hours has been Jadeveon Clowney signing here. And he said it. One of the major reasons was he saw what D'Amico was doing. He saw how D'Amico coaches. He saw how D'Amico motivates. And he's like, I want to be part of that.
Right.
I want to be part of that. And that's why Jadeveon Clowney is here. He took less money. Cleveland was apparently offering a whole heck of a lot more money. He said, no, I get to stay home, but I also get to be around this group of guys. D'Amico Ryans is a big factor in that. And I see these coaching lists, and I saw one yesterday from PFF. I got McVay number 1. I get it. McVay's been around for a while, and Sean's a really good coach. I never want to put him down for that. D'Amico's number 7. And I'm like, there aren't 6 guys in this league that I am even thinking about taking ahead of him. Not even close.
Oh.
Not even close.
The
even
whole
McVay.
picture of it.
I love McVay, like I just said, but I'm not taking any of those 6 over him.
Now it becomes personal. You know what I mean?
Right.
He's family here.
Right.
And there's something special here beyond just X's and O's and those kinds of things. Now, if there weren't the results you were getting, you might feel differently, but you're getting results here.
Yeah.
You're getting 10 wins, 12 wins, and playoff wins, and let's go for more. But, man, what a start. It's among the hottest head coaching starts you can have in league history, right?
But how much of the results are because of the way that he handles and manages the day-to-day with this football team? And, look, we know there are a lot of pieces that go, he and Nick work hand-in-hand, but I'm just talking about D'Amico and just standing up in front of the team, being the guy that they see every day. I got to think that when I, as a player, go out on the field, I know I've got him and his staff leading me.
Yeah.
I'm going to feel good about that.
Yeah.
I mean, I remember hearing Patriots talk. There'll be a lot of Patriots over the years that would talk about, look, Bill Belichick was not always the softest and nicest and didn't really have a lot of smiles for everybody. But those Patriots also said when they went out on the field, they felt like they were armed to take on anything.
Yeah, they were going to win.
They were going to win, and they knew it. And they knew it was
so
because
did
of the preparation, et cetera. Yeah, exactly. How much is that worth?
We talk about tough schedule, like a lot of this psychological mindset stuff, fans and team alike. So fans, you're listening, you're thinking, how did you feel in the day when the Patriots would play anybody? Or when the Chiefs were piping hot, they'd play anybody. You feel like, Chiefs are going to win today. It doesn't matter who it is. Almost,
find a way.
Right? They're going to find a way to win, even if they're playing a really good team.
Right.
You just felt like they were going to win. They wouldn't always win, Or maybe they got off to rocky starts. The Patriots did that a bunch of times, relative to them. If they go 2-2 in the first 4, but then they take off and they win 14 or 13 or 12, whatever it is, on their way to postseason deep runs, if not Super Bowl championships. Those teams have that mindset. We're going to win today. This team, I believe, has that mindset against a lot of teams.
Yep.
The test is going to be this year with this schedule. Because when you open up Bills, Bengals, you play your nemesis on the road, the Colts, then you play the Cowboys. Maybe the Cowboys come out flaming hot.
Yep.
Maybe they don't. I don't know. But those are 4 tough ones to begin the season. And then down the stretch, we've talked about this, Ravens, etc. You go out to the Chargers again in L.A. Are you going to have that mindset, we expect to win today?
Yep.
And as we talk about the head coach, a lot of people listening say, well, Mark, what about the offense? What about the offense? He's the head coach. He's responsible. I agree. The results so far, now offensive rankings and that kind of thing, year 1 was really wild with CJ's performance, but you got to a high level each of the last 2 years. There are extenuating circumstances. They're not excuses. They're reasons. And look, if ultimately they fail to get it done here under him because of the offense, you could, do the post-mortem on it and analyze that all you want. But every year, like they hire Bobby Slowick to start. That year, I felt like it wasn't like there were a bevy of offensive coordinators available. The kind of thing where Kubiak picks up Wade Phillips to run the defense. There wasn't that kind of offensive coordinator on the market. And certainly not when they hired Nick Caley. I thought, who else could they get? Possibly. And they got creative, and they got Caley. Now we're in year 2 of the Nick Caley administration on offense. Let's see how it works out. It's off to a pretty good start here in camp. 6 days in. Got to keep it going because the tests are coming.
I said this, and I've said this. And I say this in Harris Hits. You go see my Harris Hits. They were a little tardy yesterday, and that was on me. We had a little snag with them, but that's on me.
I don't know.
But we got it right. But either way,
it's not on anybody really.
But one of the things that has stood out, and I tried to say this last night on radio, try and compare this point last year to this point this year. I'm not trying to compare where the Texans were at the end of the year offensively with where they are now, even though I do think they are much better, much more organized, much more together. There's a better chemistry. There's a better efficiency with everything offensively they're doing in camp. And look, it's shortly in camp. The proof is in the pudding. And there's no question about that. But there's also been improvement. The run game has looked totally different. And it's not like they came in here running the wishbone. They didn't change offensive schemes to run what they were running last year versus this year. They're running the same stuff they ran last year, but they're doing it at a much more efficient rate. They're doing it much better. They're more physical. Wyatt Teller and Danielle Hunter, the collisions when they would run power yesterday were unbelievable. Will Anderson taking on Wyatt Teller. I mean, there's just a different mindset offensively, and you can see it. And then you talk to the players, and you bring up Keelan Rutledge, and they're like, oh, yeah, we need that offense.
I was going to ask you, Johnny.
We need that.
Let's go right there.
Okay.
Because Andrew's still getting some reps, Rutledge getting some reps. They're working it out. How are we doing there? How are we doing? Like, what's the progress report at that position through 5 days that you've seen at center itself?
So I don't know how this is going to go, but I'm just going to say this.
Yep.
Keelan Rutledge will start for the Texans on the offensive line this year. Early.
Okay.
I'll pick it center guard, left guard, right guard, center. He's going to start at one of those spots.
I mean, you got Teller and Ingram.
I know, but watch that dude function. Watch him work. He is incredibly physical.
So you're saying he's going to be one of their 5 best guys?
He's going to like last year. You and I talked. It was about this time, maybe a few days in, and we got the pads on, and we said, and I came on the air and I said, I'm not sure which tackle spot it's going to be, but Ariante Ursery is going to start at one of them. And Ariante Ursery might be your best lineman right now. And I know people are like, that's just your Texans show. I'm like, put the film on, bro.
Right.
Put it on. Watch. And I watched every snap that he took, one-on-ones, team, whatever. I watched Ariante Ursery and said, that dude, he's our best lineman right now. And he might have been last year, even though there's some ups and downs as a rookie. By the end of the year, he's playing some really quality football. But you see Rutledge at guard or center. And the traits that we all talked about, the swarminess, the physicality, the athleticism, I think that's what gets missed. He is quick and he is fast, so he can get to linebackers. He's strong enough to get through defensive linemen and turn them and get up to a linebacker level through running zone. If he's pulling on power, he's going to pop and move guys. There is no there is no backing off whatsoever. And, yeah, there's that little extra, stuff, after. Seth talks about that with offensive linemen. They're always doing a little bit extra. I always get mad at the guys that haven't done anything that do that. But if you take a guy past the pile and then put him on the dirt, okay, that's something that's a little different. So from that standpoint, he might be your best interior offensive lineman right now, but if he isn't now, it's going to be really soon. He's going to play one of those spots. So at that point, okay, feel like you got it right with Rutledge, keep him healthy, keep teaching him center. I still feel like with Ed, Wyatt, and Keelan, you got the best bunch there, but I think Jake has done some good things in practice, and obviously Jake knows this offense inside and out. So what you've done, created competition. You forced veterans to say, look, we might have paid you some money. Like Cam Robinson last year. Hey, we paid you some money, but this dude's better than you. This guy's better than you, so he's going to – I mean, they're not scared to do that, and I love that about the Texans, that they are not scared to take that risk, if you will, with a young player and go, you know what, we really believe in this guy. And, yeah, we did pay you money, but it's money. This is our future. And future greater than money. At least you'd like to think that. So we'll see. But I think Rutledge is definitely getting and should be in one of those interior offensive lineman spots.
All right, so are these your top guys? Let's just go through this, all right? You got Ursery.
Yep.
You got Trent, and you got Braden Smith at tackle, right?
Yep.
And you have Blake Fisher, the fourth guy. I'll call him the fourth guy.
Yep.
Okay?
Okay.
Then you got Ed Ingram, Keelan Rutledge, Wyatt Teller, and I'll throw Jake Andrews in the interior as well. Those are your top four interior guys. Well, maybe not like you wouldn't play Jake Andrews at guard.
Correct.
Who's the next guard? Evan Brown?
Yeah, Evan Brown. I think Evan Brown, not labeling him the ninth guy, but of that you listed 4 and then 4, Evan Brown would be 9. That's 9 right there.
I got 9.
9.
Yeah. So we got 9. So and that's with Blake.
That's with Blake. Yep.
I feel pretty good about that, but you only have 5 interior, right? And you have nobody. Now, you're going to have practice squad elevations and everything. Yeah. You bring to the game 8?
8. You have to bring 8 so you get that extra guy on game day.
All right,
so you have to have 8 active.
That leaves Jarrett Patterson fighting.
That's right.
And he's versatile. He can play guard. He can play center.
Mm-hmm.
He can help you.
That's right.
He started for you. He started
many
meaningful games and
started
won
a playoff
them.
game last year.
Yeah. And Jarrett Patterson has been around the block a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Started game 1 of his rookie season in 2023.
It did a really nice job, and I said this often. I didn't think Jarrett was a guard, and I've never thought that. But I thought he could be a really good center because he is smart, he's crafty, he gets guys blocked. But he's done some good things at guard for this team too. So, look, that's a guy you can never look past because of that versatility and his experience and what he's been able to bring to the party from that standpoint. So, it's not going to be the easiest cut in the world. And
what about Fabechi Wiwu?
Well, yeah, we haven't even talked about Fabechi.
You drafted him relatively high.
He's in that group.
That
tells me right there.
Jeez.
That's 10. That's 10 if you put Fabechi with that group, and that's not even including J-Pat. So, you're going to carry 10. You're going to carry 10.
All right, now what about Mr. Fight, Jarrett Kingston? Mr. Fight. Because hasn't he been in 2 of them already?
Numbers are what the numbers are.
I don't know if that's his fault, but he's been in the middle of some mixes, put it that way.
Well, we had this conversation yesterday. We've had it before. Yeah. Graham Mertz had that game against the Lions last year. You knew that if you subjected him to quarterback, being a young quarterback, being a developmental guy, he was not going to make it through waivers. There might be some guys you look at and go, you know what? In the end, not a lot of guys get claimed on waivers, but a rookie quarterback who showed some promise is going to. So I bring it up because Jarrett Kingston might be one of them. There might be other guys that, I know, look, we're good with what we got. We're just going to bring our guys back on practice squad. That's why we signed him back in the spring. Jarrett Kingston might be one of those guys, just as an example.
I got a plan.
Jarrett Kingston might be one of those guys that you look at and go, hey, we want to have him around. We just don't have room on the 53. Let's take a chance. If he gets claimed, he goes on a 53-man roster. You did him a favor. But if not, you bring him back here, you have him on practice squad, and then there are opportunities to elevate, like you mentioned.
I got a plan.
Okay.
Preseason game 3 at Carolina.
Okay.
Let's say Mertz is lighting it up throughout camp in the first couple of preseason games. You tell Mertz, hey, throw a couple of picks today, okay? Throw a couple of picks.
Self-sabotage?
Yeah. Throw a couple of picks.
You were at that point?
We're going to cut you, and we'll bring you back on the practice squad. This way nobody picks you up.
Okay.
I don't know if Mertz will go along with that.
No.
I don't know if the team will go along
Trust
with that.
us.
Vandermeer, that's a bad idea.
Trust us.
Bad idea. But last year, you're right. He played so well against Detroit, you had to put him on the 53, and you and I saw that coming. This is why you got to listen to Texans radio. The next day, we were talking about, Mertz played too well. Now you got to keep 3 quarterbacks. He came back in the practice squad. Somebody's going to scoop him up. He looks better than a lot of the. He looks like he's one of the 64. I'm not going to say 32, but one of the. Will Levis. I'm better. Wait. There are not 32 quarterbacks better than me. Somebody tweeted, "You're right. There are 64 quarterbacks better than you."
Hashtag self-awareness, bro.
It's awful. Look, I get it. Say, look, all you have to say is this: I should be the PR guy for the. Well, you know what? That's the Titans.
Don't say what you're about to say.
But you know,
that's their issue.
Everett does a great job.
Oh, yeah.
But I'm sure that the message didn't get through into Will Levis's mayonnaise-filled head, which is, listen, Will. All you got to say is, I'd love to start, but I'm here to help the team, and I want to help Cam be as good as he can be.
Yeah.
And if an opportunity comes, it does. My announcement is going on again.
When he said, I've put the film out to show that I'm better than some of the starters in the league, basically, I'm paraphrasing. I like choked on my gum. And I didn't even have gum in at that point. I was like, did he just say that? Because his film stinks. His film stinks from 2024.
I would
Everybody
just show him
knew
the
it going
Texans
in. Yeah, yeah, exactly. Well, there's that. That's the one game he's got, which against the Texans. But
look what I did to the best defense.
I didn't even want to say it at the time. The game-winning touchdown to Chigakonkwo. We blow coverage. Of course, you should hit a crosser wide open.
Yeah,
you should hit that wide open.
Yeah.
You know, he missed some throws. Let's go back and let's look at the 2023 game.
Painful one.
That game was in his hand. We're starting Case freaking Keenum in that game.
Oh, I know.
And all he's got to do is keep the train on the tracks. And what does he do? Pick on the sidelines, get sacked, hold the ball long. I mean, stop it. Stop it. Stay in Tennessee. Learn the game behind Cam. Just stop.
Hey, while we're talking AFC South a little
bit. He makes me mad. Sorry.
Colts players say Daniel Jones looks like he never got hurt.
Great.
You believe it or not?
Whatever. Okay.
Put it through the Sports Radio 610 lie detector test.
I mean, great. Daniel Jones is a hamburger with pickles on it. Like, you getting excited about that? No.
Wait, what kind of hamburger would get you excited?
Cheeseburger with bacon on it and some special sauce, a little bit of lettuce and tomato, juice that thing up.
Okay.
No, man, he is
just pickles.
He is just a hamburger with pickles.
I take the pickles off.
I just made that up, too. Does that work? You think that
that's
works?
not bad. It was better than the expression you used earlier, which is, and I've used it too, we all use it. It's one of those expressions that has existed for a long time, but really doesn't make sense anymore. The proof is in the pudding.
Yeah, that's a good
because
point.
nobody makes pudding anymore.
But that's a shame. I do.
You do? Well, I think Bill Cosby ruined pudding for everybody.
Oh, okay. Now you ruined it.
Yeah, no, it's true.
Now you ruined it.
Somebody.
Now you ruined it.
NFL memes showed a Watson highlight, and they called him Bill Cosby.
I saw that. Yeah.
Oh my gosh, that's so
you're
terrible.
Right. No, here's another one. I came up with a new one. So I remember talking with Landry about this.
Yeah.
The term Swiss Army knife.
Yeah.
And Landry's like, I hate that term.
I like that term.
Well, hold on.
Still works.
I'm gonna change it for you.
Okay.
I came up with this the other day.
Another one?
Yeah, I got a different one.
Okay.
But if you think Swiss Army knife, it's like you got like 5 or 6 different things, but the scissors don't work really well. The knife is not really all that sharp.
Oh,
you got a lot of different things.
That
so it's
knife
like,
is the jack of all trades and master of none knife.
Right. The Swiss Army knife kind of. But what about a universal remote?
Oh, that's good.
See, universal remote.
Is that your term? I've heard you use that.
I used it the other day. I came up with it
Johnny,
thinking about it. Universal remote is better than Swiss Army knife, so I'm going with that.
It is.
He's the universal remote.
Now, it's hard to program.
It can be.
If it's programmed, you're good.
A programmed universal remote.
Like, you ever go
better.
to a VRBO and they have 3 remotes down there? You're like, oh, here it comes.
Oh, it's just.
I don't know what
which
I'm
one
doing.
do I use? Which one does the volume? No. You get the universal remote that's programmed properly. You can use it for everything.
I'm fine with a remote that I use for the. As long as I know what does what.
Yeah.
I think a lot of guys are like this. Now, some guys, I got to have it right. I got to have it in one remote. I can have it in 2 remotes. Like, sometimes my sound bar, it just has a mind of its own, and you have to use the sound bar remote. You know what I mean?
Sometimes I get that.
It just goes off. It goes rogue, and it's like, I am not paying attention to the other remote today. Use my remote, please.
I used to be
I don't
that
know why
way.
it does this.
I used to be that way with VCRs because I would watch games all the time on VCR, so I would wear that remote out. And so the remote would die. I would have to get a new remote for the VCR, but I wouldn't have to get one for the TV. So my wife could still watch what she wanted to on the TV.
As sports director in Michigan back in the day, we had no Associated Press. There was no internet, okay? So I'm that old. I would record CNN headline news on my VCR at 4:20 in the morning.
Yeah.
But that was a comprehensive sports report that would take about 4 minutes and have all the results in it from the West Coast, everything. Right. And I would just write everything down and go into the station and do my sportscast.
That's right.
That's how I did it. It was the only way to do it because we weren't paying for the service.
Mm-hmm.
So, I don't know, somehow I lived through that time. It was a simpler time.
So
I
the
made
media
it work.
members now like, wait, you did your job without the internet?
Yeah, I did my job without the internet.
Yeah.
Back then you did it.
Yeah, that's the way we did it. I remember my first year of teaching. We had to do it without the internet.
Well, talk to Rich Lordy, who did Sports Talk. Talk to John Lopez, who might. No, he didn't do Sports Talk without the internet.
Wasn't Ed Fowler who get the
John
newspaper?
Lopez wrote in the newspaper, okay?
I had a radio
Back when
co-host
people
one
read
day.
newspapers, he was writing a lot and traveling the world in the glamour days. Riding a limo, traveling around, writing things. You know, his opinions. Can you imagine what a gig?
That's just his life.
That's his life.
That's just what he does.
No, he's the most.
Oh, the rookies got sent to do the get the crowd hype cheer.
Oh, really?
Yesterday it was tight ends. Today it's Sopkowitz and Bond.
What do they do? I just missed it.
They ran over to the crowd. They forced them to run over to the crowd and raise the roof and get them going and all that kind of stuff.
You're allowed to take pictures of that, but soon you'll hear my voice saying,
"Okay,
it's a team period, and you have to put the cameras away."
Okay, so Tank Dell just jogged on the field next to D'Amico Ryans.
Ooh. Okay.
You'd be hard-pressed to find two Texans personalities more beloved over the 25 seasons than those two. If we made a list, if we did a list and said, okay, come up with the most beloved Texans in any way, shape, or form, those two are top 5.
In 25 years?
25 years.
Gosh, Johnny.
Obviously, go
Watt, Johnson.
Yeah, okay, there's 2.
So you just named 2 more.
D'Amico, Tank.
I mean, there are a lot. Cushing is beloved.
Brian, yeah.
I mean, there's no question. J-Joe is beloved as well.
Yep.
Maybe he's not a top 5. I don't want to take anything away from J-Joe. It doesn't take anything away from him.
I mean, people,
is it recency bias? I mean, I'll tell you what, Dell, it's not like he hasn't made plays. He's made some monster plays here.
Yeah.
It's just you want to see so much more because you're so frustrated that he's not healthy. And he's got the cap on today, not a helmet with a Guardian cap. He might put it on later if they go like a medium speed kind of thing.
Yeah.
I'm just wondering when now. I'm looking at him. It's week 2. It's Tuesday. We've got a game a week from Thursday. There's no way he's playing in that game. I wonder if he plays in the 3rd game against Carolina. I mean, they've got a plan.
Well,
and they're monitoring him carefully. They monitor everybody carefully, so we'll see.
Well, that's what we talked about when that announcement was made day 1. With Carolina, you've got a joint practice.
Yeah.
And I would much rather have Tank in a controlled joint practice environment than I would in a game when, especially game 3, when you've got a rookie trying to make the team, diving for shoelace tackles and doing some of those things that you just don't want to take that risk. So I would think if you Tank for that joint practice against Carolina and get kind of a read on him going against J.C. Horn and Mike Jackson and the guys in Carolina, I think that ends up being probably a better situation than it does him going into the preseason game. But then again, could be wrong. But that's the way I would see it. But I just want to see Tank do football things. And he's standing next to Jalen Noel right now. I mean, think of the explosiveness you have in those two guys. And think if and when they're on the field together, what that duo can do. And, yeah, I know neither one of them is taller than 5'10", but just having them on the field. I guarantee you those two on the field at the same time, defense coordinators are like, oh, boy.
Well, with neither guy available, like you said, it's a little tough right now.
Yep.
It's a little tough. And it's enabling guys like Louis Bond to get a whole lot of work, you know, not that he's exactly the same kind of player, but he's been out here opening some eyes. Now, next up, I will get to Caden McDonald. We will get to that interview, I promise. But we started talking, and it's camp, and this is what we do here.
This is what we do.
Talking a lot about the front 4 and the rotation with Clowney added to the mix and all that. But what about the back 7? You know, we talk about the front 7. Let's go back 7 here because depth issues at linebacker possible. But a lot of options. Signing Sione Takitaki the other day. There was another TikTok video that made a lot of rounds that we forgot to mention with the McNairs yesterday. But what about depth at defensive back? And my take on the reserve defensive backs, you know, not that it impressed me, but something came to me that really made me happy about this football team, about the reserves. It's coming up next here on Texans Training Camp Live.
More training camp coverage is coming up on Texans Radio.
Experience business banking that empowers you at every milestone. At Amity Bank, our business checking accounts are built to help you turn big goals into sustainable success. As your business evolves, your banking can too. With a local team who knows your business, understands your market, and cares about your goals. Visit us in a local branch or at amitybank.com/grow to open an account today. Amity Bank is a division of Zions Bank Corporation, N.A., member FDIC.
It's bigger. It's better. It's Coshada Casino Resort like you've never seen it before. Introducing the all-new Legacy Tower with 204 beautiful rooms, 100 suites, and a stunning new lobby entrance. Just steps from the largest gaming floor in the Lake Charles area. With new gaming, better slots, top-rated golf, and the Dream Pool and Lazy River. It's all at Coshada, Louisiana's best bet.
Coshada. When the Houston Texans take to the gridiron this season, Reliant will be there to bring the energy. That's because Reliant is the only energy provider the Texans trust to power every electric moment, every punt, pass, and kick, every touchdown or takeaway. Reliant will be there, powering every game day. And when you have Reliant and Vivint, they're smarter together, giving you the power to manage your electricity and your smart home all in one place. Reliant, proud to be the official energy provider of the Houston Texans.
PUCT number 10007.
Want to take trips with the Texans on the road this season while building your network with executive peers? As a Houston Tech Luxembourg, we take you and your guests beyond the game with access to the Texans organization that money can't buy, which will leave colleagues and clients wanting more. From the moment you arrive, we guarantee you and your guests will have an unforgettable luxury experience. Ready to learn more? Visit HoustonTexansLux.com or call 832-667-2299 to speak to a representative today.
More Texans Radio is on the way.
Empower girls, provide opportunities, sanction the game. She's next. Join the movement to support Girls Flag Football. When you support Girls Flag, you help provide opportunity for girls in Texas to play the game they love. More support means more access to resources, equipment, scholarships, and helping flag football become an official UIL-sanctioned sport in Texas. Help us make Texas next to sanction Girls Flag. Join the She's Next movement at HoustonTexans.com/girlsflag.
Something amazing is happening. Technology is working harder, faster, and more reliably. It's delivering results that work. But who makes technology work? CDW. We're a full-service technology solutions provider, advising our clients and designing customized solutions so they can reach their goals and do amazing things. CDW. Make amazing happen. Find out more at cdw.com.
Slovacek's Hickory Smoked Sausage is what football season is all about. Slovacek's has been a game day staple since 1950 and made just down the road in Snook, Texas. Each batch of Slovacek sausage is still crafted using the original Czech recipe Texans have loved for decades. So, enjoy Slovacek sausage at the stadium or at home all season long. And the next time you find yourself craving a taste of Texas, look for Slovaceks at your local grocer or visit our store on I-35 in West. Slovaceks, the preferred sausage of the Houston Texans.
Reset your presets.
Initialize sequence.
And tell your friends. August 13th, we become 95.7 The Fan. A place for fans, built by fans. Texans, Rockets, Astros. Doesn't matter. Everyone's invited. Louder, clearer, better than ever. Houston sports leader 95.7 The Fan is coming soon.
We're back with a front row seat. It's Texans Training Camp Live.
Individual drills going on right now in front of us. Guardian caps, full pads. These Guardian caps are a big factor, and you know who, Johnny. You talked about it. Kyle Brandt, Good Morning Football, talked about it. This is a cool look for Jalen Petrie, and it's paying off. It literally paid off. It's like, you know, John Lopez comes up again. You know what Lopez says? When you got something unique about yourself, own it.
Yeah.
And he's owning the Guardian cap.
Yeah. GCK, Guardian Cap King. Jalen Petrie gets a sponsorship with Guardian caps.
Yep.
That's freaking awesome. I mean, it is awesome to see because when that was announced, I don't know how many years, and linemen are going to have to wear the Guardian caps in practice. And then I think it was last year they put the Guardian caps on DBs. I don't know about all of them. I think the choice was there. And then Petrie gets a concussion against Denver late in the game. So he misses 3 games. He comes back, and he's got that Guardian cap on. And we talked to him about it, and he's like, yeah, guys are giving me the business a little bit. And then he hit Rashee Rice, and he turned him to a used car lot blowy thing right there in front of a nation. And all of a sudden it's like, yeah, Guardian cap's cool to wear, man. He became Guardian cap king, and now he is the Guardian cap spokesman, and it's the best sponsorship you could have.
So good.
It's so awesome.
Okay, so you know who else is wearing a Guardian cap? Liam Vandermeer's middle school team.
Oh, smart.
Training camp practice day 1 yesterday. So I do practice in the morning, and at night I'm back at practice. And now I'm watching middle school kids.
Yes.
So, and I've said many times before, he's different than my older son. He doesn't understand football, right? Yeah. So he's just learning it. They've had him at defensive end, and he's lined up against the tight end, and he's just pushing him back. And the ball carrier goes right by. And he's like, oh, yeah, Dad, they told me, don't just push the guy back. Go for the guy with the ball.
Right.
I'm like, yes. He's like, but I liked what I saw, Johnny, because he wanted to bull rush. He wanted to bull rush. He just enjoyed sledding the guy back.
Yes.
And I thought, ooh, okay, but peel off and go get the ball carrier. And it's going to be interesting to watch. It's such a journey.
Teaching the awareness of where the ball is going to be interesting, but knowing that there is a joy in moving another human being in a way that they don't like is awesome.
He wasn't as strong as I thought.
Yeah.
I pushed him back. I'm like, okay, let's get tested here. This is good.
And the respect that people have, even at this level, at the NFL level, for players that can move men. Like Caden McDonald, we talked about it earlier. Caden McDonald had a play yesterday where he stood up a guard, and then as the ball carrier ran towards him, Mark, he took the guard, 320-pound guard. And I don't remember who it was. So I don't want to I saw 2 numbers in my mind, so I'm not sure who it was. But took him and just launched him to the ground. Like just shocked him and just took him right to the ground and made the tackle and just bear hugged the running back at that point. I'm like, my God.
Steven Adegoke, all right, he's the safeties coach. Sorry, Johnny.
He's awesome.
He's so awesome.
He's right in front of us.
They're the end zone right in front of us, and the safeties are doing this drill, and he is running with them every step of the way, out of uniform. Now, we've seen him literally in uniform. During the freaking season, taking hits from his players, and they drop him on a pad, but still taking hits from his players because he wants them to maintain the tackling toughness edge throughout the entire season. Adegoke, he seems like D'Amico Jr. in many ways.
Yes.
I mean, he's just such a head coach in waiting, you would think. I mean, not literally here, but somewhere at some point in his career, you would think. And I love the way he works with his players because they got to respect that. I think he really enjoys that. I think that is something that he loves to do, and they love to see it.
So, in all of our lives, we've made decisions at some point. We went. You went to Miami, and that begat coming here. You make decisions in your life.
Decision. I beg to do it. Yeah. Oh, go on.
Well, there are sometimes decisions that you don't make. I remember, I think it was after the 24 season, that offseason, read that Steven Adegoke was going to go take a job at Michigan.
Oh.
And it was like, oh, crap, I love Stephen A. I can't believe he's leaving. And then a couple days later, it was like, no, didn't work out, staying in Houston. And I was like, that decision, or lack thereof, him not taking that Michigan job, think about how Michigan blew up the last couple of years, the last year in particular. Think about how all that just went to smithereens. He would have been right in the middle of all that. And he said, no, you know what? I'm good here. I'm good. I'm staying with the Texans. And I'm sure he will never talk about that on air with us or talk about that. But I just remember that he was on his way to Michigan. I was mad. Not mad at him, but just mad in general because I know how good a coach he is, how hard he works with these safeties. They love playing for him because they see that player mentality. Yet, when he's on with us, you hear a head coach. You hear a head coach.
Johnny, let's talk back 7, like I said, for a moment here, especially in the secondary.
Yep.
Because if this team did not have the Pro Bowl-type roster they do back there, when you talk about Stingley and Lassiter and Bullock and Reed Blankenship and all that, if all we had, and it was like 2021, right? Let's just go back. But you had a Jalen Smith and a Jalen Reed and a Kamari Ramsey. I'd be really excited about these guys. It's like, these guys are the future. They're young and scrappy and hungry. Sound like the Hamilton soundtrack.
Yeah.
But they're young and scrappy and hungry, and they're on the rise. I'm excited about those guys So should I be? How excited should I be when you look at J-Rock and Jalen Reed, who played a bit last year, and then Ramsey, who's a rookie, and the USC Cosa Nostra here and all that he can do? What do you think?
I think the depth is much better. I think it's much better. And when you slot Reed Blankenship in as a starter in that group, it probably moves Jalen Reed back to where he's going to make an impact on his team this year. I think the way he's playing, he's slimmed down a little bit. He's confident. He is one of the most confident guys I've ever met. He knows he can play, but he doesn't have to be a starter. There's not that pressure right away to have to be that guy right away in year two, as he was sort of forced to last year to start in that playoff game against the Patriots. He started against the Bills. That was his first start in the NFL. So you start with Jalen Reed, then you go to J-Rock, who didn't get to play at all last year after 2 games. He gets hurt, he misses the year. He was really, really impressive yesterday. Those 2 guys just in of itself behind the first 5 guys, I mean, that's tremendous, especially the fact that one can play corner, and J-Rock can do that. J-Rock can play the outside corner. He can play the inside corner. Having those 2 guys just bolsters your depth that much more. I feel like there's got to be one other piece that comes along, and I don't know whether that's – well, I mean, look, Tremont Smith's still here, great veteran, love him on special teams. Oh, you mentioned Kamari Ramsey too.
Yeah.
Kamari Ramsey is going to find a way to get on the field this year in some capacity.
Look, you only have
He's
the
a
numbers.
good player.
The numbers bite at some point. What about Colin Wright, the local guy from Stanford?
Oh, hey, I found out today I'm getting him, so you want to listen to that interview the next few days. I'm getting Colin Wright.
Nice.
He is really playing well. I saw him at the Senior Bowl, Mark, and I remember thinking, okay, it's not perfect, but I like his size. I like his demeanor. I like just watching him. I thought he was pretty good. He got beat on some things, but that obviously is going to happen with the Senior Bowl. I mean, it's going to happen down there. But smart, in the right spot. He's made plays. He made a great play on a seam ball to Marlon Klein a few days ago where it looked like it was going to be a connection with Mertz and Klein. Klein went up. He had his hands wrong, and he'd gone up and snatched it. Maybe Colin can't do it, but he kind of tried to catch it over his shoulder like this with his thumbs out. And Colin just raked it away yesterday. Colin Wright, pass breakup out on the edge against one of the receivers. He's been really impressive. And Kamari Lassiter was up at the podium, and somebody asked him, hey, who's been impressive to you that's obviously not, the core guys? And he said, our new cornerback, Colin. And I thought, okay, the players are noticing that. And that's pretty darn cool.
All right, Caden McDonald, as promised, next year, before we hand it off to In the Loop, Caden McDonald, draft choice, guy who's opening some eyes here on the D-line. He's next here on Texans All. No, it's not Texans All Access. It is Texans Training Camp Live. Get it right. Texans Radio.
Boom.
Or Texans Radio coming up in a moment.
Balancing your work, family, and health is a lot to manage. Houston Methodist has a lot to offer. Convenient primary care checkups, personalized orthopedics to keep you moving, and experts in specialties like cardiology, neurology, and GI, all in one manageable system, so you can stay healthy and strong. That's the difference between practicing medicine and leading it for you. Houston Methodist, leading medicine.
Oh, hey, Sarah. Did you hear my daughter Katie got Camper of the Week?
That's a big deal.
We got a big deal, too. Right, Mom?
Honey, shh.
What's that?
Okay, that Hyundai Santa Fe, I only paid...
Nice.
Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong. The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days, or 1.9% APR for 72 months on the Hyundai Tucson, Tucson Plug-in Hybrid, Santa Fe, or Santa Fe Hybrid. During the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Offers end September 8th. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
Relax and let Kroger Pickup handle your grocery shopping this week. We start with only the freshest items, then choose your favorites, carefully pack everything up, and load it right into your trunk, so you can feel confident it's what you ordered. Fresh groceries your way with Kroger Pickup and Delivery. And right now, you can save $20 on your first pickup or delivery order. Kroger, fresh for everyone.
Reset your presets.
Initialize sequence.
And tell your friends. 13th, we become 95.7 The Fan. A place for fans, built by fans. Texans, Rockets, Astros. Doesn't matter. Everyone's invited. Louder, clearer, better than ever. Houston sports leader 95.7 The Fan is coming soon.
More Texans radio is on the way.
In Texas, we say yeehaw.
In Monaco, we say enchanté.
We got pickup trucks.
We have super yachts.
But now you can have both. Get the best of both worlds with Monaco scratch tickets from the Texas Lottery. Play for a shot at top prizes up to $1 million. Or enter for a chance to win a VIP trip to Monaco where you could become a millionaire.
That is a lot of money.
You've got that right. Au revoir.
Must be 18 or older. Play responsibly.
At Mastro's Restaurants, we know the best things in life can't be rushed. That's why our beautifully marbled steaks are aged for 28 days, delivering tenderness and rich flavor in every decadent bite. Recognized among the nation's most extraordinary steakhouses and ocean clubs, Mastro's brings style, superior service, and an indulgent menu of steak, seafood, handcrafted cocktails, and world-class wine. Mastro's Restaurants, an unparalleled dining experience. Visit mastrosrestaurants.com for locations and reservations.
Wildcat Golf Club is Houston's premier 36-hole golf facility, featuring the Lakes Course and the Highlands Course, located just 10 minutes south of NRG Stadium off Air Boulevard. Courses are open 7 days a week, along with a driving range and on-site dining at the Vista Grill, serving both breakfast and lunch. Come enjoy elevation changes and scenic views like no other course in Houston. For tee times and more information, visit us at wildcatgolfclub.com or call the Pro Shop at 713-413-3400.
What could be more exciting than watching your Houston Texans from the stands this season? Watching the exciting matchups with 10 or more of your friends and family. Plus, get exclusive benefits like preferred pricing, game day experience packages, and more. Experience the sights and sounds of Reliant Stadium with your squad and secure group tickets now at HoustonTexans.com/tickets or call 832-667-2390 to learn more.
It's Texans Training Camp Live.
Here we go.
Now, back to the show.
Team is in group install right now. They're gonna get into one-on-ones, which is pretty cool because they haven't done one-on-ones yet in camp. And this is the way it's been going in the D'Amico Ryans regime for the most part. They don't do one-on-ones until a few days in. I'm not sure why, but I'm eager to find out. That's a good question to ask. They do 7-on-7. And I remember one year they didn't do 7-on-7 for a while. They were doing full team and not 7-on-7. So I'm wondering why. That's a good question for the head coach. And, of course, my first interview with him will be pregame for the Charger game a week from Thursday. And don't forget, 95.7 The Fan. Boom. Station was live on FM that day, and I know they're running all the hot promos right now. You hear all the production, like, you know, the lasers and whatever else. It's going to sound so badass on FM. It's going to sound great. Can't wait for it. A lot of you listening on either on the app, so you already know you have good quality sound that way. Love AM radio, love the history of it all, but it's changing. And some of you listen on HD2 on 100.3, their HD2 channel. I believe that's where you get Sports Radio 610. For some reason, I still listen on AM. I just like it, but I won't be. Starting next Thursday, it'll be 95.7 The Fan. Can't wait. All right, can't wait for this. Caden McDonald, drafted second round, Ohio State, the rookie defensive tackle. John Harris caught up with Caden.
All right, I've been looking forward to this one for a while. John Harris alongside Caden McDonald. First of all, Caden, I got to ask you this. With a name like McDonald, K-Mac, Big Mac, Little Mac, what's the nickname? What do you go by?
They call me K-Mac.
K-Mac. You good with that?
K-Mac the one. That's the handle.
That's the handle. It's
yeah,
K-Mac. Okay,
yeah.
So K-Mac with the sack. That works?
Yeah, K-Mac with the sack.
I'm going to tell Mark that. Mark's going to have to use that for the game broadcast. Coming as a rookie, you've been through 4 practices now. I know it's a lot different than college, or is it different than college? What are the differences between college and like the first few days here?
Just saying, like, it's a deeper process day by day. You know, every little detail matters, how your pads are, your hand placement, and just really just following your line. I would say a day by day process.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's why it's different between the NFL and college.
Yeah, no doubt. Rod Wright, Franco Cam, I know as a rookie, you're like moldable clay. Hey man, I know they want to coach you, but you're a coachable guy. What has their coaching meant to you, and how do you kind of absorb it each and every day?
Playing like I said, Coach Rod and Coach Frank, they want me to just play who I am, just play big and play powerful.
Yeah, you're a powerful guy. Yeah. What's the squat in the weight room? What is it?
Back when I was in college, I was a heavy squatter, like 700, but now we power to play.
Yeah.
You know, we live to play now. So, yeah.
So it's not like the pounds itself. It's can you get yourself ready to go?
Yes, sir.
How different is what you're doing up here versus Ohio State? Because we talk about this all the time. When you go, you play defensive tackle at one level, but you play at the next level. Just what's asked of you is a little different. How different is it just from play style?
I'll just say it's just dark room. Just following what the coaches say. Like I said, it's a day-by-day process. Sure. You just got to stay put in your place. Don't look too forward. And, like I said, I got to control what I can't control.
There you go.
And that's how I play.
Team goals, personal goals for 2026, your first year in the league.
Personal goals, just taking it day by day. Listening to Will Anderson Jr., that's my big brother.
There you go.
And team goals, win 16 games, and just really just grow as a team and get better and get ready for the playoffs.
I like that. Your room, you talked about Will. You got some vets in that room. How important have they been? I know you haven't been here too long, but you got here right after the draft. What have those vets meant to you thus far through your fray into NFL?
It's really just having someone to talk to. Like all those guys, those vets, they've been here. They know what it looks like to be in the divisional round. They've been in the wars. I haven't. So all I got to do is follow their lead, and it's going to show up game one.
Yeah, absolutely. How much are you looking forward to just putting on the real game jersey and going there and playing a game in a couple of weeks?
I dreamed of this all my life.
Yep.
I'm excited and I'm very blessed.
You are blessed, yes, absolutely. And you're excellent at what you do. There's no question about that. I've been watching you since your days back at Ohio State.
Yes,
but there are a lot of people here in Houston, they think the Big Ten doesn't play football. Yeah. So they probably haven't watched you all that much. So if I pull a Texans fan over and they hadn't watched you, what would you tell them, this is who I am as a player?
Stout. Disruptive.
Powerful.
Yes, sir.
Okay. I like it. All right. Let's get away from football a little bit. I've asked this question of a few guys. Now, I need you to think. All right? You're going to dinner. It's you and 3 individuals, dead or alive, that you can have a dinner with. You got 3 hours. You got your favorite food. You're from Georgia, so I know you might like some Southern food, maybe. All right. So you got 3, dead or alive, that you want with you at that dinner. You and 3 others. Who's it going to be?
The first unanimous All-American at Ohio State, Jim Stillwagon.
Oh, yes. Okay.
I want to go Cam Hayward, big brother. And number 3, I would say Baby Drew.
Baby Drew.
Baby Drill.
Oh, Baby.
4L.
Okay, all right. Should I know who that is? Should I know who that is?
It's a rapper.
Okay. You gotta learn me on that one a little bit. Houston, let's talk about that. Now, you went to Ohio State, but you're from Georgia.
Yeah.
So you're back in the South. So how is training camp practice as far as like weather, making it through? Does it kind of remind you of being back home? What's that kind of like for you?
This is home.
Yeah.
This is where I'm meant to be, and I'm so blessed to be here. And I would never want to be anywhere else. And like I said, this is a great team. We're going to win football games. I'm glad to be here.
How much have you gotten to see of Houston? I've seen you guys in the building a lot. You guys have been living in the building, but have you gotten a chance to see Houston a little bit?
Yeah, some good food spots out here. And, everywhere. It's like a family atmosphere. I was born in Texarkana, so it ain't too far, and I got my family. They all close, so it's a great deal. Houston is a great deal.
So I'm a big college football guy. I do a lot of draft stuff. So I got my eyes on the Buckeyes this year. Give me a couple of guys I should be watching to get ready for the NFL. Whether they end up in Houston or not, but give me a couple of guys from Ohio State I need to be watching this year.
Defense, let go Kenyatta Jackson.
Yep, defensive end, very good. All right.
I got to go with my roommate, Edric Houston.
Okay.
Who else? You gotta watch out for Jalen McClain.
Okay.
And another guy, one more guy, Jermaine Matthews.
Defensive back. I like him. I like him a lot. Give me your forecast on the Buckeyes real fast.
Like, what do you mean? How good are they going to be this year? Can they win it all? Because you're supposed to win it all last year. I know you know this. You're supposed to win it all last year.
They can. They will.
They will?
They will.
Yeah. They're missing a horse in the middle, and he's in Houston, and I'm happy for that. Payne McDonald. K-Mac! Appreciate your time, man. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you. No problem. Peace out.
K-Mac, Caden McDonald joining Johnny Harris, and second-round draft pick. Boy, you go over that D-line depth, he's going to make the football team. But this is definitely going to be a challenge for the rookies to fit in, to make an impression. Could have been a first-round draft pick. Let's get John Lopez in here to do our handoff with In the Loop, because you guys have been crushing it with these big-time guests. Who do you got today?
How about Keelan Rutledge?
How about that?
How about Keelan Rutledge? I might pick a fight with him, see what happens.
Okay, so I wouldn't do that.
And that's how John Lopez ended his career.
It finally came to an end after many successful years.
It finally happened.
I was kind of joking about you back in the day being a columnist touring the World Cups and Olympics and all that stuff.
I heard, yeah.
I mean, that must have been pretty nice, actually.
It was stealing, man. It was, let's be honest. Yeah. It was no, man.
But you're under pressure to write a column and say something that is going to continue your employment, right? I mean, you have to be profound or at least have a great take.
I'm not trying to get too profound here, but early on in my career, I realized, and this is going on my 43rd year, tell them something they don't know already.
Okay.
Tell them they don't know already.
All right, that's good.
And I've done that my whole life. Like whether you're, everybody knows the score, especially these days.
Yeah.
Everybody knows who won and who had the stats. Tell them something they know. Tell them, talk about the story. So, yeah, it's always been fun, man. Always been fun to travel the world, 4 or 5 continents, something like that.
Wow, that's amazing. Yeah. Well, you're going to travel right here to the Houston Methodist Training Center for the next few days, and including today with Keelan Rutledge on the show. Now, tonight, we got loaded Texans All Access. We'll feature some of the Nick Caserio conversation with Payne and Pendergast because that was really good. And maybe Jadeveon Clowney, part of that again, because that was really good and it was exclusive, as JD talked about being back with the Texans. And practice underway. They're in a little 2-minute break right now. But In the Loop, we'll keep you company and let you know what is happening on Field 1 here as the live coverage continues with the game. Preseason Game 1 happening a week from Thursday. Can't wait. 7 o'clock kick. 95.7 The Fan has it for you. Thank you, Aaron. Thank you, Byron, back in the studio. Have a great day, everyone. Go Texans.
This is Texans Radio on Sports Radio 610.
To all the physicians, researchers, and nurses who've made all the difference, the families you've helped would like to say,
thank you, Texas Children's.
To hear their stories, visit texaschildrens.org/impact. Texas Children's.
It's the summer sales event with the Ford Crew. Anna, what says summer to you?
Sunshine, road trips, camping.
And?
Ford being #1 in new vehicle quality among mainstream brands according to J.D. Power.
And?
And low APR offers with Ford on a
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Faggy has hit him big time.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez and Reggie Atatula. Always live, always local.
What do you say? I don't care about the labor, show me the baby.
Don't tell me about the waves. Just bring the ship in.
Okay, that's a different one.
What'd you say about a baby?
You said that one specifically. Don't get out. Figgy, help me out.
I have not said
He's
that
gaslighting me right now.
You're in the loop on Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
What's happening? You are indeed in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610 on a Tuesday. Happy Tuesday to you as we broadcast live from the Houston Methodist Training Center in the heart of Houston, Texas for Houston Texans training camp. This is practice number 7, correct?
6.
Is it 6? Yeah, it's day 7, practice number 6. There we go. Second practice with pads on, and we've already gotten a little work underway. Appreciate you listening to the program, and always appreciate you joining in on the program. There's a few ways to do it. There's the text line. That is 713-572-4610. Let us know what you're thinking, what you're feeling. But also, we appreciate the moment you look for the live streams.
We keep it 100.
There's the YouTube page, Sports Radio 610, the Twitch chat that has already migrated to 95.7 The Fan. That is the frequency with which you'll be able to hear the same great programming come August 13th.
And we got stuff planned.
We do have stuff planned. How much do you want to tease? How heavily do you want to lean into this tease?
Figgy, help me out. How heavily do I want to lean into this tease?
Don't tease it right now.
Okay. All right.
I'll take Figgy.
Our boss man, Figgy.
We still got a week.
Yeah.
That's right. That's fair. That's fair. But we don't have a week to talk about what we've got going on right here. Well, I mean, we do, but today, as they're going 7-on-7 right this moment. But let's give some passing thoughts on what we've seen to this point.
Yeah,
today.
busy day. They're in pads again. Passing thoughts. My first passing thought, because it happens every day, has nothing to do with the Texans. Every time I hear myself say, "What'd you say about a baby?" I just laugh. It just makes me laugh. That's neither here.
It makes me mad. It makes me mad every time.
Because I never had heard that before in my life.
I still don't believe you.
Anyway, let's get to the text. What'd you say about a baby? Let's get to Hey, we had a first today. There was a first. I don't know if y'all noticed this.
I might have noticed it, but I'm also very forgetful, so let me know.
Day 7, practice number 6, first time in training camp that receivers and cornerbacks or defensive backs went one-on-one.
Yeah, man, one-on-ones were very fun.
That's weird that they've never done it.
That they hadn't done it to this point.
Maybe it's a D'Amico thing, like he wants to make sure they're indoctrinated, they're warm, they're in the groove of practice and all that.
Does that feel like it tells you anything about the approach that they have this year? Because there's some other things that we saw shift a little bit this season.
Yeah, I think they're changing. They're tweaking their system, and D'Amico has talked about. Well, he actually went in depth before camp about all the things that that are different now in year 3. I think this is part of it. Spending a lot more time in the bubble, really just getting into the heat for the actual hard work. Not that stretching isn't work, but you get my point.
I don't know.
It might not be that hard. And then not having one-on-ones until day 6 of practice. But let's get to the one-on-ones real quick.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody has their eyes on C.J. Stroud, of course.
That's right.
That's the story of the year. We know that. Not going to lie, dude was throwing some dimes.
Some really good footballs
out
there.
Actual dimes.
I think there might have been one errant pass.
Well, and I don't know if it was the receiver's fault or not. I was going to get to that. The one over on the far.
That's right.
On the far side.
It wasn't Josh Kelly, because Josh Kelly just flat out dropped it. If we're going to talk about. Was it
was Jared Wayne.
Okay, no, that one, it was Jared Wayne. You're right.
Yeah.
Jared Wayne was the one that he missed. Our engineer, Aaron, always appreciate him giving us an extra pair of eyes. There was a miscommunication between CJ and Jaden Higgins, which I'm going to be honest, that one I don't love to see, because that is the relationship of any two players out here on these football field. That is the one that I am the most intrigued by, and honestly the one that I need to see flourish the most, because we've seen plenty of what happened there where Jaden Higgins is running against Derek Stingley, no less. He's running a little bit of a crack, and DJ seems to put the ball at the top of his route, and Higgins comes back to the sideline away from the football. I don't know exactly which one of those it was supposed to be, but clearly miscommunication between the two of them. And I don't care whose fault it is. All I know is that they need to find the middle ground.
Yeah, and while on the topic of one-on-ones, it was great to see a couple of things to note. Davis Mills threw some dimes. He only had like 3 or 4 passes. I don't know. They were mixing in Graham Mertz more, but he had a real nice one in front of Jalen Petrie. I believe that one was to Lewis Bond. To Lewis Bond. And then the other thing that we have to be fair about this, one-on-ones is unfair to the defense.
100%.
It is very unfair to the defense.
100%. But even with that being the case, in a place where it's unfair to the defense, these defenders in particular are really good at coverage, so I think it gets a little bit closer to fair. The guys who did shine, interestingly enough, I want to shout out, let's see, I think Higgins did a pretty good job when Petrie went up and jammed him. Of continuing on his route, accelerating really well to be able to gain that separation. And then I think Graham Mertz put up a ball to him on the money. Also, hey, shout out to Lewis Bond. Lewis Bond looked pretty solid in those one-on-ones. There was one where he's going over the top, which I imagine is not going to be his role all that much. But there's one where he also gets over the top of his defender. I can't remember who he was going with. Although I will say he did have Petrie on him one time, and Petrie was able to stifle him on an out route. So that was one of those weird things where a route that I don't think that Lewis Bond is going to be responsible for as much. Yeah. He did pretty well. A route that I do think that he will be responsible for more. Jalen Petrie was able to stifle him in the same way that we saw in 7-on-7s yesterday.
Yeah. So that was the one-on-ones right now. They're doing, looks like a little 7-on-7. We'll keep you update on that. A couple of other passing thoughts here, and that is, outside, there's a sign that says "Protect the team." And
you want to explain what that means?
Yes, and it's talking about how fans are encouraged. Hey, take all the pictures you want, but when they do team drills, not to do any pictures or video. And there's even an announcement that has been played a couple of times by Mark Vandermeer, encouraging people not to do any videos during team activities or whatever. And my only passing thought on that, well, 2, or else what? Or what? You're going to get thrown out? You're going to get your tickets revoked?
Yeah, I don't know exactly how to do that, but I understand the ideas.
Yeah.
We don't want our stuff out on the internet. It just feels like there's enough teams in the NFL that do have their stuff out there, and it does not serve as an actual detriment to the way they play football.
Yeah.
Especially with this team, that their ethos seems to be, from the coach down, try and stop us.
Yeah.
Right? Like, that seems to be the whole ethos. Whether you talk about the way that this defense operates, which is you kind of know what we're doing. Bet you can't get anything on us anyway.
Right.
And then the offense, let's be honest, the offense has a little bit less of an identity, or at least one that has been solidified. However, if there was a try and stop us ass approach to offense, it is we are going to run the ball down your throat, which is what they're trying to do.
Yeah.
So, I don't know. It feels a little incongruent, but I understand that that's kind of where they want to be, and I respect it.
Yeah. You know who we haven't talked about a lot in terms of just passing thoughts and what he's doing out there?
The punters?
D'Amico Ryans.
Oh, okay.
Like
but also the punters.
We've heard from D'Amico Ryans. He's talked about the practices and stuff. I noticed today there was an extra hop in his step today, and he was much more active as they're getting into the individuals and such with the cornerbacks and the safeties. Even went over to the stands a little bit and waved, and the crowd yelled and stuff like that. So even D'Amico's feeling it right now in day 6, and I think it's also, you talk about how things have changed, which kind of significant in a way that we're not noticing him as much. It's happening on its own. The players are taking care of things. The assistant coaches are established. I'm not saying he's an overseer because he's very involved in the defense, as we all know, but it's just a little more fluid than ever with D'Amico Ryans.
Yeah, no, especially because I keep coming back to, I think it was his very first presser out here on the fields, where he was talking even more about the fact that one of the things that he has learned is learning how to even delegate even more, because we remember that didn't happen at the start of last year. That happened in the midst of last year, passing play calling duties defensively over to Matt Burke and really taking more of, I guess, the CEO head coach type role, quote unquote. It feels like he is coming into that even more and realizing the benefits of it outside of just, because I think when you make a move like that in our lives in general, that you didn't want to have to move, but it felt like you needed to. At the first part, you're thinking about what are the negatives, what are you giving up. I think that he might be reaching the point of that decision where he's realizing, what did I gain?
Yes.
And I kind of appreciate that, and excited for how that helps him become an even better football coach.
You know who we haven't talked about in an even longer time?
Is this the punters?
Rick Smith.
Oh.
Rick Smith is here.
That's right.
Rick Smith is at practice. Excuse me. That is
it bad?
Bizarre.
Is it bad that I got uncomfortable around him because I was like, should I introduce myself? And I was like, I don't want to bother him.
Yeah. No, that's not weird. That's not weird at all.
Okay, but no, he is out here. Again,
I mean, he did draft Jadeveon Clowney.
He did. He did. It does feel like there's a little bit of and maybe it's the Jadeveon Clowney specifically feel of it. This is a team that feels like it's absolutely trying to make sure that it's tied into its roots.
Yeah.
And I don't know how intentional that move is. Maybe this was always going to be the case, have him come out. But yeah, it continues to cultivate that aura of a full circle when it comes to the way that this organization moves.
So last year about this time, early on in training camp, I remember having the discussion with you about, that Kalen Bullock, his ball skills seemed to be really, really developed. And, of course, we all found out they were.
Yes.
They were.
Correct.
He ended up getting – that dude, I mean, whether it was individuals or the one-on-ones that we talked about, it is all pro level when he high points a ball with a receiver in the vicinity. I mean, it is extraordinary, his ball skills this year. As they were last year.
Yeah, I mean, that is a continuation of form, which honestly on the defense, it sounds like, well, you're telling us nothing. If we were going to do that with the defensive players have all, exactly what they are. However, I think that what you're doing here is pointing out a leveling up, which it feels like you can talk about at every level.
Yeah.
If you're talking about Kamari Lassiter, like the physicality that he's playing with has gone up to another level, and the technique that he has is there as well. You're talking about Kalen Bullock, where his ability to, kind of range that outfield and play center field of sorts is still there. Like, everybody is finding ways to up their level, which should be scary for the rest of the league, because not only is the defense getting better in adding coverage to the very few holes that they had, the guys that they had are playing better. And so it's one of those things where defense isn't sticky year to year. The production on defense, if there was ever a defense that I bet on being sticky and being similar or not, if not better to what they previously were, it is this Houston Texans defense.
It really is, and he had just a couple of great reps. Another passing thought here. Oh, just real quick, leader in the clubhouse. We always talk about first one out, last one in. Well, I don't know about last one in. First one out, last 2 days, Caden McDonald. What does it mean? I don't know, but that's a rookie that is trying to really establish himself.
Well, I think it means that you're going to get to him being productive faster, because this is the thing about Caden McDonald, and we talked about it with Rod Wright. You've heard it talked about by D'Amico Ryans as the intangibles, like the things that it's harder to get to, right? The physical ability, or like the physical size, that's already there. It is technique. It is the things that you need the time in on, and he is obviously coming out and putting the time in. So no, I think that's interesting, and it matters, especially because this is a defensive line room, especially the defensive tackle room, where you could easily go from defensive tackle 3 to defensive tackle 5 in a very quick jump, because there's so many really good players in it.
And then I had another thought as I'm watching the team come out, and this is a great problem to have, but it's also a problem in a sense. This team is going to have to cut some drafted players and hope for the best, hope that they somehow end up on the practice squad, because you start doing the math on some of these positions, particularly the wide receiver position, and maybe, depending on what happens, the linebacker position. It's hard to get all these guys on the active roster.
Yeah, man, it's as you mentioned, a good problem. I honestly not started thinking about this, because this has always been kind of an underlying thought, but it made me think about it even more listening to Payne and Pendergast a little bit earlier today when they talked with the general manager of this team. I mean, he's like the EVP, and he's essentially the general manager, Nick Castillo, and they were asking him about something to that effect, like, hey, the tight end room, you might go heavier there, and what is the impact? I want to actually do that experiment a little bit later on with you, or maybe we could just do that now, because I was looking at it, what he was talking about, and the idea that you might carry more tight ends, and I think the answer that Caserio gave was one that pointed to some positions where numbers wise are strong enough where you'll have to give up somewhere else, and if you're heavier in one spot, you might have to be lighter at another to carry depth. And I was thinking, which positions can you sacrifice at? Mm-hmm. And so, like, if you don't mind, I'd like to kind of think about it, ponder on it real quick. We don't have to get to the entire bottom of this, but it feels like tight end is one of those spots where you might go a little heavier at. Mm-hmm. Is there another spot where you go, hey, we might go a little heavier at? I don't think that lineman is going to be one of those, but because they've got a lot of guys that feel like the same level, I don't think that they'll go and just have like 10 of them or like more than 10 of them. I mean, what are the other spots that you're looking at?
Well, to me, it's going to come down to tight end, as you mentioned, linebacker, and, maybe wide receiver as well. Louis Bond does not have a spot on this roster. You can talk about fourth-round picks. Like, depending on who they bring in, who they end up keeping, Wayne Woodaz is a fourth-round pick, and you automatically think, oh, well, he's going to be on the roster. Do you?
I think he might need to.
Yeah, do you, though?
I think he might need to, though, because linebacker is one of those spots where not only are you thinking about on the field, that's special teams. Like special teams, linebackers are one of those places. So, I mean, I know that they have a lot of guys there. Obviously, I don't know that all of them carry. And this thing is, all you have to look at the spots where you go, can we take this and make this guy make it over to practice squad? Because that's where you might have to carry some of your depth as well, like on the practice squad where you know that you can elevate them or bring them into the fold.
But that's a risk trying to get them to
exactly.
The practice
squad. My thought process is, are there also spots where maybe you have a guy that can make it to the practice squad? And maybe that's what Louis Bond ultimately is a guy that you can make it to the practice squad and still carry the depth. Aiden Fisher, is another one where maybe that's a guy that you can make it to the practice squad to carry some of the depth. But that's definitely a consideration that will have to be had as you're getting deeper into the 53-man roster machinations.
Yeah. Another couple quick. What'd you say?
They're in team right now, and I just love that Brevin Jordan fingertip catch on an out route. You see the benefit that he has in being able to use his hands, as we have the main man Toro coming over to sit down.
Yeah,
I have a feeling that the interview is going to be a little difficult to get off with Toro because he never talks to us.
Headphones
I think he doesn't
don't
like
fit.
me.
The headphones don't fit.
That's also a good point. Well, he's going to make it. He's going to give it a try to see if the headphones will fit. Oh, he's going to hold it up to his mouth.
And by the way, another passing thought here. Shout out to Toro. Out here every day in that suit, running around, getting the crowd going. He's, we keep a list of the sweatiest people in that chair. We've had Aziz Al-Shair.
Very sweaty.
Very sweaty. We had Nico Collins, very sweaty.
Yeah.
I'll bet if Toro took off that costume and sat in that chair, he would win for sweatiest Texan.
He seems to agree.
On that chair.
I think he just wants to win, honestly. I think he just always to win. He wears number one on his jersey. He just wants the W.
Yeah.
No, 100%. And also, one thing about Toro, the reason why he's also my hero, I think he swindled Reed Blankenship into signing a very big check to him yesterday. And I love the dude who's looking to get to the money. So there you go. Appreciate Toro always coming over and hanging out with us. I think he just ate our microphone. You had one more pass of thought?
Actually, I have one more, and it's just an observation. Saw Andre Johnson walk by. Dude, that guy, I don't think we fully appreciated the size and intimidation factor of a wide receiver looking like that when he was here. He came in and dapped up, I think it was Nico. And Nico looked small.
Yeah.
I'm like, holy crap, Andre.
Yeah, Nico is like a tall dude, pretty well built, but he's still a little more svelte compared to like Andre, which honestly.
And ran a 4.3.
Yeah, it's the speed that he gets up to with that size that's really sick.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, man, so all sorts of things happening at the Houston Methodist Training Center as we've got team happening. And shout out to Jaden Higgins with a contortion type catch that he just made on the field. You might have heard the fans excited there. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. A lot of things coming today. We'll talk to the first round pick, the offensive lineman for the Houston Texans, Keelan Rutledge, Big Red. We'll sit down at our table at some point today. We'll talk to Jonathan Alexander, see what he saw from his vantage point for practice, and a lot of other things during the course of today. But coming up next, I would like to dig into a little bit, if you don't mind, J-Lo. Nick Casario was on Payne and Pendergast this morning. He had some interesting things to say, and I want to break some of those down next.
It seems like Seth is a big fan of the Texans reunion with Jadeveon Clowney.
For the amount. Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Texans training camp is here. Live from the Houston Methodist Training Center, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
That's right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Soon to be 95.7 The Fan. In fact, somebody texted in and was like, wait, when are y'all going to be on 95.7 The Fan? August 13th, Thursday, August 13th. It's the day of the very first Texans preseason game of the 2026 season. They'll be playing the Chargers here at Reliant Stadium. And let me tell you, 8 a.m. is when things get rolling on the 95.7 airwaves. There is a lot of plans to make that day very special in addition to Texans football. I know Payne and Pendergast has a lot for you. And look, we're not trying to get beat out here, right? And so we've got a lot for you as well on that day, so you want to keep it locked. A couple things as well. Somebody texted in and said, with CJ and Higgins struggling, would you consider trading Higgins for Marvin Harrison Jr.? And no. I wouldn't even call it struggling. I think that that's too strong of a characterization. Higgins has shown us a lot of really. It's a matter of time before those come on the same page. And honestly, we might have seen some things click there in that team situation because Seven was dealing, and a number of those passes were to Jaden Higgins.
No, it was. I don't know where this struggling thing came about.
Well, it's because
we talked about miscommunication.
Well, it's more than just that. We've talked about how they haven't been quite on the same page, right? They've been able to connect, but not nearly the same.
Struggling.
No, exactly. I think that there was.
We know struggling.
Right.
That wasn't it.
That is fair. We've seen the instances where, like last year, Davis Mills comes in for a 3-game stretch, and it feels like, oh, why is it so much easier to get the ball to Higgins then? I think that that's the difference that we're talking about, not necessarily that Higgins is struggling. There's definitely upside that's there to be had. But let's talk about Nick Caserio, who jumped on with Payne and Pendergast earlier this morning. There's a lot to get to, so we'll cycle back through it. But I know something that jumps out to you, J-Lo, and something that jumps out to anybody is when the general manager of this team talks about his quarterback. Can you give me cut 11 here, Figgy? Because Nick Caserio has talked about, it's always good to get what the general manager, one of the decision makers, what he is seeing. So what has he been seeing from one C.J. Stroud early on through camp?
Yeah, a lot of the same things. I think the big thing is that position we've talked about on the show. It's just making good, sound decisions with the football and not trying to not make a play up, but try to force a play. Just take what the defense gives you, and you've seen multiple examples in practice, whether we've made an adjustment or we've gone to the first read. It's just you don't want to be too cute sometimes. I mean, football, it's a simple game sometimes that we make hard, but he's really done a good job. I think he's embraced the ownership of the offense, the communication between the quarterback and the offensive line, going back to the earlier discussion. Like, that's the most critical component of offensive football. So if everybody's on the same page and everybody's kind of seeing things the same way, and then to get that information out to the perimeter of the formation, to the receivers, we've had some adjustments. We've had some examples where we were hotted and we were able to execute the hot. We've had some other situations where we had a sight adjust, maybe the quarterback did the right thing, and then maybe the skill player didn't. So those are things that you kind of work through, and then hey, what did you see? Here's what I'm thinking on that play. So that kind of two-way discourse is important, and I think you've seen that not only on the practice field, but a lot of that takes place inside in the classroom.
Yeah, man, that first part of what Nick Caserio just said is about as direct and candid a comment as we've had to all the things that we've talked about since the playoff game against the Patriots. Don't get too cute. I mean, how much more direct can you get than that? Use the play. Just understand what you're supposed to do. Don't force things. That is exactly the charge for C.J. Stroud, and that is about as direct a comment as you can get in terms of this is what we're going to be this year, hell or high water.
Yeah, and I think that some of that within there is, obviously points back to what we were talking about in the playoffs where C.J. Stroud felt the need to kind of put it all himself. Right. But I think C.J. Stroud, again, and I say this having the benefit of just recently going back and watching last year, I think that there was a lot of things that he did throughout the course of the season where he demonstrated that it was kind of uncharacteristic even for the season, the way that the playoffs went. Yeah. And I think that's what they're getting back to, is wanting him to, operate within the system and do that incredibly well. Like, it sounds really weird to say, or it sounds like a kind of a demerit of some sorts, but be a star in your role, which is, going through that process. And it feels like he's done that in a good way. I think Nick Caserio said that. Obviously, you could point it to the place that you have, but I think he said it in part to point out that, hey, man, it might not look like C.J. Stroud is out here carrying and doing all the flamboyant things, but he is doing what he's being asked by operating, going through his progressions, stepping up in the pocket and navigating the pocket to get the ball out to his tight end like he's done today. Right? Like those are the things that he's done pretty well, I think, early on, and that's what Nick Caserio was asking of him.
Yeah, no doubt.
Some other things here. Can you give me cut 16 here? Because, there was the C.J. Stroud conversation. And actually, no, give me 12 here because I did want to get to this because this was a conversation that Nick was having with Seth and Sean about, just the time that it takes naturally in this system to develop and C.J. Stroud at quarterback in particular.
It takes time.
Yeah.
Even going back to Brady, it probably took him 3 or 4 years until he really had it. And then essentially over the course of the rest of his career, you're kind of making some tweaks and adjustments. So it takes time, but it's nothing that you can't accomplish without, intentional work and just communication. And there has to be a constant dialogue and discourse between offensive quarterback coach, the players, because in the end, when you're on the field, you want to be able to rely on each other to do the right thing. So it takes work, and it's not going to get mastered overnight. It's constant evolution. It takes time, and sometimes it takes, I'd say, multiple years. So we're in the second year of this offensive system, so there's definitely been growth and development from kind of where we started a year ago to where we are currently.
So the thing about that is I think they have confidence in what C.J. Stroud is doing. That sounded like a guy. Obviously we know Nick Caserio is very, very much involved in the offensive side of things. It sounded like a guy that was confident in what they're seeing from C.J. so far. We can talk about missed this pass or miscommunication there. He kept saying it takes time, but it wasn't like a frustration there. It's like, hey, this is why we're here.
No, 100%, and I appreciated him pointing to Tom Brady. I know that could be very annoying because every time we talk about the system and people talk about Tom Brady and the immediate knee-jerk reaction is, well, nobody is Tom Brady. Why are we doing that? But I think this is more of even Tom Brady ends up in a circumstance where it took a few years. And this is the thing that I kind of hate about the conversation with Tom Brady over his career just in general is that so many people try and pretend like he dropped in fully formed into the Tom Brady that we eventually saw for the remainder of his career. There was a lot of situations that were situated to help him become better over the first 3-4 seasons of him being there. It does make me wonder, though. I'm not going to lie, J-Lo. With that understanding coming in, understanding where the Texans were, they got too good too fast, I don't know. But deciding that this is the system that you were going to go for, which is clearly somewhat of a long play, would it not have been understandable for them, or would they not have already expected the growing pains that happen in the meantime until you get to that place?
You mean like they should be further along than they are?
No, I think that what you see last year offensively, not to say that you should have absolutely expected it, but it should have been understandable that this is the case, especially knowing that your running game was – I know that they were hoping that the running game would be better, especially if Mixon would have been available. But I think even with Joe Mixon, knowing what that offensive line looked like or what it didn't look like for a good amount of time, I think that they probably were kind of – set up to fail is too strong, but there was always going to be that roadblock in between them and offensive success because – that's kind of what happens with this system.
Set up to fail might not be too strong. When you take in the fact that the running game struggled, they knew the offensive line had issues, that it had to be more of other things that they could lean on, and frankly, had some success over the course of the regular season, but ultimately you couldn't lean on C.J. Stroud just carrying the team all the way through the postseason.
And it's not a system that's built to lean on him to do that. And I think that C.J. Stroud has had a lot of instances where he's been asked to do that in his early career. And it's not a system that was built to accept when you got to third and long, it kind of become, hey, C.J., put it on your shoulders. So there was almost a little bit of mixed messaging in the way that they went about the offense. You hope that it's a little bit more clear, especially as they've clearly made a concerted effort to be able to run the football a little bit better. And to that end, can you give me cut 16 here, Fig? Because this was an area talking about David Montgomery and the acquisition and the addition of him, because I think Sean wanted to ask the question of, hey, man, in the red zone, clearly you brought him in for that. Like, that had to be a big part of the evaluation, right?
Well, I think it's just part of his profile. I wouldn't say Sean has anything, that one specific quality. But short yardage, those 3rd and 1, 3rd and 2, 4th and 1, you got to be able to get a tough yard. So some backs are maybe a little bit better than others. The big thing is you're trying to go forward, you're trying to move the pile. It's going to be condensed space. It's going to be physical. You got to play strong. You're going to have to break tackles. There's going to be a free defender, kind of what we talked about a little bit earlier. But overall, David's been a pretty versatile player.
And right on cue, coming out of the end zone in team drills, David Montgomery gets the carry, and the Texans defense seems to stifle him there. But what David Montgomery is here for, there is no question, and he tried to couch it there a little bit, is red zone. This team has had a bunch of issues. They've been working on red zone as most teams do, but red zone and getting those tough yards, such as we're seeing right now, trying to come out of the end zone
and third down. I thought it was. I love that he mentioned that as well, because it's not just that area. That it's if you stay on if you stay on message, if you stay on schedule, you should have circumstances where you have an advantageous circumstance lining up in 3rd and 2 against the defense because you've added him, which, again, points back to what we were talking about with the offensive system in general, and understanding that, hey, man, the quarterback is going to need some time to get the finer details of this and really blossom into the fullness of what they can be within the system. Those are the types of pieces that you need around them, right? You go back to early New England Patriots, and there was a run game stable, an offensive line that could do things like that was necessary to make this flourish, and that's got to be the hope for offense in this system in year 2 under Nick Caley. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. We continue to watch Texans training camp practice out here as they're working a little bit of team right now on the field directly in front of us. What are you pointing at?
Oh, no, I was just looking at a player fell down, but it was nothing.
Yeah, nothing. They're allowed to go to the ground a little bit, J-Lo. They're not playing flag football, damn it.
No, but CJ went over there. Well, actually, maybe.
Oh, there's actually a player that did stay down. Okay, it makes me feel a lot worse about thinking that making a little bit of a joke. So we'll take a break here. Coming up next, we'll give you an update as to what we're seeing. But also, the Astros did indeed make a move at the trade deadline. In fact, the player also played last night. How do you feel about the newest center fielder for the Houston Astros, rather? We'll talk about it next.
The Astros added an outfielder.
first tank. That's code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
Injured? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers, 281-222-2222.
Texans training camp is here. Live from the Houston Methodist Training Center, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Practice for the day is done.
Yes, it is.
Now, when we were going to break there was a little bit of John, as it seemed like Azeez Al-Shaair seemingly bumped knees or collided in some ways with Dalton Schultz, the tight end, in team, as they were working a little bit out of the end zone. Azeez walks off gingerly. I don't believe that I saw the blue tent go up.
No, and he ended up kind of jogging a little bit and then standing on the sideline, really just with no one, just chatting it up. I think Hannah was talking to him at one point. So it doesn't seem to be nearly as scary as it could have been.
Yeah, I mean, we'll keep an eye on that, and I imagine that there will be that'll be asked of coaches at the availability in the tent a little bit over there. So we'll see what that looks like. But the fellas wrapping up for the day after another day of pads on. I don't know if you feel comfortable saying which way you felt like this thing went.
It was interesting. Very interesting day. I think passing game. C.J. Stroud was sharp, about as sharp as we've seen. Threw some real good passes right in the window, in the one-on-ones, and frankly in some of the 7-on-7 and 11-on-11. So very much a check mark for the offense there in the passing game. Run game was controlled by the defensive line. The run game could not get a whole lot going. Really play after play. I never really see a big gap, a big availability back to make some hay.
Didn't feel like, from what I could see, and we'll talk to Jonathan Alexander a little bit later and get his view on it. Didn't seem like, from what I could see, that they were being losing yards per se.
Right, just stuffed at the line, maybe a yard or two.
Yeah, it felt like it was somewhat stifled in their ability to create rush yardage. So we'll
kind of a mixed bag.
I think that's a fair way to consider it. Is that how you feel about what the Astros did at the trade deadline? Because the Astros did indeed make a move, but not even all the moves that the reports were pointing towards. The Astros end up trading away Spencer Arrighetti, the starting pitcher from, Seco Ranch is where he's from? The Houston kid. He will go to the Toronto Blue Jays, or he has gone to the Toronto Blue Jays. You'll still see him for the remainder of the series here, at least around and maybe in the bullpen or what have you, because Dalton Varsho, outfielder, center fielder, comes over to the Astros. What was your thought when you saw this deal get made? A rental for Varsho, who's his deal will be up at the end of the season, sending away Spencer Arrighetti, who technically still has 3 years of arbitration left on his deal.
Speaking of mixed bag, something of a mixed bag in terms of my initial thoughts. Foremost on the deal itself, I'm not going to say it was not a good deal. I mean, they attempted to help the outfield, and they brought in a guy that has admittedly struggled this year, but has a few pelts on the wall, can help the outfield a little bit. So kind of a C maybe in terms of, they get points for the effort, but I'm not exactly sure how good Vardy is going to be for this squad. But the other thing is more of a big picture thing for me, in terms of here they are going into the trade deadline, had a 2.5 game lead in the division. We're going to be buyers and we're going to make these moves. Had put at least one potential deal in the works, presumably and reportedly vetoed by Jim Crane. The big picture here, I'm just going to tell you what I feel.
Go ahead.
That's it. That's it for Dana Brown. I think he's writing his. This is kind of the final chapter of Dana Brown, because if you are in the hunt and you are making moves and you are the general manager, the owner shouldn't veto deals. If you're really making you're really making hay on the thing. I think this is it for Dana Brown. By extension, I think you could say the same thing about Joe Espada, because they are in their final year of their contract. And just a few things I wanted to kind of throw out to you, just sort of questions that were bouncing around. Or do you have anything on that?
Continue. No, on the Dana specifically? Yeah. I mean, I keep coming back to one of the things that Dana said, talking about the trade, or about the trade deadline. Because remember, there was reporting that they were working on a starting pitcher. They wanted to get a pitcher, and nothing ultimately gets done. About that, Dana says, getting Wesneski back and Blanco back and the way they're off to a pretty good start in their rehabs, I feel like that in itself is a trade acquisition, which is never a good sign when you have to start doing the copium of actually, getting guys back is going to be fine. It just felt like, he wasn't even given the lead to be the guy who goes and saves his job at the trade deadline, which honestly I think it would have been an insane way to handle this. Yeah. It just makes me upset at Jim Creighton in general for allowing this whole circumstance to be this way with Dana Brown. It did seem like though he tried to protect the future of what they had, but some of that was Jim Creighton as well saying, hey, we're not trading assets into the future. It seems like
you mentioned Wisniewski and Blanco, and that was one of my notes as well. Let's say the Texans, the Astros traded for Hayden Wisniewski and Ronel Blanco for nothing, or a bag of potato chips. Let's say the Astros traded a bag of potato chips and got Wisniewski and Blanco back in that deal. We would still not be crazy about that trade because they're both coming off of Tommy John. Like that is not weighted. That you talked about coping. That is not exactly here we go type stuff. Even if they traded them for a literal bag of potato chips, we wouldn't be crazy about that deal. And then there's some other things I wanted to say. First of all, please, on the positive side, credit to Dana Brown for this is the segment that you like to call reading for saying this, because I think it says a lot about the man. But I also think this is the final chapter, and this is the indicator. This is his quote: "It's quite ethical to balance the present and the future. It's my job. It's not all about the present. The present is a big part of it, and I think it's very important to add what you can add in the present, and you don't mortgage the future. This is the key part. I have a job, and I have to live with myself. If I'm not here next year, I'm going to be somewhere else, and I want to come across as a person that is the organization you're working for. I think it's the right thing to do." He's gone. He's gone.
It does feel that way.
Here comes
it does feel that way. I'm going to be honest. We'll talk more about this trade. I mean, you got yourself somebody who you will play in center field day to day. I'm just not super excited about what the numbers look like and the possibility for what he can bring. But he did hit cleanup yesterday. And a man who is coming in, very, very big guy, sitting down at the table with us, the first pick for your Houston Texans this year in 2026. They call him Big Red. His name is Keelan Rutledge. What's happening, Keelan? How you living, brother?
Hey, man, I'm great.
You look good.
Yeah. Appreciate it. Get to get out here on the grass, so it's been good.
Hey, speaking of Big Red, this is apropos of nothing, but it's more of a regional soda, Big Red. You're familiar with it?
I've heard about it. I heard about the Big Red gum, too.
Yeah, Big Red gum.
Might have had a stick of that before, but...
Yeah, you got to get some Big Red soda.
Yeah, I know.
It's more of a Texas thing, but they have it in the South some, right? Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
You got to get you some Big Red.
Yep,
Get an endorsement.
No doubt.
The thing
all for it.
The thing I'm wondering, Keelan, is have we gotten you some more clothes, or are you just going to walk around Texans gear? Like, what are we doing?
Yeah, it's all Texans gear. Just a simple guy, so I don't need too much.
I respect that. Obviously, the big thing with you that everybody is engaged with is, hey, man, you're a guard. You play at Georgia Tech. You're very good at it. And then you're drafted, and we're kind of all trying to put you in at center. For me, I remember Cooper Beebe being drafted out of Kansas State and him spending a whole bunch of time snapping. Even they were talking about snapping to his mom. What have you done in that offseason time getting better at, like, the center portion of your responsibility?
Oh, yeah. Lauren, he's probably caught, 100, 150 snaps every single day, just because that's muscle memory. I did it a little bit at Tech here and there in practice. Never done it in a game. Did it a little bit at the Senior Bowl. But to have your hand on the ball full time, obviously to block these dudes, it's a little different. So you just need reps. And, I think, I'm a football player. Didn't play offensive line until I got to college, so I can play any position. You tell me to go out there, I'm going to give all my effort, and I'm going to figure it out. So
she have a good cadence?
Oh, yeah. She knows all the cadences. I said you got to make it sound like CJ.
How'd she do in John Gruden school? How would she do?
Oh, she'll be all right. She'll be all right. She knows all the calls. I'm running through all my calls to her, so she knows, she probably knows our base protection pretty good.
Okay, so high school sweethearts, I believe, right?
Yes, sir.
And recently married?
Yes, sir, last summer.
But she didn't sign up for that, did she?
She did. She did. She loves ball. She loves ball. So, man, she's kind of comes from a household that they love football. Grew up Georgia fan, so not
going to hold that against her.
Yeah, try not to.
Yeah.
But she's not a Georgia fan no more. She bleeds gold and white. But she loves football and she's all for it.
You mentioned she's taking snaps under the center as well. Does she tape her fingers or?
No, we're not under center. That's a little bit more. I'm not going to say it's easier, but that's the shotgun snap is what you really struggle with when you're used to having your hand come up and use your right hand. Now you can't use your right hand for a second, so that's really what we focused on.
Actually, I'm curious that you brought that up because for those of us on the outside looking in, guard and center, they're right next to each other. Like, how different can they be? Can you tell me, in your experience early on, what are the differences between playing guard and playing CNFL?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of differences. The good thing about how we try to do our offensive line and how Coach Pop's doing a good job of kind of everything, he wants to marry it the same, the techniques. So a lot of that's very similar. But I mean, just with you having your hand on the ball, you're in front of everybody, so you don't have as much leeway. So you're on the guy now, so you have to work about getting depth. Obviously, you're a square stance, not a stagger. And then, like we talked about, you're starting to block with one hand all the time, especially when you got a guy. A lot of these teams are smart. They want the nose to be over the snap hand and getting back on third downs, being able to get comfortable with that is like, it's hard. When you're going left more so, you're setting left is a little easier because you get to focus on the snap. When you're going right, it's like, hey, you got to really lock in on it because you need that right hand, and that's just reps. And I mean, there's little differences, but at the end of the day, like I said, it's football. How physical you're going to be, how tough you're going to be, you're going to know your assignment, all that stuff is what'll separate you.
So you've been obviously very good at what you do for a long time, all the way through college into Georgia Tech, at the Senior Bowl camp, all that. You've been very good. You're a confident guy. But I always get it tickles me talking to linemen going from college to pro. There is a moment that I've talked to guys for 4 decades that say, you know what, there was this one play where I realized I can do this. Like, because there's always a little bit of in the back of your mind, like, okay, now it's the NFL. Have you had that moment?
Yeah, I mean, I've had a few of those moments. OTAs was early because, I mean, you're not going as physical, but there's some physical moments, and just climbing to some linebackers, feeling that, or getting movement on a 3-tech, you're like, yeah, like, it's football. Like, the guys are better. You definitely there's reps where, in college I look at it like, even your rep ain't bad. Yeah. You can have some bad reps at this level. So I think that's the adjustment, and just bouncing back from those, being like, all right, it's going to happen. Like, that guy across from me is a really good football player. What are you going to do the next play? But, I mean, there's definitely a lot of moments in OTAs, and as we put the pads on and really play football, you get some moments where you're like, I can do this and be very dominant at it. So. And
I have a feeling that you don't struggle for confidence. You don't seem like that. Like, you're out here pushing up on Aziz, you're getting physical with all these guys. Like, where does that come from? Is it just rural Georgia being that? Like, where does that energy and that confidence come from for you?
Yeah, I mean, I think I play with the game with a certain kind of swagger in my own way. I like to impose my will. Like, I like to go punch somebody in the face. I mean, that's truly what I truly like to do. So I think when you want to do that every play, like, there's a sense of confidence. Like, I'm the baddest dude on the field. Every time I step on the grass, that's how I feel. So I think that's just kind of how I've always played. I've always wanted to be a competitor. Always talked a little junk. Always kind of played to the echo of the whistle. So that's just who I am. So I'll always be.
Not trying to get you in trouble, but how literal when you talk about punching someone in the face? Because I've thought about it. Like, who on the team would I want to go into a bar fight with? And you're high up on the power rankings. Like, have you had any instances where you had to, throw someone out the club or something?
No, I mean, I was a knucklehead kid growing up. I definitely got in a fair share of my fights. But as you grow up, as you matured, you can't do that. But that's why God blessed me with the ability. So I'm out here to play football, so I can do it legally. So it's great.
There you go.
How long would it take you to kick my ass?
I wouldn't want to. You seem like a cool guy.
Good answer. I like it.
I am a cool guy, but you went up against Daniil Hunter yesterday.
Yeah, I mean,
what were you thinking?
It's football. We bleed the same kind of blood. He puts on his shoes just like I do. So there's nothing to it.
Well, I want to get to that more as a topic here, as a question, because you have been described as feisty. You've been doing that. You just said yourself, I'm the baddest man on the field. How much better does that make you?
I think it makes you completely. When you have that certain kind of confidence, like I'm not sitting here and saying I figured it out because today got my tail whooped one play. Like that's gonna happen. But I think that sense of confidence, like I know I can do this, and even when I get punched in the face, I'm gonna punch you back. I think that's just the kind of, I don't even know how to describe it. It's just in there. It's innately in there. So I think that's.
You talk about that. I'm very curious because obviously you're comfortable, but you also are comfortable with the idea that I don't know everything. When questions come up for you, who are you talking to? Is it the guys that are next to you? Are you sending texts or making sure that you catch them out there? Like, how are you asking those questions, and who are you going to for insight?
Oh, I'll go to any vet. Anybody that's played a snap in the National Football League, I'm willing to take it all because I haven't played a snap. Like, doing stuff on the grass out here, like, it's great. And I think I truly believe how you practice, how you play, but I haven't done anything. So it's like I'm talking to Wyatt all the time, Jake all the time, Ed all the time. Trent's been playing in the NFL for a long time, a lot of different places. So there's so much technique stuff. He can get away with a lot more stuff than we can, for sure, because that's a different individual. But, you're picking up from all these guys, man, and I'm willing to soak up anything anybody has to say.
I saw you talking with Aziz.
Oh, yeah.
What was that like? What was, you don't have to give us all the details, but that had to be something that, kind of helped.
Yeah, I just think, similar how we were, brought up, kind of cut from the same cloth. He started at FAU. I started at Middle Tennessee. We both kind of play with that chippy mindset, like that underdog kind of mentality, and just kind of picking his brain about all sorts of stuff. And he's been since I came in the building, he's been really, really good.
Best piece of advice on the field and off the field that you've gotten to this point?
Best piece of advice on the field, I'm still trying to work on it, is how to be a pro. I think that comes with kind of how I got here, I have to keep, but, there's you play 17 games in the NFL, and we're going to play a lot more than 17. And I think taking care of your teammates and, being that so-called prick, but also having a line, I think that's what I've learned. And then, what was the other question?
Best advice off the field.
Off the field. I've talked to Wyatt just about, navigating, like, obviously he's married and kids and stuff like that. Like, not kids yet, none of that, but just, married to my wife, and one day I'll be a family man. So just talking about stuff like that, you hear him, Jake, all the guys that have that, you kind of pick up on advice with that too.
Very good.
You come in, and I'm sure you know the assignment, as the kids like to say. This offensive line needed help. They went and got you. Nastier. They wanted that from you. And one of the things in the pre-draft that Reggie and I were talking about before you were even drafted, we talked about you a little bit, the way you go downfield, the way it's not always normal. I mean, that nastiest and knowing the assignment, how important is that for you to bring, even as a rookie, to this line?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's critical because, like, you got to take care of the bigs first. That's the most important thing. But getting up on the second level, that's how you spring big ones. That's how it's not 3 and 4 yards and it's 12, 13, and then 12, 13 turns to 5, 30, and you're explosive offense then. So I think obviously, and also knowing how those backers are going to play. Like, a lot of guys are athletic, but they can't play at the second level because they don't know how to marry up their feet. I give that to kind of my basketball upbringing, like closing out. Like, when you're switching to a two-man, you got to close out from playing center. Like, you got to get your feet hot. So I think being able to adjust that then go, I think that's a lot of things that offensive linemen, like, people take for granted offensive linemen, but can make you a really good second-level blocker.
You mentioned basketball. You played a little quarterback too, didn't you?
Just a couple plays, not too much. Didn't play offensive line until I got to college. So growing up in rec ball, played some quarterback, played some tight end, running back, did it all.
And basketball, to me, and we've talked about this, so important for offensive linemen.
Oh, yeah.
How has that helped you?
Oh, shoot. It's helped me so much just because being able to mirror and, not to toot my own horn, but being more athletic guy interior-wise, being able to slide side to side, pull, move, like all that stuff, man, like that's contributed to basketball because a lot of guys want to see wrestlers, and wrestlers are great. They give you that leverage and that finish mentality. I didn't really need that. That's already in me. God bless me with that, just kind of competitor I am. So the basketball helped me on that side to be a better athlete when I already have that.
I want to talk about your coach because every time we hear about Cole Popovich, you love him, but I mean, Brent Key. Brent Key is one of those guys that is well respected around the college game as an offensive line guy. How does Cole Popovich compare to Brent Key in any way, or am I stretching too far there?
You're there. Very, very, very similar in a lot of ways. Different personality-wise. Key'll pop a bust a smile here and there, but Key'll joke around with you a little bit more. But I mean, in terms of football, it's all ball. It's all business. We want it done a certain way, and it's got to be done that certain way. And it's not like it's just, my way or the highway. Like, it's just like it works. It works. What he's teaching works. And all 5 guys being able to play through the same set of eyes, the same stuff we did at Georgia Tech, and that's the reason why we were very, very good in the trenches and being able to run the ball and pass protect and stuff like that. So very, very similar.
I'm guessing you fall in line with most offensive linemen, rather run block than pass block?
Well,
or no?
That's a tough question because you win football games and third down a lot. But, yeah, I mean, if you'd much rather punch somebody in the face for, 60 plays and drop back and protect, for sure.
Yeah.
But, I mean, being able to protect the quarterback is paramount in this league. Like, you got to block Danielle Hunter and Will Anderson when they're spiking. Like, you can't block them. Like, but if you set up the run, then you can alleviate some of that. So much rather run block, but they're both very important.
By the way, we got a text line where people are texting in, and they're all like, I want to run through a wall. You got like the physicality, the nasty that you got, like it shows through. But one of the things I kept trying to tell people is, hey, man, you go to Georgia Tech, you got to be smart, right? Like, one of the things I've said about your ability to transition to center is he went to Georgia Tech. He don't figure it out. Was I doing too much there, or it really was a tough academic
it's a tough
circumstance, right?
I wasn't no mechanical engineer like some.
But you got your degree.
But
in
I got a
3
degree.
years.
I got a degree from Georgia Tech, and yeah, I think what you said, man, figure it out. That's what you got to do at Georgia Tech, on and off the field. Just being able to figure it out, like put in that extra work. Really, honestly, had to study. Like you can't just, a lot of places you just, do this, do that. Like you'll get a grade. Like
you actually have to study.
You got to actually put work into it, and I'm not going to sit here and act like I'm the smartest guy to figure it out, like you said.
I love it. All right, one thing I want to give you an opportunity to do. You've done a little bit of media. I'm not trying to seem like you're not experienced, but is there a question that you have for us guys that get to do a little media in this way?
That's a good question. Kind of threw me on the spot.
Yeah.
Question y'all guys got for me?
Yeah.
Man, I guess you guys asked me my favorite food. I don't know.
Okay, what do you like eating? Because Houston's a great food city.
Mexican food. You into Tex-Mex yet?
Tex-Mex.
Oh,
Yeah.
you're in the right place.
Tex-Mex.
Have you gone anywhere that's been fun?
Oh, I've been to a lot of places. Lupe. There's one little hole in the wall spot, and I'm blanking on the name. Of course, when I asked you that question.
Where is it? I know
you
them
can
all.
just say that you're gatekeeping. That's fine.
No. Everybody needs to go to El Tiempo.
El Tiempo? El Tiempo?
Legit.
Yeah.
I think that's the one. Legit. Loved it. And there was another spot too. Went there once with Aiden, Fisher, and Marlon.
Mm-hmm.
Wonderful. Love Tex-Mex, love barbecue. I'm in the right spot for sure.
You really are.
You really are. I got to ask you one more because you mentioned.
And real quick before you do that, you're listening to KLT AM, KLT FM, HD2 Houston, and
Legal
Austin Sports Station.
Yes. So I grew up. You talk about your background and Aziz's background, and I think I know that you spent a lot of time at the Boys and Girls Club, and then you do an event recently with the Boys and Girls Club. How does that form what you are? Growing up where you have, it's tough.
Yeah, it shaped everything in me. I mean, just the mentality-wise, like I didn't grow up with a silver spoon in my mouth. It was me, my mom, my whole life, bouncing around place to place, living with anybody that would give us a roof over our head.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that kind of desire, that drive, I put it all into sports, and that's all I had. That was the outlook for my life. That's kind of, for good and bad, because there was a lot of bad moments when you put everything, all your eggs in one basket. You like I've learned and matured, you got to have other things, which Lauren has been great for me for that. But I think that's the reason why I'm here today. I wouldn't trade it for the world.
I mean, your wife also crucial in helping you get over what was a tragic accident. I mean, like it seems like you've got all the things in the world that you've overcome. Switching to center can't be too hard, can it?
No, it's just there's a lot of stuff I've been through in my life that are a lot harder than playing, the position with the ball in your hand.
Yeah, no reason to feel sorry for yourself now.
No doubt.
Hey, man, appreciate it.
Yes, sir.
Very much
there
so.
he is, Big Red. Do you like it when people call you Big Red? Is Keelan hit you?
So we have a equipment manager, Tyler. He's Big Red. So I've kind of gave him the Big Red. He's the Big Red. I'm Big Red, anything they want to call me.
There's a lot of redheads.
There's a lot of them. I'm not a particular. You can call me anything.
as long as we're talking about you, I imagine you can call you anything. All right, Keelan, we appreciate you sitting down with us.
Sir.
It's been great. He's a guy that you're going to see on your Sundays with the Houston Texans. Appreciate you, brother. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's come back and go around the NFL where there's a running back getting his money. We'll do that next.
Reset your presets.
Initialize sequence.
And tell. in the Loop style.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football.
Here's John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, let's get a little bit into some around the NFL quickly before we jump back into talking about your Houston Texans as practice number 6 in the books out here at the Houston Methodist Training Center. Guys walking by, signing footballs and various memorabilia. I saw Woody Marks doing just that here a second ago. Shout out to Keelan Rutledge for jumping in with us. A big man, a great dude. All of the things that you hear about him come right through. The confidence, the nastiness, but also real smart. All that comes right through when you talk to him. But how about Bijani Robinson? Because you talk about one of the best running backs in the league, if not the best running back in the league. That also shows up as soon as you look at him. And it felt like the Falcons realized we got to make sure that we pay him accordingly. That's what happened as Bijani Robinson with a big extension that gets done here. I believe it was $51 million guaranteed, although if we're going to be in all honesty, that he's now the highest paid running back in the NFL. I think it was a 3-year, what was it, $75 million, at least is the number that we talk about there, to making them the highest paid running back. I mean, this is what it should be, right? It's what it should be. It's what we expected. And, you know, of all the running backs, you know, a lot of times you're talking about how much do you want to pay this guy, that guy, whatever. He absolutely is worth every penny for that organization. And Zay Flowers just announced that he signed a new deal as well. $140 million 4-year extension, $108 million guaranteed per his agent. Yeah, it's interesting because Zay Flowers is absolutely a valuable weapon for that Ravens team. But I keep looking at that Ravens team and going, they still don't always feel like they have the wide receiver that impacts the game in the way that it feels like you maximum impact the game nowadays, right? It feels like where we used to look at that big X receiver, now it's the X receiver, but maybe like the power slot, the guy that can move in, move around. And Zay Flowers is, oddly enough, oftentimes on the outside still. But, I mean, the Ravens do still need that. I've heard some interesting things, or I've seen rather some interesting things from Ravens camp that points to the Declan Doyle offense that they're bringing in, maybe latching on well. Maybe that also serves to show Zay Flowers looking better this year. Yeah, no, I think you're right about the receivers. It's a whole new ballgame, no pun intended, in terms of how they're paying these guys and who's getting paid. I do want to come back to the running back thing because Jahmyr Gibbs was talking. He's the other guy who was holding in right now. Obviously, Bijani Robinson was holding in himself. He's basically put it out here like only time tells when I'll be back on the field, which is goes basically to say that when this money gets paid to me, then I will return to playing football. But even then, right, it feels like we're getting back to the place where it's the second contract for the running back, because we were operating in a place where a lot of the guys that were getting paid were the third contracts. Think Christian McCaffrey, think Saquon Barkley, think Derrick Henry. Now we're getting back to the place where, hey, man, the second contract, we're seeing those guys get that love. And it feels like we're having a true running back renaissance. Depends on how good these guys are. Sure. Yeah. I mean, there is a distinct line. Like wide receivers, if you're a productive wide receiver, you're going to make a bleep ton of money. Running back, there seems like there's a line, almost a line of demarcation in terms of how productive they are, yards per carry, durability, all that stuff. I think you talked about all the wrong things. I think how damn explosiveness, right? Like, all of that. You got to be. I think you're making a fair point. You got to be in the upper echelon to be those guys that get paid. But remember, we were in a period where you end up getting a Joe Mixon because they're putting him on the scrap heap because they're not willing to go for a guy that they know can produce. Same with Derrick Henry. Same with Saquon Barkley. So it does feel like. You're right. We're still in a place where we're not just going into the running back market and saying anybody can get this next contract at a big number. But at the very least, I think we're course correcting from a place where I think that's fair. We were getting too far over our skis when it came to running backs. Like they didn't even matter, back not that long ago. No, 100%. Some other things around the NFL. Shout out to D'Amico Ryans getting some respect. There was a top 10 list of head coaches being put out there by CBS. And have you looked at it? I haven't, actually. Let's play the game in reverse. Yes. I'm excited for this. So I know D'Amico Ryans is on here. I'm guessing the question you're going to ask is? Where in the top 10 is D'Amico Ryans? Figgy, I'm going to let you guess first. D'Amico Ryans is in the top 10. Where is he? I'm going to say 6. That's a pretty good number. I'll say 7, just so I don't say the same number. All right, I'll go from 1 all the way down. Please. And you tell me if D'Amico should be there, and if you're good with where this coach is. Excellent. Number 1, Sean McVay. Yep. I mean, 100% makes sense. Has the success to boot. Yeah, man, this is the guy.
Number 2, Mike McDonald, Seahawks.
He's gotten a lot of love early. It feels a little high, but I mean, when you win a Super Bowl, we go that way. I think he's done a great job defensively. I still think there's some that remains to be seen, but I like him being up here. I don't know if I'd have put him 2.
Number 3, same division, Kyle Shanahan.
There we go. That's who I put 2. He hasn't had the success. That's the thing that you keep knocking on Kyle Shanahan is that he hasn't had the success. But I mean, he's defined offense for a good period of time.
Yeah.
And just like McVay, you're seeing his tree continue to grow.
How about all 3 of those dudes in the same division?
That's right. That's right.
Great. And coincidentally, the best division in football. All right.
It's funny how that works, ain't it?
Yeah. Tell me how these start to hit you here. Number 4, Andy Reid.
Got to give deference to a dude who's doing 2 different places, so you can't say that it's the organization. No, 100%. Honestly, I also might be being unfair putting him low at 4, but he absolutely deserves. This is the lowest you can put him.
5, Sean Payton.
Yeah, I mean he's got a level of time. I think that I might personally walk him back a little bit, but I'm also a hater. So,
Figgy said 6.
Yeah,
6, Ben Johnson.
Yep.
Yeah.
I think that's fair. But again, he's also a little bit newer to this. But schematic advantage is one of those things that comes up 100% when I think about it. So, and we give deference to offense.
And
yeah, I was going to say the offense. Yeah, that giving the heads.
Yeah. And you say 7?
I said 7.
Jim Harbaugh is 7.
Okay.
Yeah, that's when we start kind of going,
I would take my guy, but I can understand how you go. He's done it in 2 different places, whether it's San Francisco and with the Chargers. But I think I'd take our guy, but fair enough.
8, Mike Vrabel, Patriots.
Okay. Okay. I mean, he went to the Super Bowl. Okay.
9, DeMeco Ryans.
There we go.
DeMeco Ryans is 9.
And it feels like that we reached, if we were doing this in tiers, you probably could have moved them around a little bit in there. No, this feels fair, and DeMeco Ryans does still have some stuff to work on, but it's undeniable the culture that's here, the very clear I guess ethos that they have, and I mean the really really good football, the incredible unit that they've built. No, this is 100% the way.
And it's funny because they also post the lowest they were ranked and the highest they were ranked. DeMeco, the lowest he was ranked was 10, and the highest was 5. So he's clearly recognized as, yes, that is a dude. Like, as an example, 10 was Matt LaFleur. The lowest he was ranked was unranked.
Correct.
And the highest was 6. So, DeMeco getting I think relatively appropriate considering, how far they've gone in the postseason.
100% agree. So, and what's great about DeMeco Ryans is I can easily see the place for development.
Sure.
Like, I can easily see the places for him to get even better. Mm-hmm. It's one of the great things that this Texas team has is you have somebody who is leading the way and establishing what your culture is and what the path forward is, and that's really incredible that this team has in this moment. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. A little bit of around the NFL here. I didn't mention, did you see that C.J. Gardner-Johnson had gone down with a calf strain? In Bills. It's the 3rd year out of 4 where he ends up going down in training camp. I haven't seen what the outcome of that is yet, but man, that's a real unfortunate circumstance for that dude out there in Buffalo. All right, coming up next, I believe we should be talking to Jonathan Alexander of the Houston Chronicle, seeing what he saw from his vantage point at practice. We'll do that next.
All right, let's talk about D&M Auto Leasing. D&M.
Static, just Houston's favorite sports talk everywhere you go.
Louder, clearer, and better than ever. A new era begins on August 13th with Houston's sports leader, 95.7 The Fan. Texans training camp is here. Live from the Houston Methodist Training Center, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
That's right, big voice man. It's Houston Methodist Training Center time because Houston Texans training camp continues on here on Sports Radio 610. Practice number 6 in the books, day 2 in pads, and maybe more importantly, I don't know.
What?
Day 1 of the return of Jadeveon Clowney.
He brings the party with him, man. He's a fun guy. He was just cutting it up with fans. Got on the field, took some reps. It was very exciting to see him again.
I have a strong feeling.
In number 90.
Yeah, in number 90, which, funny enough, I actually saw an interesting story about this. You remember Devontae Adams when he went to the Jets? He wanted number 17. Actually, Fig, do you have this story? Because I kind of would like to go to it if you don't mind. I wonder what the conversation was for him to get 90. Because you remember Logan Hall did play with number 90. That's the only number that he's known in his early career there in Tampa Bay. Before he came here, he was supposed to wear 90. And then here comes Jadeveon Clowney taking it right back. I wonder.
I'll take that.
I have a feeling that didn't go like this, but I wonder if it went at all like Devontae Adams and his situation trying to get 17 in New York.
The kid, you know the story about the kid from the Jets, right? You ever hear about that? I told that story.
Which one?
That told me he wanted $1 million for it. I showed up when I first got to the Jets day 1. I came in with my backpack and I'm like, it was the off day Tuesday, so a couple guys were in there. I'm like looking for him. I got $17,000 cash in my backpack, and I'm thinking like this ain't nothing crazy, but like certainly to give up your number as a rookie, like you ain't did yet.
Yeah.
Like it was like it was week 6, and I think he played 4 plays at that point. I'm like, you have no attachment to this right now.
Right.
I'll pay for your whole family to get new jerseys, whatever, because they go out and spend their money on it. However many jerseys you need me to buy, I'll do that. And how about $17,000 for the number 17? He said, it's great to have you, big bro. I can't wait to learn from you, but I'm gonna need $1 million. So I went straight to Woody and said, give me 17, bro. And he just took it off of me.
No way. You get the 17,000. That's what happens with greed, dude.
He went right to the owners like, you know what, just give me the number and I won't pay you at all. I have a feeling that the conversation hopefully went a little bit better between Jadeveon.
Don't ask, don't get, right?
Apparently ask and get nothing as well.
So somewhere between 17,000 and $1 million. Let's try to meet there. Yeah, let's try to.
I would have been a little bit more clever about that, but Jadeveon, he looks excited to be here, man.
He's just cutting it up, having a good time. He's very excited. And he said as much, and you'll hear from people like Clowney and Azeez Al-Shaair here in just a little bit, and they were talking about that.
They were. I do want to return though, because if we're talking about talking, Nick Caserio jumped on with Payne and Pendergast this morning to talk. And we sat down with one of their conversation points, Keelan Rutledge. I mean, really and truly, you see how the nasty comes out. You see the confidence that he has. And this is cut 4, Fig, that I want to play here. They asked Nick Caserio, how much has rookie Keelan Rutledge shown up thus far in training camp to the general manager?
He shows up every day, and you saw that at Georgia Tech. That was one of the things that was appealing about him. He has a certain mentality and a certain playing style, and it's reflective of how we want to play, and it showed up. Well, I think, honestly, the first or second day of practice, even when we were in shorts. When you're in shorts, there's only so much you can do, but you're trying to get it's more assignment football, but, there's going to be some contact to some degree, and I can't remember what happened. It was the end of a play, him and Azeez, and then Kamari got in there. So, and Keelan wasn't backing down, and he's not going to back down, which is what you want to see. So you want to toe the line because we're going to play clean, hard football. You just don't want it to go over the line, but the notion of ching plays is something that we want to be able to do as a football team, and that message, I would say, each day is emphasized, and then when you see it show up on tape and on the field, it kind of reinforces the decision that you made.
Yeah, we picked up on that. That dude, if he didn't have a lot of fans before, based on our messages and YouTube and all that, people were like, hell yes, give me some more Keelan Rutledge. And he even talked about, like, how excited he was and into the no pads, the OTA type practices. He even talked about how he didn't back down from that.
Yeah, and I mean, it's only shown up more. I was very excited when you asked him a question about, like, getting to the next level, and his eyes light up as much as I guess you possibly could say that he has that penchant, obviously the nasty that shows up with not willing to back down from anyone, but also like in a football sense, he understands the reasoning why, and what he was saying is like, hey man, getting that block with the big guys, you have to get that, but it's getting up to the second level that creates the bigger runs, and that's what this team needs, man. Like there was they ran the ball a lot, and so they did have like a raw number of yards that was pretty good. But the capability to actually bust big plays and create explosives in the run game. We were looking at this offense, and it did not feel explosive.
Yeah.
And some of that is you can have explosives in the run game, but you've got to make sure you get to the second level. And honestly, looking at the offensive line last year, there wasn't enough of it. There wasn't. And I love that. I mean, obviously, it's one thing to say it, it's another thing to do it. But I love that it is in center of his mind to be like, no, I'm not just going to help make sure we get these guys on the first level. I'm going to make it a point to want to get to the second level and bring that same nasty, whether it's Azeez Al-Shaair or whoever up there. You're going to have to deal with me, Keelan Rutledge. And I think that is huge for the possibility of this offense getting better. Because let's be honest, I don't think that everybody is like the biggest fan of what this offensive style is.
Right.
But with any offensive style, you can execute it to a point to where you can be really successful. If you want to run the football and execute this style to the highest degree, you got to get to the next level.
Let me ask you this. I said it, we talked about it the day he was drafted. He will be your starting center week 1. Is there anything that has happened that we've seen on the field, that we've heard from Nick Caserio, that we've heard from Keelan Rutledge, that would make you hesitate to absolutely believe that now?
I think it would just be general thoughts, right? The general thought of a dude who is picking up center for the first time, just getting a camp and then dropping in at center. Mm-hmm. That's, especially with the team with this kind of expectation, that would be the only thing. But today, and not that I should base the entirety of my evaluation on today, but it's only the second day that they've had pads on, he's snapping the football and it's getting back there. Remember, he's talking about he's been snapping it to his wife all off season long to make sure that shotgun snap is right. I mean, I'm not seeing the issue there. He understands the circumstance of what you need to do in order to block with that one hand as opposed to the two free. It feels like he's taking it seriously, and as of right now, we're seeing the benefits of the labor. He is getting got sometimes, but that's the nature of training camp, especially against this defense. I am leaning more and more. The more time that I've spent, I'm more and more towards your line of thinking that he will be your starting center. But, of course, it remains to continue to be seen. And I would love if they continue doing what it feels like they're doing, which is giving him center reps as of right now. It seemed like he had his guard days early on to kind of make sure that he has that. I'd be very intrigued if they're not just going to continue to feed him those center reps so that he can be ready to go week 1 for you.
It seems as if the times that now that we've been through 7 days and 6 practices, the times that they gave Jake Andrews at center was almost just in deference to him, because the way he's performing, the way he's going after people, the quote nastiness that he's showing, the ability to go 2 days in a row in full pads, because now things are starting to get real, that it is going to be Keelan Rutledge.
I sure hope so. I really and truly do. Can you give me cut 6 here? Because this is just talking about the offensive line in general, which, again, this is the heart of what this offense needs in order to take a big jump this year. I think what you want to. My bad, Fig.
You want me to play it or you?
Yeah, go ahead and play. Go ahead and play.
I see in practice there's going to be give and take. The defense is going to make some plays. The offense is going to make some plays. Hopefully you're learning from one another. I would say there's a lot of communication. You can see we want to encourage the communication, because really what you're trying to do offensively on the front, you're just trying to get the blockers distributed appropriately. Mm-hmm. So make sure we talk about hat on a hat. Yep. Multiple examples of being able to get plays started. And ultimately the running back's going to have to deal with a free player, whether it's a perimeter player at the corner or even a second level player. So there's going to be a player at some point, knowing who the free player is, and so the back understands that. So overall, the group has worked really hard. There's a lot of communication, and we're just trying to string positive plays together and try to eliminate the negative plays and just kind of get plays started. And if we do that, then hopefully we can just move the ball down the field.
Look, man, all those things that we're starting to see a little bit more and more of, we do have to sort of qualify things in terms of their development on the offensive line, the whole hat on a hat thing. And you have to go back to the two questions. They're facing the Texans defense. In the run game today, it was more of a struggle. So it's just a matter of developing that and making sure that that they can get better at that, because they still need work.
As much as you've been able to tell, right, understanding that as a caveat, have you felt the communication improve?
That's a tough one, man. It really is. I think from what we've seen, I think it's better because we haven't seen the hiccups, the obvious hiccups. The communication hasn't been like line, quarterback, blocking assignments. The communication issues have been like, oh, that receiver went left and I thought he was going right. So in terms of at the line of scrimmage, the most important things, I think it's safe to say they have been better.
I think that that's the case as well. And again, with the understanding of as much as I can actually tell from where I am, it does feel like there's better communication. I'm seeing quarterbacks come to the line, and maybe this is just an over-accentuating of this in order to make sure that they're doing well, but they're coming to the line doing their IDs and everything, which you can't always say has been the case. So, no, I mean, again, hopium, but that is something that progresses, and if they are able to continue that brand of football, that style, I think that carries forward. Someone on the text line asked this, J-Lo, and I want to throw this up to you before we go to break.
Mm-hmm.
Can a center win Rookie of the Year?
No. I mean, I wish it was different, but no. There's going to be a receiver. There's going to be a running back. There's going to be a linebacker.
Well, you say a receiver, a running back. I think that there's an easy answer here, man. There's a highly drafted running back in Jeremiah Love. Like, yes. I feel like in a year like that, it is very clearly going to be there.
I wish it was different.
And here's the thing about it on top of it, right? Even if it's not Jeremiah Love or whatever, if Keelan Rutledge is having a great year, Keelan Rutledge's name will be very seldom
all-rookie team.
brought up. Yeah, no, 100%.
Yeah.
But his name will be very seldom brought up. Like, I thought about this when he was like, hey, man, there's another big red, but, call me whatever. I was like, honestly, it's probably best if we're not talking about Keelan Rutledge at all, because that means that he is acclimated very quickly, and he has done the thing that you want all offensive linemen to do. Disappear into the role, so that now we're talking about the quarterback and the running backs and the wide receivers. We're talking about the guys that are making plays, and we're not worried about, oh, is this guy going to make that block? He's going to make that block. And he's going to go and he's going to get to the second level and create that room for David Montgomery or Woody Marks to make a big play. We're talking about those guys if he's doing his job right. And so it's kind of it's kind of sucks, as you mentioned, an offensive lineman, but I think it'll be a good thing if we get to a certain point in the season, we go, damn, we haven't really been talking about Keelan.
Good. Other than he's a bad dude.
Sure. Right, we might have to talk about him when he's getting into people's faces. Yeah. I was talking about it with somebody over there under the media tent. I am just excited for Keelan Rutledge to maybe make some waves here in a little bit with.
Can you imagine him
with these
joint practices?
You're right where I am,
dude.
And do you know the player who I immediately thought of?
Well, they're starting with the Raiders. Crosby.
There you go.
Yeah, Crosby.
Right. I don't know if they're
gonna throw hands. Book it.
Because here's the thing,
book it,
right? Keelan Rutledge ain't backing down from no one. He's going to bring that. He's going to bring that tough, gritty, nasty to everybody's doorstep. And if there's somebody that I think does not really take as kindly to that, it is Max Crosby.
And remember the story about Crosby with his own offensive linemen?
Yes.
Where he's actually challenging them to fights, and if they back down, he's like, nah, that guy ain't.
Yes. Yes.
Crosby, and I mean, I would say 90% chance. 90%.
Yes. I'm looking forward to it. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, I want to get into what's popping. However, it looks like we're going to get Jonathan Alexander to get his eyes from what he saw from practice. We'll do that next.
The Astros added an outfielder at the trade deadline. Gold Glove center fielder Dalton Varsho is coming to Houston from the Blue Jays in exchange for Spencer Arrighetti. An interesting move, to say the least.
Houston's sports leader, Sportio 610.
Something was really off with Mom, like forgetting the names of her grandkids. We wondered if it was Alzheimer's disease. So we talked with Mom about it and decided to see her doctor.
SportsRadio.com.
Injured? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers, 281-222-2222.
The biggest stories in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
We'll get back to What's Poppin' at a later time because we're sitting down with the Houston Texans beat writer from the Houston Chronicle. His name is Jonathan M. Alexander. Don't forget the M! JMA, what's happening, man?
Please don't. Please don't. My dad will be upset.
Oh, for real?
Oh. Nah, he just likes me to distinguish myself because he says that there's probably other Jonathan Alexanders out there.
God, I'm glad you said that.
Yeah.
So 1981, I wrote my first ever byline story for the battalion at Texas A&M.
Yeah.
I was so proud. You know, byline, first one ever. I was 19 years old. Sent it to my mom and dad, old school mail back in 1981.
For sure.
My mom calls me and says, how come you didn't put your middle name in the byline? Because I just wrote John Lopez.
Yeah.
And she goes, I love your middle name. She always called me Philip. Until I got older.
Yeah.
And so from that point on, I always put John P. Lopez on my bylines.
See?
And it's the exact same story. She goes, you know how many John Lopez's there are out there? So, that warms my heart.
Exactly. First byline 2013, my dad said, put that middle initial in there. I said, okay.
And it's been there ever since, huh?
Been there ever since.
And we appreciate the work that you do. As you can see, our angle here is okay, but it's not as good as what you've been able to see during practice. So we wanted to borrow your eyes. First and foremost, it felt like from where we were, C.J. Stroud, it feels like, was dealing today. Is that how you saw it?
Yeah, I thought it was his best practice. He completed every pass that I saw. There might have been a sack there, but, he was his most accurate. And it wasn't short throws. It was a lot of intermediate stuff, things that would allow his teammates, his receivers, to make plays. And, one of the things that has impressed me so far is the connection between him and Jaden Higgins. Higgins entering year 2, he's going to be key because we know what Nico Collins can do.
Yeah.
They just need somebody opposite of him, to make plays. And Jaden Higgins has impressed me.
He has, and I think today was one of his better days as well. We were talking earlier, just sort of from our eyes, in the practice, I said sort of a mixed bag. Passing game seemed really, really on target, especially even during one-on-ones, which they haven't done all camp. And then 7-on-7, and then 11-on-11. But the running game got stifled a little bit. Is that how you saw it?
Yeah, that's how I saw it. The few runs I saw, it appeared like they were bottled up. I think what will help them is when they get an established offensive line, they figure out who those 5 guys are going to be instead of mixing and matching. I think where you might see success with David Montgomery in particular is really on those goal line situations. They struggled there. And that's really his specialty. He's a touchdown machine. Now, Woody Marks did show, even though he didn't really show it today, yesterday he showed an ability to break out and make some big runs. I think you're going to probably see, some ups and downs from them throughout camp.
Who were the other standouts that you felt today? Because, from what we could tell, we're trying to keep our eyes on stuff. I know Higgins definitely made a couple of, plays, on the sidelines. But, sometimes you get a little bit further down the depth chart and you're looking for some names as well.
Yeah, I think – I'll give you a couple of people. Somebody who I thought had been very quiet in those first 5 practices had a few catches today, Xavier Hutchinson. I don't think I ever doubted he was going to make the team, but you wanted to see some catches for him and maybe make him make some strides. He's a guy who I saw. Lewis Bond has been really impressing me when he has had his opportunities. He's really been doing this thing against the second-string defense. I think he's a great chance. He's setting himself up well to make this team. On the defensive side, a lot of people probably don't know him, but Colin Wright had an interception on this team, and I think he's going to make a good case to be one of those final guys, if not probably a priority on the practice squad. But I think those are – and then you've had Joar Jordan over the course of training camp who has really had some nice runs.
You brought up a couple guys that I have also seen in little bits, and Colin Wright is one of those guys that also Kamari Lassiter gave him a shout-out as well. What exactly have you seen from him that's been really good? Because I know in one-on-ones he had a really good play close to that media sideline that you could see him up close and personal. All right, he is not afraid, and he plays well with his hands.
Yeah, he's battling. And really, I haven't been looking for Colin Wright, but he's just made plays.
Right.
And he
That's
just
what
shows
you want.
up.
That's what you want.
Exactly. And I'm like, okay, this kid has something.
Yeah.
And, the Texans need a 4. Obviously they have
Jalen Smith.
Jalen Smith as a 3, and then I can't remember his name.
Tremont Smith?
Tremont Smith, yes.
Hey, shout out to Tremont Smith, but that's never a good feeling when somebody's like,
welcome to the club, man.
Yeah, I get him and Javier Thomas mixed up sometimes. But yeah, no, Tremont Smith. That's my bad, Tremont, if you're listening. But yeah, so like, those are like the incumbent four, right? But who knows if they decide to keep 5 cornerbacks? If they do, I could easily see Colin right.
Can they afford to keep 5 cornerbacks?
They don't typically do that.
And they're looking like they might be heavy at tight end right now. Like, I'm wondering where you cut back from as you're going heavy.
Reggie and I posed the question to Reggie. I'll pose it to you. Are there going to be some draft picks that are going to have to maybe make it through and get to the practice squad?
Yeah, I do think so. I'm trying to think of off the top of my head who are the
Aiden Fisher.
Yeah, and I was going to say him. Even though he's solid, they've had some injuries. They're pretty deep at linebacker.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And I think he might be on the outside looking in. I think Wade Woodaz will make this team. But yeah, when you start looking down at those 7th round guys, I think Lewis Bond.
That's actually that's kind of dicey considering depending on what Tank and Knoll do,
and Watson too.
Yeah,
like Watson's obviously a good special teamers.
Mm-hmm.
He's not going to make some tremendous plays out here, but you all know DeMeco Ryans values special teams.
Yeah.
Like you can't be on the bench and not play and not have another specialty and play special teams.
Yeah.
You gotta have that. So I would never guarantee that Lewis Bond was going to make it. I think he has a good chance, but I think he's battling with guys who are maybe more established on the special team.
Yeah.
I also wonder if maybe Aiden aren't guys that you could make it to the practice squad and keep them in depth there as opposed to being on the roster.
Exactly. That's something they factor in. Like, can you stash this guy on the practice squad, and is some team going to be in a hurry to pick them up? I don't think guys like him, Graham Mertz as well, I add him in there. I don't think teams are going to be in a rush to pick those guys up, and you can possibly sneak them on the practice squad.
So we started talking about the run game and maybe getting kind of stonewalled a little bit today. How's the offensive line stacking up outside of your starting center, Keelan Rutledge?
Yeah, I don't think that they're definitely improved from last year.
Mm-hmm.
There are going to be some ups and downs. They're going to get beat by Will Anderson and Daniil Hunter on occasion. I do think their run game. I do think I've seen some positives in the run game, particularly with Keelan Rutledge. Most of this camp they've done a fairly good job of run blocking. They do an okay job of passing blocking. Every now and then you'll see a sack. Sheldon Rankins got in there, and it's debatable whether that was a sack or C.J. Stroud found Dalton Schultz on there. But I think it's going to be up and down. But I do think that they're going to be better than last year.
Yeah.
I think last year they were just kind of okay. I think they'll take the additional step because I do like what Keelan Rutledge brings, and I do like Trent Brown or Braden Smith, whoever they decide over there.
Have you felt any difference between those two dudes?
Braden Smith has looked better with pads on than he did with shorts.
Agreed.
Trent Brown is always going to be solid.
Mm-hmm.
He's a guy that they know, he's going to hold it down. And I think it's going to come down to if they're very close, they'll probably choose the most expensive person.
Yeah.
And I don't think Trent Brown would be mad at that.
Mm-hmm.
I think he would be okay with that. And one thing I hate to say this, I don't think either of them is going to stay healthy for their entire year.
Sure,
so I definitely think we'll see both.
So, CJ, clearly a good day today, but he's had his ups and downs, maybe a miscommunication or whatever. The importance of him, we all know, of him having a good season. But what are we seeing right now through your eyes?
In my opinion, I think you're seeing him a little bit more calm. I think one of C.J. Stroud's biggest weaknesses, or what we had seen the last 2 years, is that he started to look rushed in his process. Like, defenses were really speeding him up. And especially when there was pressure in the backfield, he would struggle. And even if he didn't have pressure, there was sometimes on occasion where you were like, oh, it's an overthrow. Like, and I think that pressure, specifically in year 2, really got to him. But I think this year he's looked a little bit more calm, specifically today. Specifically 2 practices ago. He had another good practice 2 practices ago.
That was what, Saturday?
Yeah, Saturday, where he's looked calm and under in the pocket. And, I agree with what Azeez Al-Shire said today. He said that he and C.J. Stroud were talking, and this was the most competitive training camp that they've been a part of. Like, literally, I remember year 2 of C.J. Stroud and year 3. and the defense was dominating those guys.
Embarrassing.
Just embarrassing them. And D'Amico would, say that, it's back and forth, but I never saw back and forth.
Yeah.
And I knew at that point that either the offense was going to struggle or the defense was going to be elite. Turned out it was both.
Right.
But I think this year you're seeing the offense take another step, and we'll see if that'll continue.
And to that end, I know that you've been front and center for all of this. A lot of lip service has been paid to communication has been better. Communication has been better. That has been the toughest thing for me to be able to decipher from our broadcast location. Yeah. How have you felt that they've actually delivered on that pre-snap communication?
I think they've done a good job. I think the biggest thing was them, getting the play and then getting to the line of scrimmage. That way you have enough time for C.J. Stroud to identify what is happening. Now, I think the defense threw some things at them on Monday that they weren't expecting, but they seemed to pick that up a little bit better, in today's practice. And, I think that comes with being comfortable in the system. This is year 2 under Nick Caley. Nick Caley feels like he can do a lot more things because he has a lot more of his pieces. I think the lack of tight ends kind of hurt him.
Yeah.
The new players in a different type of system than what he was – a different type of personnel than what he was expecting. And now you get that, and now you get a little bit more of what he's looking for, and they can do more as offense.
It also seems, and we've talked about this, like every move they're making personnel-wise is to mitigate the offense, to kind of cover their backsides. Yeah. And just in case – if CJ gets rattled and starts to press or rush or whatever. Clowney, Mario Edwards, Reed Blankenship, they're almost – are you seeing that same thing? They're like, okay, it may or may not be good. We're hoping it's good. But if it's not, we're going to be so good on the defense, it's not going to happen.
Oh, yeah, for sure. They know where their strengths lie. They knew where their strengths lied last year. Their defense is a dominant defense, and they knew – that as long as their offense didn't make mistakes and turn the ball over, their defense was going to easily win them games. And obviously that happened in the Patriots game. There were, 5 turnovers, I believe, 4 from CJ and 1 from Woody Marks. And you even see that in the moves on offense. They added a lot of run blocking offensive linemen, more tight ends, Foster Moreau, whose specialty is in run blocking. They want to run the ball, run that clock, let the defense win them games again. Yeah. And their hope is that CJ can take another step. Yeah. But I think they've done their best to kind of change the complexion of this offense.
Jonathan, we appreciate you greatly for giving us a little bit of your time. I know you got some writing to do. Make sure that everybody's satisfied at the Houston Chronicle, but we appreciate you giving us a few minutes.
I appreciate y'all having me on.
Don't forget that middle initial.
Yeah, never.
Hey man, don't say that. I'm gonna start grabbing you and bring you over here every day.
There you go. Hey, I'm down to come.
There we go.
Hey,
there we go.
Jonathan, let me know.
Jonathan M. Alexander, Houston Chronicle. Make sure you're reading his work, including we just talked to Keelan Rutledge, and I mentioned it quickly, but a great piece that you had put up a few weeks back, or maybe a month ago, in fact, about the big kind of moment that he had with the accident when he was that was driving from Georgia Tech, was it not?
I was driving from Georgia Tech. He was supposed to go to Clemson, never made it.
Yeah.
Man, crazy, but he's managed to and we appreciate you telling all of stories like that when it comes to the Houston Texans.
Absolutely. I really appreciate it.
All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, another story on the day. Jadeveon Clowney's back. He talked at the presser at the podium, and we'll get to hear that next.
Reset your presets. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Texans training camp is here. Live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugarland Studios. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Practice number 6 of Houston, Texas Training Camp 2026 in the books. All right. Another good day out here. You just heard from Jonathan Alexander from what he saw. But let's hear from the man himself, the man of the hour, Jadeveon Clowney, out here in the number 9 step to the presser, or step to the podium rather, and this is what he said.
No, but I'm glad to be back. Having fun, great team, great defense. Trying to chase that Super Bowl with the Texans. I feel like it's a great opportunity for me, my family. Just enjoying it.
Let's do that and playing with these guys. The Neil Hunter, Lawrence, Jr. What do you think third down is going to look like for you guys?
I mean, it's going to be very special, man. They got some dogs already. I know me coming in can help them guys, so they don't burn out, make it look the same when I'm out there. I think we can put stuff together and we can dominate up front. And I'm just looking forward to that.
You know this team is very talented. What is it about head coach D'Amico that makes you want to play for him?
It's energy. Same guy. He's excited. He coming there with a smile on his face every day. Just fun guy to be around, and it trickles off into the team, and everybody else can feel it. And they make practice a lot easier here. Make the day go by fast.
You've accomplished a lot in this league, man. Why are you still out here? And maybe just a little bit more on why this is the right opportunity with a great team. Yeah,
like I said, my whole thing was to chase the Super Bowl this year. No better place for me to do it here. I think they had great defense last year. I said if I can go there, help them guys. It wasn't about the money because I could have went other places for a little bit more money than this. But I'm like, it's your team. I started here, go back here, try to win there, and see how the rest of my career go. But it's been a great run, man. It's been great. I've been having fun with it.
Is this the last time?
We don't know. Can't speak on. I go year by year, man. But I'm gonna enjoy this one.
What's the biggest difference between you when you walked in the first time and you now?
I'm grown. Yeah, man. I was a big kid at first when I first got here. I grew up different than a lot of these guys, man. I told people, man, when I was born, my dad was in jail. Grew up a single-parent home, man. I grew up a lot different. So I got here, was never seen Houston. I enjoyed it during my time, and yeah, it was fun. I came with some great guys, a group of guys when I got here. But coming back now, I'm a vet in the locker room, a lot older, a lot smarter than I was before. Just enjoying it, taking it day by day.
So what kind of OG are you with them? Are you going to be more vocal, or are you just going to?
I'm a more pull guy to the side. Hey, bro, talk to them like that. But I speak up too when I see something. But like I said, man, I'm just here to help. Like if them guys need advice or something, I always say, hey, bro, do this or do that. They be like, what you think, OG? I be like, hey, bro, this is how I think. This is what worked for me. It might not work for you, but this is what worked for me throughout my career. And I just give them advice on every day how to take care of their bodies, or what to do if I see something out there on the field, what to look for, certain personnel or anything.
I know it hasn't been long, but it's been long since you've been here. But how much has the culture changed or things changed around here?
Yeah, the building changed a lot, in a good way. Very, very good way. It's a lot easier, a lot relaxing in that building than it was when I first got there. Coaching staff different. It's fun. It's a little bit more fun. And the group of guys in that building is great. It's just been easy to go back up in there than I expected when I signed back. But like I said, that's because of D'Amico, the guy that's running the show. He put a lot of great guys around him and coaches, and you can feel the energy, and all the other guys can feel it. So I know great things are going to happen here for me and the team. So I'm just looking forward to the opportunity.
Very happy for you, the full circle moment.
Yeah.
Has it kind of sunk in, and you've gotten a lot of texts from people that know you've been wanting to play for the Texans for a while?
I think it sunk in the day when I was jogging on the field. I was like, oh, man, it's crazy to be back. All the fans saying, cheering for me. I was excited about that. It's just a great feeling, you know what I'm saying, that after all these years to come back and they still got love for you. And happy that you're back here, man. Like I said, it's a blessing. My career started off rough. Y'all know, injury after injury. First game of my career. I just been fighting back ever since. And to play 13 years, to be in my 13th season, I thank God for that. Man, it's just been a long ride, you know, and I'm glad to be here.
Talk about the player you are now and how you see that fitting in here. What does that look like?
Oh, man, like I said, I still got a lot to give. I can make plays. We all know that. Just coming in and giving my leadership, like I said, and I see Will lead, and I tell him, hey, bro, you're doing a good job leading, you know. Daniil, it's an older group. We're a lot older than what people think, and it's working because we all speak up. We all say stuff to each other. Nobody gonna let nobody slack off. You know what I'm saying? And that's the respect that we have for each other in that locker room and that group. So that's why I say I can see the talent. I've been on 7 other teams, so I know what it looked like. So I know what a winning culture look like. So I know we're gonna win a lot of games here. That's a fact. It's the way we work and the way we hold each other accountable since I've been here since day one. So I'm just looking forward to it.
A little bit different. I know you live here and stuff. The heat, the sun.
Yeah. Thing is, I've been training here for the last 12 years, but it still hit different. I did 3 plays a day. I told them it felt like 6 or 7, but let's just get back into football shape. All that running, I'm gonna text my trainer today and say, man, we did all that running for me to get tired today in like 4 plays. But nah, that's football shape, man. I just gotta work. That's what training camp for. You know, as y'all know, I've been missing training camp for some years. So I was excited to get out here in training camp and knock the rust off earlier this season than I did in the previous years. So I was looking forward to this, getting to know the guys early instead of walking in week 1. Hey, man, learning the scheme on the fly. You know how many times I did that? I did it in Baltimore, Seattle, Dallas, Cleveland, no training camp, walk out there and just play week 1. And I look across the line, somebody telling me, you know what I'm saying? but it's going to be a lot different this year because I'm gonna learn the playbook before the season starts, man. It's going to be a lot smoother season for me. Excuse me? What?
So you finally got your number 90 back. Was there any finagling with that?
Nah, man. When I walked in, he was like, hey, you can get 90 back. I was like, I don't even know if I wanted it at first. Because the last time I've been injured, I wore 90. You know what I'm saying? Ever since I left, I've been wearing all these other different numbers, and it's been great, man. It's just fun to be back. Like I said, I'm excited looking for the opportunity.
What did the first 2 days here look like for you? And then I want to ask you, too, like, you know, why did you make the decision to start earlier versus what you had been used to?
Like I said, I made the decision because I want to learn a scheme, man. I didn't walk, like I said, I walked into too many teams the first week, and you know how hard it is to play when you don't know the scheme. You play a lot slower than you normally want to because you got to look across the field. Somebody got to tell you what to do. You know what I'm saying? I've been doing that for so many years throughout my career. So I just said, let me just go to this training camp with these guys and grind with them so they know I ain't just here for no play around. I'm here to work with these guys and get to know them, build a relationship so they can have a great season. First 2 days?
Yeah, first 2 days.
A lot of physicals, a lot of handshaking, and a lot of smiling.
Last year you played 44% of the snaps for Dallas.
Yeah.
And you ended up having 8.5 sacks, and I think it was like a sack every 100 snaps for pass rush snaps. What do you feel like your role can be here as far as how they utilize you and keeping you fresh?
I'm just, like I told them, man, I think it's not just me being fresh, but Will and Daniil being fresh too also, man. That rotation could be great when you can have guys just flying off the ball and no fall off and it look the same as like play 1, you know what I'm saying? So that's the effect I was thinking in my head, like, hey, them guys can go, I can go, and they need a break, I'm in there and make it look the same. So we just keep putting pressure on the quarterback and giving our secondary a chance to make plays.
Do you remember your first year in Baltimore, your first games against CJ?
Yeah, and I missed 2 sacks on that joker. Yeah, I missed him. I told him I missed you on the sack one last year, my first. That's what happened when you walk in week 1 and you rushed it. And you don't get no training camp. So, like I said, that's why I came here now. Try to knock the rust off a little earlier so I can make some plays this season.
Did you notice the difference between that game and when you played it again in the playoffs with CJ?
Yeah, he was a lot better. He made a lot better decisions with the ball. He made a lot quicker decisions than he did that game. I don't think he read the defense. It was free. And I was just like, okay, maybe he don't see some stuff, but he got a lot better and he a lot better now, you know what I'm saying? Just, it develops over years. It takes time. Everybody walk in. You got some people walk in year one and just take off. Some people walk in and you got to build it up. You never know. It's just a mindset you got to have as a player. And that's why I say everybody can't play this game. It's a hard game. You can lose it early, your mindset, or you can build it. And I had to build mine, hopefully build his. So just continue to work like that.
What are your early impressions of defensive line coach Rod Wright? And earlier you talked about maturity.
Yeah.
Did that happen as you started adding to the family? You had more kids now than you did when you were there. Now your father knowing that they're looking up to you in that way?
No, I think that happened to me getting traded. Grow up, Clowney. You know what I'm saying? Not necessarily saying it was bad for me here, but when you go to these teams and they don't look at you like you their draft pick, you got to go in there and work a little different than normal guys that's been drafted. I got to go in there and take spots, take people's jobs instead of just giving me a job. So I just been taking people's jobs everywhere I go and playing at a high level because I know what's at stake. I am not their draft pick. I'm just a guy they picking up. So let me go ahead and put my foot down and show them what I got. And that's what I've been doing year after year after year in my career. I hope I can continue to do that this year and help this team. What about? Great energy. I love him. I love his D-line. He come in there and make the room light, laugh, have a good time, but he also be about his business and work. So it's a fine line between doing it both, and I think he's doing a good job at it so far.
It's been a lot here since you left. Was there any bitterness at the time about how they moved you and over the years? Was there?
What you said one more time?
Was there bitterness from you about how it all went down, how you left here, how they traded you?
No, I don't take nothing personal, man. I always say to my head, it don't matter if they pick me on the moon to play football, I can do that. You know what I'm saying? I can play football. So I ain't had no hard feelings. It was just O'Brien at the time. Man, him bumped heads. And I couldn't really understand because I was an easygoing guy. I was like, all right, whatever you want from me type of guy at this point, especially when I'm 21 years old, 22 years old. I was just taking people's advice instead of really looking in the mirror trying to figure myself out. I was listening to other people. As I got older, I started saying, just take care of yourself, Connie, and, and it's going to work out for you. And I started doing that when I left here. That's how I think I lasted 8 more years in the league, where I just started taking care of myself and, developing my game and having fun with it.
You said that, obviously, you were in the Super Bowl.
Yeah. Always make plays, man. We don't necessarily know what it look like, but every year everybody want to make sacks in this league. That's the whole league for D lineman. In your head, you got to go out there and make sacks. I already know I'm gonna play good in the run game. We already know that that's just what I do. But make sacks, make plays, help the guys around me, really win. I want to win at this point. You know what I'm saying? I want to win. I got a taste of that. And Dallas got a taste of that. In Baltimore, I thought we were going to win one. And at this point in my career, I just want to win a Super Bowl. And don't know what I'm going to do after that. But if I do that, y'all might not ever get another interview. I'm joking. But that's the goal for me, man. And I think it's got a good defense. And, see what happens. Y'all have a good one.
There you go. That's what you got for the pressers from Houston Texans practice number 6, full pads, and continuing to progress to the start of the 2026 season. All right, coming up next here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610, we'll get you your lunchtime confession.
It seems like Seth is a big fan of the Texans reunion. than ever. A new era begins on August 10th with Houston's sports leader, 95.7 The Fan. Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
All right, keeping them Texans related, and this one is very, very Texans related. We had Keelan Rutledge on. If you missed it, I would highly encourage you to go back and listen to it on the app or wherever you can get us. But I do have to confess, we got to show Keelan Rutledge what a real dive Mexican restaurant is. I mean, he gave us two names. He goes, yeah, I went to a couple of dive restaurants. One of them was El Tiempo, and the other one was, what was it?
I don't remember, but when he said El Tiempo, I was like, okay, he's still, we can blow his mind, right? El Tiempo, fantastic.
Yeah.
But that's fantastic. That ain't no hole in the wall.
Yeah.
That ain't no hole in the wall.
If you had to compare it to like a regular restaurant, what would you compare? Is it like a Saltgrass?
I had the best Cajun food. There's this place called Popeyes. That's basically what it was.
Would you say it was Popeyes, or would it be like Papado?
Or Papado, yeah.
At the very least, like it's really well known. It's like you didn't go to no hole in the wall. Like they'll treat you good, but you didn't find a hole in the wall there. So we probably, and you know what?
Yeah,
I think we should do that for him.
But he's all in on Tex-Mex.
He's all in.
That's the good news.
And that's the thing is he doesn't even know what he's found.
Oh my God! Oh, there are so many good ones.
Lupe was the other one, Lupe Tortilla.
Lupe Tortilla, yeah.
Which again, these are pretty high on the places to visit in Houston.
I admire the effort. I admire the fact that he loves some Tex-Mex and he's all in. He said, I'm in the right place. Tex-Mex and barbecue. But Lupe Tortilla and El Tiempo, I was like, Mi Sombrero over on the near north side, Teotihuacan. You know, I love that place. We got to hook him up.
You notice he started flexing right there.
Yeah.
You see him, Fig. He just started flexing real quick.
I happen to know the best dives in town.
So those you just named are the like the hole in the wall spots?
Dude, the cheese enchiladas at Mi Sombrero.
Figgy, you notice how he's never brought in the cheese enchiladas from Mi Sombrero? You notice that? I feel like I noticed.
And
that.
we know Teotihuacan is,
of course,
next level.
Who doesn't know?
Yeah.
These are my confessions.
It's funny that you're talking about Keelan Rutledge because I think that if I'm honest, I am going to enjoy the absolute most talking to hearing him talk, which probably is not going to happen most often. I'm going to absolutely love hearing from Jadeveon Clowney. You just heard from him from the podium just in that last segment. He is just so very honest, very raw. Like it's
fun.
It's not that it's not polished. He's just very fun. And honestly, there's a little bit of it that feels like they haven't gotten to him yet. You know what I mean? Like, and I don't know if that's the right way to say it, but because he's bounced around at so many teams, it feels like there's been no team has gotten to him to be like, hey, we need you to, play down the company line. He just be out here talking, and it's not irresponsible either.
Yeah.
Like he's giving you insight. He's saying things that feel like they're well considered and thought out. He's just very open. I feel like I'm going to love hearing him talk all year long.
Yeah, that's not going to happen either.
Yeah.
The whole company line thing. That's why he had issues a little bit with Bill O'Brien because it wasn't even a thing where off the field type stuff he was having issues. I think it was just the brutally honest and kind of goofy a little bit.
Yeah.
Just kind of having fun. And Bill O'Brien, I don't even know if he know how to spell fun.
Yeah, he may not. Jadeveon Clowney is just one of those guys that is never going to change, and God bless him for that. He's never going to change. The number one overall. The bad experience with Bill O'Brien and company. Moving around, he's not going to change, and God bless him for that. He's just a fun dude.
And like he was pretty honest about Bill O'Brien.
Yeah,
too.
he was.
Which honestly, I'm glad you mentioned this because he could have gone full into like leaning into Bill O'Brien. I felt like he took a decent amount of responsibility there. He's like, yeah, we butted heads, but hey, man, I was young and I had not done the work to find myself and figure myself out. Like he took that all on himself, which again feels like he is perfectly situated for this team right now. He's going to be fun, he's going to be free, but he also very much seems to have accepted the role that he has played in his career. Not that it's gone terribly for him, but and that he's ready to go out here and play. I love it.
He also mentioned how it's a little bit different over here in the building. Like it's a little more. I think I ain't trying to misquote him, but sound like he says it's a little more fun.
Yeah.
100%. People not really walking on eggshells and all that stuff.
These are my confessions.
All right, I got another Keelan Rutledge confession, and this is a very obvious one to me. Keelan Rutledge will be your starting center week 1 when the Texans face the Buffalo Bills. And do you know how I know that? Because they brought him over to us for the interview, and that never happens with rookies. You know the last rookie that we had on our show? Rookie. That they brought over and they said, yeah, you want to talk to this guy.
Yeah, I'm not going to have the history on this for you.
Will Anderson.
Yeah, I remember that.
Will Anderson was the last rookie that we spoke with as a rookie. A week into camp, mind you. Keelan Rutledge is your starting center. I mean, the Texans are pretty much telling us that.
I mean, if he's not your starting center, he's one of your starting guards, right? Like that is the thing that is evident. I feel like I'm with you that he's going to be the starting center. When I think logically, looking backwards, I go, they started him on the let's make sure that you can play guard at this level, right? Let's make sure that you've got that in tow. So if we ever need to go to it, it's there, right? Because there's still a possibility, God forbid, knock on wood, Wyatt Teller has something happen with him injury-wise, or Ed Ingram has something happen with him injury-wise. Who's your next best guard? It's probably still Keelan Rutledge, right?
Yeah,
you might have to do some of that moving and shaking. But now it feels like they're getting him to center, and he hasn't slipped up yet, right? Like, and that was the thing that you're concerned about. Can he do this consistently? Can he do all the IDs? As of right now, it looks like that. So I'm very much leaning where you're leaning in with this. Yeah. That's a fair point and a fair thing to acknowledge.
Like Texans, because Texans PR, as we all know, it's not just exclusive to them. They kind of bounce things off the coaches and, hey, we're going to get this guy. Nico, sure. You want to get, just go down the list of guys that we've had. We want to bring Keelan Rutledge. Excuse me. Absolutely.
And it helps that he is so good on the mic.
He is.
He was so comfortable giving his answers and his thoughts. Like, he is very well considered in the way that he handles things. So that was really cool.
These are my confessions.
Apologies, I'm going non-football here.
All right.
I know that this is how confessions can work oftentimes, but in the training camp, we've just been leaning in. So I didn't tell you you guys this because I knew that you guys would I don't know if laugh at me, but you guys would look at me some type of way.
We do anyway.
That's also a great point. I should consider that more. The AC was out in my apartment from Friday to Monday.
Here we go.
And it was 90 degrees in my apartment.
Oh boy.
And as you might imagine, in Houston, in heat, I was upset because this is not how it's supposed to go. If your AC goes out, they supposed to fix it as soon as possible, ASAP.
Yeah.
So yesterday after work, I went into that office. Your boy raised a little bit of hell.
Good.
Your boy raised a little bit of hell.
Good.
The confession is.
How did it sound?
Yeah.
I was like, this is unacceptable.
Tell us how it sounded.
This is unacceptable.
Did you say it in that way?
Yeah. I was like, this is unacceptable. You know me, I'm not going to get in there yell. But I was like, this is unacceptable. It can't be 3 full days. And I had come into the office and told them, hey, this is happening. I put in a work order. Y'all ain't come yet. And the person there was like, hey, I'll reach out to the maintenance person and see them. And then there was another day where nothing happened. So I went back in there. I was like, yo, this is acceptable. It can't be this. Like, it's heat in Houston. This is crazy. And the confession is, I think I'm a sucker.
What happened?
I think I'm a sucker.
They played you?
No. They got up there and fixed it. They got up there and fixed it.
Oh,
however,
don't worry about that guy. He's too nice.
No, but here's the thing.
Yeah.
When the manager got pulled into this, which of course I made sure the manager got pulled into this.
Oh, you wanted to talk to the manager?
Yeah.
Oh, hell yes.
Yeah, no, we had to get this done. But this, again, remember the confession is that I got to admit, I think I'm a sucker. He goes, this guy will be reprimanded. I'll talk to him about this. And I was like, well, I didn't want you to do that.
Oh, come on.
I didn't want nobody to get in trouble.
Don't get anybody in trouble.
I didn't want nobody to get in trouble. I just wanted to get the AC fixed. Come on now. I was like, man, I came in with all the bravado and the brash, well, as much as I was willing to put forward. And then as soon as I got what I wanted, I was like, oh, well, I don't know if you need to do all that. Is the AC working again? That's
Lopez, who is worse right now, me or Reggie? Me when it comes to the different religious people coming up to me talking?
Sucker.
Yeah, which one's more?
He's a sucker too. I really think I'm going to have to lean you, Figgy. I'm going to have to lean you. Because we all know, whether it's the Mormons or, whomever,
Jehovah's Witnesses,
all that.
Are you having other people, I was about to say something, I don't even know if it's the case. Do they still have the Kirby vacuum guy?
I don't know.
My mom had her carpet cleaned a number of times by the people that brought in the Kirby vacuum. They're like, it cleans all the floors. Let's do the demonstration.
Well, show me in that room.
Do the demonstration. Are they still having those people? Are people still going door to door with sales?
Because
I feel like they would get you on that too.
Because in Reg's case, yes, he's a sucker, but not as big of a sucker as you are. Simply because at least he had the compassion to say, well, yes, I was upset. Yes, I wanted you to get on this, but I don't want anybody to get in trouble. I mean, that's just, deeply held compassion. You're just a sucker.
Whoa! But see, I don't even know if I'm a sucker. I think I'm more of an idiot. Like, I don't even see it coming.
What is happening in this segment?
I just think somebody coming up to me, hey, how you doing? And then I just
and you're like, hey.
And then right in the middle of it,
how are you?
Oh, man, I didn't even realize what's going on. I think I'm more of a sucker where I just don't shut it down. I just let them keep going.
Yeah.
And then at the very end, nah, I'm good.
Mm-hmm.
I will say, I am trying to see, can I work up the energy to ask them for a discount on my rent because of it though. That's when I'm really in my bag.
Oh, a lot of people do that.
That's my full Nigerian coming out if I'm able to do that.
No, that's not just Nigeria. That's like my people do that a lot too. Well, you need to take a little bit off of my rent this month because of the 3 days, prorate it.
Yeah.
3 out of 30 or 31 days or whatever.
Yeah, because you can't live in an apartment with no AC.
I had to stay with Figgy, and all I did was talk to Mormons.
That's right, the whole time. They just keep coming to his door. It's like they know that he's going to answer.
You know what the Mormons, or not the Mormons, but the management is going to say?
Yeah.
Look at this sucker. Trying to get a little bit off of his rent.
He ain't getting no
discount.
chance in hell.
These are my confessions.
All right, those are your lunchtime confessions here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. It's been a fun day. It's been a fun day. Pretty solid day of camp. It feels like last year there were more days where you came out of camp tugging at collar than even the 6 days that we have had thus far.
Yeah, it's been about. Let me ask you this then: is it about what you expected? Because I didn't expect this offensive line to just, oh boy, look how much better they are in the first week. I expected it to be a process, and I think it's been a process.
I think that's fair. Yeah,
right?
I mean, because the thing that I keep holding on to is it feels like the offensive line is kind of starting where it felt like they finished camp last year.
Maybe.
Where it was like, oh, okay, we're starting to see this is the starting point. Where it feels like, okay, they have some ideas and they need to get better at it. And I am encouraged by the idea that they will continue to get better at it. Like, again, they're just not getting their ass whooped, man. And Jonathan said this in the last segment. I think he's 100%, or 2 segments ago. He's 100% right. There was just way too many times where they was getting their ass whooped over the last couple of years.
Yeah.
Not the case this year, which that is a market improvement.
I mean, they haven't been, we can't say, oh, they've been good. They've been good in spots. But they haven't been what we saw last year.
No, 100%.
Yeah.
Do y'all got to feel for the starting lineup?
Ooh.
Yeah.
Because I kind of been like, when they did all these signings during free agency, I'm thinking like, okay, that's the starting lineup. But I'm not so sure now. Because
the only one I'm curious, is right tackle.
Yeah.
I think it'll be Braden Smith.
I probably lean with you as well.
And then from that point going left, you got Ingram, you got Rutledge, you got Teller, and then Ursery. But right tackle is still a little bit.
Yeah, I think I agree with that sentiment as well. All right, you're in the Loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, we didn't get a chance to dig into all of this, but the trade deadline happened. Dalton Varsho is the center fielder. The question that I have for you, John, now, after the trade deadline, do the Astros have enough to go where they want to go? 713-572-4610. We do it next.
The Astros. is here. Live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugarland Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Someone said Figgy's a man of the people, and y'all are calling him names. I didn't call him names. I called myself names. And then Figgy, you set up the hypothetical. So, again.
Yeah, I was just asking the question, who's the bigger
sucker?
Yeah.
Which, honestly, I feel like we were both hustling backwards because all we did was just give Lopez an opportunity to call us suckers.
Well, I mean, you got to call a sucker, right?
All right, see, you're enjoying this too much. We might have to go back outside and talk about.
I've been a sucker, not in that case, but
all right, well, go ahead and share. No, the floor. No, Figgy, the floor is yours. Well, Tell us about a time that you were a sucker.
It's been so long, I can't even remember.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That's not a story.
Heat.
There you go.
Definitely a sucker.
Today, I was a sucker.
Don't let him off the hook. Don't let him off the hook.
Go back to the studio. It's so hot out here.
Yeah, you gotta share. You gotta share with the class.
Yes, I did that. That's not a sucker. That's experience.
Complaining about the heat in Houston to everybody else, like we don't know it's hot.
I did not do that. They just asked.
You're the only person that be complaining that actually said out loud, "It's hot." Like no bleep.
You know why? Because it's hot.
No bleep. like we all don't know it's hot.
It has become though. Like this is the water cooler, just kind of like light small talk. Man, it sure is hot, right? Like the weather conversation.
Yeah, hot enough for you?
I honestly hate myself in any time that I do that. I walk myself into, man, it's hot out, and I'm like, oh, this sucks. I've become the thing.
You have come around to like, okay, it's getting pretty. It's getting pretty dang hot.
There are days where it's hot. Today was actually a little bit better in that regard, a little bit cooler. Let's talk about these Astros, though. The Astros at the trade deadline, they ended up making a move. They sent Spencer Urghetti to the Rays, and Dalton Varsho comes over to play center field for you. And yes, he will be playing center field, as Joe Espada made clear consistently day to day. The question I ask you is more of a large scale one, but obviously it comes off of this move that you make. Do the Astros have enough to get where they want to go? Because clearly they made one move.
Where do they want to go?
That's a fair question, but they seem like they wanted to add a starting pitcher that they ultimately didn't get over the line, and Dana Brown in consolation says, well, Wesneski and Blanco have come back, and, they'll be able to basically be your acquisition. Yeah. Answer the question first. Like, where do you think that the Astros want to go? Because it feels like you do this in order to go and try and win a championship, right?
It seems like it, but I don't think that's realistically. I mean, look, they're going to get into the post. They're going to do what every team does. Let's take our shots. Let's see if we can get hot. Let's see if we can get a little lucky. And let's see if we can make some noise. Yes. But where they realistically want to go is the postseason. Just to stack another one. To be able to keep.
I already told you they going to the postseason, man.
Yeah,
why are you worrying?
How are you feeling about that today?
The Rangers lost too.
Yeah, that's true.
Right.
That is true. I think realistically, Jim Crane in his heart of hearts says, let's get to the postseason. We'll take our chances. But realistically, we probably don't have enough, nor can we get enough, which is key here, to still be able to have our farm system such as it is, to bring in another manager and general manager, which is part of this story. Dana Brown, yesterday wrote the final chapter, or second to last chapter, of Dana Brown's tenure here. He's gone. He's gone. The fact that you had a deal in place for a better return, and the owner nixed it reportedly, that says a lot right there. Obviously, on top of not having a contract past this year and other things. So Dana Brown is, to his credit, he showed a lot of integrity in how he responded to it. Say, hey, I owe it to myself. I owe it to this team. I want to be a good soldier. So not criticizing him as a person, because I thought he really showed a lot of integrity yesterday in how he responded to it. But he is gone, which means that Joe Espada is gone too. So this is also an organization that fired a manager after a World Series berth. So that much is. So to answer your question, no, they don't have enough to win a World Series. They can get lucky, they can get hot, we'll see. But just on paper and what they have, no, they don't.
Yeah, this. I really want to be able to say yes, because I do think.
Of course, we all do.
I think they're situated to, especially considering that since May 22nd, it's like the best team in the AL. If you look at the way that they've played, that has been a lot closer to what you think they're capable of because they've had more of their actual players here. And so I could try and craft the path for me to go, they keep playing like that. Jordan is guaranteed offense, right? Like Jordan is guaranteed offense. Jeremy Pena is pretty close to the same. Isaac Paredes seems to be coming around with his bat. Christian Walker, I mean, he can do things when you need to. Defensively, your outfield has been pretty solid. I wanted to be able to do the thing where I go, your offense, your outfield is better. But let's be honest, Dalton Varsho, he is more of a name. Defensively, he's been really great in center field, and so maybe you don't have to do as much rotation in center field. But Dalton Varsho, man, like, have you seen his numbers?
You were sharing them yesterday.
It's not good enough in this year. Like, it's just not. I mean, his OPS is below 700. It's in the 600s. And I was like, okay, maybe there's a platoon split here. Nah, man, it's below 700 for lefties and righties, right? It's not like he's got great slug. It's just meh with the bat. Now, maybe they're leaning into the idea that it previously had been good because, like, as recently as last year, he had better numbers than he's putting up this year. I was surprised because, again, the numbers this year, not that good. But, yeah, it's just hard for me to go, well, what they did increase what they're doing, especially when you think about the pitching. Starting pitching has come around to a certain degree. But I asked you this question, I think, last week, and I'm going to ask you again. Who are your starters when you go into a playoff series right now?
And I'll probably give you the same answer. Obviously Hunter Brown, Peter Lambert, and then we'll see.
Right, and maybe just maybe you get so lucky that Hayden Wesneski, heats up and he gets up the third, or Christian Javier, who was solid last night, maybe he picks up to a place where you feel comfortable and put him in there. There's not enough guarantee in what they're doing right now, but they can contend, right? They can compete, or maybe is the better word that I should use. And I will continue to say, when they make the postseason.
Yeah.
I think they've given themselves a little bit of cushion, and they're playing way better baseball than earlier on in the year when they dug themselves the hole that they had to climb out of, right? Plus, arrow pointing up for the Astros, arrow pointing either down or sideways for the Rangers and the Mariners, right? But when they get to the postseason, the opportunity to contend, like, they need to find another gear, I think, still, in order for me to feel like they can get to the place that they want to go. And it's not just to make the postseason, it's to go and actually compete.
Yeah.
I think that they can't. Another gear is possible, but it would require them to run at maximum capacity of what they've got right now, and that's not a reasonable thing to expect, I don't think.
Well, but they have been hot. They won 6 in a row until last night. They do have it in them, as I mentioned. They have it in them to get hot. They have it in them to win some games that maybe you didn't expect to win. But if you're just looking at the big picture here, the parts, as you're talking about, the parts with the starting pitching staff, the offense, which can be erratic outside of Jordan, it's just not built like a contending team for the big ring,
Tetsuya Imai was pretty good out of the pen yesterday.
A couple things about last night's game.
Go ahead.
The first one was Imai out of the bullpen. You just mentioned it. Damn good. Did they give him a longer warm-up? I didn't notice.
I'll be honest. I did not take that into account. I can go back and double-check it after the show. But, yeah, I didn't pay that much attention to it. But he looked like he was pretty solid in the, 3 innings that he ended up pitching out of the pen. What do you do with that? Because I think there's 2 ways you can go with that with Tatsuya Imai. You can go, all right, finding a little bit more confidence, and maybe that can mean that he can go back to being a starter. Or you go to the place where you go, hey, have you found a dude who you can feel confident in, maybe as a long reliever, or maybe even handling some other situations out of the pen?
If you're trying to contend, he's a bullpen pitcher, 100%. We can worry about you starting next spring, at least unless something drastically changes here in the next 2-3 weeks or whatever. He's found a place, at least in one game. We'll see how it plays out. I don't change that at all, because we were talking, after his last start, if you don't have confidence, if you have to cross your fingers that, he's going to get through the first inning as a starter, then he's not a starter. So I would say, no, leave him in the bullpen. The other thing about last night, man, Taylor Trammell. Did you see this, Figgy?
I did.
Oh, boy, that was a bad look. That, for as long as he plays baseball, that will be a part. That will be mentioned in clubhouses. People will play that. Dude, he put all the jelly on it. He did the kiss to the sky and all that stuff. If you didn't see, he hit a deep 419 feet
Yeah, there's a lot of ballparks. In fact, I can find you exactly how many ballparks that would have been a home run in, but there's a lot of ballparks where that one is actually in the stands.
419 feet caught at the wall. He didn't see it, so he circled the bases, got into his home run trot, crossed the plate with his little celebration, and then went, what?
Would you like to guess how many ballparks that would have been a home run in?
So there's not 30.
There's 30. There's 30 ballparks.
There are 30?
Yep.
28.
Fig?
I'm going to say 25.
Figgy's on it. 25 ballparks where that's a home run. I'm not going to knock him for this.
Oh, you're not. The people are.
I'm not going to knock him for
You don't have to. People will do that for you.
If they still, I don't know if SportsCenter still had this, the not top 10 plays.
Oh, my gosh.
That will make the top 10. I ain't going to say that's number one.
Yeah.
That will make Shaq and the food.
This is the complete opposite of like something that honestly reasonably was critiqued of the Astros early on in the season where it's a bad hit into the infield and guys are kind of jogging to first. It's like, no, man, run it out. Put some pride out there. I respect him. Like, hey, man, I think
you need to be his lawyer.
I think that's out there.
No kidding.
I'm trying.
I can't believe you trying this, man.
Hey, man, go run it.
Look, man, you're trying your ass off.
Go run it. Go run the bases.
It ain't going to work. It ain't going to work. They were probably torching him in that locker room last night. Clubhouse.
I wonder if the Blue Jays was looking like, what is he doing?
Yes, they were.
Is there any chance that he was trying to do like mental?
No, you're
by the way,
you're contortioning.
Honestly,
you're contorting
now I'm
yourself.
joking. Now I'm joking.
Honestly, I thought that's what he was doing. Really? I was watching in real time. I'm like, damn, he flying across them bases.
We were
I'm like,
watching
maybe
the game.
He's just trying to get his blood going.
And he was just in his home run trot, and I think he was rounding second when they showed him.
Yeah.
And I thought he was just kind of running back to the dugout, and then I turned to my wife and said, he thought that went
He thought that. Again, now I'm back into not joking.
Contorting yourself again?
Now I'm actually. To be fair to him, the center fielder bounced off the wall and does not look like he caught it.
Yeah, he kind of walks the other direction.
Right, and we've seen some guys kind of deke out the cameras by doing the I didn't catch it. Wait, is this a baseball? Did I catch it?
Were the Blue Jays acting like it was gone? Like it was a home run?
They were acting like it was an out. Like they just kind of tossed it back in.
And Shane Bieber was sitting there clapping and celebrating.
The only one who was trying harder than Taylor Trammell is Reggie.
That's right. I'm always putting that for him. Hey man, he only had 5 home runs this year. He just wanted to will it.
He's known for pimping his home runs too, man.
But yeah, it is worth noting as the 281 mentioned, the Astros did strand a whole bunch of runners on base last night. Does that feel like that's something you want to make a deal of? Because I mean, it's not a good thing. You can't leave all those guys on base, but it feels like, I don't know. Maybe I'm again in the hopium and I'm trying to give them credit for having played a really good stretch of baseball of late. It makes me feel like, hey man, this is one of those. You had a day at the office, but the larger trend recently has been they've been able to get runs in.
Yeah, they have. I want to say the last game against the Rangers, and I'm trying to look it up as I'm talking here, it was a 7-3 win, and they won it kind of going away. But I want to say they left a lot of guys on base in that one as well. And that's just off the top of my head. But I don't think it's a big thing. It's just kind of a let's watch this thing, you know?
Fair enough. All right, they'll go again tonight, the Astros and the Blue Jays with Dalton Varsho. Please give me some reason to feel better about this move, big dog. Like they put him immediately in the cleanup spot. Mm-hmm. They just dropped. They have.
Why not?
You know what it felt like to me? You know what it felt like to me seeing Dalton Varsho end up in 4th on the lineup was. It felt like when you try and convince yourself that something is the case, whether it is or not. Like, oh man, this food is so good, and you're just like, this doesn't taste good. But it's like, if I say it enough, maybe it will.
You know, let me put some hot sauce on it, throw a little seasoning on it, and it'll be all right.
And so here I am, just like, I hope this tastes really good. Look at delicious. Dalton Varsho hitting cleanup. We'll see him tonight, as he is your everyday center fielder now after the trade deadline. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, we'll return to the Texans. Talk about what we saw today next.
Reset your presets. Insider exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Texans training camp is here. Live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugarland Studios. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
That's right. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Soon to be 95.7 The Fan, August 13th. Remember, 8 a.m. is when you go ahead and set your alarms for that time to make sure that you're ready for the flip to 95.7 The Fan. And there's going to be a lot of really fun things happening on the station on that day. So, yeah, you definitely want to keep it locked on top, including, I should say, the Texans facing off against the Chargers in preseason game 1. You'll be able to hear that on 95.7 The Fan as well. Excited to get there, but all of the training camp is leading us to that, and more importantly, the 2026 NFL season. Excited for that. And Nick Caserio, the general manager of this Texans team, jumped on with Payne and Pendergast to talk about training camp and all the things that lead up to the football season. And so there's one thing that they talked about that led me to a question. I'll save the question, J-Lo, because I want it to come across as organically as possible. But this was Nick Caserio jumping on with Payne and Pendergast, talking about one Tank Dell and an update as to the latest on that wide receiver.
He's getting a little bit closer, making progress. We've done some things sort of like after practice individually, ramp up wise. At some point he'll graduate to going into more drills in practice. At some point, whenever that takes place, we're probably going to at least need to see him go out there in a game. And so that the first time he's playing isn't potentially in a regular season game. So we're just trying to be very measured, very smart. And we've talked about this. Each player is kind of their own entity. So we probably try to do what we think is best for each individual player. So Tank's worked really hard. He's certainly made progress, and I think he's getting a little bit closer.
Certainly made progress, getting a little closer. Let's follow that up with the next conversation where I think Sean astutely goes, I'm hearing what you're laying down here. So will we see Tank play in preseason games?
We'll see.
Yeah.
It might be more of so you can go through the mechanics of going back on the field, warming up, getting in the huddle, not necessarily have to go out there and play 50 plays in a game.
Yep.
Sometimes, and I don't want to speak for a player, there's just a little bit of maybe a mental block that you want to, you're graduating to the next step. So you go from rehab, then you get from rehab to practice. Then you go from practice to call it a real game or, a real situation.
Yeah. Sure.
So there's steps that players have to go through, and there's a mental component as well that we're certainly sensitive to. So the physical is the physical, the mental is the mental. We can't extrapolate necessarily what a player, how he's feeling or thinking, but we try to just make sure that we support them and put them in a position where they can go out there and feel comfortable and confident as possible.
At what point do you get concerned about Tank Dell, John?
Okay, so I'm glad you asked. I like the way the Texans are handling Tank Dell.
Sure.
I truly do. Be err to the side of caution. They're not being real mysterious about it like, the Joe Mixon thing. They're telling you he will be out there. There will be a point. We're going to take these steps. So I actually like the way they're handling, devastating injury and coming back from it. But that doesn't mean you can't start getting a little nervous about certain things. Both things can be true. Like, I like it. I see the plan. I see you working. But there are the questions. You mentioned you have a question, and I'm guessing that was it.
That was the question. That was the question. At what point do you get concerned about one Nathaniel Tank Dell?
My question is, at what point does it start maybe getting to a point where it is affecting the regular season? And how much production and how much fluidity in his routes and his game, frankly, is there? I like what they're doing, but it does make you just a little bit nervous about things.
Yeah, and it is worth noting that the way that we have tried to, and honestly the way that we have had to try and play the Tank Dell thing is, all right, don't get your hopes up.
Yeah.
But then I'll admit, I enjoy the workout videos, particularly because it's him cutting, right? Him getting in and out of breaks, which feels like it's not nothing. It's not just running in a straight line. It's not him lifting. Not that Tank Dell lifting would be something crazy notable for you, but it's things that feel like they're pertinent to the injury that he had and something of what he does or what he has done on the field. But then also, when you get Nick Caserio on these same airwaves talking to Payne and Pendergast, what was it, a month or so ago, saying that, we expect him to be back out there at training camp. And then we get to training camp, and he is not on a physically unable to perform list. He is not on a non-football injury list, which would be weird, right?
Yeah.
But he's not on one of those lists, and you go, okay. They tell us, hey, it'll be a week or so for him to come back, and now you're hearing
been a week.
You're hearing things, and I mean, there's still the orso to be seen in this. I want to be fair, but we're still seeing him standing next. I'm seeing him standing next to Jalen Noel, and they're both wearing jerseys in the same way. And I'm like, Jalen Noel is actually on a list, on a non-football injury list when it comes to that finger, and Tank Dell isn't. And so the idea that, okay, he should be back out here practicing, cool. I'm starting to get a little nervous, especially, and I know we're still pretty early in camp, but the thing that created nerves was that second answer where it's like, hey, will we see in preseason games? And he's like, right? That hesitation makes me go, okay, so if he's not, even if you get him into some level of drills, if you're not willing to run him out here for a preseason game, even the last one, then are we certain that he's going to be able to be an impact player at some point?
Well, that ties in with my questions. Like, you're taking your time, you're being diligent, but if we get into week one prep and haven't seen him necessarily, maybe he's practicing by then, whatever, but we really haven't seen him in a game situation, then it's fair to wonder, is he the same player as the regular season starts, even if he's active or whatever? So just keep an eye on him. Just last week I was saying he looked like he was ready to go, like he was chomping at the bit to go, but he's not. So it's just something we have to just absolutely keep an eye on.
And maybe the correct answer is you still don't. You still don't get concerned because, again, they have been clearly playing this with an abundance of caution, which we know is largely their MO. And I think that you have to do that even more so with a guy like Tank Dell that is clearly incredibly eager to be out there. I mean, they talk about his spirit and the way that he lights up the room. I don't think that is just idle talk. I think that is very clear to the type of dude that Tank Dell is, where he just wants to be out here for his teammates and he wants to play football and he wants to be out with his guys. And they're like, hey, we want to take this along, carefully. The meter is ratcheting up just a little bit when I see that, okay, now even preseason games feels like a thing that is a little bit less in question, right? The confidence with which Nick Caserio said, oh, yeah, no, we expect to see him at training camp. What was it, a month or so ago? That imbued a level of confidence in me that, all right, I think I feel good about the Tank Dell returning at least and seeing what he's got. And we're 6 practices in of 19, right? And we haven't seen him really do anything yet. And the idea that paired with maybe you're not going to actually see him in preseason games, it's starting to gnaw at me a little bit, if I'm going to be honest.
How many wide receivers are they going to keep on the regular season roster?
Okay, you're clearly going to keep at least 5. This is something that gets interesting because I think it ties into somewhere where I want to go. When you have as many tight ends that it's possible that they have, Are we sure that they're going to, carry a lot of wide receivers, right? There's clearly the three that you think of. Jalen Noel will be, I think everything will be fine there. He'll be there. Xavier Hutchinson is safe. I don't care what y'all talking about. I think that Justin Watson is probably safe as well, right?
Special teams, too.
Special teams, they trust him, and trust matters a lot with this team in particular and this decision-making, group. And so I think that's 5 guys. Lewis Bond has shown pretty well, and if you're talking about having somebody else that can play somewhat slot position in this role in this team, maybe he gets a burn like that. That's a lot of guys that we're talking about there. I think that,
and that's not mentioning 10.
I think there might be 6, and maybe you get like 7 in order to carry him onto the roster and then find a place for him.
Are you going to keep 7 wide receivers and 4 tight ends?
That feels like an unreasonable thing to say, especially when what is supposed to be the main thrust of this offense?
Run the damn ball.
You know what I mean? So like that feels like it would be odd to sit, but this circumstance. But then I come to this text line and I go, okay, putting Tank on the physically unable to perform list to start the season, and then I just go, but he wasn't on the PUP list for training camp, right? Like that's the thing. That's the cognitive dissonance that I'm trying to fight through right now, J-Lo.
Yeah, no question. I think it's going to be very interesting to see how they handle Lewis Bond. We were talking earlier, is it possible, and I think it is, that some drafted players end up on the practice squad if you can get them there. But the thing that's going to determine the biggest factor there is the tight end position. Dalton Schultz, yes. Foster Moreau, yes. Brevin Jordan, I got to believe yes.
You're at that place. I like Brevin Jordan a lot, especially because it's more of styles for me in that room, and I don't see the guy who replicates the athleticism that he demonstrates to be able to be that move tight end. So I think that he serves a valuable purpose. But I do wonder how Marlon Klein is viewed.
Well,
if
Marlon
he's
Klein and Kate Stover are the other 2.
Right.
So that's where it gets really, really interesting. And we haven't even begun, and you do this, every year, the proverbial 53 projecting it. We'll get to that maybe, later in the week or next week. But you start to say, I think those 3 are definitely in. Foster Moreau, Dalton Schultz, and Brevin Jordan.
Well, let's get to a couple of these clips because they talked about that with Nick Caserio, who, again, jumped on with our morning show, Payne and Pendergast. I think it was 7:15 if you want to use the app and listen to the whole thing. But this was Caserio being asked to talk about the rookie tight end Marlon Klein and what they've seen with his size and everything that he brings.
I think he articulated well. Those are some of the things that we saw on his tape. He'd been in Michigan for 4 years. They've had a lot of good tight ends come through that program. He didn't play as much, but the size component, he's 6'6". I don't know what his measurables are, 6'5.5", 6'6", 255. He's a big human being. He's got good length. He's got good thickness. A year from now, he's probably going to look a little bit different. Hopefully he looks even better. But I think the thing that stands out, at least for the first couple of weeks, like his willingness, his toughness on the line of scrimmage. Like, you're going to have to block. We're working against some of the best players at their respective positions in the league, and Will, Daniil. And, so far he hadn't really backed down, which is what you want to see. So he's going to have some good plays. He's going to have some plays that I'm sure he's going to want back, but hopefully he's learning and can improve. But, the things that you're seeing, Seth, we felt those are some of the things that we saw in Michigan, and hopefully we continue to grow and develop him.
So Kate Stover's in trouble.
That's how I felt. He felt like he was the caboose
when you hear that,
on this.
for sure.
If he felt like he was the caboose on this room, regardless, in my mind. Because if we're talking about replicating skill sets, it feels like Cade Stover, at worst, is replicated by Foster Moreau, who brings in, I think, better, run blocking and more experience. And then if you have some level of progression from Cade Stover, I think Cade Stover with more catching ability feels like he is he is a lesser version of what you want Marlon Klein to become.
I think they have very high hopes. Even just listening to that, I think you can feel it.
Right.
For Marlon Klein as a blocker. We'll worry about the rest as we move on down the road. But I think so that way that gives them 2 receiving tight ends in Dalton Schultz and Jordan, Brevin Jordan, and 2 blocking tight ends. And Foster can add a little bit of a receiving element as well.
Sure.
But I think that's it. There's 4 tight ends, and I think those are the 4.
I agree. That's how I've generally thought about it. The question I have is how many of them do you feel like you could put on the field? And that's a direct quote, or direct, target, for lack of a better way of saying it, Marlon Klein. How far along does it feel like you've seen him? Because there's definitely been some places where, okay, I can see how this works on the field, but I also, and I recognize this might be me over-indexing on a few negative plays rather than taking the full breadth of things.
Yeah.
But there's been a number of play, or at least a couple of plays with Marlon Klein where I'm like, the ball hits your hands, and I need you to be able to bring that down in traffic. And he's not there yet.
Not even the receiving element. I always say, we're your eyes and ears out there. You can believe it, you cannot believe it. But from what I've seen, I haven't seen a lot out of Marlon Klein. Just period. Whether it's receiving or blocking. Yeah, he's out there, right or left side, trying to help and chip and all that stuff. And they're getting pressure off the edges, obviously, with a tremendous pass rush. But they brought him in for that. And I'm not saying that the guy stinks. I'm saying he hasn't. Like there are rookies and there are young players that you're like, oh, okay, you're seeing things, and you just haven't quite gotten there yet with Marlon Klein.
Yeah, he's potential guy. He's 100% potential guy, and you see it. I think the Pro Football Reference has him listed at 6'6", 250. He's a dude. Yeah. The frame is even more solid. I think Seth aptly points out that he almost looks like a retired offensive lineman. You know how offensive linemen go one of two ways. They get bigger or they get smaller, right? He looks like the offensive lineman that had the really big frame to, eat all the peanut butter jelly sandwiches to get big, and has not been doing that as much as now that he doesn't have the responsibility. He's slimmed down into being, 250. That's what he looks like. But, you can see where those seam routes, he can get there. You can see where, he kind of bumbles a little bit. And I think that there's still opportunity for refinement there. There's opportunity for the hands to show up more. I just wonder at what point can you get there, and how early can you get him involved in what you're doing? Because I know Dalton Schultz fits in what you're doing. I know Foster Moreau fits in what you're doing. I have a pretty good feeling that Brevin Jordan fits day one into what you're doing, and you can use those guys to make things happen. I don't know at what point Marlon Klein gets involved, and I'm excited to find out when, but I'm just curious as to when.
And it could happen overnight. We could start seeing things from him. All I'm telling you is it matters, for a player to flash, whether it's in shorts or shells or full pads. And we've seen players do that, kind of out of nowhere, whether it was DJ Turner or someone, like, oh, that's two plays that guy's made.
And he promptly went to the IR. And then he went to make room for Javion Klein.
Yes.
Although maybe I might not have seen the injury that ultimately puts him there.
Or Jawar Jordan. From day one, we're like, oh, okay, that stuff matters. We haven't had that, moment with Marlon Klein at all yet.
Yeah, but pursuant to that, we're talking about it. I mean, it feels like that's a room of four, and I thought that Sean and Seth asked a very good question about it. When getting down to a 53-man roster, will other position groups be impacted when it comes to this diverse tight end room?
No, I think these are some of the discussions we're probably going to have. There's some positions where numbers-wise, maybe it's a little bit more than we've had in years past, so then something else is going to have to give. So we're not there yet, but you kind of have to start to look ahead a little bit and plan. So if you're heavier at one spot, it means you're going to be a little bit lighter in another spot. You might have to carry depth at that position off the roster. So that's part of the puzzle. We're trying to piece the puzzle together here a little bit with the information that we have. To your point, Sean, that room, you have a varied skill sets amongst the different players and various levels of experience. So, it's a good group. They got a good attitude. They're all available right now, which that's always the one thing you can never really bank on. But right now, it's a good group to have on the field and give yourself hopefully some flexibility offensively.
That is important. They all have been getting their reps and getting their opportunities, and so it's just a matter of cream rising at this point.
Who's on notice in your mind? Not players, but who are your on notice rooms? Because it feels like I can't see them carrying three tight ends into this.
It's got to be four.
In part because of what we're talking about with Marlon. If Marlon Klein is more of a fully realized product, maybe I could see them going, we go Dalton, we go. I almost called him a Morrig as if he was a safety for some reason, but Foster Moreau, and then we get Marlon Klein, and let's see if we can rock with that. I think that they need to have a fourth, whether you feel like it's Stover or not, and I don't at this point, but I think that it's four. And so that's already one of those places that you're a little heavy. There's other places that look like you can be heavy. Who do you feel like is on notice for maybe being a smaller room on this roster?
Wide receiver. You can carry 6, right? Anything more than that, you're going to have to bite into maybe bite into the offensive line a little bit. I don't know.
Would it be too insane now that you have such guaranteed bangers on the when it comes to defensive line that maybe you go a little bit lighter when it comes to edges, where you feel a little bit more confident about the quality control of what you're getting from Clowney, and then Logan Hall maybe sliding out at times, Dominique Robb maybe, or Dylan Horton, which one of those? Would that be an insane thing? Am I just talking out of my keister?
No, I don't think so. Did you say Dominique Robinson?
I did mention Dominique Robinson.
I think that might be one to watch. Ali Gay has been a preseason, sort of star, but hasn't really done a whole lot in the regular season. There'd be another one right there. I think you can do those things.
All right. We'll continue to watch this space because we're not at 53-man cut down yet, and I guess I shouldn't be starting it early, but definitely going to have to watch which of these spaces because you have good problems. You have a lot of guys that look like they can contribute in one way or another, but they've got to figure out a way eventually to get down to 53. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Somebody said they think that they got to carry all 5 tight ends, especially with the possibility of getting out here in 13 at times. That would be even more difficult to find how you're going to chop this down.
No, I don't think so.
Maybe so. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. It's about that time where we hand things over to one Figgy Fig for the mixtape. What you got, man?
Yeah, I got a local story of a teenager who went on a family vacation and went through a crazy situation in the water. Plus, I got foods that I want to see if you guys will try.
Oh, foods that you'll try. I have a feeling that there's going to be some no's in here. Let's find.
Man, it's good to talk football. Nuts and bolts football. static, no dropouts, 100,000 watts of power for you, Houston sports fans.
Louder, clearer, and better than ever. A new era begins on August 13th with Houston sports leader, 95.7 The Fan. Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Figs in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape. Presented by Sheriff Injury Lawyers, the official personal injury law firm of the Houston Texans. On Sports Radio 610.
Yes, it is the Mixtape presented by Sheriff Injury Lawyers on In the Loop Sports Radio 610. If you've been hurt in an accident, let the sheriff fight you. Visit callthesheriff.com today. Happy Tuesday to everyone out there. Real quick, shout out to this account. I just followed this account on Twitter, and you guys are probably familiar with it, but the name of this account is 20 Years Ago Today Sports.
Yeah, this has been a fun thing that's been happening recently.
Yeah, I like this account because it tweets like it just happened. So they don't do like 5 years ago today, da-da-da-da-da. They actually tweet like it just happened. So it might throw you off if you think like, it looked like a game just ended. That's how it looked. But I ran across this one right here, which had me scratching my head like, huh? So this tweet said, this happened yesterday.
Yeah.
They tweeted this yesterday. They said the Indians defeated the Red Sox 7-6 thanks to home runs from Travis Hafner, Aaron Boone, and rookie outfielder Sin-Shu Chu. So, which is cool, but this is the part that had me like, wait, what? They said this. Jake Westbrook picked up the win, going 8 innings, allowing 15 hits, 6 earned runs, while striking out 1 batter on 118 pitches.
Good Lord. Good Lord.
That's why I say, dang, he got to have a noodle on right now. That shoulda got to be gone.
That had to have happened 20 years ago because I don't know. You know how good you got.
You would get fired. Yes. They would clear the whole office out for that. Man.
Do you know how good you'd have to be for a manager to let you go 118?
Yeah.
You'd have to be absolutely dealing.
15 hits,
6 runs, 15 hits,
and they just kept letting one strikeout.
They just kept them pitch.
Meanwhile, and talk about the same organization, man. You got a guy by the name, is his name Garrett Williams or whatever his name is, going like 5 innings.
Oh yeah,
striking out 12 and all that. I'm like, damn, let him finish the game, man.
Yeah, Ryan thinks that's cute.
Yeah. I'm like, goodness gracious. I thought that was kind of interesting.
I will say, I know that I tend to be the analytics leaning person. That does make me sick. When a dude is going, let him go, man. Let him go. We'll deal with the consequences
later. Some of these pitchers be having like 11 strikeouts through 5.
Yeah, and then they're out.
Once they get to 6, that's it.
Yeah.
Like, damn, man, let them finish. Let me get a full game, or at least try to get a full game.
My thing is also, it's only 100. I mean, it's 162 of these, man. In order to make sure that these games are special, when you have something special happening, you have to lean into it.
Yeah, man.
I understand, but this is the problem, right? The interests of winning games and being an entertainment product aren't always aligned, and that's where the decision making is. Well, we need this guy and we want to make sure he's healthy. When in all reality, the entertainment product is we got something good going. We got to lean all the way into it, and that's the more fun thing to me is let that guy go out there and see just how far he can go.
Yeah, what a hell of a game for Jake Westbrook.
Yeah, shout out to Jake.
Goodness gracious,
fellas. Shout out to Jake Westbrook.
Man, he said you ain't getting out this game, man.
Okay.
I like the idea that maybe he's standing over there on the mound looking over the dugout like, y'all coming?
Dude, I've given
like,
up.
Nah, bro.
Manager got his arms
keep
crossed.
Going. Nope. Keep going, bro. You got it.
Ain't nobody warming up in the bullpen.
He's going 5-5-5, giving up 15 hits. 15 hits.
Nah, you good. Keep going, bro. Just keep going.
Hey, Mike Rose would have been thriving during that time. Man, he would have probably won a Cy Young. It's the Mixtape presented by Sheriff Injury Lawyers on Sports Radio 610. So shout out and prayers up to this teenager who was on vacation with her family in Turks and Caicos. Now, she is from Sugar Land, and something crazy happened while she was in the water, and you probably have an idea of what happened. Let's go to ABC 13 with the news.
A family vacation to the Turks and Caicos. It was always going to be unforgettable, but 13-year-old Claire McDonald could have never imagined how. July 19th, her first full day in the country. An odd sensation as she's playing in shallow water.
I was doing handstand, and then midway I just felt a lot of pressure.
She raises her hand out of the water to find it covered in blood.
And there was just blood pouring down my arm, like rushing. I was just like, oh my goodness, what just happened? And I looked behind me, I just saw a big silver-like tail.
Claire, who's always dreamed of being a marine biologist, soon put two and two together. She'd been bitten, not by a shark as she first suspected, but by a barracuda.
I just called my mom. I was like, Mom, something bit me. I don't know what to do.
I could see the full inside of her hand. I could see everything, tendons, all of it.
Luckily, a nurse just happened to be swimming at that very beach. Claire says she made a towel into a tourniquet while they waited for an ambulance.
And I just remember thinking we couldn't get to the hospital fast enough. I was very afraid. We're in a foreign country.
For torn tendons, a torn ligament, and a severed nerve. Doctors recommended monitoring her injuries for signs of infection before attempting surgery. So the McDonald's continued their vacation, and Claire didn't let that barracuda bite put her off the water.
I feel like there's always going to be risk in the ocean. It is their home. I'm not mad. I was a little bit mad at the Susie the barracuda. I named her Susie. But I feel like there's always going to be risk.
Question for y'all. Name that race.
Oh, come on now. WPS. Hey man, look, this isn't even, we don't have to take this to a racial element. You can't be over here siding with the ops by giving them a name. Right? Like it can't be that. Nah.
Look.
She was real understanding. Like, hey man, we went into their house and they bit me. That's on us.
Here's where I
respect
am.
that. You ain't got to give them a name.
And she wanted to get back in the water.
Okay, I'm glad you said that. She is going to be a marine biologist.
Yes.
If you're going to be in the water, get bit by a barracuda, go back in the water, name the barracuda, and be that calm and collected about your tendons showing, and everything else.
Shivers.
It is in you.
I would
bet money that young girl is going to actually be a marine biologist.
I would have changed my major after that, man. Yeah, and I'm not getting back in the water. And vacation over.
That's the thing, right? Getting back in the water is one thing. They're like, and they continue their vacation. No,
it's in her. She's going to be.
If it's over, man.
No, she's a marine biologist. She's going to do it. I mean, just like George Costanza.
If parts of my insides are exposed, vacation over.
Yeah, no,
we're done here.
No, we ain't having no more fun.
Fun's over.
She's back in the water. She's back. I respect the heck out of that.
I'm Bill O'Brien with the fun. After that, man, no fun. Ain't nobody having fun.
Yeah, and that's the thing. It's not only that I'm not having fun. Mm-hmm. Everybody's fun is over.
Y'all ain't going to the beach either.
Everybody's over. It's not, hey, you just stay back at the hotel. We gonna go. No.
It's over.
Everybody's done. We're all done together.
Nope.
And barracudas they're probably more aggressive in a lot of ways than sharks. Yeah.
It sounds scary, man.
Yeah.
All right, it's the mixtape presented by Sheriff Injury Lawyers on Sports Radio 610. Would you try this food? And we haven't done this in a long time. I wish I could find my drop. Oh, well, my big back drop. Here we go. There we go. Big back, big back, big back, big back. That's all I'm going to give y'all. Yeah.
All right.
That's all I'm going to give y'all. I want to get to the food. So, I want to know if you guys like ice cream.
Yes.
Love ice cream.
Yeah.
You sure about that? Y'all had to think about it a little bit.
I thought you had something else.
Okay.
Yeah.
Like ice cream. Do you like ramen?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
How about combining the ice cream and the ramen together?
That would be a no.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
Here's a foodie on Instagram trying the ice cream ramen.
So last summer, I tried the ice cream ramen here at Fukumi, and everybody was freaking out saying, why would you try that? But I tried it last year. I actually was kind of a fan of it. Adds a little creaminess and sweetness. So this one is their Tonton ramen. It's miso ramen with sesame sauce, red chili oil, and the Hokkaido milk ice cream. And I think this is going to tone down a lot of the heat. It's like having fries with ice cream. It doesn't sound
no, it's not.
like it would work, but
no, it's not.
Sweetness just totally goes together so well.
First of all, you have fries with a Frosty. That is it.
Some people
some people do ice cream
with them McFlurries.
Yeah, but it started. I mean, that's the go-to, right? Of Wendy's Frosty, and it's just a thing. Secondly, that's not ice cream. That's just cold ramen. Ice cream. This drives me nuts when people are like, "Oh, it's the cilantro ice
sweet
cream."
And savory.
No.
Everything.
Ice cream is sweet. Ice cream is a treat. That is not ice cream. That's just cold ramen.
Well, no, it's and it's not even like ramen flavored ice cream. It's like
It's an ice cream cone. It was an ice cream cone inside of a bowl of ramen.
Yeah, and I'm just like, so we're just melting melted ice cream. It's funny because it's technically the same stuff, except it's not at all. No, like it's just once you melt ice cream, what are we doing? Yeah. Right? Have you ever done this? And maybe you were under influence, and that's the reason why. Where you took ice cream out and you just forgot that it was there. I almost
you left it in your backpack one time.
I did leave it in my bag, and y'all said I shouldn't eat
save it.
I was trying to be frugal, but apparently y'all thought that was gonna be a bad idea, and maybe I'd get sick. Jerks. But no, man. Once the ice cream melts, like this is not what we're doing.
Yeah.
Once you put ice cream in hot ramen,
no, it's done.
What do we do? Like this is just cream. You just put cream into ramen, which I don't feel like is a good idea.
Yes.
Yeah. All right, so let me see if y'all think this is a good idea right here as I continue on the mixtape. Foods that you would try. So, do you guys like glizzy, hot dogs, or whatever?
Yeah, big fan.
I prefer if we do like a broad or something, but I'll do a glizzy.
Big fan.
Okay, would you try glizzy from Subway?
Sure.
No.
Okay.
Sure.
Here's a foodie breaking down how she had a glizzy from Subway.
So apparently Subway now has foot-long hot dog, and obviously I went to go try it. Because like what? So basically it's like a build-your-own Subway sandwich. You can choose any bread, and then they put a foot-long beef hot dog in there. I'm not gonna lie, like, the hot dog did not look appetizing. Like, why was it so dark? Anyways, you can put anything in it. Like, they advertised ones with Dorito chips on, and we asked for that, but they just didn't understand. So how did it taste? Exactly how you think a hot dog in a Subway bun would taste. Would I get this again? Probably not. It was just not for me.
That's fine. I kind of like the idea. They have great bread at Subway, and there's your roll, there's your bun, and you can put whatever you want on it. You know, you can put some slaw. I like hot dogs occasionally with some slaw on it. I
would like to see what a New Yorker thinks of this Subway hot dog.
Well, it's not the same idea. It's just it's a hot dog.
They're pretty strict when it comes to hot dogs. So I want to know what they would honestly feel about.
You say they're strict. They be eating just the hot dogs from a cart outside the stadium.
So good.
And those, I'm sure.
That's what I'm saying. They be so strict about it, man.
But that's what I'm saying. I feel like they would actually be more, because my thought was, how long has that particular foot-long hot dog been sitting in that particular water at Subway? Right? It's not like this is one of those places where they turn over the hot dogs quickly, right? Because they sell so many of them. I imagine they just sitting there.
Yeah.
Right? And you never, if there is any food that you don't want after it's just been sitting there, hot dogs high on it. High on it.
Yeah, probably. It is. I'm telling you, I would absolutely, because again, they have everything you can put on there. Just choose your own, right?
Call him on his bluff.
Choose your own adventure.
Call him on his bluff.
Oh hell! Next time I go to Subway, there's a good Subway in Ganado that I stop at on the way down to Aransas Pass. I might have to do that, man.
Take a video.
It's been a long time since I had Subway. Man.
I went on about a 10 or 12 year spurt of not going to Subway because it really dropped off. It's better now.
The last time I went, I was so shocked that they didn't give me the clear bag. They gave me a brown bag. I'm like, wait a minute, how long y'all been doing this? I don't know how long they've been going with the brown paper bag.
You ever been to one of those restaurants that you completely stop because it just falls off? At least a decade, probably longer. About a year ago, I tried a Subway. It's getting better. Yeah.
Okay.
You got it. You can have my foot long hot dog. You can have that portion. That's you.
Yeah. And by the way, shout out to the Cleveland WNBA basketball team.
Yeah, I didn't see what the name was.
The Cleveland Sirens.
All right.
With an S.
Yes.
And
I'm not sure because
wow, what are you doing? He's like the Cleveland Siren because the cops be out all the time. I see what you're doing there. That's nasty business, J-Lo.
It's funny too because it kind of got like a mermaid theme to it. I'm not sure what the name Sirens have to do with, like, I guess ocean and
Cleveland.
Like I have no idea what that means, but it got like a little I want to say it looked like a little mermaid in the logo.
Yeah.
So
the Siren song.
Is that what it's from?
Yeah, the Siren song.
Okay, that's exactly what it's from. Is that from Little Mermaid?
No, it's an old
from the Odyssey.
Yeah, an old,
or maybe even further. Right, mythology.
Right, like you should have known that.
You should have known that. I just happen to know it. I don't know so many things, but I happen to know that. Real quick, since we're on food and giving shout outs, a little piece of my heart was sad yesterday.
Why's that?
The Barbecue Inn closed. Did you see that?
Oh yeah, I saw that. You know, I drove
80 years.
I drove past that place so many times, and the one time I was like, "Man, I wonder."
It was good.
I didn't know that. Yeah, because there's a lot of barbecue spots, but I'm like, "Oh, I keep."
And I never even went for barbecue there. Their chicken fried steak was outstanding.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
They had an 80-year run.
Man.
Shout out to the Barbecue Inn.
The Barbecue Inn, man.
Yeah.
I'm just hungry.
That's not the last thing you need.
Get you a
to hear.
Subway hot dog, big man.
Absolutely. Not that hungry.
There we go.
Not that hungry. I'll tell you that for damn sure.
Ice cream ramen.
That one I might actually, but no, I probably wouldn't. I'd just be mad. All right, there you go. Another fantastic edition of the mixtape here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610, 1:20 p.m. every day on the program. If you see something mixtape worthy, hit our guy up on social media at the Figgy Fig. All right, coming up next, we get ready to hand things over to the fellas of the drive. But before that, I want to do a little hot or not with the guys that we've been seeing at camp. Like, who do you feel like is getting hot when it comes to their status, and who do you feel like is not? Because there's one in particular that I want to put on the not list. We'll do it next.
The Astros at Texans training camp is here. Live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugarland Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Been a great day here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. A lot of shout outs and thank yous to throw out there. Of course, appreciation to all the folks who have joined us on this program. Obviously, Jonathan Alexander jumping on. Thanks to Keelan Rutledge for sitting down with us. A very, very fun interview that if you want to go back and hear, you should on the radio. We're using the Radio Rewind feature on the Odyssey app. I think that is absolutely something that is worth doing. What was that? We sat down with him right at the end of practice about 10:50, right thereabouts. So it was a really fun time chatting with him. A couple of shout-outs here. Shout-out to one, Azeez Al-Shaair, on his birthday today.
They gave him a cake as he came on the field. I think, Hannah, they sang hey, happy birthday and gave him a cake.
They gave him a cake. I know that the I guess autograph alley, if I can call it that, between the field
coming down the stairs.
Yeah, the stairs that takes them over Kirby back to the stadium. There was a lot of people that sung happy birthday to Azeez, and honestly, just salute to him for taking a moment that looked like it could have been bad and walking away from and being all good. So that was cool. Salute to the 361 who texted us and let us know that they going through a little bit of a breakup right now, and they're Sports Radio 610 help making their job better.
Good.
We always appreciate that we can be that
hit
for
them
you
streets,
guys.
man.
Yeah,
they out here.
that was. Figgy, you sound like you the worst friend. Like, hey man, I'm really down right now. Hey man, just get out here and get on something, man.
There's more fish in the sea.
But we appreciate that we could be here for you in this moment. And then shout out to the Coast Guard.
The United States Coast Guard.
Yeah, man. Larry in the Woodlands said that he's a Coast Guardman, and today is the 236th birthday of the Coast Guard. So shout out to all the he said his fellow Coasties. I don't know if I'm allowed to say that. That feels like something that I'm not supposed to be able to say.
Yeah.
But I'm just reading what he said.
No, man, and that's a tough job. The water, everything that you want to get out of on the water, they go into. It's like firefighters, It's like, hey, it's 8-foot seas and storming. It's like, boat turned over. All right, we'll be right there. Oh, my gosh.
Hey, man, I say this with all respect and trying to not come across as a jerk as it might sound like. Better them than me. You know what I mean? Like, I'm very appreciative of that. All right, let's do a little hot or not here, J-Lo. A little bit of an opportunity to think about whose arrow was pointing upwards, whose might be pointing a little bit the other way when it comes to, what we've seen at camp to this point. 6 days of practice, 2 days with pads on. There is one particular knot that I would like to put up here, J-Lo.
Okay.
And it's probably unfair to start here, but bleep it. Kai Kroger has not looked good punting the football.
He has not. Really, from the first couple of days, I mentioned Stonehouse and just the way he was kicking those inside the 10. And Kroger, I've not seen anything similar, whether it's full punts or killing him inside the 10.
It's to the point where, and to be honest, Stonehouse has not been incredible punching the football. Like this ain't Tommy Togiai where look at how gorgeous the ball is. Jack Stonehouse, it's got a weird spiral to it, at least in my mind. Not that I'm the punting expert, but I can tell when Kai Kroger has kicked it because that ball looks like it was tipped at the line of scrimmage. Right? It is just the ugly duckling of a football that's flying, and I'm like, there's no way that you can be repeatable. There's no way that you're getting good distance with that, and it's evident from what's happening here. And so, yeah, I'm at a point where this is a punting competition in name only, and honestly, even then,
already, really,
yeah, man, I don't see it because this is also the thing. You've got a year of experience with Kai Kroger in New Orleans, and he wasn't good there either. Like there's a reason why after his rookie year they were like, we're cool, we're moving on from him. This is not looked good right now, and I don't know if this is something that is there to be afraid of by any means, because if your punter is making a big impact in what you're doing, you're probably not a good football team. However, right now, I don't see a great punter on the team. I'm not sure if I see a good punter. I definitely see a bad punter right now, and that's Kai Kroger.
Yeah, was it yesterday or this morning where Kroger had one that was just way?
It was this morning because I almost broke into what I was saying to say, look at how ugly that punt was. And there's maybe this is doing too much. It feels like there's one of those a day.
Yeah, no, there is. That's what I was confused. Was it yesterday or today? But no, I'm not going to say that's a wrap, but I would say Stonehouse definitely has the advantage.
And like I'm saying, I don't think that they're finished when it comes to coming to an answer at punter. Because it's quite possible that the punter for this team is not on roster right now.
Correct.
But I can tell you, I feel pretty confident in saying that it's not Kai Kroger right now.
And on this team, really more so than most teams, punting is a huge part of their entire attack. We've talked about it already during this camp. just because of the defense and what you can do and being able to play the field position game or really, bury them deep in their own territory and get a turnover and easy points. No, punting is enormous for this squad.
So that's one of the knots. Would you like to take a hot or a not? I'll give you the opportunity to get in here.
Let's change it up a little bit. Let's get a hot.
All right. I thought you were going to throw one in here. Well, I'll take the easy one. Give me Jaden Higgins. Jaden Higgins looks good.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And somebody said, is Tommy Rock is gone? Yeah, he's actually, and this might not make you happy, he's actually a Tennessee Titan now.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Tommy Townsend over there. But that's fine. He outkicks his coverage sometimes. That's cool. But I like what Jaden Higgins has done. Even today, without talking about the remainder of what we've seen, you can see the things that make him special.
Yes, you absolutely can. I'd like to do a hot and a not if I could.
I mean, I would hope that you would and not just leave me in the segment by myself.
Scorching, white hot.
Whoa!
Piping hot.
Whoa!
Don't even put your hand over the pot hot because you're going to scald yourself.
You're going to need to run it under some water if you touch
Yes, Keelan Rutledge.
Okay.
Scorching hot right now. No. On the field, off the field, attitude. I'm talking about his attitude on the field, or actually his attitude off the field as well. Development, establishing himself 2 straight days as the center, in full. That means something. I think we don't know what this offensive line is going to be, but he is piping hot right now.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Fair enough. I mean, like he definitely has looked like he belongs at the very least. And that matters when you're talking about an offensive line that, one, has looked as good as – sorry. I'm sorry. I lost my entire train of thought because the text that came in said you think if Kai Kroger changed his name to Kai HEB, he'd be better. I would have to imagine so. Thank you for that very important text.
Yeah.
What the hell was I talking about, John? I just completely lost my train of thought.
Keelan Rutledge.
That's right. No, he looks like he belongs. And this is already an offensive line that looks like it's starting from a better place, even with him jumping in and having this role that he has not had before in all reality, especially at this level. But for me, the thing that is impactful is that it is clear that he is going to be a cultural touch point in this offensive line room.
Absolutely.
And that's an even harder thing to do, to drop in as a young guy on a team that is pretty well established and has done some things and immediately be like, oh, he's going to set a level of tone of what we do. That's not easy, right? He's straddled by how many dudes that have played a number of years together. Just think of it, right? The veterans that he's around: Wyatt Teller, Trent Brown, Braden Smith, somewhat here. Ed Ingram has a little bit of time under his belt. Arion Terry is a little too young to do that with, but there's a number of guys that have a number of years. He's coming in year one, and it's clear if you look at who sets the tone on that offensive line, his name comes up 1 or 2.
And the knot that came to mind, and it really hurts my heart a little bit. I've been pulling for this guy. I think we had relatively high hopes for him, and that's not to say the script has been written. He could all of a sudden emerge and really have a good rest of the training camp. We haven't really seen a lot out of British Brooks. And even in terms of reps, which is always a sign. The reps are going Montgomery, Woody Marks, Jawar Jordan, and Noah Whittington, the undrafted running back. Even the reps are limited right now for British Brooks.
That's fair. I've tried to be careful because
it could emerge, but
rushing reps have been the hardest for me to be able to take in and team because those things get a little blocked off from the perspectives that we are fortunate to get.
Yeah.
So I don't want to speak too heavily on this, but it does feel like this absolutely has leaned a little bit more towards the top 3 that we have expected coming in, and David Montgomery, Woody Marks, and then of course Jawar Jordan. Third there. I'm interested in seeing what this gentleman, Clint Stoerner, has if we had to put him on a hot or not here as we welcome in the fellas of the drive courtesy of D&M Auto Leasing. And I always have to remind you that you're listening to KLT AM, KLT FM, HD2 Houston, and Odyssey Sports Station. Welcome in to the studio, fellas. It's Clint Stoerner and Luke Morrow in on the drive today. How you guys living?
Man, we're doing good. How you doing, bud?
Doing pretty good. I think today was a really fun day out there at practice. We got a little bit better view from where we were sitting to get an idea of what was happening out there. But then also we got to talk to Keelan Rutledge. He's a fun conversation.
Man, he was great.
Man.
Pretty intense, I'd imagine.
Yeah, he was.
He's chill, man. He's chill, but he's just real. He's real assured in who he is and what he can do.
Yeah.
Right. And I think that's on the best way to go. Honestly, I think you would like him. I think.
Oh, Clint would love him.
I think I would love to see you guys.
He is in your wheelhouse.
Yes.
Tough, great personality, laid back when he needs to be, but will just kick ass for you.
Yeah, I like that, man.
Yeah.
That doesn't surprise me. I mean, everything you hear about him, I mean, it's, the Texans are so committed and have been so committed to that explaining him, describing him that way that it's got, you knew it had to be real to some degree. So.
He will not back down.
Good. Well, that's exactly what we need out there.
Yeah, so we were trying to do a little, all right, who are we looking at right now? Who has kind of caught our eyes with a little hot or not? Who's been up? Who's been down?
Yeah.
The not, very clearly for me, is Kai Kroger. I just kind of hate what's happening with the punt game. Is there a hot and not for you that you immediately comes to mind from what you've been able to see?
Well, I think Jawar Jordan for me is a guy that just has a unique skill set and is going to push those guys for snaps. I don't know how you get all three backs, all touches, but I think it's going to be really difficult to keep Jawar Jordan off the field right now.
I'm with you.
I know you've been on Jawar for a year now, a year plus.
Well, him especially, but yes, both of us.
And, look at him giving credit. He don't do that all the time.
And as a not in that same vein, I haven't seen a lot of British Brooks.
Yeah, what have you seen?
Well, he's a little bit of the odd man out, which I thought that was going to be the case from jump because I think he's his staying power in the NFL is special teams and a fullback, like the hybrid fullback tailback guy that can play fullback in a pinch, a guy that can get you hard yards.
But he lost some weight.
Then he went and loses weight, and you're like, wait a minute, what are we doing here? What's the thought here? So, but yeah, if we're couching him with all the running backs, clearly he's the low man on the totem pole right now. Look, I think there's my struggle right now with the Texans in observation and analysis standpoint is like they just not doing much. I mean they're not out there very long, and the starters, while they're getting some reps, it's not a ton of reps. And offensively, everything is run and throw it quick. It's hard to see, man, the offensive line is leaky, or hey, the one thing that is the most important that you can see, and again, I don't know if this is by design. I don't know if Nick Caley's scheming it up. I don't know if CJ's seeing it better. I don't know if D'Amico Ryans is calling the dogs off on the defense. You can't tell from where we are. But the how quick the ball is getting out makes we were a run the ball quick game team in college, and that was when I did obviously the bulk of my play. But that when you're able to have it like get the ball out of the quarterback's hands and run the football, you're going to have clean, quick, crisp practices where usually the coaches are pretty excited about it.
Right? Yeah.
There's not a lot of. You almost have to manufacture. Okay, now we're going 2 minutes. Or hey, we're down 2 scores and we got 4 minutes left in the game. What are we going to do? You almost have to manufacture those kind of moments where now we're going to go searching for fireworks.
Right. All right. So because I could easily see it. It feels like they're maybe doing this as a ramp up program all the way across. If that's the case, are you kind of? Do you in on that as a style of building up the offense this year? Because it does feel like they have been able to build up some self-esteem and build up some confidence with the way that they've been able to get the ball out and execute to a certain degree.
I'm just a believer in it, Reg. If you're unless this was an offensive driven team, if we were covering the Bengals or some years the Chiefs, or if we were covering a team that's quarterback driven per se, and they're going to throw it to win it kind of thing, then it would be different. But if they're going to hang their hat on playing great defense, staying ahead of the chains, and not turning the ball over, then you just absolutely yes. Part of that is you have to run the ball. We get that. I mean we talked about it yesterday. That's such a man on man. I'm going to move you kind of deal.
Yeah.
But the part that becomes difficult is, man, that quick game and that screen game better be on point.
Yes.
Yes. And if not, you're going to get in trouble. And so I say that to say I love what they're doing because it's on brand, right? It shouldn't surprise anybody, whether you're talking about C.J. Stroud or you're talking about their overall approach to offensive football. It shouldn't surprise anybody that everything they do out there, it looks like C.J.'s on the clock. Somebody's had a conversation with CJ and said, hey, we're going out here, we're not holding the ball. We're getting the ball out. Everything we're going to do for the first week or 2 weeks of camp, we're going to get the ball out, and we're going to get really good at that.
I mentioned to Reggie really last week, I don't think I've seen a ball travel in the air more than about 17, 18 yards.
No, I mean, a handful. The back shoulder today to Higgins in the slot was a downfield throw. Yesterday, Davis Mills had a deep over and then threw a deep comeback, which would have been in the 17, 18-yard range.
Yeah.
But, yeah, we saw Jalen Noel catch several corner routes in back last year when he was getting some run, and then this year in OTAs and mini camps. And obviously Nico on the go, Hig on the go, some of the different
That'll
shots.
happen, but it's not their plan.
Right. Well,
yeah.
The thing that I go back to is the reason it's not happening, right, is because I believe that for the most part that unless it's a design blitz pickup or pressure drill, I think for the most part I think D'Amico's going to keep them in that cover four shell, right? That quarter shell. And a smart quarterback's not going to go up there and throw. He's going to take the checkdowns. They're going to force CJ to get through the progression and get to the crosser. How many crossers have we seen that he hit underneath? And couple he missed, couple he hit. How many of those have we seen? The underneath, the little option routes in the slot. They're going to force them to commit to that. Which is really good because we know, we know CJ can throw the ball down the field. That's not a if, that we know he can do that. When he gets the opportunity, any quarterback at this level, really at any level, when when you come up and you get man-to-man coverage, hey man, we're finna throw this go route, we're fixing to throw this corner, we're going to run off this left side and throw the deep crosser. Yeah. Like those are easy throws. With CJ, to me, they got to force him, and it looks like they may be doing that based on what we're seeing. They got to force him to 90% of his throws are going to have to be underneath, and it looks like that's what they're doing. Boy, that chemistry with Higgins is real now.
It's coming along. That was the big thing that I was wanting to see. I don't know if Luke, if you felt the same, because we know that Higgins has the stuff. It's just, can you connect the power up to it? And it feels like we're really starting to see that power connect up with it.
Yeah, hopefully so. I mean, we were talking about it yesterday, and I know you guys have talked about it before, like throughout the offseason with the Foster Moreau stuff, where people are shoehorning Foster Moreau into conversation. And we had some audio yesterday where now suddenly people are kind of shoehorning Jaden Higgins and some of his abilities into conversation. So it seems like there's a lot of excitement in that building, and understandably so, because you have to rely on him, it seems, to really step up and make a big step forward to help this offense out as the number 2 receiver. And these last couple of days, I know today there was a miscommunication on a throw between him and Stroud, but overall it seems like they've been sort of getting more on the same page. So yeah, he's huge. He's I feel like he's sort of the linchpin of at least the passing attack, if not the whole offense.
Well, he's the key.
Year.
He's one of the keys because you know what you're getting with Nico.
Right.
Well, to me, guys, he's the one, because I'll stand by. I think Jalen Noel in the slot is a kind of the X factor or the wild card here. We talked about Keelan Rutledge and kind of that. Boy, if he ends up starting at center day one, that is a unbelievable pick. Now if he starts on day one and we don't have a ton of problems, it's not forced.
Yeah.
We can talk about a lot of different what ifs, but I'm gonna tell you, man. We talked about Higgins yesterday. I just believe if Higgins is legit, I mean, they're out here talking about he can run by any DB in a Texans uniform, and obviously he has great chemistry with CJ. If he's that good and that big a body, that's going to cure a lot of problems offensively.
Yeah.
And I believe it. I believe it. Did you see the one-on-one drill where he's going up against Sting, mind you? And they're intentional about who they're putting dudes up against. Sting goes and bumps him, like gives him a good shove up off the line, and he just runs by by Sting. Good ball over the top, nice and easy. And I'm like, oof. Yeah. Like that speed is not to be ignored. Because
if the speed is real and the 6'4", 215, if you play to that, now all of a sudden you're talking about somebody other than Nico that's a surefire man beater.
Yeah. Yeah.
If you got a guy that you can go up against Stingley and I know that I think that was one-on-one, right, Reg?
Yeah, it was one-on-one.
That's different. I don't know that you want to choose that route if you get a manned up, but if you get him to a point where he's a man beater, it's not just, hey, I got to find Nico every time they pressure me and man up or else. If all of a sudden you got two guys that you can just leave stationary out there, now all of a sudden your quarterback's not getting real wordy. Now guys aren't. You limit the confusion. You can move somebody. You leave those two guys out wide, and they're legit man beaters, and they're dudes that can make plays for you. We already know Nico can. I mean, that's just a. It just solves so many problems, because you think about you're talking about a go route, right? But you think about any kind of pressure situation. If either side of the field you can run your quick game,
yep,
right, and the quarterback that just catches it and picks his best matchup and goes to it picks whichever side doesn't have underneath threat and bangs a slant in his chest. And you got 6'4", 215, 220 out there.
They just box out the defender.
I mean, it makes
easy money.
but we don't ever think about
It's easy.
We don't ever think about like it's easy for it becomes easy. Well, it also takes all the pressure off the offensive line.
Yeah.
Right, because now you got a guy that can win right now. The offensive line doesn't have to hold up, and it takes all the pressure off the running game to have to run into a loaded box all the damn time.
No.
It just is an absolute. I mean, it's a cure for a lot of the problems, assuming he's that good. Now he's got to be that good.
Yeah.
And he's off to a good start. We'll see where the ceiling's at.
Hey man, your words from your words to God's ear. That's what we're hoping with the Houston Texans. Always appreciate you lending your eyes and your experience a little bit, and you get even more of that for the next 4 hours here on the best damn afternoon show in all of Houston, Texas. J-Lo, catch you back out there for another one tomorrow. All right, and appreciation again to DNM All Eastern for the crosstalk. One more thing to say, and that's that. The drive is live.
Yeah, it is, baby. The drive is live. T-Mills on the ones and twos, and Luke Morrow is in the building. One more time for Ron, the show Hughley. I hadn't counted. I hadn't seen the count yet, but then frozen drink, that counter on Ron out there. Boy, you get him in California and frozen drinks, he goes a little nuts out there. But Luke Morrow is in for Ron the Show Hughley. Always good to have Luke in the building. We've got Texans training camp. Was it 6, Reg? Is that what it was? Practice number 6. Jadeveon Clowney talked to the media. Nick Caserio was on Payne and Pendergast. Them Astros, they took a whooping last night, but I ain't real sure that it was a loss in the win-loss column, but I ain't sure that it wasn't a good day for the Astros based on a couple of different things. We'll get to that point, and we got to start with where we left off with the In the Loop guys. Is Luke, the practice observations? The Texans are in training camp right now, and I've got observations. I was able to make it back out there today again and get a good look at what's going on. And I'm going to tell you, boys, have a day, CJ. We just got through talking about just how he's been able to get the ball out on time, and he's been finding completions. And today he was able to mix in a couple of shots with that. The back shoulder throw to Higgins in the slot to his right in front of the crowd. They motioned a running back out of the backfield. It pulled Jalen Petrie out wide, so it lightened up the box, gave the offensive line a little bit of clearer picture, but it was not needed because C.J. Stroud got man-to-man on Higgins. I can't remember who was on him, what DB was on him, but a back shoulder, and one of those back shoulder boys where Higgins creates the separation at the perfect timing, and it looks like it's you know how Aaron Rodgers and Devontae Adams, that back shoulder, you're just like, hey, man, it's taking candy from a baby, man. What are we doing? This ain't even fair. That's what it looked like today. And C.J. Stroud just had him a day, boys. I'm gonna tell you, it looks like, and this is what I've been asking for, looking for from C.J. Stroud, and the command at the line of scrimmage. And you can't tell a whole lot from where we are, but you could tell now he's very animated, very vocal, appears to have good command, or at least appears to be taking command of the line of scrimmage, and then again hitting that big throw to Higgins, coming back a couple plays later, hitting a little whip route, which was nasty by Higgins, and then he comes back. And what I love about CJ is when he's not getting the ball out in perfect time, when it's not just out back-footed ground balls out. It has been this camp for the most part a quick slide and find a secondary receiver, and he did that today after the 2 completions to Higgins. He found Dalton Schultz over the middle of the field with just a quick slide and ball out. It wasn't holding the ball. It wasn't sitting back there patting his feet like because it's practice you can do, which you're never going to get away with in a game. It is very game-like, either ball out or quick slide ball out for the most part all day long. So C.J. Stroud, Luke, had him a day and seems to be taking control of this offense. And I know that the coaches and the general manager and everybody's talking about ownership and buy-in and command at the line of scrimmage. All that's fine. We may have even heard CJ say, that's fine. But until I see CJ take complete control of this thing at the line of scrimmage, the way that we watch, a couple of years ago when Matt Stafford came in McVay's system, and you watch him kind of control the line of scrimmage. Everybody watches. I mentioned Aaron Rodgers. You watch Aaron Rodgers on Sunday of how he manipulates things at the line of scrimmage, man. Until I see C.J. Stroud doing those things, he's plenty capable of doing those things. Until I see him doing those things, I'm not going to believe it. Well, today was a step in the right direction. C.J. appeared to have him a hell of a day today, my man.
That's what I hear. It's very promising to hear such good reports from the quarterback and the offense compared to what we were dealing with at this time a year ago, or even the issues in training camp 2 years ago. Somebody, I think it was Aziz, said that this is the most competitive training camp from an offense versus defense perspective in the time of his time with Stroud here in the Texans. So that sounds great to hear. Somebody yesterday in the defense also said that Stroud just seems to have more command. It might have been Caden Bullock, but he said Stroud just seems to have more command of the offense, wants more on his shoulders. So, yeah, you're not alone. Everyone I've heard, the fellas we were just talking to who are out there today, listening to them earlier, everyone has been singing the praise of Stroud and the offense today. And sure, it's only August 4th and it's only training camp, but boy, it feels a lot different and a lot better than this time a year ago. And it's nice to get these encouraging signs and reports on the quarterback and the offense, because it just felt like it was few and far between this time last year.
Well, I'm looking, and I'm not going to sit here and sugarcoat things. I mean, like yesterday, the first full day of pads, I mean, at the end of practice, when they went 11-on-11, it got ugly. I mean, the defense dominated for a handful of snaps, for a handful of drives, right? But that's – I walked away from even those struggles on offense of like, hey, they're getting the ball out quick. One got batted down, the screen got sniffed out. It's kind of deal. They ran it a couple of times. They're not just snapping the ball and trying to beat the damn play clock and just completely lost in the pocket collapsing from all sides. There's a big difference. Even when the offense is not quote unquote winning a series or a drive or a play, even when they're not winning, it's not total domination and confusion and what the hell type moments, right? It was again, hey, we're trying to get the ball out, it gets batted down, the screen gets sniffed out, a run gets hit in the backfield. It's a different look, even when they're not getting the better of the defense. It's a different look. So definitely progress has been made. Now we'll see as this thing rolls along, and I don't know if D'Amico is unleashing, taking the handcuffs off this defense or not yet. We'll see if they can when it comes time later in camp for him to do that, if they can keep this thing going on. One thing I've noticed the last two practices, and I want to make sure that I pass this on, because I think I've been critical of Popovich. I've been critical of the offensive line. The Popovich piece, they got better last year. I want to be careful and pump the brakes a little bit and not just go overboard. It still wasn't a great offensive line. We still got a long way to go, right? Well, I'm going to tell you, the last 2 days I've watched Cole Popovich, not even trying to watch him, but just he left, put me in a position where I had to notice. I'm going to tell you, man, and I greatly appreciate these kind of coaches. Every minute that this offensive line, the coaches – the Popovich, the O-line coach, whoever his assistant is, smaller fella, and every offensive lineman in uniform out there, they are taking full advantage of every minute they got on that grass. I mean, you watch him catch. When the board up there says break, you guys typically standing around, kind of leaning, chit-chat, drinking, getting some water, getting the Gatorade. Them offensive linemen get them a quick drink, and they get over there on the field and get on the line, and they start working some kind of technique, some kind of mechanics, right? Special teams periods are going on. If it doesn't involve O-line, if it's not field goal or punt or something that involves an offensive lineman, they're all together. They're all working. They're all repping something, whether it's technique, mechanics, or they're talking about some play that just happened. They're all together. They're not scattered out, with their just over here chit-chatting with the team and laughing with the buddies and laughing with the defense. They are all over there working. And I'm going to tell you, if this offensive line doesn't get better, it's not going to be from a lack of effort. I mean, it is. I greatly appreciate Luke, and it's crazy to watch practice. It's crazy to watch the break, how coaches utilize break periods and how players utilize break periods. And I'm going to tell you, nobody's doing it better right now than the offensive line coach and Cole Popovich and getting these guys right.
Yeah, which is great to hear. And I'll single out one person in particular, and Keelan Rutledge, who the guys were talking about and they spoke to today. And it was great to hear him. He sounds like just a great dude, great interview, and seems like a great guy. John Harris said this morning that he's already a top 5 lineman in this group, and that he's going to start somewhere week 1. If it's not center, it'll be guard, wherever. Even if it's over Ed Ingram or somebody else that has been here and seems to have their spot locked up, he's just that good. And the other thing I keep hearing is just how in the best way. He's sort of nasty and mixing it up, and that's what I appreciate from my offensive lineman. I want that chip on the shoulder. I want that grit, especially when you're going against this defense. So whether it's Colt Popovich and the way he's handling things and getting, squeezing everything he can out of the practice time in this unit. Also love what I'm hearing from the rookie who's coming in and feeling like he belongs and mixing it up for those guys and playing really well early on, it seems.
Well, the interesting thing, Luke, with the Keelan Rutledge piece is if he does end up starting at guard, you have great depth or you have a real trade piece, right? Because, nobody's going to think negatively of a guard that can still play, but a first-round pick that's ultimately the identity of the offensive line takes his spot. I mean, I would think that would be a solid trade piece. Now, I'd rather him play center and that not be the case, but you got options there. The interesting thing too with that offensive line is Keelan Rutledge. They talk about how nasty he is and how he continues to strain to finish every play, and that's what they want their entire offensive line to look like. Nick said in his media time today, or actually on Payne and Pendergast this morning, he said, we shouldn't have to be teaching physicality.
Yes, right.
We shouldn't have to be coaching physicality and finish. And he you don't have to coach and teach physicality and finish. He embodies it. So I agree with you, Nick. You shouldn't be having to coach that. Hopefully with him involved in Ursary last year, you're not having to coach that or talk about it as much as you have over the last offseason. All right, that's enough on the Texans, man. Astros, they took an L last night, but was the pitching performance an actual dub? Was that a dub, big picture? Nobody's more honest than Luke Morrow about these Stros. We'll do that next right here on Sports Radio 610.
Reset your presets.
Initialize sequence.
And tell your friend. August 13th, we become 95.7 The Fan. A place for fans, built by fans. Texans, Rockets, Astros. Doesn't matter. Everyone's invited. Louder, clearer, better than ever. Houston sports leader 95.7 The Fan is coming soon.
From the attorney Steve Lee.
Fan. Texans training camp is here. Live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugarland Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Ron Hughley is out. Luke Morrow is in. T-Mills on the ones and twos. And them Astros, they took one on the chin last night, Luke. They took one on the chin last night. First thing Teller said was, boy, it'd be nice if them bats would have shown up.
Yeah.
It'd been nice if them bats would have shown up. Look, the Astros, winners of 11 of the last 12 now, 11 of the last 13, starting this Blue Jays series. As Luke mentioned yesterday, it's a team that the Astros should be able to handle, especially given the momentum and how hot they were coming into this series at home. And you know, we'll see what the rest of the series holds, but obviously the Astros lost that game. We can dig into that game in particular down the road, Luke. But I'm not sure that wasn't a good night in Houston. Obviously, knowing that the Astros did not make a move for pitching, and more pitching at the trade deadline like we thought they may. It's absolutely paramount that the guys that we have in the building perform well. I mean, whether it's, hey, one's not a starter, one's in the bullpen now, somebody's got to become the starter, somebody's got to be long relief out of the bullpen, somebody has to fill those roles. And last night for the Astros, again, while we didn't win the game, I feel like we had a good night on that particular front. When you look at how that game unfolded, Christian Javier, I don't think, Luke, watching that game, I don't know how much of it you watched, I don't think Christian Javier had his great stuff. I don't think he was the guy that we once saw pitch big in big moments. But he did give you a quality start. 6 innings, 7 hits, 3 earned. Obviously, he didn't have his best stuff. He only had 2 strikeouts. Made a mistake, gave up a home run earlier in the game, and the Astros bats never showed up to help out. But Christian Javier, quality start, and then the backside, the last 3 innings of last night's game was pitched by Tetsuya Imai out of the bullpen. 3 innings, no hits, no runs, no earned runs, no walks. Most importantly, no walks. 5 strikeouts. Those are, if you had to hand select 2 guys after the trade deadline, knowing we weren't going to add anybody to this rotation, if you had to hand select 2 guys that, again, whatever role they play, whether it be bullpen or starter, that you need them to step up and perform better. And not just perform better, but, hell, perform at a clip where we can depend on you as whatever weapon it is, whatever position it is that you're going to feel. So while we lost last night, Luke, I can't help, as an Astros fan, I can't help but I'm sitting there watching that game. I'm more into what Tetsuya Imai looked like coming out of the bullpen than I was the fact that we were losing by 2 damn runs.
Yeah, for sure. Those pitching performances were more impressive or more important than the final score. You'll take that loss if it comes with those 2 performances on the mound, because in the bigger picture, those pitching performances could have a larger impact on this team the rest of the way than just simply that one game last night could. In a 162-game season. So, yeah, it was big. I mean, that was Imei's best appearance of the season, no doubt. Didn't allow base runner, struck out 5 out of 9 batters. It was even better than that no-hitter he threw, the quote-unquote no-hitter of 6 innings against the Rangers earlier this year, where that was more of just kind of luck. I think he only had 2 strikeouts. Guys were hitting the ball, hitting them at people. Last night, he looked really good. And it's funny because I think he's almost, in a way, can be better served as a reliever. If he only wants to throw those 2 pitches, then you only have to face guys one time. You could get through them with 2 pitches and not have to face hitters multiple times where they can catch up and figure you out like last night. But at the flip side, the irony is he's always struggled when he has been bad. It's usually right away in the first inning. So it's not so much about facing guys multiple times, but he looked really good last night. And for Javier, now it's back-to-back good performances. Now, the caveat, and I mentioned this yesterday before we went off the air, but the caveat is the Blue Jays have scored the fewest runs in the league this year, and the Angels, the previous outing for Javier, have scored the 9th fewest runs. So they're not good lineups, but still, what you saw last night, what you've seen the last 2 times from Javier, very promising. And Dana Brown has to feel really good, even though they lost, feel good last night because, as you alluded to, I mean, they didn't get any pitching. He said yesterday when talking to the media that, hey, we're getting these guys back from injuries. Those are going to be like our trade deadline pitchers acquired. And then when those pitchers go out, Javier and Imei, and pitch last night, he's sitting back like, yeah, this is what I was telling everyone. We don't need pitching.
I kept it real.
Right? Dana Brown looks smart.
Well, this is Luke again. I mean, I would rather have acquired somebody at the trade deadline that was surefire.
Me too.
But at the end of the day, this if we're going to be patient with pitchers, whether it be Javier a little longer in the tooth or young MI, either way it goes, these are that was a performance that I can be patient and grow through. Right, Javier not having his best stuff and giving you 6 innings and chewing up 6 innings against a bad lineup. Hey, I'll take that right now. I mean, hell, we've experienced this year inning where it didn't matter who was up there. Hell, he couldn't throw strikes, and just that is a step in the right direction. I tell you the other thing, and this is just a little more personal here, is I am exhausted with the rotation in center field and have been for several years now. It started with Chas McCormick getting what I believe was railroaded, and now they've had enough of Jake Myers. Obviously, that ran its course. Whether people agree with it or like the move or not, the Dalton Varsho trade, acquiring a guy, plugging him right into the 4-hole, and then putting him in center field. To me, as an Astros fan, I don't know what's going to come of it, but to me, it's something that I will enjoy sitting down and watching. My enjoyment of watching the Astros is going to be a little bit greater because we've got a damn center fielder that we put out there. We're not just rotating guys that should be in Sugarland in center field and expecting to get a different result. The Varsho move, I know a lot of people are disappointed in, but the fact that we got a plug and play everyday center fielder, and that ain't me saying it, that's Dana Brown saying it. I like that, man. I'm here for it.
Makes it a little easier on Joe Espada. I will say this because I'm one of those people that I didn't really care. I still don't care for the trade. In fact, I probably dislike it more today than I even did yesterday. But I will say, what the old cliche in baseball is you got to be solid up the middle. Catcher, shortstop, and center field. And Varsho is a good defensive center field. I mean, at least they know their guy that's going to be out in center field. He's going to or should give you good defense at least. You can count on that. It might sound too much like Jake Myers for some folks, but he does have a better bat than Jake. And the other thing, which you mentioned yesterday, you moved Taylor Trammell over to left field, and he made – like the home run thing was embarrassing for Trammell at the plate, but he made a heck of a catch in the field. Taylor Trammell did up against the wall. So you move him to left, Varsho in center. It does help solidify some things in that outfield.
Well, I know for me, Luke, a lot of times I don't need to agree, and hell, I don't need to agree at all. But I do like to understand or at least be able to grasp the method of the madness. I can't understand what's been going on for 2+ years now in the outfield for the Astros.
Yeah,
right. When it was just the Jake Myers and Chas McCormick thing that kind of pissed me off. That was more of I'm a fan of Chaz and what the hell has Jake done to deserve this kind of treatment. But now it's gotten to a point where it's the whole thing. The overall the inability to create any level of stability in the outfield is wild to me. To choose to play that way is wild. All right, baseball talk on Sports Radio 610 is presented by Xfinity, y'all. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi. One price, 5 years, guaranteed. Xfinity. Imagine that. All right, Jadeveon Clowney. We talked a little bit about yesterday about the addition of Jadeveon Clowney to this Houston Texans team. He was on the field today, right? Didn't do a whole lot, but he spoke to the media, and I'm here to tell y'all it was good. We'll listen to a little Jadeveon Clowney next right here on Sports Radio 610.
I'm a lover, man. It seems like Seth is a big fan.
Just help. Learn more at babymoseshotline.com. Sponsored by the Texas Department of Family and Protective Services.
Texans training camp is here. Live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugarland Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Practice number 6, Texans training camp. It's rolling, y'all. Second straight day in pads. Things get a little physical out there. It's still quick now. They're out there about an hour, boys. 90 on the field. About 10:40, they're out now. A few team periods, couple special teams periods. Get all the stretching and everything else is going on inside the building before they come out in the AC in the shade, and they get out there and get after it. Already mentioned today was a big day for C.J. Stroud, and I think Jaden Higgins was had a good day as well. Offense is looking good, keeping up with the defense. We'll circle back to the observations down the road here on the show. Stay plugged in right here to Sports Radio 610, Houston's sports leader. One player that the Texans added yesterday, Jadeveon Clowney, a player that you are obviously very familiar with, former first overall pick in 2014 by the Houston Texans. He's added to this team, and he's added as a depth piece, right? When you add a depth piece like a Jadeveon Clowney, you wonder how does Jadeveon Clowney fit in? Why Houston? Where's his head at? What's the difference between now and the last time that Jadeveon Clowney was in a Texans uniform? Well, he answered a lot of those questions today after the practice. I want to start with just why Houston. Here's Jadeveon Clowney talking about coming back and being a Houston Texan for a second time in his career.
No, but I'm glad to be back. Having fun, great team, great defense. Trying to chase that Super Bowl with the Texans. I feel like it's a great opportunity for me, my family. Just enjoying it.
What I love about that, boy, is it speaks volumes that he mentioned Super Bowl. Did that several times. Did that a few times today when he was talking to the media, talked about joining a team. He wants to win a Super Bowl. He wants to win a Super Bowl bad. He didn't know exactly what he's going to do after that. From the sounds of it, I'd bet that he's gonna retire. Sounds like he wants to win a Super Bowl and be done with this stuff. But 13 years is already a good run, so we'll see. But glad to be back, and there's a lot of good with Jadeveon Clowney being here. He was also asked, Luke, the difference between Jadeveon Clowney then and Jadeveon Clowney today.
I'm grown. Yeah, man, I was a big kid at first when I first got here. I grew up different than a lot of these guys, man. I told people, man, when I was born, my dad was in jail, grew up a single-parent home, man. I grew up a lot different, so I got here, was never seen Houston. I enjoyed it during my time, and yeah, it was fun. I came with some great guys, a group of guys when I got here. But coming back now, I'm a vet in the locker room, a lot older, a lot smarter than I was before, and just enjoying it, taking it day by day.
Yeah, this is the piece that really caught my eye, Luke, when Jadeveon Clowney spoke today. Was the when a player acknowledges immediately, "Hey man, I was a kid." He did mention obviously being raised by a single parent, and that obviously changes the way that a kid matures and develops, and I get that, but I love the fact that Jadeveon Clowney, it doesn't run from the question, because he was asked multiple questions today about, hey man, the history was the reputation was that you got ran up out of here, traded, if you will, because you weren't the most mature, the hardest player, or whatever kind of phrases you want to throw on Jadeveon Clowney's 5 years in Houston early on, and he faced him head on, man. But that was one question I have as a Texans fan now, with Jadeveon Clowney coming back in here. The maturity level has to be something that is different, and it has to be something that was addressed by DeMeco Ryans before he ever got here. So it sounds like that box was checked by everybody involved.
Yeah, he has certainly said all the right things the last 24 to 48 hours in the various interviews he's done. Look, he had just turned 21 when he first arrived here. He was the number one pick. He was the hot shot. Obviously didn't mesh well with Bill O'Brien during that time. It's a different regime now, and also just a different scenario. I mean, for him personally, which you sort of alluded to, I mean, he's a father with kids now. That changes a person. The difference of a 21-year-old single guy coming into the NFL compared to a 33-year-old with, I think, 3 kids now and a wife, a little bit different. He's more of a family guy now. He talks about training with his kids, so on and so forth. That'll help mature a lot of men. And the other aspect is just the role. It's a lot different when you're the number one pick and you're coming in here to be the star, compared to now we can view this through a lens of you're the backup, you're the depth piece, you're the guy that's going to be alternating and rotating in. It's just you're requiring less. And I think that also shows maturity, the fact that he's willing, assuming everything goes well for him throughout this season and he's not upset with his role by week 4 or anything. But that shows maturity, that he's willing to come here, take a pay cut, take even a cut in terms of potentially playing time, role expectations, all that sort of stuff, just so he could be part of a better team and help make this defense better. I think that shows maturity as well.
Well, you mentioned role a couple of times there, because it is an interesting fit. When you got a guy like Will Anderson and you got Danielle Hunter obviously rocking and rolling, Jadeveon Clowney, in order to sign here in Houston, there has to be an understanding, which obviously there is. Here's Jadeveon Clowney talking about his role, talking about Will and Danielle, and how those three can work together.
I mean, it's going to be very special, man. They got some dogs already. I know me coming in can help them guys, so they don't burn out, make it look the same when I'm out there. I think we can put stuff together and we can dominate up front. And I'm just looking forward to that.
There's no doubt about that. Boy, you add Clowney to Will Anderson and Danielle Hunter, they're going to be an absolute problem. But what I like about that right there is, and he's going to do it again here in a second. I'm going to let you hear it. What I like about that right there is he starts out with, I just don't want them boys to burn out. I can be that second wave while they're catching their wind, and while we're making sure throughout a game they stay fresh. I can be that second wave, and the fact that he's embracing that role and from the get-go with the media, and it seems to be as genuine and sincere as we've ever heard him. Here's Jadeveon Clowney talking about more on his new role here in Houston.
I'm just like I told them, man. I think it's not just me being fresh, but Will and Danielle being fresh too. Also, man, that rotation could be great when you can have guys just flying off the ball and no fall off, and it look the same as like play one. You know what I'm saying? So that's the effect I was thinking in my head. Like, hey, them guys can go, I can go. They need a break. I'm in there and make it look the same. So we just keep him pressure on the quarterback and giving our secondary a chance to make plays.
Yeah, look, I have been, for me, Luke, it's one where I'm more excited, I think, about the packages, about when they're all in the field together, and about what Jadeveon Clowney can do at from linebacker level per se, or even inside, kind of those unique, exotic packages that I know DeMeco Ryans already has stayed up at night last night drawing them jokers up. I'm more excited about that, but I can't tell you how much it means just to hear Jadeveon Clowney being completely bought in to being one of three and not trying to be the guy, being a depth player, and how nasty this defense can be with those three involved. Now, I don't think they're done. I think there's a chance that that Derek Barnett could be a piece. That I think Nick Caserio was on Payne and Pendergast this morning. I think he actually even mentioned that they had looked at Derek Barnett and maybe had talked to Derek Barnett. Not recently. This talking about this more I guess in the summer. But it wouldn't shock me if they didn't end up looking at the Derek Barnett piece, that ad late as well. Be very affordable and somebody that they know what they're getting. But the rotation in itself with Jadeveon Clowney is going to be next level with Will Anderson and Danielle Hunter. I do wonder if this changes. Guys, we've seen, and I know Clowney's an older player, but what we've seen is truly just Will and Danielle get a blow and get back in there, right? For the most part, unless there was something wrong late in the game. I do wonder if the rotation will be a little bit heavier with Jadeveon Clowney in there. And I know he is considered an old head, 13 years in this 13th year in the league. I know he is an old head, but I do wonder if that's not going to, he's not going to be a little bit or doesn't work his way into being a bigger rotational piece than just an old head that can give you some run late in the season or can just be more of an insurance policy. I do wonder if he still got enough in the tank to be more than that for the Texans.
Yeah, and it helps keep guys fresh. I think he does, to answer the question directly. I mean, we saw it last year with the job he did rushing the passer, with the Cowboys on a bad defense there. It could help keep guys fresh. And then I referenced this in passing yesterday, but it was the strength. When the Giants won those Super Bowls with Eli Manning and they were able to get after Tom Brady, they had multiple guys on the defensive line that they were able to rotate in, and it made life hell for the opposing quarterbacks, including Brady in those Super Bowls. It kept the pass rushers fresh all the way to the Super Bowl, and then it just allowed you to keep that pass rush strong throughout a game when you have multiple guys that you can shuffle in and out. And like I said yesterday, the Texans now have 3 of the top 20 sackers or pass rushers, whatever the phrase would be, from a year ago now on that roster. So when you can rotate 3 of the top 20, there is no break for the quarterback while also giving each of those guys a breather here and there so that they could stay sharper throughout the game or throughout a season as well.
Luke, this cut right here may be the one that turns me on the most. Because if you get Jadeveon Clowney, as I said yesterday, year 3 through 5, his production those years, he matched in the last 3 years. In year, what would that be, 10, 11, 12 of his career? From a sack production. So he's still a player that can absolutely go. But listen to this. This is his mentality being here in Houston and why he's here on August the 4th instead of August the 13th when games start, or August the 20th with a couple of weeks before the season starts. Here's Jadeveon Clowney about what he wants to do here in camp.
Like I said, I made the decision because I want to learn a scheme, man. I walked into too many teams the first week, and you know how hard it is to play when you don't know the scheme. You play a lot slower than you normally want to because you got to look across the field. Somebody got to tell you what to do. You know what I'm saying? I've been doing that for so many years throughout my career. So I just said, let me just go to this training camp with these guys and grind with them so they know I ain't just here for no play around. I'm here to work with these guys and get to know them, build a relationship so they can have a great season.
I'm gonna tell you that to me right there, Luke, is I didn't realize. I knew that there was I think was it Cleveland or Baltimore? I knew one of the I think it was Baltimore. I knew he had went in late. I didn't realize that he wasn't in training camp with damn near every team that he's been with since the Texans. Maybe Seattle he went to training camp with 3 or 4 years ago. But I didn't realize he had missed that much. But I love the fact that he makes that point of I'm going to be very purposeful in coming to camp early and getting to work and learning the guys and being a part of putting himself in position to play 17 games in 18 weeks instead of like he did last year in Dallas, play 13. Right? I don't remember exactly why he only played 13, but you get my point. Is getting here, preparing yourself, and being a part of the group. I don't know that many 13-year vets are necessarily real focused on getting here early and doing those things if they were in his shoes. So I tip my cap to Clowney for that as well.
Yeah, 100%. Usually they're holding out and waiting as long as they can to get in here.
Right.
They don't want to be at training camp. So, props to him. He even told the story, I think, with Mark Vandermeer and John Harris that I believe they'll replay coming up after us. But yeah, he said his 10-year-old son was making fun of him last year because of how rusty he was in week 1. So he's like, I want to avoid that. I want to make sure I come in here and I'm ready to go at the start of the season. And so props to him for that. By the way, I did look it up just now. Will Anderson and Danielle Hunter. Danielle Hunter played 70% of the snaps last year. Will Anderson played 2/3. Derek Barnett played 34% of defensive snaps last year. So, for Clowney coming in, I mean, there's plenty of opportunities there with the way that they used these guys at least a year ago that, he'll get plenty of run on the field and try to help this pass rush.
Yeah, man, it's gonna be fun to watch. I know as a Texans fan, I'm excited about the whole thing, man. I love that sign, and again, the one of the best defenses in football actually gets better. All right, Yordan Alvarez, regardless of what you thought about the Astros at the trade deadline, regardless of what happens the rest of the season, Yordan Alvarez and that Triple Crown, it's going to be a thing around these parts as long as I'm driving the ship. We'll talk about Yordan Alvarez and a little Triple Crown tracker. We'll do that next right here on Sports Radio 610.
He's big as hell.
The Astros added an outfielder at the trade deadline. Gold Glove center fielder Dalton Varsho is coming to Houston from the Blue Jays in exchange for Spencer Arrighetti. Houston, insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Texans training camp is here. Live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugarland Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Ron Hughley is out. Luke Morrow is in. T. Mills on the steel wheels. How you like that? T.
That's
Mills
right.
is on the steel wheels. I stole that from you, Luke. I like it.
I've always loved that.
I like it. And if you put an S on T. Mill, it just T. Mills steel wheels. It just really goes good, man. I mean, there's something there. We got to lean into it. So good luck if you don't like it. All right, y'all. Last night I'm sitting there watching the Astros. Y'all watched Astros last night?
Oh, yeah.
Unfortunately, 3-1 ball game.
Yeah, wasn't a lot of action going on the diamond, but I watched it.
Yeah, it was a tough night for the bats, for the Astros, that's for sure. But so they dropped one. Now they are now winners of 11 of their last 13. And we'll see what happens tonight in Game 2. But I'm sitting there watching it. And I'm enjoying the game more so than I normally do when we're struggling at the plate. I'm enjoying Christian Javier working through some things. And then Tetsuya Imai comes out there, and I'm enjoying watching him do his thing. By the way, I got a little story to tell about Tetsuya Imai.
Story time.
I'm glad it worked out the way it did, but I read one of Chandler Rome's articles about Okirk, and I thought this was going to be a good move for Imai. So I'll get into that article and that story a little bit later on Tetsuya Imai. Have a good night. Yeah, is that the guy? Where's that coming from?
Yeah. Cardi's got it. Yeah, for sure.
But I'm sitting there watching the guy. I don't know where it's coming from.
I wasn't looking. I didn't know if that was a drop or if Tyler, if you were doing that. I was going to say, all right, that's not as good. I was going to say, I'm really impressed that you could drop that on a dime.
On call, too.
Yeah.
Last night's Stro poll. It was at least one of them. One of the nuggets that they dropped throughout a broadcast with the Astros are absolutely priceless. Last night, the Stro poll, or one of them, was I believe it was kind of like a would you rather, right? It was a would you rather. Would you rather the rest of the season, or what are you looking forward to the most? The rest of the season, the Astros winning the division, the Astros, getting into the playoffs and winning a playoff series, and the Astros playing in another World Series, and then the last one on the list was Perez triple crown run, right? And a little bit shocking to me, I'll be honest with you. I thought the World Series would have won,
right?
But I think you probably had some realists. Maybe you had some realists, some Luke Morrows out there that were voting. And I'll be damned if Yordan Alvarez's run for a triple crown here didn't win with 38 or 39%, I think. So this Yordan Alvarez thing is, I think I may have started talking about it a little bit prematurely. Once I saw that Yordan Alvarez was deeper in a season than anyone had been since who was the one in 2012?
Miguel Cabrera.
Yeah, Miggy Cabrera won it in 2012. Once I saw this, the note that Yordan Alvarez was deeper in a season, leading all three categories than anybody's been since Miggy, I said, this is a real deal. The Triple Crown tracker, Yordan Alvarez, just so you know, he currently leads the American League in all three Triple Crown categories. He's got a .330 batting average, he's got 35 home runs, and he's got 84 RBIs. All right? It still blows my mind watching this guy hit. I mean, it's not even the power. I mean, the power's nice, but it's not even the power. I just have a great appreciation for a guy, getting defensive with two strikes. He's one of, if not the best two-strike hitter in the game. I know power hitter in the game. But it just he is just a joy to watch overall. But .330 average, that actually leads Major League Baseball and obviously the American League. I should have said that the other way. American League and Major League Baseball. In the American League, in the average category, Yandy Diaz has got 290. He's hitting 298, and Chandler Simpson is hitting 298. I mean, the wheels would have to come completely off for Yordan Alvarez not to win, not to lead the American League in batting average. All right, now gets a little tighter when you talk about the entire all of Major League, right? Luis Ariz, am I saying that right?
Yep.
324, and Otto Lopez 321. So Luis Ariz is a little bit closer right there, and Otto Lopez is a little bit closer right there to that 330, and could potentially chase down Yordan Alvarez. Healthy lead in the American League, and he's got a couple guys nipping on his tail in the average department as far as Major League Baseball goes. You think he's able to hang on to this one?
Yeah, I think. So the home runs. Well, I guess if we're talking Major League Baseball, he's not leading RBIs, so maybe that's the toughest one. Home runs are tricky. Batting average, like you said, he has such a large lead in the American League. For baseball, I'll say if I had to bet, I would say he doesn't hold on to the batting average for all of Major League Baseball, because I do think Luis Ariz is. I mean, he's typically leads the league, and now he just joined the Phillies, where I just think that helps him being in a better lineup. Yeah. So the AL, I absolutely he should finish there. Like you said, he has such a head start on these guys.
So comfortable in the American League in average, thinks he gets hunted down by Luis Ariz.
Yeah, I'll say so.
In all of Major League. All right, the home runs, 35 home runs. Again, leads Major League Baseball, leads obviously the American League and all of Major League Baseball. Junior Caminero has 32, and Ben Rice has 31 in the American League. So he's got a Caminero, he's got a 3 home run lead on and 4 on Ben Rice. All of Major League Baseball, Kyle Schwarber is right there with 33. Hunter Goodman is right there with 33. So pretty tight race right behind him in the home run race. How you feel about him hanging on to this one?
Yeah, it should feel more comfortable here. Ben Rice hasn't been as good second half of the season, so the American League might be a little easier, but when we talked about this last week, it's what Kyle Schwarber you can never count out. He's always at the top of the league in homers, so he'll be right there. And then Hunter Goodman has the advantage. He was not traded yesterday like some thought. He has the advantage of playing at Coors Field, so it's tricky, it's tough, but the one you probably should feel best about for Yordan is the home run ability. So I hope he holds on to it, but as I've been saying, it's tough to bet against Kyle Schwarber. He'll be in the race with Yordan the entire way.
All right, RBIs. 84 RBIs. This is the one that Yordan does not currently lead Major League Baseball. He does lead the American League, but he's third in Major League Baseball, third overall. Luis Garcia Jr. in the American League has 78. Ben Rice has 73, so they're chasing him in the American League. But over in the National League, C.J. Abrams has 85, and Sal Stewart has 85. So he's one back in all of Major League Baseball in the RBI category, with 2 guys tied at the top at 85. So while he's sitting third, he's really tight right there with plenty of opportunity to take the lead there as well.
And this one gets a little more interesting because Luis Garcia just joined the American League yesterday. He was traded from the Nationals to the Yankees over the weekend. So now suddenly he comes into the AL and I guess takes all his RBIs with him. So suddenly Yordan's lead went from 11 over Ben Rice to now just 6 over Luis Garcia Jr., who did drive in 2 last night to close the gap. So that becomes a little more interesting. But then on the flip side, when you look at the Major League Baseball conversation, C.J. Abrams, one of those guys towards the top of the list, is still in the Nationals lineup that just lost Luis Garcia as well as Curtis Mead a couple weeks ago. The Nationals were sellers at the deadline. So C.J. Abrams, his lineup just weakened, which might hurt his opportunities to drive in runs. Sal Stewart a little bit as well. So when you look at the Major League picture, if we were just basing this off of like doing a stock up, stock down based on the trade deadline, Yordan got some help with the deadline. But the American League, as I said, becomes a little trickier because now Luis Garcia is suddenly in the American League, and with the Yankees, where he was already leading the NL in slugging, and now he goes to that bandbox in the Bronx. Luis Garcia Jr., he might continue to climb the ladder there on Yordan the rest of the way.
Well, he's also going into a better lineup, obviously, that he's getting into, or if they're healthy, I guess.
If they're healthy. The Nationals, surprisingly, have been one of the better lineups in baseball this year until they traded a few of them. Those guys. Yankees right now, they're missing Judge, Stanton, and Bellinger. So this lineup is a shell of itself. But Garcia is really good, and he fits that stadium. Unfortunately, he fits that stadium well for the Yankees.
So the RBI competition looks like it's going to be tight. Look out for Luis Ariz in the average department and Kyle Schwarber in the home run department. But right now, Yordan Alvarez, if the season ended today, he would lead all of Major League Baseball in average. all of Major League Baseball in home runs, and he would be third, one back, two different players in all of Major League Baseball in RBIs. So the hunt is real. Literally, now the Luis Garcia, after hearing you say that scares me a little bit, but really, Yordan Alvarez would have to go stone cold for this thing to not be an absolute nail biter down the backstretch, right? At the very least, we're going to be able to watch the Astros, and now hopefully we're watching them because they're staying hot. They're going to be in the playoffs, and we really get confident that they can potentially make a run. But at the very least, we know we're going to get a shot to watch Yordan Alvarez make a run at history here with this Triple Crown stuff. Yesterday, I do want to circle back to one thing. Yesterday, I know you've had 24 hours to sleep on it, 24 hours to do a little bit of research on what the Astros did or didn't do yesterday, but just your 24-hour response to what the Astros did yesterday at the trade deadline, or didn't do at the trade deadline.
Yeah, that's probably the bigger key. I don't like the trade, and that was the only trade. Jim Bowden, former longtime GM, did his rankings in The Athletic. He gave the Astros a C-, just their overall deadline day, which is the fourth worst grade he gave to anybody in Major League Baseball, including the buyers, the sellers, and the teams that stood pat. I didn't like it. I don't like the trade to begin with. And they had a chance, if you go back, and of course hindsight's 20/20, but they could have traded Spencer Arrighetti for Dylan Cease at the deadline last year, and they didn't want to. And Dylan Cease at the time was a rental as well. They could have signed him to an extension. He's now an all-star this year, in the American League. But instead of doing that trade, which I think would have improved last year's team more than the trade they chose to do yesterday, where they did get rid of Arrighetti, but for another rental and an outfielder with a below-average, OPS this year. So it just seemed odd to me that if you were going to get rid of Arrighetti, I don't know why you didn't make the move last year for a better pitcher or a better player, and then a year later we're fine with getting rid of him this year when I know it was a mixed bag this year, but the entire sample of work, I do believe, was better this year for Arrighetti than it was last year, and yet they were still willing to part with him. And doing so for Varsho, who, again, doesn't really move the needle to me. And then that trade comes, as I said yesterday, after I still don't understand why they vetoed the trade over the weekend, which I also think is a better deal for them. So I didn't really get it. And then that was the only move made. I know Payne and Pendergast were joking around this morning that it felt like, Dana Brown as a GM was like, well, we haven't made a move yet. We got to do something. Oh, the Blue Jays are in town. Let me just go talk to their GM and see if we can figure out a deal to
have a pop at the hotel at the hotel bar.
Just to we did something. It seemed odd, to kind of sit on the fence for a team that's essentially 500. Either if you think you can compete this year, go be aggressive, make some moves, and actually compete. Or if you don't think you can compete, then sell off some pieces, which would be crazy for a first-place team, but at least it improves the organization moving forward. But to only make that one move yesterday when you're already just now 2 games over 500 in an open AL, it was just all of it. The last 72 hours is kind of more head-scratching for me than anything. They didn't get any starting pitchers. You only get Varsho. They should have done more, and I didn't like the trade that they made anyways.
It sounds to me like you're a little bit concerned with just the inner workings of the Astros right now.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, I have been these last couple of years. I think Jim Crane's too involved. I've compared him to Jerry Jones in the past, where you have that success, and then I think you're just content. And like Jerry Jones, I don't know. I don't know if winning a Super Bowl right now is his top priority with the Cowboys. It isn't on my schedule. And I don't know if Jim Crane, sadly to say, I don't know if going for it all and winning a World Series is his top priority right now. They're slashing payroll the last couple of years, and they didn't want to move any of their prospects from what is already a bad farm system. But, are you trying to win now, or are you trying to build up a farm system for potentially the future? And for an owner to get in and veto a trade, I think is wrong. We had texters say, well, Dana Brown's on his way out. Why would he let him make a trade? Then why is he still in the position? Get rid of him now and put somebody else you believe, you trust, make those decisions. An owner should not veto unless it comes down to salary. Which we saw in the movie Moneyball, where Billy Beane has to call his owners and hey, will you sign off? It's going to cost us more money. Will you sign off on this? That's the only time that an owner should say no. But to just step in on a baseball trade and say, nah, we don't want to do that one. We don't want to give up somebody from the big league roster.
No.
I think it's wrong for an owner to step in and try to be that helicopter owner. I don't like the direction that Jim Crane is leading the organization.
Well, it's interesting because you talk about that particular veto of that trade, right? Either side of the coin is not positive. Like either it's the helicopter owner that's making the decisions over somebody that he does like, or it's a helicopter owner making the decision over a GM that is a lame duck GM and he doesn't want around. You know what I mean? So it's one of those where it's like you just either side that you're on. Like the thought of like, oh, he doesn't want Dana Brown making the decisions because he's going to be out of here. Well, hell, I mean, get somebody in here that get somebody in here that you do trust to make those kind of decisions.
As long as it's not Jeff Bagwell.
Right. Yeah, be careful.
And I love you, Jeff.
Be careful what you ask for around here, man. You never know. All right, Tuesday, 3:20 every Tuesday, real or fake. T. Mill's going to take the wheels on real or fake. We'll do that next right here on Sports Radio 610.
Hot dog, it's real. Fugazi, it's fake.
Reset your presets.
Initialize sequence.
And tell your friends. Introducing 95.7 The Fan.
Hey, Houston's big. Your favorite station signal should be big, too. From Spring, League City to Cypress, you'll hear us loud and clear. No dropouts, no static. Just Houston's favorite sports talk everywhere you go.
Louder, clearer, and better than ever. A new era begins on August 13th with Houston sports leader, 95.7 The Fan. Listen up, H-Town. Now is the time we separate truth from trickery, fact from fiction. It's real or fake on The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
That is correct. It's everybody. Everyone, Houston and otherwise, everyone's favorite game on a Tuesday afternoon with H-Town's number one afternoon drive sports talk program. That'd be this one, The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. I'm your host today, Tyler Milner, with you every day here on The Drive, but Ron the Show Hughley is out. Our guy Luke Morrow is in for Ron, and I'm playing host duties for a little real or fake, and we got a lot to get into, so let's not waste any more time. Y'all know I'm going to start this thing off with, my degenerate ways. It's no secret. We do T-Mill's Best Bets every single day. I bet every single day. I'm a degenerate in that sense. Well, we now have the official odds for the upcoming college football season. Who's going to win it all? Who's going to win each conference? All that good stuff. Vegas released those odds today. Your favorite to win the national title in college football this upcoming pigskin season is Ohio State at plus 700. The Notre Dame Fight Irish Pendergast people plus 750, and then three teams tied at plus 850. That would be Indiana, Oregon, and TU. Those are your top five most likely, according to Vegas, to win this national title. So my question to you, Clint Stoerner, is real or fake? Vegas got these odds right for the favorites in 2026.
I think it's fake. I think it's fake. I like Ohio State at the top, or let's just call it the top three per se.
This one's a fake.
I do not like Notre Dame at all. I know the word on the street is they've got a quarterback, which typically is my hang-up with Notre Dame. But they've got a quarterback out there that's supposedly the real deal.
Oh, I bet.
But with I think they're getting a ton of love simply because of their schedule, and I think once they get to the college football playoffs, which they've put rules in place where they damn near can't miss it, especially with a pissy poor schedule that they have. I just don't know. That once they get there, if Notre Dame isn't out of its league once again. So I don't like Notre Dame with the second best odds at all. If we're talking about winning a championship, right?
Yes.
Okay, we're not talking about just getting in.
Winning it all.
Winning it all. And the other one that I think is a fraud, I think Oregon's a fraud when it comes to the top three. I think Ohio State is top three. I don't have a problem with Indiana. We'll see if they can reload the way that they did year one to year two with Kurt Cignetti in there, and then I think Texas is the real deal. I think they belong in the top three or the top five. Let's call it that. Let's call it top five.
Fair.
So
okay.
I think Notre Dame and Oregon are the two frauds in that top five right there for me. So I'm gonna say fake.
Luke, Mr. Morrow, real or fake? Vegas got these odds right for the upcoming college football season.
I'll say fake, too. And I haven't even dug in yet into my preseason college football betting and all the odds and whatnot.
They just dropped them.
Yeah, they just came out, so I'm going to have to start to dig in. But I'm going to say fake because, and I guess I could have said the same thing last year before Indiana actually pulled it off, but like Ohio State, every year you tell me they're the number one team, and I know they won it 2 years ago, but it's their only national championship in the last 11 years, and I keep hearing about how great they are and all this sort of stuff. Same goes for Notre Dame. Every year you try to tell me that this is the year and Notre Dame is so great, and they have gotten better under Marcus Freeman. But no, just in general, I think that I might still ride with my guy Kurt Cignetti and put them number one heading into the season. So I'm going to say fake.
Fake news. So we got two fakes from Morrow and Clint Stoerner regarding these Vegas odds that were released today for college football and who's going to win it all in 2026. Fakes all around. Next item of discussion right here on Real or Fake, The Drive. Stoerner, Hughley, Milner, Morrow with you. I gotta talk about what happened at this MLB trade deadline yesterday. If you weren't tuned in about 3-4 weeks ago, mid-July, whenever MLB insider Bob Nightingale joined us right here on this show on The Drive, we were talking to Bob a lot about the trade deadline. And Bob said he not only talked to the Astros brass, that'd be ownership, GM, manager, I guess. Bob said he talked to the Astros, and whenever he asked them what they were really shopping for, what they really needed at this deadline, this is what Bob said.
Now they can be aggressive. When I asked them, what are you guys looking for? And the answer was pitching, and more pitching. So they need some starters to help bolster that rotation.
So that's awkward because the MLB trade deadline came and went yesterday during this show at 5 o'clock. And pitching was not what Dana did. He just got a center fielder, a middling vet. So Clint Stoerner, real or fake? Dana Brown's seat is hotter than it's ever been, and he is quite possibly on his way out of Houston with these Houston Astros as their GM.
Well, I think it's real, and the real comes more from the owner stepping in and literally vetoing a trade that appears to be on paper a better trade than the one they ended up making. So,
Hot dog, it's real.
Whether you agree with that or disagree with it, I think that the fact that the owner jumped in and vetoed a trade like that, I think that speaks volumes about kind of the belief that they have in their general manager to make those kind of decisions. So, yeah, I think that's very real, Tyler. That
Yes.
seat is hotter than I'll get out.
I would agree with you because I thought the same thing. That factor, that veto that happened, that is the big factor to me. Luke, how about you? Real or fake? Dana Brown's seat is more than hot right now.
Yeah, I'm going to speak out of both sides of my mouth, but I do think it's real, and I do think Dana Brown's gone. I mean, you don't go into the season with the GM on a lame duck contract, and then you veto the deal he wants to do at the deadline, and then you tell him don't trade anybody on the big league rosters. I mean, you're just handcuffing the guy. So I do think it's real, and I think Dana Brown is gone. But with that said, part of me is also thinking you do have your yes man, and if you get rid of James Click after winning a World Series, and then you get rid of Dana Brown and the way he's handled Dana Brown, how is this job even going to look to other GMs in the league? I almost feel like, part of me is starting to think like maybe Jim Crane loves this. He has a guy that we all blame Dana Brown, but it's Jim Crane who's the puppet master saying, nah, you can't don't do that trade, do this one. So I think Dana Brown will be gone, which is why I will say this is real. But at the same time, in the back of my mind, I'm also thinking like maybe Jim Crane just loves this setup and he'll keep Dana Brown there as long as he doesn't challenge him.
Yeah, okay, this time reels all around. Dana Brown's seat is indeed getting high. Yesterday didn't help him none, that's for sure. Pitching. My ass. Third topic of discussion, boys. You are tuned in out there to The Drive, Stoerner Hughley. Game of real or fake. Third item we discussed today is going to be a bit odd. But I want you guys to first hear what Cubs All-Star Pete Crow Armstrong had to say yesterday or the day before, but just listen to this. This was on a podcast, the with the ladies. What's that sports one called? Let's Be Honest. Check it out. This is what he had to say.
What's an unpopular opinion that you have? Like any conspiracy theory stuff or what's a popular opinion?
This is going to be crazy.
I love it.
Babe Ruth never existed is one that I like.
Oh my God.
Really? He never existed.
Wow. So you're going to double down right now?
Well, it's like we always talk about how like the game's evolving and people might as well have been like underhanding the ball to that guy and he's regarded still as one of the best players ever and you might as well dive further into it and be like, well, maybe he just never existed.
I love it.
That's
So Pete Crow Armstrong says the great Bambino in his mind most likely never existed as a human being. I never expected to hear some audio like this on any given day, but especially right now. So real or fake, Clint? Babe Ruth was a human being walking amongst us back in the day, swinging a baseball bat.
I'm going to say real, and this is just a classic example of old Pete Crow Armstrong. He got in there. I mean, that girl, she sounded hot. Her voice was
She's hot.
Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, he got in there amongst some hot chick, and they got put on the spot, and he had to come up with something out of left field. And
it seemed like he was genuine. He was like, "This is going to be so crazy."
Well, it had to land, right? It couldn't be. He couldn't be like, "Oh, it's so crazy." He was buying himself time. I mean, this is going to be so crazy. And then all of a sudden,
he was being a showman.
Yeah. He had to land that thing and say something big, and I don't think it came across real well. So, but no, look, he's a real guy.
Yeah, absolutely. I would have to agree with you, Luke. What do you think, real or fake? The Bambino was a real guy, a real baseball player.
Yeah, this is real. He was a real person. I've never heard this conspiracy theory, and I don't know how anyone can. I don't know where. Like, what's the reason?
Well,
Why do we believe these things?
I tell you the reason. Do you hear it? Did you hear her voice?
Oh,
she had him shook it.
That was the craziest part, though, in his reasoning for not thinking the Bambino existed was he said he first heard the conspiracy theory in the clubhouse from like a teammate years ago, and he was like, "Oh my gosh, yes, you're right." So, I mean, I'm all good. I am entertained by conspiracy theories. Me too. I love a good conspiracy theory, but that's a little beyond that to me.
I'm going to go down a Reddit rabbit hole to try to figure out why people think this.
Well, I mean, we can't have a conspiracy. There's video of him.
Yeah.
There's pictures of
AI,
him, right?
Man. AI.
There was pictures before AI was a thing, Tyler.
Government they've had AI way longer than we have. You know,
there's living human beings.
I'm just.
Is there anybody? When was Babe playing? Is there anybody
20s and 30s?
So I mean, they have to be 100 years old right now, and that probably have to be 110 right now to have seen him.
I mean, he passed away in like 1948, so I'm sure there's people still alive that did deal with him.
My mom was born in 50, so she was damn near alive. So yeah, there's people still alive that met Babe.
Yeah,
that was silly as hell by Pete. Silly as hell.
I'm gonna have to look into this.
Well, you don't look any further than just listen to that voice. Look at the picture.
That's real or fake right here on The Drive every Tuesday, 3:40, with your favorite crew of fellas.
All right, the Texans are in training camp, and the big fellas are a big focal point this year, offensive and defensive line. Got two of our top three. Really, if you look at it, 1 first-round pick and 2 second-round picks. Big ads this year are all involved in the trenches. Seth Payne, one half of Payne and Pendergast, former Houston Texan. He's going to join us next to talk about the trenches. We'll do that next right here on Sports Radio 610. Before we do that, though, we got to tell you about advanced hair. Look, summer, when it's this hot outside, really, I mean, anytime, it's time to look and feel your best, man. And I'm not talking about your abs or your tank.
AmericanEagle.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Injured? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers, 281-222-2222.
Tyler Milner just texted me and said, "What's up, cracker?"
Texans training camp is here. Live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugarland Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Ryan Hughley is out. Luke Morrow is in. T. Mill is on the ones and twos. And Seth Payne, one half of Payne and Pendergast, former Houston Texan defensive lineman. He's going to join us. He is in the building. Seth, what's going on, man?
I'm just admiring that gigantic bag of almonds you have next to you.
Yeah, man.
Dude, that's risky, man. Eating almonds on air is, you don't ever get one of those caught in your throat? Like the little husk. No, not the entire almond, just the husk.
I haven't had a husk yet, but I mean, these are those dry almonds. Like there's no salt or no roasted.
Yeah.
So I mean, like if it had any kind of cook to it or any kind of salt to it, I could eat the whole bag.
It's a gutsy move.
Yeah, but they're dry. So man, a couple handfuls and I'm good to go. I will run this by a fellow girl dad here, man. I teared up a little bit. I tried to hide it from Luke. I teared up a little bit in the first segment today, man. My wife sends me a picture of my oldest, which is, what is she, 4? She's 4 now, getting her first haircut.
Oh.
So milestones, man. We're hitting them with the little girls, man. She did great.
She
man.
did.
Oh shoot, man.
I was outside of a place the other day, and this kid was not having it. I thought somebody was murdering a baby.
Yeah.
It was he was screaming. Yeah. Oh, good.
Yeah,
good for her. She's braver than this kid. I call him a punk.
You put any of mine or either one of mine in a like with some, which they call it lipstick, but chapstick, obviously, and getting their hair done, or mama doing some kind of brush makeup on their face. Boy, they'll sit there and like a mannequin.
You were good because you waited until a little bit later in life to have a kid, so you can be sentimental about this stuff instead of just resenting your kids for stealing your time. Yes. So you tear up about every little thing. I teared up talking to Andre freaking Johnson yesterday. He called me a punk bitch. No, I was talking to him about his Hall of Fame speech. I was like, man, Andre, it was really genuinely one of my favorite all-time Hall of Fame speeches. And the part that got me was when he talked about how he was this quiet kid, because he's so quiet.
Yeah.
And he said, for all those people in the neighborhood that used to worry about me just being this quiet kid, I made it, or I can't remember what he said exactly. Yeah. But it was like, I got this picture of, like those kids when they're quiet, you worry about them because you never know what they're thinking. You don't know if they're happy or sad or and it kind of got, and as I was telling Andre about how I teared up when he was telling me that, I started tearing up.
You sure did it again, huh?
Yeah.
Andre Johnson probably thinks less of you right now, Seth.
Yeah.
He probably thinks, boy, Seth is off his rocker.
I thought this was a real man. I had to rethink how I think about Seth.
He's over here watching these O-linemen and D-linemen wishing he was. Oh, man, good stuff. Hey, let's jump into that, Seth. I know we were talking a little earlier, man. I spend so much time watching quarterbacks, or obviously we all watch the same thing when they come together, but I notice that you're always catching a one-on-one with the pass rush with the D-line, O-line, and this year in particular, always fascinating to me, but this time, this year in particular with the draft picks, and I want to start with Caden McDonald. I mean, he's the one for me that boy, on this defense, there's not many holes over there, but there obviously is a place for a guy like that to contribute early if he's ready.
Yeah.
And just wonder what you've seen from him so far.
So far, I'll tell you, first off, the thing that I've been impressed by is that he's out there early every day, usually with Naquan Jones, the other defensive tackle there, who came in last year. Big guy. He's a big guy, too. And he's out there early working with Naquan off in that far corner of the practice field. And he's been working a lot, and he's getting coached up a lot on his pad level, just playing lower. Every big, strong guy, when they come into the NFL, almost all of them have to learn to play with a lower pad level because they've gotten away with just kind of bullying guys all throughout high school and college. And the other thing is just working with his hands and just trying to make him lethal with his hands. And he really works at it. You can tell that he's busting his butt and he's taking in the coaching. And he's really stout. Like he's a big guy. But I talked to John Harris about this morning. He's got tree trunk legs. He's probably squats 1 million pounds. And I think that all of those, like the raw tools are there, but it sounds simple. But some guys get into the league and they just don't understand how important it is to be lethal with your hands. And some guys just don't drill it and they never get good at it. And he's really, really drilling it. So I'm excited to see how he progresses. I saw the other day in practice, the first rep I watched when they were in pads for the first time, he did that, what rookies do. His pad level was real high, and then he tried to swim even after his pad level was high. So I took the note. And then the next rep I saw him in the next period, it was the exact opposite. He was low. He had his hands right on the chest plate of the guard, and he threw him to the side and made a tackle. So he's very coachable, I think.
What are you? Because I think you and I talked about this off air, but my first thought about an interior defensive line or offensive lineman for that matter is it's one thing to show some athletic ability and everybody be in awe of these guys that are your size and have that athletic ability. But it's a thing when you see a rookie like that cat's physically, and I don't know about mentally, and like you said, some things he's got to work on, but physically, just from a build perspective, if you're underdeveloped or whether it's lazy or baby, either way it goes, if you're not completely filled out, you ain't playing interior defensive line in the NFL.
Yeah, I mean, not anymore. Like, there's some guys you look at that maybe back in the day you could, the guys weren't quite as big, but yeah, like he has all the strength in the world. The thing about him is he doesn't have a whole lot of wiggle to him.
Yeah,
like Tim Settle was a big guy, but then you'd watch him move and pass rush and everything. He had some wiggle to him. Rutledge is way more about size and strength, and then it's got to be his football IQ, because when you're down there, that's the other thing that I know we're not all the smartest dudes in the world on the D-line, but there is a football IQ element to play recognition, and he seems to he gets that part of it. He reads and diagnoses pretty well.
Well, being able to at least play for me, Luke, was it I want to see if McDonald, when I lay my eyes on him, we'll be able to know, okay, he can play on first and second down. Just physically, he can get in there and exist in an interior offensive defensive line. He can actually exist. He looks the damn part.
Yeah, and I think he can knock guys back. I think he'll be a presence in year one, and then above and beyond that, a lot of it is just, man, for one, he's going to be rotating in. It's not like he's going to be an every down player. So they'll be able to bring him along as quickly or as slowly as they need to.
I remember I was in with you, Clint, last year. We were talking about the Astros. We were talking about Jake Myers, and you asked me if I thought like what Jake Myers was doing, if he could sustain that. And I said, yeah, I think so, because he's changed his approach. It's not so much about the results, it's about the approach. Obviously, I was wrong. That was a bad take. But the reason why I bring that up and relate it back to the Texans is because I'm hearing from everybody that like today was a great day for the offense, or even the last 2 days, it looked really good. My question would be for really both of you guys, because you guys would both know better than me, is it just simply a good day or two, or is it like that the process is changing? You've seen enough, it looks different enough offensively that what you have seen so far at training camp, you can have hope that that's going to continue and this offense is improving.
I think so I'll speak to, because I'm curious to hear Clint's side of that, especially when it comes to the wide receivers, but on the offensive line side of things, I mean, the biggest thing really, and we talked to Caserio about it this morning, what you're seeing more of in camp this year that you didn't see in camp last year or in the first half of the season is in the run game, just getting a hat on a hat. Guys getting to where they're supposed to be and covering up all the defenders. And that part of it has looked really good. Even though like guys are going to lose the physical battle, especially at times, especially during this defense. So I don't worry too much about that. When it, as long as it's not happening every single play. Last year, guys weren't even in position to get beat physically. They were just, they're out blocking air. Or you remember those awesome moments last year where you might have 3 or 4 offensive linemen blocking one guy. Well, all these other defenders were running free. It's looked a lot cleaner.
Yeah, to me, and we talked about it yesterday, the space in the run game, which is exactly what Seth is talking about. You get a hat on a hat, you get a little bit of it, and all of a sudden the running back has options. He's not getting just balled up a yard deep in the backfield. He has options. And even if one offensive lineman doesn't make his block and it's not clean, the running back has room to make that guy that guy in particular missed. But I think overall for me, the offense is just last year to this year. Last year they appeared when they went 11 on 11, it was overwhelming. I mean, it was just the pocket was collapsed, and CJ looked like he was frustrated. I mean, the playmakers completely disappeared. I mean, it was one of those where it just, I don't know if maybe it was just me, but with the lens I was watching it through, but I was just like, holy cow.
You're right. It was frustrating to watch, and it felt like to try to communicate it. Yeah. I think people thought we were being jerks, but it was no, they're just not doing anything.
Well, and then this year, like 11 on 11 yesterday, at the end of practice, the defense was significantly got the better of the offense. I mean, it was a batted ball, as I said, but it wasn't just like the pocket collapsing and then CJ turning around and kind of looking at the coach like, what's next?
Yeah, like they couldn't get a playoff last year.
Right,
there was this year. I think I've seen a couple coverage sacks. Yeah, Clint. Right. Like there was CJ was protected long enough for there to be a coverage sack. Do you know how much progress that is?
That's right.
As opposed to last year, it was like, oh, there's three. I know that they can't hit the quarterback when there's three guys in the quarterback's face 2 seconds after the snap. The play's not getting off.
Hey, one other thing I want to make sure we get to is the Clowney ad here. I think you and I both are probably a little bit higher on this sign than most depth edge rushers.
Yeah,
to be honest. I know I heard the promo, but I wanted to get your thoughts on Clowney and what he brings and potentially what this could mean.
He's really he's the same guy he's been really since he was here in Houston, but then especially, and he talked about it today. His press conference was awesome today. Mm-hmm. He was very open about how he was immature when he was here, and getting traded kind of woke him up. It's kind of like Kyle Lowry when he got traded to the Raptors. People used to say, "Oh, I can't believe the Rockets traded him away," and Kyle Lowry would say, "No, I needed that. I needed that kick in the butt." And I think the thing about Clowney that's always been underrated is that he's just incredibly stout versus the run, and he makes a lot of impact plays versus the run. Last year he had 12.5 tackles for a loss, so that's it's a mini sack when you get a tackle for a 2 or 3 yard loss. And then as a pass rusher, the sack numbers aren't there, but some of that has more to do just with kind of being stiff at the top of the rush. He's still affecting the passer, and then by far I think the biggest misconception is just that, and this goes back to the draft, I think. People think he doesn't play hard, and that is just the furthest from the truth. He plays his butt off on Sundays. I think in the past, the problem was whatever he was doing with the other 165 hours there are in a week, and that's where he and Bill O'Brien or other people butted heads. But I think he's a more mature guy now. He's in his 13th year in the NFL.
I am. This will be 13. I am anxious though, because I agree with you. I don't know whether he didn't play hard. I thought he always played hard, created violence, created chaos, all kind of crazy stuff. But the one thing, I don't remember him being this quote unquote swarm though. You know how we see Daniil and Will get in the back, and then they chase somebody down 30 yards down the field, and they're the hardest worker. Yeah. I don't remember, and I'm not knocking. This isn't a knock on Clowney. I don't remember that being part of his game.
He does. He chased Xavier Worthy down last year for 20 yards downfield. Honestly, he's done that. There's a few clips from when he was with the Texans where he chases wide receivers downfield 30 or 40 yards, and it's not the kind of thing that would make a highlight reel or anything, but he does it consistently, and because he's so long and he covers so much ground, he makes a lot of plays and shows up in places where you don't expect him to. And honestly, I'll send you some clips just from last year in Dallas where he gets knocked in the dirt a few times, gets up and makes the play. He is an enigma, and he always has been. He's just, there's a certain element about the way he carries himself where I think people think he's kind of goofy, but for 3 hours on Sunday, he shows up and he goes hard.
All right, Seth, I appreciate you joining us, man. I know you're working a little overtime. Actually, y'all only have 2 hours in the morning, don't you?
Yeah, I don't know what to do with myself. I'm going to go watch the Clowney press conference again.
You got it. It was that good.
Eat some almonds.
I appreciate you. Well, here, you're more than welcome. I got plenty, man.
No, I'll eat all of them. Don't give me that big bag of almonds.
All right, that's Seth Payne on the trenches, on watching some of the Clowney and obviously
so today I didn't have a great view of one-on-one pass rush, but Wyatt Teller looked really impressive. Yeah, he's just such a technician. It was good.
We need to get you on again and talk a little offensive line at some point in time too. I hate that we didn't get there, but we will. My observations from practice today across the board. We'll do that next right here on Sports Radio 610.
The Astros added an outfielder at the trade deadline. with Stoerner and Hughley.
Boy, that crease cracking back is fixing to be back on you, boy. Wifey's 4.5 months pregnant, number 3 on the way. Well, I don't know. I guess it could be a boy. We're gonna wait. We're gonna wait, boys and girls. We're gonna wait.
That's so crazy
to figure out the sex. We're gonna have it blocked out on all the what we call them, ultrasounds and all that.
You're going to wait till the day, like actually giving birth, all the way till then?
When that baby comes out, we're going to find out if it's a boy or girl.
That's wild.
So it may not be crack. What would I say? Crease, cracking back?
You nailed it.
That's a little girl. That's for a little girl. A little boy, I'm assuming, would be different. So we'll see.
Start getting your diaper reps back in, man.
Oh, well, hell, my youngest ain't out of a diaper yet, so those ain't never. Hell, to be honest with you, my oldest is still crapping in a diaper. So I mean, we're getting.
So you still got the muscle memory.
Yeah, with them diapers, and they get a little bigger. The diaper gets a little bigger.
That twitch is still there.
The old tail end you wrapping it around gets a little bigger, but they're still, they don't go away, Chief.
That makes
still
sense.
there.
You can tell I don't have kids.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna tell you, and that oldest one. I mean, I might as well be wiping your tail. It might as well be your diaper, Tyler. It's damn near an adult crap, and I'm in there cleaning it up. Like,
sounds like a nightmare.
What are we doing here, man? What are we doing? Can we not get on the toilet there, baby?
Mud butt.
She got her first haircut today, though. I mean, I ain't kidding. You make this kind of stuff make me tear up. Like Seth said, man, when I was younger, I wouldn't have been able to appreciate it. I'd have been mad at all the time they were taking up. Nah, man, I love it. I love it now, man. It breaks my damn heart. Curly, shortened. It's curly. And I'm like, golly, man, just let it.
Did y'all keep her curls that they cut like in a little bag?
I'm sure my wife, I don't know how much she cut off now, so she probably didn't cut enough off, but if there was enough to keep, my wife probably did. Hell, you know her.
Yeah.
She ain't going to miss that now. I think she still got some of her old horse hair that from when she was little, she had her own horse.
You'll find her in the closet one day and like years down the road, and she's just going to be like rubbing some little baby hairs from your daughter.
Crying about the baby hairs,
Yeah.
right? Oh, boy, here we go. All right, the Texans, we'll go from the daddy daycare to the practice field. The Texans had practice 6 today, second day in full pads. And I got to start with this, y'all. Have a day, CJ. CJ went out there and looked really, really good today. I think yesterday, full pads early on. I think the story of the day early on was the run, the room that was created in a run game, right? And then the last set of 11-on-11, the defense took over. And then today in watching, it was the last part of team was offense is backed up. They're coming out. It was way on the other end of the field. I think they attempted one pass, but they didn't get it off. But it was a non-factor, right? But you look at the team drills that were ran a little earlier in practice. I mean, C.J. Stroud was nails, boys. We talk about the trend right now in camp that's going where CJ's getting the ball out of his hand really quickly. And again, now I don't know if that's CJ's mind. I don't know if that's Nick Caley drawing up and designing and calling quick game. I don't know if that's D'Amico Ryan saying we're going to sit back in this shell defense and let you have everything underneath. I don't know probably a combination of all of it. But at the end of the day, it's the quarterback out there, and he's making good, quick decisions, and he's throwing the football accurately the way that we've seen him always do. And I'm going to tell you, man, today he comes out, and the chemistry between him and Higgins is undeniable, right? He's unbelievable chemistry with Tank Dell when Tank was healthy, right? Good chemistry with Dalton Schultz pretty much throughout. I would argue that Dalton Schultz should demand the ball more and be a little bit more assertive in telling CJ, get me the damn ball. Because I think it would attribute to the get the ball out quick, take the underneath stuff a little bit more. But good chemistry there. When I look at Jaden Higgins right now, the chemistry is undeniable. It's not level of Dale because they were doing it in games. They were doing it off script, off schedule. They always seem to be on the same page. But right now, what the magic that's happening in camp is C.J. Stroud and Jaden Higgins. Right? You need that number 2 receiver to step up, whoever it may be. You need that guy to step up in a big way, and Jaden Higgins appears to be doing it. Not only is all the offseason stuff with Higgins in terms of getting bigger and faster and stronger, all that stuff is obviously paying off. I saw him lock down Reed Blankenship yesterday on the backside of a run physically, and he's physically big enough and strong enough to do things like that. But today he's in a slot position, and They actually motioned the running back. A lot of folks will love this. They motioned the running back outside of Higgins, which took Jalen Petrie out there, but they were in a man position, so Higgins ended up in a slot, and he runs a shake fade with a lot of room outside to throw it to, and CJ back shouldered him, and it was like taking candy from a baby. It was Aaron Rodgers, Devontae Adams taking candy from a baby on the back shoulder throw type of good. And then he came right back, and Higgins created separation on looked like a little whip route again on Petrie. I mean, 3, 4, 5 yards of separation, easy throw for C.J. Stroud. Got it there on time, and Higgins is out in the open field doing his thing. And so C.J. had a great day. The ball's coming off his hand. He's seeing it. He's commanding the line of scrimmage. He's making quick decisions. Even when he doesn't make quick decisions, Luke, he stays in real game mode, and it has just one quick slide up in the pocket and boom, gets the ball out. There's none of that floating to the sideline or drifting straight back trying to find something. It's up in the pocket. Eyes are up. He found Dalton Schultz big throw today. So good, really good day for C.J. Stroud. But if you want to dig a little bit deeper in this offense, Jaden Higgins is coming. The chemistry is real. The improvement seems to be showing itself on the practice field at least. We'll see if it goes over to scrimmages and goes over to preseason games and regular season games. We'll see. He's got a long way to go. But I love what I'm seeing from those two guys on the offensive side of the ball, especially today.
Yeah, it's huge. I mean, it's one of the bigger storylines for this offense all offseason is we keep talking about that number 2 wide receiver and somebody needing to step up. And the most likely scenario seems to be on paper at least, or at least should be, Higgins. And so for these two to be building that chemistry now is huge. And I said during the crosstalk, and I do believe it, I think he's the linchpin of maybe the entire offense, but certainly the passing attack to me, because you know what Nico Collins is, and you need that second option. And if it is Higgins, who, as we talked yesterday, I mean, coming into the draft, he profiled just from a physical standpoint compared to guys like Michael Thomas. So, you know, Drake London, right? Other good receivers. So, you know what the ceiling could be or things that he could potentially be capable of. And if you get that in this offense on the other side of Nico Collins, of course, it'd be huge. So I think he's the most important piece of this potential passing attack.
Well, it would be special. I mean, it would be like, to me, it would be a huge fix for a lot of the offensive problems if Higgins ends up being as good as they say, and as good as, really, to be honest with you, what we've seen the last couple of days. He's the guy at practice this year. I think Nico took the day off, not the whole day off today, but the team reps. It seemed like he wasn't involved much, and so what do? Boom! You fully expect Higgins to step up and stand out, and he did. He's the guy this year for me. As I'm watching practice, all you got to do is follow the ball. You know what I mean? Previously, funny enough, it was Jalen Noel. You go to an OTA practice last year. You go to a practice. When he was getting any kind of run, when he was on the field with CJ. It seemed like it was Jalen Noel. The ball would always find him. This year, right now, it's without a doubt Higgins. I don't know if they're doing that by design, moving him around and putting him in position where he's the one read on a lot of different reads. I don't know if it's CJ and he are just on the same page, and it's like, hey, man, I'm going to find you. But whatever it is, I don't really care what the reasoning is. Whatever it is, Higgins is showing up and showing out so far in camp exactly like I think a lot of folks in the organization expected him to. Secondly, I'm going to tell you, I mentioned this earlier, the offensive line, yesterday it was about the space that they were creating in the run game. You heard Seth Payne talk about, hey, at least there's a chance in the protection game this year to where it looks like there's some coverage sacks that may be occurring. Again, today I would say there was a couple of runs where, clearly you're getting a hat on a hat. Clearly you're moving mass up front on the offensive line. So another good day. But I think the big thing for me today was, for the second day in a row, I watched Cole Popovich, the offensive line coach, literally use every second that this team is on the field to be coaching his team, for the offensive line to getting better. I can't tell you, over the years, it's happened here, right? I can't tell you how many times you're watching practice and it's a special teams period. And I look up and there's two receivers that are sitting in the stands talking, just chit-chatting, right? Or you look up and there's, an edge rusher and a linebacker over here, in the shade by the water cooler just chit-chatting right during the special teams. I'm telling you, the offensive line, y'all, when a special teams period is going on, they are working. They're getting reps in, hand placement, footwork, one-on-one, group drills, working on tackle in twist and picking things up, passing stuff off. They're working. Even during the breaks, they're huddled up around Popovich or around the assistant O-line coach, and they're talking ball and trying to figure out, I don't know if they're going over to the script of the next drive or what they're doing, but if this offensive line doesn't get better, if this offensive line doesn't improve in a pretty significant manner, it is not because they're not working at it. I mean, they got some dudes that are and they're out in the sun. They ain't trying to catch the shade. They ain't trying to catch an extra drink of water. Gatorade ain't carrying around Gatorade bottles. I mean, these cats are out there getting after it in full pads in the sun when there's a lot of other guys that are standing around, watching special teams or hanging out. So I tip my cap to Cole Popovich and this offensive line for how they're going about their business, y'all. It is.
The arrow's pointed up.
Yes, I hope so. Typically this kind of work results in some level of improvement. So I know it's a big topic for all the fans out there. Just so everybody knows, this O-line is grinding. They're working at a different level. Cole Popovich is holding them accountable and coaching the hell out of them. And I'll be shocked if they're not a better offensive line because of it.
Yeah, amen. I'm happy to hear it. And it's almost sort of like what Seth was saying a moment ago or a little bit ago when he joined us about Clowney and his former reputation and how, he might play hard on Sundays but isn't taking advantage as much of the time throughout the week. And so in a similar sense, for this offensive line or for Popovich to be squeezing every moment out of these practices, especially with how short the amount of time is, as we know, of these guys on the field.
They're out there about an hour, Luke.
So to make the most of it is great, and love hearing the positive reports of the offensive line performance on the field and some of that tenacity and dirtiness and chip on the shoulder from these guys led by Rutledge. It's music to the ears of Texans fans, some of the reports about this new group offensive line here in recent days.
And I love the scuffles that are going on.
Yeah.
I mean, if the offensive line is really focused on finishing with physicality, there is no way to avoid scuffles, right? Because one of these big offensive linemen, they get their hands on a linebacker, or God forbid, they get their hands on a DB, it is lights out, game over, especially in a short yardage situation. And if your focus is I'm going to finish with physicality, you're going to toe the line of sometimes going beyond that whistle, and there's fights are going to break out. So the fights tell me that they're not just they're practicing what they're preaching. They're not just talking about it. They're actually doing it. Now Rutledge seems to be the one that's in the middle of it a lot, which I'm okay with as well. So I just hope some others fall in line. Already talked about Higgins. Talked a little bit about Clowney being back out there. The other thing, there was a report that there was a collision with Dalton Schultz and Azeez Al-Shaair today. It was a crossing route. Azeez was in some kind of zone coverage, and Schultz ran into him. They both fell out and ended up walking off and being all right. Azeez Al-Shaair met with the media after practice, so he's obviously okay, and Dalton Schultz was right up and back with the team. So whatever you're seeing on that front, unless there's some kind of report after practice that something was going on, those two guys popped back up and handled their responsibilities from that point moving forward. So everybody should be fine there. All right, we've got Luke. 99% of the time, I know you're gonna find this hard to believe, but I'm not really into silliness. In fact, I'm against it in the professional sports. If I'm being completely honest, I typically roll my eyes. It typically annoys the hell out of me. But I gotta admit, man, I think this silliness here may have paid off for the Astros, and hell, we may have watched it pay off in real time last night. I'll tell you what I'm talking about, and I'll get Luke's take on this silliness. We'll do that next right here on Sports Radio 610. Before we do that, though, I got to tell you about Generator Super.
new era begins on August 13th with Houston's sports leader, 95.7 The Fan. Texans training camp is here. Live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Ron Hughley is out. Luke Morrow is in. T-Mill is on the steel wheels on the ones and twos behind the glass. And we are rocking and rolling. Big shout out to Seth Payne, one half of Payne and Pendergast, former Houston Texan, for joining us in that 340 segment. So if you're listening on the Odyssey app, if you are, we greatly appreciate it. If not, we'd love for you to download it. AUDACY. There's a little rewind feature on that Odyssey app. You can go back and listen to segments that we've already done, and Seth is always a joy to listen to. Those guys, in fact, those fellas had on, I believe they had Nick Casario on Payne and Pendergast this morning. So if you want to go all the way back and listen to that as well, that would be that was a good listen. I've already listened to all the cuts, and so that was pretty solid. The Astros took one on the chin. Boy, mess around and say that too fast, you can get in trouble on here, boy.
Yeah,
especially if T-Millie ain't on that dump button.
Oh, I went straight to it.
Well, I don't know that. I wasn't even trying to be funny, man. That almost came out right bad. But the Astros took one on the chin last night, 3-1. Look, I personally think there's I found myself distracted, if you will, with what was going on the pitching mound for the Astros with Christian Javier. Putting up a quality start. Didn't have his best stuff, but did put up a quality start. And then Tatsuya Imai went in there and pitched 3 innings. Did you say he didn't allow a base runner? I know there was no hits, but he didn't even allow a base runner. Struck out 5.
Yeah,
in 3 innings.
Yeah.
So obviously no runs, but that was impressive. And I had this. The interesting thing is I had this segment drawn up before last night. I had it on the rundown yesterday. We just didn't get to it. I read an article that Chandler Rome had written about Stephen Okert, and basically the gist of the article was, hey, man, Okert has learned over time, over his entire career, with all the ups and downs and some things that have happened, I think in his personal life as well, to just there's a fine line, but obviously you don't all. It ain't that serious, man.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Don't take life that serious. Don't take baseball that serious. And that was the gist of the article, and kind of how he has shown that in his baseball career. Tipping the buggy that brought out the pitcher, the relief pitcher back in the day, and then he got, where was that at when they did that with the golf cart? That
was the Nationals, I think, right?
So he did it with the Nationals, and he tipped the cart. I'm typically not a silly guy. Like, I don't like silliness. I don't like to be around silliness typically, especially if I'm trying to work and trying to win games and a professional athlete in a competitive situation. I don't have time for silliness, right?
Don't be a knucklehead.
Yeah, don't be a knucklehead, man. But Stephen Okert is a guy that keeps everything light, but also knows when to dial in and when to shut up, and when to use his silliness, his quirkiness, his hey, don't take life too serious. And when I read this article, right? When I read this article, actually, let me backtrack. Before I read the article, the reason I read the article, I had seen where Tatsuya Imai had wore a pink cowboy hat and a pink backpack from the clubhouse out to the bullpen. I believe it was the first day he was in the bullpen.
Mm-hmm.
And that's when I thought, this is silly. What are we doing? What are we doing to my man? This is the kind of stuff that I'm not here for. I don't like it. Well, then I read the article. That led me to read the article. Where did the pink backpack and pink cowboy hat come from? Why in the hell are these guys doing it? So I read the article, and I immediately thought, okay, one, this is a level of silliness, Luke, that I'm gonna let it ride. I'm gonna deal with it. I just have to deal with it.
Mm-hmm.
Secondly, I thought this is exactly what Tatsuya Imai needs. Because I mean, clearly it has been a stressful, high-strung situation with him and the Astros, from all the cultural stuff to living and eating, and we all make kind of tongue in cheek about it, but it's reality, right, for him, obviously. That plus you mentioned earlier wanting to throw 2 pitches, when to throw those pitches, kind of his mindset of how he attacks hitters here versus how he used to and how the Astros want him to, and all this. It's just been made to where it is it's got to be stressful. It's got to be this thing that he has just got to be overwhelmed with. And the last time I saw him on the mound prior to last night, it looked like it was that. It looked like he had said, "Oh, F it, man. I've tried it all. To hell with it. I don't even care. Whatever happens is going to happen." It looked like that. So when I read this about Stephen Okert, I was like, Stephen Okert and his silliness might be exactly what Tatsuya Imai needs. He needs to go out there in the bullpen where them cats ain't got nothing better to do than to find out how to entertain themselves a little bit until they pitch. He needs to be a part of that and sitting here taking everything so serious and trying to figure everything out with every minute of every day. And then he goes out there last night and again he takes the mound, looks like he's relaxed. He pitches really, really well. Has 3 great innings. Hell, Luke, I think you said earlier it's been his best outing as an Astro, without a doubt. I mean, I can't help, Luke, all joking aside, I can't help but think that Stephen Okert kind of approach to baseball and not taking it too serious I can't help but think it wasn't the perfect timing for MI to be out there and realize that, hey man, it ain't that serious. You got to relax a little bit.
Yeah, I think especially in baseball, I always think that's important. I think every baseball clubhouse needs a guy like that because it is such a long, grueling season. It's 162 games. You're playing for 6 months. That's just the regular season. You have spring training before that, the playoffs, everything. You got to loosen up, and it can be such a long season if you're scuffling like Ime. And as I always say, just about myself, and I would say for anyone out, like, take what you do seriously, but don't take yourself too seriously. And for Ime, this year, he seems like a guy that was sort of high-strung, whether it was complaining about the mounds or complaining about, like, the dinner time or whatever, seemed very, like, A-type, everything. So I think it's good for him to, like you were saying, just, like, relax, fool around a little bit. Don't take everything. Don't put so much pressure on yourself. Don't take everything so seriously. And I think that's always good for a clubhouse. I grew up in the Northeast, so I grew up, of course, with the Red Sox and the Yankees. When the Red Sox finally broke the curse in 2004, they called themselves the idiots, and Johnny Damon was the ringleader, and they all had their big beards and long hair, and they were like taking shots before games. I think in baseball, of all sports, you need some of that silliness and that looseness because it is such a long season that if you are too high-strung day in and day out for 162 games,
it's a long season, y'all.
It is. You probably drive yourself nuts.
Joe, you stay out of this. I'll take it from Luke. I ain't listening to it from you. I just think that there's, and I'm guilty of this in life. I mean, I whether it's marriage, being a father, or working. You just get so wound up with not being able to not having the control to make the decision yourself, or not being able to have the results that'll force the decision. You get so wound up. And I just got to believe that Tatsuya was there. I got to believe that he was because all of that was culminating in him getting jerked in the first inning. You know what I mean? Like it was. What was it? 3 of his 15 starts, 20% of his starts, or something like that. He was exiting the first inning, not being able to throw strikes. It just. I can't help but think that a little bit of that. Hey man, it ain't that serious. Take it easy. Throw this pink cowboy hat on and this pink backpack on, and bring your ass out here in the bullpen with us, and let's break bread a little while and see if we can't get you to relax. And then he goes out there and he pitches flawlessly. Now we'll see if how well that bullpen treats him moving forward. Christian Javier also, by the way, yesterday worth mentioning in yesterday's outing. What didn't have his best stuff, but did give a quality start. Luke, I know it was against the Blue Jays. I know it wasn't a great lineup, but just to see Christian Javier appear to be at least better than he was early in the season is a huge plus as well.
Yeah, it sure is. That's back-to-back solid outings for him. And they need somebody, obviously. We talked about this with the trade deadline yesterday when they didn't bring in any pitching. Okay, now you need these other guys to step up, especially for somebody to be that number 3 pitcher. And for Javier, this is back-to-back solid outings. It continues now tonight with Hayden Wisniewski going on the mound to see what he can bring in his second start, because these are the guys, Blanco as well, that you're now counting on. And by the way, we feel good about Hunter Brown now. You feel good about Peter Lambert. But but looming is his career-high pitch total. Like, he's 21 innings away from the most innings pitched in a season in his entire career. He'll hit that mark by the end of this month. Then you still have September, and then you still have the playoffs. So I love Peter Lambert, but there's that concern of, like, he's just going to run out of gas before even we get to the playoffs. So you need Javier, you need Blanco, you need Wisniewski, you need really all hands on deck. You need these guys to step up, and we'll see if it can continue tonight with Wisniewski on the mound.
We shall see. First pitch, 7:10 tonight. Wisniewski versus how you say it, Savage. We'll see. We'll see if the Astros can't get game 2 and try to take the series tomorrow. Even this thing up tonight and take the series tomorrow. All right, you heard Seth Payne talk about how good the Jadeveon Clowney presser was today. I couldn't agree more. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to play that thing in full and hear from the former 2014 number 1 overall pick for the Houston Texans, who's making his return. He was on the field today, number 90, Jadeveon Clowney. We'll play his presser, his post-practice presser. We'll play it in full next right here on Sports Radio 610. Before we do that, though, I got to tell you about Serta Pro Painters, y'all. Look, I've dealt with a lot of paint contractors in my time. I'm not joking when I talk about flip houses, rental properties, or even at my own place, man. A fresh coat of paint goes a long way. If anybody gets
you need. See more at PfizerForAll.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Texans training camp is here. Live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugarland Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Ryan Hughley is out. Luke Morrow is in. T. Mills on the ones and twos. Jadeveon Clowney is once again a Houston Texan, and he met with the media today. He was, by the way, he is wearing number 90. If you've got that 90 jersey out there, you can get that thing, shake the dust off, baby. You're going to be able to rock that thing once again. He is in Houston. He was on the field today. Just a few reps, not too much, but he did meet with the media, and it was so good.
Welcome home.
That's right. Welcome home. I want to let you hear every bit of it. Here is Jadeveon Clowney following today's practice.
I'm glad to be back. Having fun, great team, great defense. Trying to chase that Super Bowl with the Texans. I feel like great opportunity for me, my family. Just enjoying it.
Let's see, man, and playing with these guys. The Neil Hudson, Jr. What do you think third down is going to look like?
I mean, it's going to be very special, man. They got some dogs already. I know me coming in can help them guys, so they don't burn out, make it look the same when I'm out there. I think we can put stuff together and we can dominate up front. And I'm just looking forward to that.
You know, this team is very talented. What is it about head coach D'Amico Ryan that makes you want to play for him?
It's energy. Same guy. He's excited. He coming there with a smile on his face every day. Just fun guy to be around, and it trickles off into the team, and everybody else can feel it. And they make practice a lot easier here, make the day go by fast.
You've accomplished a lot in this league, man. Why are you still out here? And maybe just a little bit more why this is the right opportunity with a great team. Yeah, like I said, my whole thing was to chase the Super Bowl this year. No better place for me to do it here. I think they had great defense last year. I said if I can go there, help my guys. It wasn't about the money because I could have went other places for a little bit more money than this. But I'm like, it's year 13. I started here. Go back here and try to win there and see how, the rest of my career go. But it's been a great run, man. It's been great. I've been having fun with it.
Is this the last stop?
We don't know. Can't speak on. I go year by year, man, but I'm going to enjoy this one.
What's the biggest difference between you when you walked in the first time and you now?
I'm grown. Yeah, man. I was a big kid at first when I first got here. I grew up different than a lot of these guys, man. I told people, man, when I was born, my dad was in jail, grew up a single-parent home, man. I grew up a lot different. I got here, was never seen Houston. I enjoyed it, doing my time, and, yeah, it was fun. I came with some great guys, a group of guys when I got here. But coming back now, I'm a vet in the locker room, a lot older, a lot smarter than I was before, and, just enjoying it, taking it day by day.
So what kind of OG are you on with them? Are you going to be more vocal, or are you just going to?
I'm a more pull guy to the side. Hey, bro, talk to them like that. But I speak up too when I see something. But like I said, man, I'm just here to help. Like if them guys need advice or something, I always say, hey, bro, do this or do that. They be like, what you think, OG? I be like, hey, bro, this is how I think. This is what worked for me. It might not work for you, but this is what worked for me throughout my career. And I just give them advice on every day how to take care of their bodies or. What to do if I see something out there on the field, what to look for, certain personnel or anything.
I know it hasn't been long, but it's been long since you've been here. You haven't been in the building long, but how much has the culture changed or things changed around here?
Yeah, the building changed a lot in a good way. Very, very good way. It's a lot easier, a lot relaxed in that building than it was when I first got there. Coaching staff different. It's fun. It's a little bit more fun. And the group of guys in that building is great. It's just been easy to go back up in there than I expected when I signed back. But like I said, that's because of D'Amico, the guy that's running the show. He put a lot of great guys around him and coaches, and you can feel the energy, and all the other guys can feel it. So I know great things are going to happen here for me and the team. So I'm just looking forward to the opportunity.
Very happy for you at the full circle moment.
Yeah.
Has it kind of sunk in, and have you gotten a lot of texts from people that know you who've been wanting to play for the Texans for a while?
I think it sunk in the day when I was jogging on the field. I was like, oh man, it's crazy to be back. All the fans saying, cheering for me. I was excited about that. it's just a great feeling, you know what I'm saying, that after all these years to come back and they still got love for you, and happy that you're back here, man. Like I said, it's a blessing. My career started off rough, y'all know, injury after injury. First game of my career. I just been fighting back ever since, and to play 13 years, to be in my 13th season, I just thank God for that. Man, it's just been a long ride, you know, and I'm glad to be here.
Talk about the player you are now, and how you see that fitting in here. What does that look like?
Oh, man, like I said, I still got a lot to give. I can make plays. We all know that. Just coming in and giving my leadership, like I said, and I see Will lead, and I tell him, hey, bro, you're doing a good job leading, you know. Daniil, it's an older group. We're a lot older than what people think, and it's working because we all speak up. We all say stuff to each other. Nobody gonna let nobody slack off. You know what I'm saying? And that's the respect that we have for each other in that locker room and that group. So that's why I say I can see the talent. I done been on 7 other teams, so I know what it look like. So I know what a winning coach look like. So I know we're gonna win a lot of games here. That's a fact. It's the way we work and the way we hold each other accountable since I've been here since day one. So I'm just looking forward to it.
You are listening to Davion Clowney's press conference from earlier this morning out at Texans training camp with The Drive, Stoerner and Hughley.
Training here for the last 12 years, but it still hit different. I did 3 plays today. I told him it felt like 6 or 7, but let's just get back into football shape. All that running, I'm going to text my trainer today and say, man, we did all that running for me to get tired today in like 4 plays. But nah, that's football shape, man. I just got to work. That's what training camp for. You know, as y'all know, I've been missing training camp for some years. So I was excited to get out here in training camp and knock the rust off earlier this season than I did in the previous year. So I was looking forward to this, getting to know the guys early instead of walking in week 1. Hey, man, learning the scheme on the fly. You know how many times I did that? I did it in Baltimore, Seattle, Dallas, Cleveland, no training camp, walk out there and just play week 1. And I look across the line, somebody telling me, hey. You know what I'm saying? but it's going to be a lot different this year because I'm gonna learn the playbook before the season starts, man. It's going to be a lot smoother season for me. Excuse me? What?
So you finally got your number 90 back. Was there any finagling with that?
Nah, man. When I walked in, he was like, hey, you can get 90 back. I was like, I don't even know if I wanted it at first. Because the last time I've been injured, I wore 90. You know what I'm saying? Ever since I left, I've been wearing all these other different numbers, and it's been great, man. It's just fun to be back. Like I said, I'm excited looking for the opportunity.
What did the first 2 days here look like for you? And then, I want to ask you, too, why did you make the decision to start earlier versus what you had been used to?
Like I said, I made the decision because I wanted to learn a scheme, man. I didn't walk, like I said, I walked into too many teams the first week, and you know how hard it is to play when you don't know the scheme. You play a lot slower than you normally want to because you got to look across the field. Somebody got to tell you what to do. You know what I'm saying? I've been doing that for so many years throughout my career. So I just said, let me just go to this training camp with these guys and grind with them so they know I ain't just here for no play around. I'm here to work with these guys and get to know them, build a relationship so they can have a great season. First 2 days?
Yeah, first 2 days.
A lot of physicals, a lot of handshaking, and a lot of smiling.
Last year you played 44% of the snaps for Dallas, and you ended up having 8.5 sacks, and I think it was like a sack every 100 snaps for pass rush snaps. What do you feel like your role can be here as far as how they utilize you and keeping you fresh?
I'm just, like I told them, man, I think it's not just me being fresh, but Will and Daniil being fresh too also, man. That rotation could be great when you can have guys just flying off the ball and no fall off and it look the same as like play 1. You know what I'm saying? So that's the effect I was thinking in my head, like, hey, them guys can go, I can go, and they need a break, I'm in there and make it look the same. So we just keep putting pressure on the quarterback and giving our secondary a chance to make plays.
You remember the first year in Baltimore, your first game?
Yeah, I missed 2 sacks on that joker. Yeah, I missed him. I told him I missed you on the sack one last year. My first. That's what happened when you walk in week 1 and you rushed it, and you don't get no training camp. So, like I said, that's why I came here now. Try to knock the rust off a little earlier so I can make some plays this season.
You are tuned in to The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley, Jadeveon Clowney's press conference from earlier today.
He made a lot better decisions with the ball. He made a lot quicker decisions than he did that game. I don't think he read the defense. They was cutting us free. And I was just like, okay, maybe he don't see some stuff, but he got a lot better between that. And he a lot better now, you know what I'm saying? Just, it develops over years. It takes time. Everybody walk in. You got some people walk in year one and just take off. Some people walk in and you got to build it up. You never know. It's just a mindset you got to have as a player. And that's why I say everybody can't play this game. It's a hard game. You can lose it early, your mindset, or you can build it. And I had to build mine, hopefully build his. So just continue to work like that.
One of your early impressions of defensive line coach Rod, right? And earlier you talked about maturity.
Yeah.
Did that happen as you started adding to your family? You have more kids now than you did when you were a kid. Now as a father, knowing that they're looking up to you in that way?
No, I think that happened to me getting traded. Grow up, Clowney. You know what I'm saying? Not necessarily saying it was bad for me here, but when you go to these teams and they don't look at you like you their draft pick, you got to go in there and work a little different than normal guys that's been drafted. I got to go in there and take spots, take people's jobs instead of just giving me a job. So I just been taking people's jobs. I go and playing at a high level because I know what's at stake. I am not their draft pick. I'm just a guy they picking up. So let me go ahead and put my foot down and show them what I got. And that's what I've been doing year after year after year in my career. I hope I can continue to do that this year and help this team.
What's our Rod, right?
What about? Oh, great energy. I love him. I love his D-line. He come in there and make the room light, laugh, have a good time, but he also be about his business and work. So it's a fine line between doing it both, and I think he's doing a good job at it so far.
It's been a lot of years since you left. Was there any bitterness at the time about how they moved you over the years, was there?
What you said one more time?
Was there bitterness from you about how it all went down, how you left here, how they traded you?
Nah, I don't take nothing personal, man. I always say to my head, it don't matter if they pick me on the moon to play football, I can do that. You know what I'm saying? I can play football. So I ain't had no hard feelings. It was just O'Brien at the time. Man, him bumped heads. And I couldn't really understand because I was an easygoing guy. I was like, all right, whatever you want from me type of guy at this point, especially when I'm 21 years old, 22 years old. I was just taking people's advice instead of really looking in the mirror trying to figure myself out. I was listening to other people. As I got older, I started saying, just take care of yourself, Clowney, and, and it's going to work out for you. And I started doing that when I left here. That's how I think I lasted 8 more years in the league, where I just started taking care of myself and, developing my game and having fun with it.
You said that, obviously, you were in the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Do you set personal goals for yourself beyond the team?
Always. Make plays. Man, we don't necessarily know what it look like, but every year, everybody want to make sacks in this league. That's the whole league for D lineman. In your head, you got to go out there and make sacks. I already know I'm going to play good in the run game. We already know that that's just what I do. But make sacks, make plays, help the guys around me, really win. I want to win at this point. You know what I'm saying? I want to win. I got a taste of that, and Dallas got a taste of that, and Baltimore, I thought we were going to win one. And at this point in my career, I just want to win a Super Bowl and don't know what I'm going to do after that. But if I do that, y'all might not ever get another interview. I'm joking. But that's the goal for me, man. And I think it's got a good defense and, see what happens.
That's a mature, humble, hungry Jadeveon Clowney that's back with the Houston Texans. That's great stuff right there, man. For the old school fans that remember the days to the fans, obviously, that are still around today. That's it's got to be good to hear Jadeveon Clowney, where he's at personally, where he's at professionally, and the fact that he's back, going to join that group of Will Anderson and Daniil Hunter. That is absolutely big time. We'll 5 o'clock fire. That is next right here on Sports Radio 610. Before we do that, though, I got to tell you about Fielder's Choice, y'all. Look, if you're an athletic director, superintendent,
A battle. Kick up your feet, have some fun, and let's chumba.
Sponsored by VGW Group. No purchase necessary. See terms at ChumbaCasino.com. Must be over 21 and present in the state where it's legal to play.
Drive's busting this day open.
Busted what the hell open, ain't it?
And we're telling them to bring it back.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
Said, oh Lord Jesus, it's a fire.
Ron is out. Luke Morrow is in. T. Mills, as you can tell with that drop, is on the ones and twos, and it's time for 5 o'clock fire, y'all. The Major League Baseball trade deadline came and went. In fact, 24 hours ago, 3 minutes ago. I'm telling you, it was yesterday at 5 o'clock when we learned that the Astros were going to make one move and one move only. They've got a plug-and-play everyday center fielder. But since then, Dana Brown, the general manager, he did join Blum and TK and Blum in the booth last night during the Astros game and kind of rehashed everything that went down and talked a little bit about Cam Smith as well and how he's made some adjustments as he was getting a hit. Here's Dana Brown with his assessment of what he was able to get done trade deadline.
How would you assess what you did and what you tried to accomplish? Getting Dalton Varsho, where you're also looking for a pitcher.
Yeah, we were trying to just improve our odds and, making the playoffs and make this team better. And so, getting Varsho, everyday center fielder, you like that.
That's what you got. That was I knew that was going to be a quick answer. The way that TK worded that one right there, it was going to be a quick answer, and that's what we got. But Dalton Varsho started in center field immediately. Going to be an everyday center fielder. He was plugged into the 4 spot in the lineup. He is in the 4 spot again tonight in the lineup, and so he's going to be given every chance, every opportunity to be a mainstay right there in the middle of this lineup. Which, if that works out, I got to believe that it was a good move. Although in itself, we all wish that the Astros would have done more.
Yeah, that's why I'm curious to see how these next 2 months play out. Obviously, as I've made it known the last 2 days, I didn't like the trade. I didn't like the trade deadline for the Astros. But just say if Varsho does turn it around and gets back to the way he played the last couple of years, and let's just say Javier, let's say everything works out best case scenario for the Astros, and Javier pitches well, and Blanco and Wisniewski and whoever else, and you're able to fulfill a starting rotation, get to the playoffs, maybe make somewhat of a run in the postseason. Like, I'm curious if this plan, if it does work out, if it is enough for Dana Brown to save his job and stick around. There didn't seem to be much of a plan other than banking on injured guys, which also I'm getting pretty tired of. Like the Texans even, with all the talk and the role he's going to play, the Rockets' whole offseason plan is just banking on guys coming back healthier and better this year. And the Astros the last 2 years have just been waiting on pitchers to come back healthier and better after missing 14 months from Tommy John surgery. It's becoming a little exhausting of a strategy here in Houston. But if it works out for the Astros, Dana Brown will look really smart by year's end, apparently.
Well, I would imagine on the injury front, they'd rather not have to deal with that. So
yeah.
hopefully it turns the corner for all 3 of the organizations, and everybody's better. Although, knock on wood, the Texans obviously haven't had to deal with that injury bug and depend on injured players. I guess they have on the offensive side of the ball, didn't they? I guess the defense they stayed healthy. On the offense, they hadn't been able to. But that's it. That's a little bit of a buzzkill at the trade deadline for the Astros. They then commenced to go out last night and lose a game 3-1. The bats didn't show up. Dalton Varsho did bat in the 4 spot. He was 1 for 4 with a walk and a strikeout, and so. Didn't do anything electric last night. We'll see if he can stick right there in the middle of that lineup or not. We know that Joe Espada's not afraid to move folks up and down that damn lineup. As we've seen, hell, that Christian Walker's been bumping up, real yo-yoed up and down that thing lately. So we'll see. At game 2 tonight, we'll see if the Astros can even this thing up. 7-10 first pitch. Trey Yasavage and Hayden Wisniewski are on the bump, and the starting lineup: Jeremy Pena leading off, Yordan Alvarez, Isaac Paredes, Dalton Varsho in that 4 spot, Christian Walker, Jose Altuve, Taylor Trammell, Yainer Diaz, and Cam Smith, and again with Hayden Wisniewski on the bump. Did y'all see Taylor Trammell last night?
Yeah, that was bad.
He was just stretching his legs, man.
How does that happen?
Wasn't enough action on the base paths. He needed to loosen up.
I didn't see it live. If you're out there, you're just now listening, you don't know what I'm talking about. Taylor Trammell absolutely hammered a ball last night.
Dead center.
To the deepest part of the field. And
guess who caught it?
I mean, my man Miles Straw, who, by the way, he ain't running no 4-flat 40. I guarantee you. I saw him running them base paths last night.
That's the fastest man alive.
Look here, man. Between Cleveland and Toronto, I don't know where else he made stops, but, boy, he been eating. He been eating a little bit now. He ain't running no 4-flat, I promise you.
Dad bod?
Yeah, and take it from a dad bod. But he goes back there to the wall and catches it. I mean, it was a good catch on the wall, but, I mean, it wasn't like he didn't jump up over the yellow stripe or anything.
No.
How that Taylor Trammell ran all the way around the bases and did his thank you, Lord, chest bump and point to the sky and kiss of the hand. Like he hit a bomb, and then turns around and throws his hand up. What is going on? I mean, how did he get that far? He thought it was a home run all the way until he crossed home plate.
Oh, yeah. He was waiting to give Yainer a high five, like he just hit a homer.
It's a great point. It's like he didn't realize it wasn't a homer until he got damn near to the dugout and the guys weren't at the top of the steps waiting to high five him.
Got to be Esau.
It's like he went around the whole base path. that was the damnedest thing I've ever seen.
I've never seen that. It is very embarrassing. Look, Straub played it off like it was a homer, like he didn't celebrate anything. But Bieber, the pitcher, had his hands in the air and was clapping. I'm sure other fielders for the Blue Jays were clapping.
Right.
Oh, this is not good.
The crowd, it wasn't like the crowd was cheering for a home run. And I put a lot of blame on the third base coach as well. I could see if like Trammell had his head down or something, didn't see it. But once he's still running to third base, if I'm the third base coach, I'd be like, hey, like it was an out. He caught it.
I'd put my arm out and
stop it. How do you let him continue to trot home? So I blame Paris Chica over there at third base too, just letting Trammell look like a doofus going into his home run trot.
Yeah, man, that was a tough watch, man. I saw the tweets about it, and then I watched it, and I was like, no, please tell me this is a joke. No, he was dead. He was dead serious.
Pitching, and more pitching.
5 o'clock fire.
Texans training camp day 6 is in the books. We C.J. Stroud had a big day. Jaden Higgins had a big day. The chemistry is real, and the young fella is coming around, no doubt about it. There was a little bit of a scare at the end of practice with Dalton Schultz and Azeez Al-Shaair starting tight end, starting middle linebacker, quarterback of your defense. Had a little collision. Dalton Schultz was running a shallow cross route, and it looked like Azeez was in some kind of zone or something. I don't know, really couldn't tell what they were doing down there, but I did see them run smack dab into each other. Dalton bounced up pretty quick. It took a while for Azeez to get up, but he did his meeting with the media after practice, so I'm assuming everything is fine. So that little bit of a scare with 2 star players hopefully is nothing. They back at back at their normal, handling their normal responsibilities immediately. So hopefully nothing comes of it, but no need to worry there. Now training camp this year obviously is about the offense. I think there's several spots on the offense, starting with the offensive coordinator, the quarterback, the O-line, the running back room, and it's across the board. The wide receivers, other than Nico, who's going to step up, but there's none bigger than the offense in general. Situational football has to improve, and Nick Caserio joined the boys this morning on Payne and Pendergast and talked a little bit about that offense. Here he is talking about situational football for the offense moving forward this year.
This game is about points. So where are points? Points are in the red area. So, how do you get the ball into the end zone? So really, our situational execution, third down and red area, if we can improve those areas as a team, because even defensively, there were times where maybe we didn't play as well as we needed to in the red area and on third down. So if those are a couple areas that we can improve as a team, then maybe that's going to help our performance.
Again, I encourage everybody to go back on the Odyssey app and listen to Payne and Pendergast this morning when Nick Caserio was on. He's on for an extended period of time, 30 minutes, dang near. I don't know what today's was. Usually it's 30 to 40 minutes, and it's a must listen. So if you get a chance to go back and listen to that, Nick was really good. But there's no doubt about it, the offense. This training camp is all about the offense. Today was a good day. I'll dig a little deeper into my observations in the next segment. But for right now, just know that the offense did some good things today, and it was C.J. Stroud and Jaden Higgins for the most part.
Yes! 5 o'clock fire.
Boys, I don't know if y'all saw this, but it wasn't long ago that the running backs in the NFL were out there just complaining, and nobody was listening. How come we can't get paid? How come nobody wants to pay a running back? Well, they're paying them now, Joker. There ain't no doubt about that. Falcons running back, former Texas Longhorn running back, Bijan Robinson, they reach a 3-year deal worth up to $75 million. That's a $25 million a year. Ultimately, I know it. I think the actual average per year is like $22,250 or something like that. But there's obviously some incentives on the back end of that. But I'm gonna chalk that up to $25 million. Any way you slice it per year.
Love that money.
$51 million guaranteed, and it's $22.25 million per year, which surpasses Saquon Barkley's $20.6 million per year. He is now the highest paid running back in the NFL year over year. Now many expect Jahmyr Gibbs in Detroit to pass him. I would imagine if he does, it's going to be right there in that same neck of the woods. I think those two running backs have the same They have the same case. I mean, they are high volume guys, running it and catching it, big parts of the offense, and absolute game changers. The focal point of their offense, without a doubt. Two great players. I would imagine Jahmyr Gibbs is going to get somewhere similar. Now, this next one, boys, this one blows my mind. This surprises the hell out of me. Zay Flowers and the Baltimore Ravens have agreed to a 4-year, $140 million extension.
You're crazy.
That's 30 per. That's more than Nico Collins makes.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. We're talking about Zay Flowers. You talk about the Baltimore Ravens. The story in Baltimore is still with Zay there. How come y'all ain't never gave Lamar a legit weapon? And Zay's there making 4 years, $140 million. 108 of it is guaranteed. I mean, that ties him legit. Zay Flowers, $35 million average annually, ties him with Justin Jefferson as the fourth highest paid wide receiver in football right now. Ain't no planet where Zay Flowers and Justin Jefferson should be making the same amount of money. Now, we'll see what the new regime in Baltimore can do with Zay Flowers, but that is I don't know where you sit on that, Luke, but that's a big number for Zay Flowers. The Bijan Robinson piece, worth every penny. Zay Flowers, that's hard.
Holy
that's hard for me to
mother
stomach.
of God.
Yeah, I'm with you. I was surprised when I saw the news. I think it's certainly an overpay. Look, I know the contract is much more recent, and so the way it works, just like whoever gets paid next gets paid more. But to your point, I mean, for him to be tied with Justin Jefferson, for them to make the same amount of money this year, to me is also ridiculous. So Zay Flowers is now the fourth highest paid wide receiver. Yeah. I don't think he's the fourth best wide receiver in the league. I think he's pretty far from it. And then we were talking about this off air, but like Lamar Jackson's going into a contract year. So now you just devoted a lot of this money. Maybe that will help in negotiations with Lamar, but you just paid the wide receiver a lot of money. You're going to have to pay Lamar if you want to keep him a lot of money, and you're going to have a lot of money tied into just those two players offensively here moving forward with a new offensive coordinator this year. Just a lot of moving parts right now in Baltimore.
Yeah, think about it, man. There's, by the way, nowhere on this planet is Zay Flowers a top receiver in this league that deserves that kind of money. He may prove me wrong, but right now, no, that's a good little weapon that's getting paid as a game changing, man beating, difference maker. I just don't see that in Baltimore, but I've been wrong. So hopefully for Zay Flowers, he earns every penny of it. Hell, who cares really? 108 of it's guaranteed. He's going to get it. So, but the next year's, you mentioned Lamar Jackson. Next year's quarterback potential free agency is fascinating. If they don't get a deal done with Lamar, which I imagine if they get Zay Flowers 35, they're going to get Lamar his money. But if they don't, you could have Kyler Murray, Lamar Jackson, Baker Mayfield. You could have a slew of quarterbacks out there on the free agent market, quarterbacking new teams next season.
Does Deshaun Watson interest anybody?
I doubt it. Even though I do think he's going to be the guy in Cleveland this year.
Yeah, I think so too. Yeah, but he'll be another one. It'll be interesting to see. Lamar obviously will be the highlight there. But it'll be, and then, there's always the surprises, too, of just which quarterbacks become available, depending on how this season shakes out. But those are the big ones. Baker, Lamar, Deshaun are the big free agents. We'll obviously see what happens here in Houston over the next 12 months, and then whoever else might disappoint and become available by this time next year.
All right, y'all. Yordan Alvarez making a run at that Triple Crown. I hate the way that the deadline was a buzzkill, and the Astros lost yesterday. But one thing we can bank on is Yordan Alvarez in this Triple Crown tracker. We're going to talk about Yordan next, making this historical run. We'll do it right here on Sports Radio 610.
Reset your presets.
Initialize sequence.
And tell your friends. 222-2222. Houston, starting Thursday, August 13th, Sports Radio 610 is moved to the FM dial. Introducing 95.7 The Fan.
You know, when I first started covering sports in this city, there was no sports talk. Zero. Then this station took a sledgehammer to the way sports was consumed. Now, we're taking a blowtorch. Every corner of the city, no static, no dropouts, 100,000 watts of power for you, Houston sports fans.
Louder, clearer, and better than ever. A new era begins on August 13th with Houston sports leader, 95.7 The Fan. Texans training camp is here. Live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugarland Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Texans training camp is here, y'all, and 95.7 The Fan is right around the corner, August 13th. As you heard, you can also stay plugged in right here in Sports Radio 610 on the AM dial. How about the Odyssey app, AUDACY, right here on YouTube and Twitch as well. But the Texans training camp is here, but there's also some baseball being played over at Dyke, and the Astros are hot, winners of 11 of the last 13. Got to handle business tonight to see if they can't tighten this thing up, this series up with the Braves to make tomorrow the rubber match, if you will. But there's also a triple crown hunt going on over there, and boys, there was a stroll poll last night as I'm watching the Astros do a whole lot of nothing at the plate. And I believe, if I remember correctly, it was what are you most looking forward to as an Astros fan? One was the Astros, I think, winning the division. One of them was the Astros winning a playoff series. One of them was the Astros getting to a World Series. And then the fourth option was following Yordan Alvarez's Triple Crown race, if you will. I don't know what they call it, but following Yordan Alvarez to see if he can get this Triple Crown. So clearly, it is a topic that everybody's following. Well, I watched long enough to see the results of that Stroh poll, and that I believe 39% of y'all said chose Yordan Alvarez in his Triple Crown over a World Series, Luke, which I don't know.
That's pretty sad.
I don't know that I can get there, but I think it was probably some realists like yourself that knew the World Series is probably out of reach. So what's more likely? They didn't want to set themselves up to fail. But this Yordan Alvarez chasing down this Triple Crown is the real deal. And I told y'all when I'm driving this thing, we're gonna have a tracker. We'll have a little bit of an update here, and here's where we are. Our Yordan is. Yordan currently leads the American League in all 3 Triple Crown categories. Who's close and who's chasing for the Major League Baseball overall Triple Crown, because that is a thing as well, and he is right there in the hunt. I'll give you a quick rundown. In batting average, Yordan Alvarez is batting .330, which leads Major League Baseball, which also means obviously he's leading the American League. In the American League, for the American League Triple Crown, in the average category, Yandy Diaz is hitting .298. Chandler Simpson is hitting .298. He's got a healthy, I think last time you and I talked about this, Luke, he had a 24-point lead. Well, now he's got a 32-point lead in the American League. So the wheels would have to come off for him to not win that category. In terms of overall Major League Baseball, Luis Ariz is hitting .324, and Otto Lopez is hitting .321. So they're right there nipping at his heels, but he's leading Major League Baseball, which obviously means he's leading the American League in average. We'll bump down to home runs. Yordan Alvarez has 35 home runs right now. Again, leads the American League as well as the overall Major League Baseball lead. In the American League, Yordan Alvarez, the 35 home runs is number 1, obviously. Junior Caminero has 32. Ben Rice has 31. I think Caminero, he had slowed down a bit. He had 2 last night, I think, to get to 32. So, but those are the 2 guys in the American League that are chasing Yordan Alvarez in the home run category. In the National League over there, you got Kyle Schwarber with 33 home runs and Hunter Goodman with 33 home runs. Again, Yordan Alvarez is at 35, lead Major League Baseball and obviously American League. Now we get to the one category that he's not leading everything in, that is the RBIs. Yordan Alvarez has 84 RBIs. He is leading the American League. He is 6 RBIs ahead of Luis Garcia Jr., who just came over from the National League. And as Luke said, he brings his RBIs with him. He hit a home run last night in his debut with the Yankees, right?
Yep.
He's got 78. He's still trailing Yordan Alvarez by 6. Ben Rice has 73. It seems like Ben Rice is he's kind of been fading. He started hot and he's kind of fading now. Yordan is leading obviously the American League. Now when we get to the overall major leagues, he is 1 behind C.J. Abrams and Sal Stewart, who both have 85. So he is literally 1 RBI. Let's call it 2 RBIs away from leading all 3 categories in Major League Baseball overall. What a monster season this dude is having. And every time I look up these numbers, Luke, and I try to kind of paint the picture of where Yordan Alvarez is, I expect something to be kind of break my heart and push me away from doing these updates and doing these trackers, but yet the 3 times that I've done it, he either stretches a lead out in average or he takes the lead in another category in the overall Major League Baseball category. So it's right there for it, man. He's having a hell of a run. Again, this is the deepest run for a player, deepest into the season to lead all 3 categories since Miggy Cabrera won it back in 2012. I think 2012. Yeah. I think it was. So this is a legit run. It's the best run that we've seen since someone last did it. So Yordan's got it right there at his fingertips, man.
Yeah, he does. I think what's most impressive is the consistency. I don't remember. Maybe I'm wrong. You guys can correct me, but I don't even remember like a slump for Yordan this year. And I'm not talking about like a bad weekend or even a bad week, but like to your point, Ben Rice is hitting like 182 since the All-Star break, which is a pretty large sample. I mean, that's almost been a month now. Kyle Schwarber hasn't hit a homer since July 18th. Like, that's like 2.5 weeks. There's other guys, too, that you could point to that obviously, like baseball, there's always peaks and valleys, but it just seems for Jordan, and again, maybe I'm just misremembering, he has just been consistent throughout. So to your point, when you check these leaderboards every week, whatever it is, he seems to be expanding his lead or at least staying right up there because other guys are going through typical slumps of a season, and Jordan isn't. So the consistency is just remarkable to do this throughout the year, especially when he's not getting a ton of help. I mean, we saw him get intentionally walked a couple times in a game against the Rangers over the weekend. He is this lineup, and to still get everyone's best shot and to be doing what he's doing, it really is an incredible season he's putting together. By the way, as a bit of a conversation off of that, I'm glad. I'm one of those guys, I don't want my guys to be in the home run derby. I do subscribe to the school of thought that it screws up your swing.
I'm with you.
I'm glad Jordan said no, and I know some Astro fans wanted him. I was watching the Yankees last night, and Jordan Walker was in the home run derby, and they showed his stats since the All-Star game. He hasn't hit a home run since the home run derby. He had 22 at the All-Star break. He was an All-Star. He was hitting almost 300. Jordan Walker was for the Cardinals. He's batting .240 with no homers since the home run derby. Maybe just a coincidence, but I do think that it can screw you up. It might have screwed him up, and so I'm glad Jordan stayed out of that, and maybe that's another reason why he's been able to be so consistent all season long so far, knock on wood.
Well, that's I mean, I can subscribe to that, Luke. I mean, I can subscribe to that moving forward. I mean, I'd like to see it, but if it's going to screw up the rest of the season, I'm out. I'd rather not. You know, one of the things that I've enjoyed about this Triple Crown run that Jordan is on is comparing him. You know, we forget, or I do, I forget how great other players were, and there's been two guys last night, or maybe it was the night before, or a couple nights before, during the Rangers series, they threw up the numbers of how good Ken Griffey, because Jordan's numbers against the Rangers are ridiculous.
Yeah.
Well, they threw up Ken Griffey Jr.'s numbers versus the Rangers. He's the other player, all-time great, that was apparently really, really good against the Rangers.
Mm-hmm.
Their numbers, I mean, that's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. Right, I mean, like this whole deal with what Jordan's been doing all year. They keep bumping his numbers up against what Bagwell did. I don't remember what year it was.
94.
Yeah, I mean, like I was a Bagwell fan. Hell, in baseball, I was a more serious and a better baseball player than I was a football player. Like that was my deal. I tried to like Bagwell. I was in that era of, man, I want to stand just like Bagwell with that stance. And so I knew, obviously, the greatness of Bagwell. I had no idea that the numbers that year were as good as they were. Good God.
It's absurd, and unfortunately he got injured, but it was that shortened season anyways. He wouldn't have been able to finish because he got hurt, but it really is remarkable. The incredible season that we're living through with Jordan right now, and yet still he does not stack up to Bagwell even at like this point of the season. Bagwell was having an even better summer and season than what we've seen from Jordan. Yeah, the numbers from Bagwell's 94 season are absurd, and it's one of really the better seasons that we've seen from a guy in recent in modern baseball history.
Well, as he keeps rolling, I'm sure every game, I mean, that's a beautiful thing about watching the Stros on a nightly basis is the production crew putting together the different graphics that they throw up there, whether it's Ken Griffey Jr. or Bagwell or one night it was all the greats that have, I don't know what stat they were talking about, but it went way back to the damn 20s with the greatest players of all. There's like three of them that were putting up the same OPS or something that Bagwell, I mean, that Jordan's putting up. I don't remember but it's fascinating to see all that, man. I've enjoyed it. So nonetheless, Jordan Alvarez, this Triple Crown thing is becoming more and more real by the moment. So we'll keep you up to date and up to schedule on what's going on with Jordan moving forward. Regardless of what the team does, Jordan is going to be in that. He's going to make this thing interesting down the stretch for sure. All right, y'all, we got to catch this, man. T-Mills Best Bets. We do it every day at 5:41-ish. He's going to look back at last night's results. I don't care to, and then we're gonna see what's going on tonight, baby. How T-Mill is going to make you a little bit of money. We'll do that next right here on Sports Radio 610.
I still believe in Tyler's ability to perform.
recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Leasing a car has never been easier. Call our friends at D&M Leasing to learn more about Easy Lease from D&M.
All right, H-Town. Today's picks are in. The choice is yours. Are you tilling?
Forget the myths the media's created and just follow the money.
Or fading?
There is no nobility in poverty.
It's time for T-Mill's best bets on the drive.
I want you to deal with your problems by becoming rich.
It's a T-Mill Tuesday. It's 5:41, y'all. T-Mill's best bets every day at this time. That is, if he's not rooster tailing at the house and killing some serious momentum that he had rock and rolling for us last week. But he is back, and we're not going to talk about Monday. We're going to look at Hey, stay in that windshield. Stay out of that rearview mirror, baby.
That.
We don't live life in that rearview mirror. We stay in that windshield. What you got for us, man? Let's hear it.
Yeah, if our guy around the show was here, we wouldn't be able to do that.
Oh, he led with it.
I'm going to take full advantage and move forward and not even mention last night's slate of 3 Major League Baseball picks. We're just going to move on, but it was bad enough to where we're up in that ante. Got to up the ante to 4 baseball picks on a Tuesday already. Get this week back in order. Your first best bet tonight around the baseball games going on is going to be the A's at the Reds, over 8.5 runs between those two. The starters, I don't think they can. I think both starting arms for these squads could, honestly, between them, just give up the over in this ball game tonight up at the Great American Ballpark. So take the over 8.5 between the A's and Reds. Second best bet of 4, New York Mets plus a run and a half. Mets plus a run and a hook. They're going to be in Cleveland taking on the Guardians. Your third best bet is the same bet, a plus run and a half, but for the Chicago Cubs. They're hosting the LA Dodgers, and it's going to be Scooble's debut as a Dodger tonight at Wrigley Field. I think he might be a little shook. That's hopeful thinking, you could say, but I think he could be a little shook. I like the Cubs plus a run and a half. Dodgers could still win. You could still win money, so book that one. And then your fourth and final best bet is the hottest Astro that's been around here lately in these games, Jeremy Jalapeno, over 1.5 total bases for Jeremy Jalapeno as he looks to extend this hitting streak for the shortstop in Houston.
Holla!
Bingo!
Holla!
Bingo!
Yeah! Come on, Jeremy. Handle your business tonight for my boy, man. He needs you. By the way, Tarek Skubal, biggest move in free agent at the trade deadline. I'm sorry, in Major League Baseball. How you think he fares tonight in his first start for the Dodgers?
Yeah, I'm sure he'll do well. Unfortunately, I hope not. But he's pitching in Chicago. Cubs are playing good baseball. Lineup's been doing a little better. Bregman having a little bit of better second half of the season. So it's not the easiest place to go. It depends on if the wind's blowing out. But pitching in Chicago against the Cubs, not the easiest debut. But he's one of the best pitchers in baseball, so I'm sure he'll do fine. I'm actually facing him in fantasy baseball, so I hope he gets shelled tonight.
Hey, we've kind of shelled tonight. We've kind of I think flirted with it all day, but I do want to specifically get your take on what we saw last night. Christian Javier is one thing. I think we've got a little bit of an idea of what he's capable of doing if he can get back there. I don't know. We'll see. Took a decent step last night. But the big story or big takeaway from yesterday's Astros game in a loss was Tatsuya Imai coming out of the bullpen and pitching 3 innings, 5 strikeouts, no hits, no runs. That was an impressive 3 innings. Just what's your thoughts on him, his struggles early on, his moving to the bullpen? Now he comes out of the bullpen and looks good. Is that something that maybe has legs of staying in the bullpen? Do you think that is something that he moves back into the starting lineup if he performs well enough? What does that look like to you?
Yeah, I think there's still the opportunity, and there probably will be the need for him back in the starting rotation if he continues to pitch well enough out of the bullpen. I think the bullpen, to me, and this is just my opinion, a lot of listeners might disagree, but the way I always view the long man in the bullpen is almost like the last person on the pitching staff, and you just use them when the starter's not pitching very well and you need somebody to eat up innings. So to me, like, that's kind of a weird role, especially when you're paying him the money you are, because it's just like mop-up duty. Now, I know last night was a little different, and I did think that was a bit of a unique spot to bring him in to pitch the last 3 innings of a close game. That seems weird. Usually you don't have relievers pitch at the end of the game multiple innings like that. So my point being, like, for me, I feel like in that long relief role, he just won't have the – I don't know if you bring him in to only pitch the 7th inning as a setup man. You know, I think he's going to be pitching these weird mop-up, low-stress situations. But if he does well, I think he'll certainly get another opportunity. I just haven't been able to put my finger on him all year. I can't figure it out. I don't know if maybe the fact that he gets more time to get ready in the bullpen, if that is something that could benefit him. Maybe last night was just a one-off for why he pitched so well. I said earlier, I think he could translate better as a reliever because he only uses 2 pitches. However, the irony is that when he ran into trouble, it was right away in the 1st inning and not facing a lineup a 2nd and 3rd time. So I don't know. Ime's been vexing. He's tough to figure out what's, you know, he's good, the bad, and the ugly. Sometimes he pitches well. Sometimes he can't get out of the 1st inning. He's tough to get a read on. But all of this is to say, to answer your question, I think if he does pitch well enough in this role, he will get more starts this year for the Astros.
Well, I do wonder because, I mean, the mental part of all sports, but definitely being a pitcher is drastically different, right? From, hey, you're going to start every 5th day or every 6th day, and, you know, you got 5 days or 4 days to think about it and to worry about it and to try to fix it and yada, yada, yada. And that mental approach or mental makeup, you know, compared to, hey, you're in the bullpen and we may or may not use you tonight, right? I mean, the only thing you know when you're in the bullpen is after you've been used a lot, you might have a day off.
Right.
I mean, otherwise everything is, we might use you in the 6th, we might use you in the 8th. I don't know. You know, I mean, if you're not Josh Hader or a starter, you don't know when you're going to pitch. So, you know, that may be something that, especially early on as he grows in Major League Baseball, maybe that mentally is a better fit for him than giving him the starting spot in the rotation. So we'll see. I just know last night I was so dialed in. I'm pretty dialed into Christian Javier anyway, but I was so dialed in once they brought in MI to just how does he do in that situation, and then good gosh, are they gonna keep rolling him out there and let him finish this thing, and they did. So I don't know. I think I do wonder if a different approach, different mindset, different makeup doesn't change his game.
Yeah, it might. Yeah, it's a good point you bring up. That's why usually starters do have difficulties moving to the bullpen because they're so used to that routine. And then now suddenly, like you said, like they don't know when they're pitching. They got to get up and get ready quicker than you have a whole day to prepare for a start. You're just kind of thrown out there. Although for Ime, maybe that helps. I don't know. Maybe he's been overthinking or something, and now it's just like, okay, get out there.
He's definitely been overthinking. There ain't no doubt about that.
So maybe this helps. But I also think the Astros might approach it similar to yesterday where they might give him the heads up in advance of like, hey, you're going to piggyback off of Javier, or maybe that you pair him with Blanco, these starters who you're worried about, like, I don't know if he's going to give us a lot of innings tonight, so he may be ready. You're going to come in after him and give us some length. And then Ime still has some sort of idea of like, okay, I know I'm going to pitch out of the bullpen, but I'm probably going to pitch on this day or this day, whatever it is, as opposed to just calling down there in the 7th inning and getting him warm because you want to get him in there quick.
Well, another one tonight. We saw Christian Javier and MI last night, and tonight we see Hayden Wisniewski. Second start back or third start? Second start back. Had a all things considered, had a good first start for the Astros, coming back off of an injury. Your thoughts on Hayden Wisniewski and what's possible there?
Yeah, this is a big one tonight because, with no move yesterday and with losing Arrighetti, I mean, it just puts more pressure and a larger emphasis on these other arms. Blanco, Wisniewski, Javier, and Javier's pitched well the last 2 outings. So now you want to see that from Wisniewski. And tonight, he faces a Blue Jays team that has scored the fewest runs in the league. So you're at home against a bad lineup. This is a chance for him to turn in a good outing, but they need these guys to step up now and fill these holes in this rotation for the rest of the season. Then obviously in the playoffs, you're going to need 2 more of these guys. And as I mentioned earlier, Even I am going to have to continue to worry about Peter Lambert because he's never pitched more than 124 innings in a season, and he's already at 101, I believe. So he's going to set a career high in innings by probably September. And then you're going to be having him pitch in October as well. Curious if Lambert starts to run out of gas a little bit, especially after they just bumped him up to Sunday this past outing. So that puts even a larger emphasis. Hunter Brown's the only guy that you really can rely on down the stretch in September in the playoffs. You need 2 or 3 of these other guys to step up, including Wisniewski. So let's see what he can do tonight. But he'll have his opportunity against a struggling lineup.
All right, the lineup tonight for the Houston Astros, Jeremy Pena, who's on a 14-game hitting streak, longest in Major League Baseball, longest active in Major League Baseball right now. So Jeremy Pena's leading off at shortstop. Yordan Alvarez is batting second as a DH. Isaac Paredes, almost did it, Tyler. Almost called him Isaac. Isaac Paredes is playing third base, batting third. Dalton Varsho, your center fielder, Houston, your center fielder. Everyday center fielder is batting fourth. Christian Walker batting fifth, playing first base. Jose Altuve is batting sixth, playing second. Taylor Trammell, he's batting seventh, playing left field, and hope tonight he doesn't hit any fake homers. Yainer Diaz is catching, batting eighth. Cam Smith is in right field, batting ninth. One thing I found interesting last night about Dana Brown being in the booth, he talked a lot about. He said had some very short comments, several very short comments about the trade deadline, the buzzkill that was. But he did talk about Cam Smith and kind of him tweaking how he's tweaking his mechanics and swinging the bat better, and I guess the exit velocity's been better. And how do you feel about Cam Smith? And not necessarily that he's batting ninth. I think he's hit everywhere from fifth to ninth this year, but Cam Smith seems to be